Zohar 3. Parashat Vayishla. He sent. Jacob sent Malachim, messengers, ahead of him. Rabbi Yehuda opened, for he will command Malach his angels, to guard you in all your ways. This verse has been established the moment a human being comes into the world. The evil impulse appears along with him, inciting him constantly, as is said at the opening. Sin crouches evil impulse. David too called it sin, since it causes one to sin in the presence of his Lord, as is written, my sin confronts me constantly. This never leaves a person from the day he is born, forever, whereas the good impulse accompanies a person from the day he begins to purify himself. When is that? When he becomes 13 years old. Then he joins with both of them, one on the right and one on the left. Good impulse on the right, evil impulse on the left. These are two real angels, empowered, accompanying a person constantly. If one comes to purify himself, that evil impulse is overturned, and right prevails over left, both joining to guard him in all the paths he takes, as is said, for he will command his angels to guard you in all your ways. Rabbi Elazar applies this verse to Jacob, for the blessed Holy One designated camps of angels for him because he came completed by supernal tribes, all fittingly complete, as is said. Jacob went on his way, and angels of God encountered him, as has been explained. Here, since he was saved from Laban and separated from him, Shekinah coupled with him and sacred camps came to encircle him. So when he saw them, Jacob said, "This is the camp of Elohim, God." Some of those angels he sent to Esau, as is written, Jacob sent Malachim angels, literally. Rabbi Yitzchak said, the angel of Yehovah encamps around those in awe of him and delivers them. This has been established, but in one place is written, for he will command his angels, many angels, whereas here one, the angel of Yehovah. Because his angels are the other angels, whereas angel of Yehovah is Shekinah, as is said, the angel of Yehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire. So the angel of Yehovah encamps around those in awe of him, completely encompassing him to save him. And when Shekinah abides within a person, countless holy camps manifest there. King David proclaimed this when he was saved from Achish king of Gath, because Shekinah encircled him, delivering him from Achish and his people, all those attacking him. What is written? V'yithulal, he played the lunatic, while in their hands. Why v'yithulal? The verse should read v'yishtagia, he played the madman, as is said that you should bring this one lahishtagia, to play the madman, in my presence. However, it reverts to the word David uttered previously, for I envied holim, lunatics. The blessed Holy One said to him, by your life you will yet need this. When he entered the abode of Achish and was attacked, what is written? V'yithulal, he played the lunatic, like those holim, lunatics, he had previously envied. Then Shekinah came and encircled David. Now, you might say Shekinah abides only in her heritage, the Holy Land. Well, certainly she does not abide so as to be imbibed, but to protect that is different. So here, when Jacob came from Laban's abode, all those holy camps accompanied him. Rabbi Hizkiah said, if all those holy camps accompanied him, why is it written Jacob was left alone? For if Shekinah or those holy camps were with him, he was not left alone. So why Jacob was left alone? Rabbi Yehuda replied, because he exposed himself to danger. After seeing the danger with his own eyes, they separated from him. Then he said, I am shorn of all the kindness and faithfulness, those holy camps separating from him. Rabbi Yitzchak said, in order to leave him with the prince of Esau, who arrived with permission. Meanwhile they went off to utter song, since at that moment the time had come for them to praise the blessed Holy One. Later they returned, as is written, I am shorn of all the kindness and faithfulness, and now I have become two camps, camp of Shekinah and his entire household. Two camps, for he was complete on all sides, with two shares, white and red. Rabbi Elazar said, as has been said, that night, that hour, the dominion of the side of Esau prevailed, for look at what is written, let there be Miro, lights spelled deficiently. So Jacob was left alone because the moon was concealed from the sun. However, Shekinah did not withdraw from him completely, so he could not prevail against him, as is written, he saw that he could not prevail against him. He looked to the right and saw Abraham, he looked to the left and saw Isaac. He looked at the body and saw it comprising this side and that. So, when he saw that he could not prevail against him, he touched the socket of his thigh, one pillar supporting the torso, outside the torso. Therefore, the angel of Jehovah encamps around those in awe of him and delivers them. He encompassed him on all sides to save him. When Shekinah dwelled within him, countless forces and camps accompanied him, and some of those angels he sent to Esau. Jacob sent messengers. Rabbi Abba said, "Now, why did he arouse Esau? He should have kept quiet." But Jacob thought, "I know how deeply Esau cares about honoring father and has never irritated him, so I know that as long as father is alive, I don't have to fear him. Rather, now that father is alive, let me reconcile with him." Immediately, Jacob sent messengers ahead of him. Rabbi Shimon opened, "Better to be lightly esteemed and have a servant than to be self-important and lack food." This verse was uttered concerning the evil impulse, for he constantly incites a person, inflating his heart and desire with conceit, so that he follows him, curling his hair, until he overwhelms him and drags him to hell. Rather, better to be lightly esteemed one who doesn't follow the evil impulse and is not conceited at all, humbling his spirit, heart, and desire before the blessed Holy One. Then that evil impulse is transformed into his servant, incapable of dominating him, rather, dominated by him, as is said, "You will rule over him." Than to be self-important, as we have said, for he adores himself, curling his hair, inflating his spirit, while lacking food, lacking faith, as is said, "Food of his God, food of their God." Alternatively, better to be lightly esteemed and have a servant, Jacob, who humbled his spirit before Esau so that eventually he would become his servant, ruled by him, fulfilling the verse, "May people serve you and nations bow down to you." So far, it was not his time at all, for Jacob had deferred it to the end of days, so right now he was lightly esteemed, while later that self-important one will become his servant, that one lacking food will serve the one endowed with abundance of grain and new wine. Therefore, since Jacob knew it was necessary, he changed into lightly esteemed, displaying more tortuous cunning than in all his other dealings with Esau. For if Esau had discovered this cunning, he would have killed himself rather than undergo this. But Jacob acted totally in wisdom, and concerning him Hannah exclaimed, "The foes of Jehovah will be shattered. He will grant power to his king and raise the horn of his anointed." He instructed them, saying, "So shall you say to my lord Esau, so says your servant Jacob." He immediately opened by turning himself into a servant, so that he wouldn't consider those blessings bestowed upon him by his father, which, as we have said, Jacob had deferred until later. Rabbi Yehuda said, "What did Jacob have in mind in sending this message to Esau with Laban I have sojourned? What did he accomplish by transmitting this word to Esau?" The answer is that Laban the Aramean's fame had spread throughout the world. No one was safe from him because he was a master magician, preeminent sorcerer, father of Beer, who was father of Balaam, as is written, Balaam son of Beer, the augur Joshua. Laban was more skilled than all of them in magic and sorcery, but even so, he could not prevail against Jacob, whom he sought to destroy with various devices, as is written, "An Aramean was about to destroy my father." Rabbi Abba said, "The entire world knew that Laban was the master wizard, magician, and sorcerer, and that whomever he wished to magically eliminate could not be saved. Everything Balaam knew derived from him, and of Balaam is written, 'For I know that whomever you bless is blessed, and whomever you curse is cursed.'" The whole world feared Laban and his sorcery, and the very first word Jacob sent to Esau was, "With Laban I have sojourned." Now, if you think this was brief, a month or a year, not so. I tarried till now for 20 years I tarried with him. And if you think I achieved nothing, I have acquired ox and donkey, 2 decrees of judgment that join together only to torment the world. Therefore it is written, "Do not plow with an ox and a donkey together." Sheep and male and female slaves, nethermost crowns slain by the blessed Holy One in Egypt, firstborn of the livestock, firstborn of the captive, firstborn of the female slave, as is written, "Sheep and male and female slaves." He was immediately frightened and went out toward him, as frightened of Jacob as Jacob was of him. This can be compared to a person walking on the road. While he was walking, he heard about a certain robber lying in ambush. He encountered someone else and asked him, "Who do you belong to?" He replied, "I am from so-and-so's gang." He exclaimed, "Get out of my way. If anyone comes near me, I bring out a snake and kill him. That person returned to the gang leader and said, someone is coming and anyone who approaches him gets bitten by a snake he brings out and dies. When the gang leader heard, he became frightened, and said, I better go out to him and appease him. As soon as the person saw him coming, he said, woe is me now that gang leader is going to kill me. He began bowing and prostrating himself before him. That gang leader said to himself, if he really had a deadly snake, he wouldn't bow so much before me. He started feeling proud, and said, since he bowed so low before me, I won't kill him. Similarly, Jacob said, with Laban I have sojourned and I tarried till now for 20 years I tarried with him, and I am carrying a deadly snake. When Esau heard, he said, woe is me, who can withstand him now? Jacob will kill me with his mouth. He began going out toward him to appease him. As soon as he saw him, what is written, Jacob was very frightened and distressed. Approaching him, he began bowing and prostrating himself before him. As is written, he bowed to the ground 7 times until he drew near his brother. Esau said to himself, if he really had so much, he wouldn't bow down to me. He started feeling proud. What is written concerning Balaam? God came to Balaam at night. Concerning Laban is written, God came to Laban the Aramean in a night dream and said to him, be careful Pentedabber, not to speak to Jacob either good or evil. Pentedabber, not to speak. The verse should read Pentasser, not to do evil to Jacob. But Laban didn't pursue Jacob with manly power to wage war against him, since Jacob and his sons would have overwhelmed him, rather to kill him by mouth, annihilating him entirely. As is written, an Aramean was about to destroy my father, so, not to speak, rather than not to do. Then it is written, it is in my power to do you harm, it is in my power. How did he know he was capable? As is said, but the God of your father said to me last night, be careful not to speak. This is the testimony the blessed Holy One commanded to declare, as is written, Anita, you shall testify, and say before Jehovah your God, an Aramean was about to destroy my father. Anita, you shall testify, as is said, Lotane, you shall not testify against your neighbor Anna. He testified against his brother. Of Balaam is written, he did not go, as time after time, in search of auguries, for this was his habit, since he was an augur. Of Laban is written, I have augured, for he examined Jacob's affairs by means of divination and sorcery, and when he sought to annihilate Jacob, he did so by those same means. But the blessed Holy One did not allow him, as alluded to by his grandson Balaam, for there is no augury against Jacob, no divination against Israel who can prevail against them. For look, my grandfather sought to annihilate their ancestor with his augury and divination, but these failed him, since he did not allow him to curse, as is written, for there is no augury against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Laban wielded against Jacob all 10 types of sorcery and divination, from dazzling dross of nethermost crowns, yet he could not prevail, as is written, you switched my wages 10 monim times. For Laban employed all those against him, but they failed to harm him, as is written, he switched my wages 10 monim times, yet God has not let him harm me. What is monim is translated Zinin, types, and it is written to the demons after whom they zone him, go whoring monim minim, types. Literally, for there are 10 types of sorcery and divination in the nethermost crowns, all of which he wielded against him. 10 types, as is written, a diviner of divinations, a soothsayer, an augur, a sorcerer, one who casts a spell, or consults a ghost or a familiar spirit, or inquires of the dead, totaling 10. Rabbi Yos said, augury and divination are 2 types, attaining a single rung. When Balaam came, he wielded divination against Israel, as is written, with divinations in their hand against Jacob. Laban came with augury, but both of these failed them, as is written, for there is no augury against Jacob, no divination against Israel. For there is no augury against Jacob at first, in the days of Laban, no divination against Israel later, in the days of Balaam. Balaam said to Balak, who can prevail against them, since all sorcery, divination, and augury in our crowns is filigreed from dross of supernal kingdom, whereas she is linked with them, as is written, Jehovah their God is with them, shout of the king in their midst. Rabbi Yehuda said, heaven forbid that Balaam knew anything at all of supernal sanctity, for the blessed Holy One wants no other nation or tongue to wield his glory, only his holy children, to whom he said, sanctify yourselves and be holy. Those who are holy will wield holiness. Israel are holy, as is written, for you are a holy people, you are holy, no other people. Those who are impure encounter impurity, becoming defiled. Of such is written, impure is he, alone shall he dwell. Outside the camp is his dwelling. Impure calls to impure, as is said, impure will call. Whoever is impure will call to impure. Everything follows its own kind. Rabbi Yitzchak said, was it seemly for holy Jacob to say he had been defiled by Laban and his sorcery? Was this praiseworthy? Rabbi Yos replied, even though Rabbi Yehuda has already spoken, I support you. For look at what is written, I am Esau, your firstborn. Now, was it seemly for a righteous man like Jacob to exchange his name for an impure one? But really I am interrupted by an accent sign, that is to say, I am who I am, but Esau is your firstborn, as has been established. Similarly here, I have acquired ox and donkey, implying do not even imagine that father's blessing to me has been fulfilled. He blessed me, be master over your brothers, may your mother's sons bow down to you, so, your servant Jacob, to my lord Esau. He blessed me with abundance of grain and new wine, but look, this hasn't been fulfilled. I haven't accumulated these, but rather, I have acquired ox and donkey, sheep and male and female slaves, a shepherd in the field. He blessed me with the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth, but look, this hasn't been fulfilled. Rather, with Laban I have sojourned like a sojourner without a single home, let alone the fat of the earth. All this so he would not consider Jacob's blessings and accuse him. Rabbi Abba said, of Jacob is written, a simple man, dwelling in tents, a consummate man, for he dwells in two supernal dwellings, consummating this side and that. He was not saying he had been defiled by his sorcery. Rather, in response to Rabbi Yehuda's statement, his heart was completely grateful for the genuine kindness shown to him by the blessed Holy One, for the whole world knows how Laban acts. Who can escape him? Yet I stayed with him 20 years, and though he sought to annihilate me, the blessed Holy One delivered me. Also Esau would not consider that those blessings had been fulfilled and would not bear a grudge against him. Concerning this is written, for the ways of Jehovah are right. Hosea, and similarly be wholehearted with Jehovah your God. The messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother. To Esau, since scripture says we came to your brother, don't we know that it's Esau? Did Jacob have any other brothers? Rather, we came to your brother, and if you think he has repented and is following the correct path, not so Esau, wicked as ever. He himself is coming to meet you. Now, if you think he is coming alone and 400 men with him. Why all this? Because the blessed Holy One constantly desires the prayers of the righteous and crowns himself with their prayers, as they have said, that angel appointed over the prayers of Israel takes all those prayers, fashions them into a crown, and places it on the head of vitality of the worlds, as they have established. All the more so with prayers of the righteous, desired by the blessed Holy One, fashioned into a crown with which he is crowned. Now, you might say, since holy camps accompanied him, why was he frightened? Because the righteous do not rely on this, but rather on their prayers and supplications to their Lord. What Rabbi Shimon said, the prayer of a congregation ascends before the blessed Holy One, who crowns himself with that prayer because it ascends in many colors, encompassing many facets. Interweaving many colors, it is made into a crown and placed upon the head of righteous one, vitality of the worlds, whereas the prayer of an individual is not interwoven but monochromatic, and so not as readily received as the prayer of a congregation. Jacob was encompassing, so the blessed Holy One yearned for his prayer. What is written? Jacob was very frightened and distressed. Rabbi Yehuda opened, happy is one who always fears, but one who hardens his heart will fall into calamity. Happy are Israel, in whom the blessed Holy One delights, to whom he has given Torah of truth, to attain eternal life. For the blessed Holy One channels supernal life to anyone engaged in Torah, initiating him into life of the world that is coming, as is written, she is your life and the length of your days, and similarly through this word you will prolong your days, life in this world and life in the world that is coming. Rabbi Elazar said, whoever engages in Torah for her own sake does not die by means of the evil impulse, since he grasps the tree of life, never letting go. Therefore bodies of the righteous who engage in Torah do not defile, since no impurity settles upon them. Now, Jacob was the tree of life, so why was he frightened after all? He couldn't prevail against him. Furthermore, look at what is written here, I am with you, and also angels of God encountered him. If supernal camps accompanied him, why was he frightened? But all was fitting. Jacob didn't want to rely on a miracle of the Blessed Holy One, since he considered himself unworthy. Why? Because he hadn't served his father and mother properly, he hadn't engaged in Torah, and he had married 2 sisters. Even though all has been explained, still one should fear constantly and offer prayer before the Blessed Holy One, as is written, happy is one who always fears, as has been established. Prayer of the patriarchs has sustained the world. All inhabitants of the world endure through them, rely upon them. Never, ever will the merit of the patriarchs be forgotten, for their merit sustains above and below. Sustenance of Jacob is most perfect of them all. So when the children of Jacob suffer distress, the Blessed Holy One gazes upon the image of Jacob and feels compassion for the world, as is said, I will remember my covenant with Yaakov, Jacob spelled with a Vav. Why? Because that is the genuine image of Jacob. Gazing upon Jacob was like gazing into the resplendent speculum. As has been said, the beauty of Jacob resembled the beauty of Adam. Rabbi Yisa said, I have heard that whoever sees Jacob in a dream, scintillating in silver, will be granted prolonged life. Rabbi Shimon said, as already noted, before King David existed, he had no life at all, but Adam gave him years of his own, so David's existence totaled years, while Adam's came to minus. Thus Adam and King David shared these first years. He opened, saying, He asked you for life, you granted it length of days forever and ever. He asked you for life, King David, for when the Blessed Holy One created the Garden of Eden, he cast King David's soul there and, gazing upon it, saw that it possessed no life of its own. It stood before him all day long. Once he created Adam, he said, Here, indeed, is his existence. So from Adam derived the years for which King David endured in the world. Further, the patriarchs bequeathed some of their life to him, each and every one. Abraham bequeathed to him, as did Jacob and Joseph. Isaac didn't bequeath anything to him because King David derived from his side. Abraham bequeathed years to him, since he should have endured for years and he endured for lacking. Jacob should have endured for the same number of days as Abraham, but he endured for only years, lacking. Consequently, Abraham and Jacob bequeathed years of life. Joseph endured for years and should have endured for years, the same as Jacob, so years were missing. Look, 70 years, bequeathed by them to King David, who endured for all those years bequeathed by the patriarchs. Now, you might ask, why didn't Isaac bequeath anything to him, as did these others? Because he is darkness, and David derives from the side of darkness. Whoever inhabits darkness has no light at all, no life, so David had no life at all. But these, containing light, illumined King David, who had to be illuminated and animated by them, since from the side of darkness he has no life at all. Therefore Isaac did not contribute to the sum. Now, you might ask, why Joseph? Because surely, Joseph alone equals them all, since he is called righteous, illumining the moon more than them all. So this one bequeathed to King David more life than all of them, as is written, God placed them in the expanse of heaven to shine upon the earth. Jacob's prayer protected him from Esau, since he preferred to reserve his merit for his children after him, not to exhaust it now confronting Esau. So he offered his prayer to the Blessed Holy One instead of relying on his merit in order to be saved. He thought, if Esau comes to the one camp and strikes it, the remaining camp will escape. What is written, he divided the people who were with him, and the sheep and cattle and camels, into 2 camps. Why into 2 camps? Because he thought, if Esau comes to the one camp and strikes it, the remaining camp will escape. Shekinah did not depart from the tent of Leah or the tent of Rachel. Jacob thought, I know that these are protected by the Blessed Holy One. What did he do? He placed the maids and their children first, thinking, if Esau kills, he will kill me and these. But as for those, I'm not afraid, since Shekinah is with them. So, the remaining camp will escape. Having done this, he prepared his prayer for them. What is written? Jacob said, God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac. Rabbi Yos opened, a prayer of a poor person when he is faint and pours out his complaint before Jehovah. This verse has been established in many places, but King David uttered this when he saw and contemplated the plight of the poor, as he fled from his father-in-law, exclaiming, a prayer of a poor person, a prayer offered by a poor person before the Blessed Holy One, a prayer preceding all prayers of the world. Here is written tefillah, a prayer, of a poor person, and it is written tefillah, a prayer, of Moses, the man of God. What is the difference between them? One is tefillah, phylactery, of the hand, the other, tefillah of the head, and one should not separate tefillah of a poor person from tefillah of Moses, the man of God, which are equivalent. So the prayer of a poor person reaches the Blessed Holy One before all prayers of the world, since it is written, for he has not despised or disdained the suffering of the poor, he has not hidden his face from him. When he cried out to him, he listened. Tefillah of the poor is tefillah of the hand, for a poor person is bound to his poverty like one who has nothing at all of his own. Alternatively, tefillah Moses of the poor David, when Yataf, he covers himself when the moon conceals herself and the sun conceals himself from her, and pours out his complaint before Jehovah to unite with the sun. The prayer of all human beings is prayer, but the prayer of a poor person is a prayer that rises before the Blessed Holy One, breaking through gates and doors, penetrating to be received in his presence, as is written, when he cries out to me, I will listen, for I am compassionate, and similarly I will surely hear his cry, and pours out his complaint before Jehovah like one protesting the judgments of the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar said, prayers of the righteous delight assembly of Israel, crowning her in the presence of the Blessed Holy One. So he yearns for their prayers when they are in need, since they know how to propitiate their Lord. What is written concerning Jacob, God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac? He interwove a crowning, clustered wreath fittingly, God of my father Abraham on the right, God of my father Isaac on the left. Jehovah, who said to me, here he made coronation dependent on his sight, between them. Return to your land, to your birthplace, and I will deal well with you. I am unworthy of all the kindness. What does this have to do with that? Jacob was really saying, you promised to deal well with me, but I know that all your actions are conditional. Now look, I possess no merit, I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown. Everything you have done for me until today wasn't because of my own virtue, but rather because of you. All that kindness and faithfulness derived from you. For look, when I first crossed, fleeing from Esau, I crossed this river all alone, yet you showed me kindness and faithfulness, and now I am crossing with two camps, the two camps he divided. Up to here, arraying the praise of his Lord. From here on, he sought what he needed, demonstrating to all inhabitants of the world that one should first array the praise of his Lord and then present his request. For this is how Jacob acted, first arraying the praise of his Lord, then asking for what he needed, as is written, O save me from the hand of my brother. From here we learn that one who prays should clarify his words fittingly. O save me. Now, if you say that you've already saved me from Laban, from the hand of my brother, and if you say that other, unidentified relatives are also called brothers, from the hand of Esau, why to clarify the word fittingly? And if you ask, why am I in need, for I fear him, lest he come and strike me, so that the word will be known above, clarified, not concealed. And you yourself said, I will surely deal well with you, and you yourself said, what is Ve'ata, and you, as is said, Ve'ata, and you, enliven them all here too, Ve'ata, and you. King David said, may the words of my mouth be acceptable words stated explicitly, and the meditation of my heart concealed words, inexpressible, meditation within the heart. So there must be a word expressed by the mouth and a word dependent on the heart, all a mystery, one corresponding to one rung, one corresponding to a supernal rung. The expressed word corresponds to the rung that must be expressed, the one dependent on the heart corresponds to a more inward rung, though all is as one. So, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable to you. Jacob spoke similarly, first stating a word explicitly, fittingly, then concealing a word dependent on meditation of the heart, as is written, I will make your seed like the sand of the sea, too numerous to count. Here a word dependent on the heart, which should not be expressed. So it must be, as we have said, to consummate union perfectly, fittingly. Happy are Israel, who know how to array the praise of their Lord fittingly and convey their requests. Therefore it is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Jacob was left alone. Rabbi, his ear opened, no evil will befall you, no plague come near your tent. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he made on every single day its own befitting work, as has been established. On the fourth day he made lights, and the moon was created defectively, a light that diminished itself. Since she is Miro, lights lacking Vov, space was provided for all spirits, demons, and whirlwinds to prevail, all spirits of defilement ruling, roaming the world seductively. They were assigned to ruins, unyielding fields, desolate wilderness, all from the side of impure spirit, as has been said. For this impure spirit deriving from the tortuous serpent is really impure, empowered in the world to seduce human beings. So the evil impulse prevails in the world, assigned to human beings, shadowing them, approaching them deceitfully with ploys to seduce them from the ways of the blessed Holy One. Just as he seduced Adam, inflicting death upon the entire world, so he seduces human beings, causing them to defile themselves. Whoever comes to defile himself attracts that impure spirit, which abides within him, clings to him. How many lie waiting to defile him? He becomes defiled both in this world and in that world, as has been said. But when a person comes to purify himself, that impure spirit is overturned before him, unable to dominate him. Then is written, no evil will befall you, no plague come near your tent. Rabbi Yos said, no evil will befall you, Lilith, no plague come near your tent, other demons, as has been established and explained. Rabbi Lazar said, we have already said that one should not go out alone at night, especially at the time when the moon was created defectively, as has been established, for then the impure spirit prevails, namely evil. Who is evil? The evil serpent, while plague is he who rides the serpent. Evil and plague are as one, although we have learned that plague refers to plagues of Bnei Adam, those issuing from Adam. For during all those years that Adam didn't approach his wife, impure spirits came and were inflamed by him, engendering from him, and these are called plagues of the children of Adam. It has been said that when a man is dreaming not in control of his body lulled, an impure spirit comes and settles upon him. Sometimes impure female spirits approach him, drawing him toward them, becoming inflamed by him, later bearing spirits and demons, plagues of Bnei Adam, the children of man, who sometimes resemble human beings, though without hair on their heads. One must thoroughly protect himself from them, following paths of Torah, not defiling himself with them. For everyone who sleeps in bed at night tastes a taste of death, his soul departing from him. Since body is left without holy soul, impure spirit, who is poised, spreads upon him and he is defiled. We have established that one should not pass his hands over his eyes in the morning, since impure spirit has settled upon them, as has been explained. Even though Jacob was beloved by the blessed Holy One, because he remained alone, an alien spirit poised to couple with him. Rabbi Shimon said, what is written concerning Balaam the wicked? He went shvi. What is shvi? Alone, as is said shvifan, a horned viper, on the path like a serpent moving alone, lurking on paths and trails. So Balaam went alone. Why? To draw upon himself impure spirit. For whoever walks alone even in town at certain times, and in certain places all the time, is vulnerable. So one should not walk alone on the road, and in town one should not either, rather in a place where people are moving back and forth even at night, since people are not around. This is why you must not leave his corpse on the tree overnight, so as not to keep a spiritless body above ground at night. Therefore that wicked Balaam went alone like a serpent, as they have established. Vayevikish, and a man wrestled with him. What does this mean? Vayevik, and he wrestled. Rabbi Shimon said, from avak, ash powder, incidental to afar, dust. What is the difference between the mash, residue of fire, never generating fruit, dust, yielding all fruit, totality of above and below? Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, what is the meaning of he raises the poor from the dust? He replied, according to its literal sense, But in this manner he raises the poor from the dust, since it possesses nothing at all of its own, and from that dust issues the poor, who possesses nothing. Yet from that dust issue all fruit and goodness of the world, through it are enacted all acts of the world, as is written, all comes from the dust. And we have learned all comes from the dust, even the globe of the sun. But ash never generates fruit or vegetation, so Vayavik, and he wrestled, arriving with that of ash, riding upon it, to contest against Jacob. Until the rising of dawn, when his dominion passed away and he weakened, as will be in the time to come. For now exile resembles night, it is night, and that ash rules over Israel, who lie in alien dust, until morning rises and day brightens. Then Israel will prevail, to them will be granted the kingdom, since they are holy ones of the Most High, as is said, kingdom, dominion, and grandeur of the kingdoms under the whole heaven will be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. He said, Let me go, for dawn has risen. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Who is this looking forth like the dawn, fair as the moon, bright as the sun? This verse has been established and explained, but who is this looking forth? Israel, when the blessed Holy One will raise them, bringing them out of exile. He will then open for them a tiny crack of light, then another opening, wider, until the blessed Holy One opens for them supernal gates facing the four directions of the world. So with all the blessed Holy One does for Israel and for the righteous among them always so, never all at once. This can be compared to a person thrown into darkness, dwelling in darkness constantly. When they want to illumine him, they must open the light to him like the eye of a needle, then wider, always gradually, until he is illumined with all the light fittingly. Similarly with Israel, as is said, little by little I will drive them out before you. And so with one who is being cured, not all at once, but little by little, until he is fortified. But with Esau, not so, rather, he is illumined all at once and deprived little by little, until Israel are fortified and eliminate him entirely from this world and from the world that is coming. Since he blazed all at once, he is annihilated completely, whereas Israel's light increases little by little until they are invigorated and the blessed Holy One illumines them forever. Everyone asks, Who is this looking forth like the dawn? At first a subtle glow, then fair as the moon, then bright as the sun, then awesome as bannered hosts, beaming powerfully, intensely, fittingly. When day is still dark and concealed, light advances little by little until spreading fittingly. For when the blessed Holy One will arouse to illumine assembly of Israel, he will glow at first like the dawn, which is black, then fair as the moon, then bright as the sun, then awesome as bannered hosts, as has been said. When morning rises, because it is not written for dawn has come, but rather has risen, since when dawn has come, that prince is empowered and strikes Jacob, because that hour is black, its potency empowering Esau. Once that blackness of dawn rises, light appears and Jacob is empowered, for then is his time to shine. What is written? The sun rose upon him as he passed Penuel, and he was limping on his hip. The sun rose upon him, for that was the time to shine. And he was limping on his hip, intimating that although Israel remain in exile, suffering pain, trouble, and countless evils, daylight will yet shine upon them, bringing them relief. Then they will reflect on the pain in their bones from the countless evils and troubles they have suffered, and they will be amazed. So, the sun rose upon him of that time of relief then, and he was limping on his hip, feeling the pain and suffering of what had passed. Once the blackness of dawn had risen, he was empowered and gripped him, for his strength had faded, since his dominion prevails only at night, while Jacob's prevails by day. So he said, Let me go, for dawn has risen, now I am in your power. This has been said and established. Therefore to this day the children of Israel do not eat the sinew of the thigh. Rabbi Yehuda said, If this power point of Jacob had not been weakened, he would have withstood him. Esau's power would have been broken above and below. Rabbi Shimon opened, I fell upon my face, and I heard the one speaking to me. Ezekiel. This verse has been discussed, but for look at what is written. Never again did there arise in Israel a prophet like Moses. What distinguishes Moses from other prophets? Moses gazed into a speculum that shines, while other prophets gazed only into a speculum that does not shine. Moses heard while standing on his feet, his potency vitalized, so he knew the word clearly, as is written in vision, not in riddles. Other prophets fell upon their faces, their potency weakened, so they could not comprehend the clarity of the word. Who caused this? As is written, for he touched Jacob's hip socket and he was limping on his hip. None of those prophets could comprehend what the blessed Holy One intends to do to Esau except for Obadiah, who was a convert, deriving from the side of Esau. He comprehended Esau firmly, his potency unweakened, whereas the power of all those other prophets faded and they could not endure, receiving the word clearly, fittingly. Why? Because he touched Jacob's hip socket at the sinew of the thigh, drawing all the power of the thigh, so its power was broken and he was left limping on his hip. Therefore it must not be consumed at all. For all prophets of the world could only grasp until the arrival of King Messiah. From here on they could neither grasp nor comprehend. The prophets did not maintain their potency fittingly, and now, one who studies Torah is unsupported, no one casting prophets into his bag, fortifying him. So Torah is forgotten in every generation, her power weakened every day, since those engaged in her have nothing to rely on, while the wicked kingdom grows stronger every day. The consequence of sin, since no one supports Torah fittingly, the one with no legs or feet to stand upon is supported, fortified. He opened, saying, Jehovah Elohim said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all beasts of the field. Upon your belly shall you go. What is the meaning of upon your belly shall you go? His supports were broken and cut off, so he had nothing to stand on. But Israel, unwilling to support Torah, provides him with supports and legs to stand fortified. How tortuously and cunningly the serpent tried schemed against Jacob that night, for he knew what is written, the voice is the voice of Jacob, and if Jacob's voice is interrupted, then the hands are the hands of Esau. So he looked in every direction, trying to harm Jacob and interrupt his voice, but he found him totally invulnerable, arms powerful on this side and that, torso fortified between them, Torah completely fortified. When he saw that he could not prevail against him, what did he do? Immediately, he touched the socket of his thigh, cunningly thinking, once the supports of Torah are broken, Torah will be powerless, then their father's words will be fulfilled. The voice is the voice of Jacob, and the hands are the hands of Esau. And similarly, when you grow restive, you will tear his yoke from your neck. Thereby he contended shrewdly against Jacob, for once the power of Torah is broken, Esau becomes stronger and stronger. When he sees that he cannot prevail against Torah, he weakens the power of those supporting her, since if supporters of Torah are not to be found, then the voice will not be the voice of Jacob, and the hands will be the hands of Esau. When Jacob saw this, as morning rose, he gripped him and overpowered him, until he blessed him and confirmed those blessings. What did he say? Your name will no longer be Yaakov, Jacob, but Israel, Israel, not Yaakov, Jacob, deceitful, but rather, majestic and powerful, for no one can prevail against you. From this serpent countless forces diffuse in every direction, appearing in the world, confronting human beings. So we must sustain the existence of that sinew of the thigh, for although that serpent rider approached it, it endures vitally among us, unbroken, and Jacob's potency increases in the world. We must show that you have striven with divine and human beings, and have prevailed. When he sees that place unbroken, uneaten, his potent power is broken and he cannot harm the children of Jacob. So we must not let any creature of the world eat it, must not be eaten at all. Rabbi Yisra expounded, for he touched Jacob's hip socket. Here is written, for he touched, and there is written, whoever touches a corpse, the body of a human being, just as they're impure, so here impure, for he defiled that sight, and from an impure sight we must not benefit at all, especially a sight approached by that impure side. Torah says simply, for he touched, as is said, whatever the impure one touches becomes impure. Blessed be the compassionate one who gave Torah to Israel, enabling them to merit this world and the world that is coming, as is written, length of days in her right hand, in her left, riches and honor. He went on ahead of them and he bowed to the ground 7 times until he drew near his brother. Rabbi Elazar opened, you must not bow to another god now. Jacob was consummation of the patriarchs, perfected above and below, selected as the full share of the blessed Holy One, intimately close to him. So how could he bow to that wicked Esau, who derives from the side of another god? Whoever bows to him bows to another god. Now, you might say, because in the fox's season, bow to him. Not so, for Esau resembled another god, and Jacob would never bow to that side, to that portion. Rather, it is written, peace be to you, peace be to your house, peace be to all that is yours, and it has been said that it is forbidden to greet the wicked first. But they have established that he was really speaking to the blessed Holy One, while assuming that Nabal would think he was speaking to him. Similarly, Israel bowed at the head of the bed. Now, would he bow toward his son? Rather, he bowed to the site of Shekinah. Here too, he went on ahead of them. Who is he? Shekinah, who was going ahead of him, he supernal protection. As soon as Jacob saw, he said, now is the time to bow toward the blessed Holy One, who was going ahead of him. He bowed down 7 times until he drew near his brother. It is not written he bowed to Esau. Rather, as soon as he saw the blessed Holy One going ahead of him, he bowed toward him, so as not to render honor or bow to anyone else all fittingly. Happy are the righteous, all of whose actions are for the glory of their Lord, deviating neither right nor left. Esau ran toward him and embraced him, flung himself upon his neck, spelled Savero, deficiently, and kissed him, and they wept. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, the wicked are like the troubled sea that cannot be still, whose waters toss up mire and mud. This verse has been discussed, but words of Torah contain countless secrets, differing from one another, all of them one. The wicked are like the troubled sea that cannot be still, Esau, all of whose actions were steeped in wickedness and sin. For when he approached Jacob, he acted defectively, hostilely. He flung himself upon Savero, his neck singular, namely, Jerusalem, neck of the world. Savero, his neck, not Savarov, his necks, because the temple was destroyed twice, once by Babylonia and once by the seed of Esau, who threw himself upon it once, destroying it. So he flung himself upon Savero, his neck, singular. Vishshekhu, and he kissed him dotted above, for he kissed him reluctantly. We have learned that it is written, excessive are kisses of an enemy Balaam, blessing Israel, for he didn't bless them wholeheartedly. Similarly here, excessive are kisses of an enemy Esau. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, arise, O Jehovah, deliver me, O my God, for you strike all my enemies on the jaw, you break the teeth of the wicked. And we have learned, do not read Shibata, you break, but rather Sherbavta, you elongate, for his teeth extended because he intended to bite him. So, they wept, this one wept, and that one wept, as the companions have established. How fervidly Esau felt toward Jacob. Even at that very moment he was scheming far into the future to harass and accuse him. So they wept, this one wept because he didn't think he could escape him, and that one wept because his father was still alive, so he couldn't attack him. Rabbi Abba said, surely at the moment he saw Jacob, Esau's wrath abated. Why? Because Esau's prince had concurred with him, so Esau couldn't prevail with his rage. For just so, all matters of this world depend upon above. Once they have concurred above, they concur below. Dominion cannot prevail below until dominion is granted above. All is interdependent. Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant. Rabbi Elazar said, this corresponds to what we said previously, that now Jacob didn't want those initial blessings bestowed upon him by his father. Not even one of them had yet been fulfilled, because he reserved them for the end of days when they would be needed by his descendants, confronting all nations of the world. So when Esau said, let us travel on, well, divide this world equally and rule together, what did Jacob say? Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant, let him now rule first in this world. Let him pass, as is said, their king will pass before them. Micah, you rule first, while I proceed slowly. I reserve myself for that world that is coming, for the end of days, for those days that proceed slowly. At the pace of Ha-Melech-Ha, the livestock, who is Melech-Ha, work the speculum that does not shine, through whom workings of the world are actualized. Before me she is constantly before Jehovah. And at the pace of the children, mystery of the cherubim, manifesting mystery of faith, to whom he cleaves. till I come to my Lord in Seir, till my time comes to rule over the Mount of Esau, as is said, saviors will climb Mount Zion to execute judgment on Mount Esau, and then dominion will be Jehovah's. Obadiah. Jacob journeyed to Succos, and built himself a house, and for his cattle he made Succot, sheds, therefore the place is called Succos. Rabbi Yehuda opened, a song of ascents. Of Solomon. Unless Jehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. Unless Jehovah watches over the city, the watchman guards in vain. When it arose in the will of the blessed Holy One to create the world, he issued from the spark of impenetrable darkness a single vaporous cluster, flashing from the dark, lingering in ascension. The darkness descended, gleaming, flaring in 100 paths, ways, narrow, broad, constructing the house of the world. This house stands in the center of all, countless doors and chambers round and round, supernal sacred sites, where birds of heaven nest, each according to its species. Within emerges an immense, mighty tree, its branches and fruit nourishing all. That tree climbs to the clouds of heaven, is hidden amid 3 mountains, emerges beneath these mountains, ascending, descending. This house is saturated by it within, it secretes numerous supernal hidden treasures, unknown. Thereby this house is constructed and decorated. That tree is revealed by day, concealed by night. This house rules by night, is concealed by day. As soon as darkness enters, enveloping, it rules all, doors close on every side. Then countless spirits soar through the air, desirous to know, to enter. Entering among those birds who collect testimony, they roam and see what they see, until that enveloping darkness arouses, radiating a flame, pounding almighty hammers, opening doors, splitting boulders. That flame ascends and descends, striking the world, arousing voices above and below. Then one herald ascends, bound to the air, and proclaims. That air issues from the pillar of cloud of the inner altar issuing, it spreads in the 4 directions of the world. 1,000 thousands stand on this side, a myriad of myriads on that side the right, and the herald stands erect, proclaiming potently. How many there are then who intone songs and render worship! 2 doors open, one on the south and one on the north. The house ascends and is placed between 2 sides, while hymns are chanted and praises rise. Then the one who enters silently, and the house glows with 6 lights lustering in every direction. Rivers of spices flow forth, watering all beasts of the field, as is said, watering all beasts of the field. Above them dwell the birds of heaven, singing among the branches they chant till morning rises, when stars and constellations, the heavens and their hosts all sing praises, as is said, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Unless Jehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. Unless Jehovah watches over the city, the watchman guards in vain. Unless Jehovah supernal King, constantly building this house, enhancing her. When as ritual aspirations ascend from below fittingly. Unless Jehovah watches over the city. When as night darkens and armed flanks hover, roaming the world, and doors close shut, then she is guarded on all sides lest the uncircumcised and impure approach her, as is said, for the uncircumcised and the impure will enter you no more, since the blessed Holy One intends to eliminate him from the world. Who is uncircumcised and who is impure? All is one, uncircumcised and impure, the one by whom Adam and his wife were seduced, inflicting death upon the world. He is the one who defiles this house, until the time when the blessed Holy One eliminates him from the world. So, unless Jehovah watches over the city, indeed. Jacob journeyed to Succos, journeying toward the share of faith. What is written above? Esau returned that day on his way to Seir, and it is written Jacob journeyed to Succos. But each one diverged to his own side. Esau, to the side of Seir. Who is Seir? Strange woman, alien god. Whereas Jacob journeyed to Succos, supernal faith. He built himself a house, as is written, house of Jacob. Rabbi Elazar said, he instituted evening prayer fittingly. And for his cattle he made Sukkot, sheds other Sukkot to protect them. This one is secular. Then, Jacob arrived Shalem, in peace, totally Shalem, complete, as they have established. And it is written Vive Shalem Succo, in Shalem was his abode, all one mystery. Then faith united with him. When he was complete, crowned in his appropriate sight, this succor was adorned along with him, for he was Shalom, consummated, by patriarchs, consummated by his sons. This is Shalom, complete above, complete below, complete in heaven, complete on earth. Complete above, for he is consummation of the patriarchs, complete below, through his holy sons. Complete in heaven, complete on earth, so in Shalom was his abode. What is written: immediately Dinah, Leah's daughter, went out, and the companions have established this. Countless rungs and aspects diverge above, each distinguished from the other, creatures differing from one another, these contending to dominate those, to tear prey, each according to its species. From the side of impure spirit, countless rungs diverge, all lying in wait to attack, these opposite those. Look at what is written: do not plow with an ox and a donkey together, for when they join, they attack the world. The sole craving of impure rungs is to attack holy sides. Since Jacob is holy, they all lie in wait for him and attack. First the serpent bit him, as is said, he touched the socket of his thigh, now a donkey bit him. There he himself stood up to the serpent. Now Simeon and Levi, deriving from severe judgment, stood up to the hammer, donkey, prevailing against him on all sides, so he was overwhelmed, as is said, Hammer and Shechem his son they slew by the edge of the sword. Simeon, who was an ox, his zodiacal sign, Taurus, struck Hammer, so that they would not join as one, becoming his attacker. All of them came to contend with Jacob, but he was delivered and afterward dominated them. Later came the ox, completed by donkeys, all of them from the side of the donkey. Joseph, who is an ox, Egyptians, who are donkeys, of whom is written, whose flesh is the flesh of donkeys, Ezekiel. So later the sons of Jacob fell among those donkeys, since they had coupled as one, and they all bit them, flesh and bone, until Levi aroused as before and scattered those donkeys, utterly breaking their strength. He removed the ox from there, as is written, Moses took the bones of Joseph with him. When Simeon attacked that hammer at first, he aroused blood upon them, for they were circumcised afterward, they killed every male. The blessed Holy One acted similarly by the hand of the Levite against those hammerim, donkeys first, blood then. Jehovah killed every firstborn here, concerning this hammer all their wealth, all their little ones, and all their animals, there, concerning those hammerim objects of silver and objects of gold, and a mixed multitude also went up with them, and sheep and cattle. Simeon and Levian stood up to this hammer, and one stood up to all those hammerim. All of them sought to conspire against holy Jacob and were poised to bite him, but together with his sons he stood up against them and subdued them. Now that Esau is biting him and his sons, who will stand up to him? Jacob and Joseph, one on this side, one on that side, as is written, the house of Jacob will be fire, the house of Joseph flame, and the house of Esau stubble. Obadiah. They journeyed onward, and the terror of God fell upon the towns around them. Rabbi Yos said, they all assembled, but as they girded their weapons they began trembling and abandoned them. So, they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. Get rid of the foreign gods, which they had taken from Shechem, silver and gold vessels engraved with images of their gods. Rabbi Yehuda said, these were idols made of silver and gold, and Jacob hid them there so that he wouldn't derive benefit from the aspect of idolatry, for one must never derive any benefit from it. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Hizkiah were walking on the way. Rabbi Hizkiah said to Rabbi Yehuda, why is it written, he took the crown of Malcolm from his head? Its weight was a talent of gold, with precious stones, and it was set on David's head. Now, we have learned that the abomination of the Ammonites is called Milcom, and this is the crown of Malcolm. Why was it set on David's head, and why is it described as abomination? Look, other false gods of the nations are described as gods of the nations, foreign god, whereas this one is called abomination. He replied, but the blessed Holy One calls all the false gods of the nations by this name, as is written, you have seen their abominations and their filthy idols. As to what you said concerning he took the crown of Malcolm, that this is Milcom, certainly so, but Ittai the Gittite, before converting, broke the image engraved on that crown, rendering it defective and thus permissible for use. So it was set on his head. Abomination of the Ammonites was a serpent engraved by incision on that crown, thus it is called abomination, filth. Rabbi Yitzchak said, get rid of the foreign gods, other women whom they had brought with them along with all their jewelry. So it is written, they gave Jacob all the foreign gods, referring to the women and all that idolatrous jewelry of silver and gold. Jacob buried them, so that they wouldn't derive any benefit at all from the aspect of idolatry. That Jacob was an entirely consummate man, cleaving to the blessed Holy One. What is written, let us rise and go up to Bethel, and I will build an altar there to the God who answered me on the day of my distress and was with me on the way that I went. Immediately, they gave Jacob. From here we learn that one should praise the blessed Holy One and thank him for the miracles and goodness he has performed for him, as is written, and was with me on the way that I went. First is written, let us rise and go up to Bethel. He included his sons with him. Then is written, and I will build an altar, not we will build an altar, but I will build an altar, excluding them from this. Why? Because the matter devolved upon him. Jacob surely arrayed evening prayer, it was he who built the altar, the matter rested with him because he endured all those misfortunes from the day he fled from his brother, as is written, and was with me on the way that I went. Whereas they arrived later in the world, so he did not include them. Rabbi Elazar said, from here we learn that the one for whom a miracle has been performed should himself offer thanks. Whoever eats bread at the table should himself offer blessing, not someone else who has eaten nothing. There he built an altar and called the place El Bethel, for their Elohim were revealed to him when he fled from his brother. There he built an altar to Jehovah. Concerning these altars it is not written that ascent offerings and sacrifices were offered, since the rung worthy of arrayal was arrayed. An altar to Jehovah arraying the lower rung, joining it to the upper rung, so there he built an altar lower rung to Jehovah upper rung. He called the place El Bethel, this name corresponding to an upper name for when it shines, then like mother, like daughter, and all is one. For their Elohim were revealed to him, since they appear only with Shekinah. Look, there are 70, appearing constantly together with Shekinah, thrones surrounding Shekinah. So, for their Elohim were revealed to him, for look at what is written, behold, Jehovah was standing upon it. God ascended from him at the place where he had spoken with him. Rabbi Shimon said, from here we learn that he became a holy chariot together with the patriarchs. Jacob is a supernal, holy chariot, poised to illumine the moon, a chariot by himself, as is written, God ascended from him. He opened, saying, who is a great nation that has God so close to it as Jehovah our God, in all our calling upon him? How beloved are Israel in the presence of the blessed Holy One among all nations of the world. No other nation or tongue has a God who hearkens to them as the blessed Holy One is ready to receive the prayers and pleas of Israel in their hour of need, hearing them pray on account of their wrong. The blessed Holy One named Jacob Israel, as is written, no longer will your name be called Jacob, but Israel will be your name. And he called his name Israel. Who called Shekinah, as is said, he called to Moses, Elohim said to him, they have established this above. Israel totally consummated, fittingly so he ascended his rung, perfected in this name. Therefore, he called his name Israel, as has been said. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Elazar, surely, as you have said, Jacob is consummation of the patriarchs, embracing all sides. He called his name Israel, as is written, no longer will your name be called Jacob, but Israel, and he called his name Israel. Why, then, does the blessed Holy One revert to calling him Jacob numerous times? Everyone calls him Jacob just as before. If so, why no longer will your name be called Jacob? He replied, well spoken. He opened, saying, Jehovah will go forth like a mighty one, like a warrior he will stir up his zeal. This verse has been established, but like a mighty one the verse should read a mighty one. Similarly, like a warrior it should read a warrior. However, as has already been said, Jehovah always conveys compassion. Certainly the blessed Holy One is named Jehovah, as is written, I am Jehovah, that is my name. Yet we see that sometimes he is called Elohim, which always conveys judgment. Really, when righteous abound in the world, his name is Jehovah, called by the name of compassion. When wicked abound in the world, his name is Elohim, called by the name Elohim. Similarly, when Jacob was not in the midst of enemies or in a foreign land, he was called Israel. When he was among enemies or in a foreign land, he was called Jacob. He said, the wording is still unsettling, for it is written, no longer will your name be called, yet we do call him so. And as for what you said when he was among enemies or in a foreign land, he was called Jacob. What is written, Jacob dwelled in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. Look, he wasn't in a foreign land. He replied, as I've already said, just as the blessed Holy One is called Jehovah, yet is sometimes called Elohim, so too he is sometimes called Israel and sometimes Jacob, all on well-known rungs. And as for what is said, no longer will your name be called Jacob, settling into this name. He said, if so, look at what is written, no longer will your name be called Abram, your name will be Abraham. He replied, there it is written, Vehir, will be, so he abided in that name, whereas here is not written Vehir, rather but Israel your will be, your name, not Vehir. Even once would have sufficed, all the more so, sometimes this, sometimes that. Once his sons were adorned with priests and Levites and ascended supernal rungs, he was crowned with this name permanently. While they were walking, Rabbi Yo said to Rabbi Lazar, it has already been said that when Rachel died, the house was possessed by one who needed to be fittingly arrayed in 12 tribes. Why did Rachel die immediately? He replied, so that Shekinah would be crowned properly, becoming mother of children. Through him she began to possess the house, to be arrayed. So Benjamin always inhabits the west, no other direction. Through him she began to be arrayed in 12 tribes. Through him kingdom of heaven began to manifest on earth. This mystery, any beginning about to manifest, is strained, so it entails a sentence of death, thereby settling. Here, as she was about to be arrayed, to possess the house, judgment was executed upon Rachel, then she settled, arrayed. When kingdom was about to manifest on earth, it began in judgment and did not settle fittingly in its sight until judgment aroused against Saul, according to his deeds. Then kingdom settled, arrayed. Every beginning is harsh, later, gentleness. On Rosh Hashanah, a harsh beginning, because the entire world is judged, each and every one according to his deeds. Later, gentleness, forgiveness, atonement. For beginning issues from the left, so its judgments are harsh. Later, right arouses, so, gentleness. In time to come, the blessed Holy One intends to arouse gently against the other nations. Later he will attack with harsh judgment, as is written, Jehovah will go forth like a mighty one, like a warrior. He will stir up his zeal at first, Jehovah, compassion then, like a mighty one, not a mighty one then, like a warrior, not a warrior. Then potency will manifest against them, empowered to destroy them, as is written, he will shout, yes, roar, overpowering his enemies. And it is written, then Jehovah will go forth and battle those nations, as when he battles on a day of war. And similarly, who is this coming from Edom, in crimsoned garments from Basra? As her soul was departing, for she was dying, she named him Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Jehovah is good, a stronghold in a day of trouble. He cares for those who seek refuge in him. Nahum, happy is the share of the human being who is strengthened by the blessed Holy One, for the strength of the blessed Holy One is potent. They have established Jehovah is good, as is said, Jehovah is good to all, a stronghold, strength of salvation, as is written, he is a stronghold of salvation for his anointed in a day of trouble, in a day when other nations trouble Israel. What is written, if you slacken in a day of trouble, how narrow is your strength? What does if you slacken mean? One who loses his grip on the blessed Holy One, not grasping him. How does one grasp the blessed Holy One firmly? By grasping Torah. For whoever grasps Torah grasps the tree of life, strengthening as it were assembly of Israel, invigorating her. But if one lets go of Torah, what is written, if you slacken, if one lets go of Torah, in a day of trouble, how narrow is your strength? On a day when trouble assails him, it is as if he constricts Shekinah, strength of the world. Alternatively, how narrow is your strength when a person slackens in Torah and follows an improper path? Countless foes lie in wait to accuse him on a day of trouble. Even his soul, his strength and power becomes his adversary, as is written, an adversary is your strength, for she confronts him as an adversary. Rabbi Abba said, when a person follows the paths of Torah and all his ways are properly aligned, countless advocates stand over him to speak well of him. He opened, saying, if he has an angel over him, an advocate, one among 1,000, to vouch for his uprightness, then he is gracious to him and says, "Spare him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom." These verses call for contemplation. Isn't everything revealed before the Blessed Holy One? Does he need an angel to announce good and evil? Well, he certainly does, for when a person has advocates to recall his merits in his presence and no accusers, then he is gracious to him and says, "Spare him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom." In this verse you will discover the lucidity of the word. It is written if he has an angel over him. If nothing further had been written, it would have been fine. But it is written an advocate, one among 1,000. Who is that? The angel appointed to accompany a person on the left side, as is written 1,000 may fall at your side, namely, the left side, for it is written 10,000 at your right. However, one among 1,000 is the evil impulse, who is one of those on the left, since he assents and obtains authorization. So if a person walks the way of truth, that evil impulse becomes his servant, as has been said, for it is written, "Better to be lightly esteemed and have a servant." Then he assents and is transformed into an advocate, declaring that person's merit in the presence of the Blessed Holy One. Then the Blessed Holy One proclaims, "Spare him from going down to the pit." Nevertheless, he does not return empty-handed, since another is delivered to him to overpower, to pluck his soul, since that person's sins precede, and he becomes ransom for this one, as is written, "I have found a ransom." Alternatively, "I have found a ransom." The merit that you mentioned is his ransom, redeeming him from dying and descending to hell. Therefore one should walk the way of truth, so that the accuser becomes an advocate. Similarly, on Yom Kippur, Israel gives him something, preoccupying him until he turns into their servant, ascending and testifying before the Blessed Holy One, becoming their advocate. Concerning this, Solomon said, "If your enemy is hungry, give him bread to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink," referring to the evil impulse. So, in a day of trouble, when one slackens in Torah, he thrusts the Blessed Holy One, as it were, toward that evil impulse, who becomes his accuser. How narrow is Kaheka, your strength, how constricted is Koko, the strength of Ko, for he approaches his presence to accuse and his power weakens. Jehovah is good, a stronghold in a day of trouble. Nahum. What is a day of trouble? When Esau came to attack Jacob. He cares for those who seek refuge in him when Dinah's misfortune befell him. The accuser confronts a person only in time of danger. Because Jacob delayed fulfilling the vow he had made before the Blessed Holy One, judgment was empowered by the accuser who denounced Jacob, demanding justice when Rachel was in danger. He said before him, "Look, Jacob made his vow and did not fulfill it. Even though he dominates all in wealth, children, and everything one needs, he still did not fulfill the vow he made before you, yet you have not punished him immediately." Rachel gave birth, and she had hard labor. What does this mean? She had hard judgment, was hardened above with the angel of death. Thereby Jacob was punished. Why? Because it is written, "If you have nothing with which to pay, why should he take your bed from under you?" Therefore Rachel died. Judgment was rendered by the angel of death. What did he do when Esau came? He placed the maids and their children first, Leah and her children behind them, and Rachel and Joseph behind them. Why? Because he feared for Rachel lest that wicked one gaze upon her beauty and attack him because of her. What else is written? The maids drew near, they and their children, and bowed. Leah too and her children drew near and bowed, females preceding males. But of Rachel, what is written afterward? Joseph and Rachel drew near, Joseph preceding his mother, covering her. So it is written, "A fruitful bough is Joseph, a fruitful bough Aleion, by a spring, for he expanded his body and covered his mother." Aleion, on account of an eye, on account of the eye of that wicked one. Here she was punished by the evil impulse, who denounced in time of danger, and Jacob was punished for not fulfilling the vow. This was more severe for Jacob than all the troubles that befell him. How do we know that it was due to him? For it is written, "Rachel died upon me on account of me, precisely because I delayed the vow." Rabbi Yos said, "It is written, a causeless curse lo tavo, goes nowhere, and they have established lo, to him, with a vav." Once the curse of a righteous man issues from his mouth, even unintentionally, that evil impulse snatches it and accuses with it in time of danger. Jacob said, "With whomever you find your God she shall not live," and even though he didn't know that Satan constantly present among humans snatched that word. Therefore we have learned a person should never open his mouth for Satan, because he seizes that word and accuses with it above and below, especially a word of the wise or righteous. For both of these, Rachel was punished, as her soul was departing, for she was dying. Rabbi Abba said, "Since scripture states as her soul was departing, don't we know that she was dying? But this is necessary, because it returned no more to the body and she died a bodily death. For there are humans whose souls depart yet return to their sights, as is said, his soul returned to him, their heart departed, my soul departed." As he spoke there was no soul left in him, kings. But as for this one, the soul departed and did not return to her sight. She named him Benoni for the harshness of judgment decreed against her. But Jacob restored and bound him to the right, since west must be bound to the right. Although he is Benoni, son of my sorrow, side of harsh judgment, yet he is Benjamin, son of the right, for he was bound to the right. She was buried by the road, as has been explained. This one's death and burial are revealed, while Leah's death and burial are not, although these four matriarchs share a mystery, as has been established. Jacob set up a pillar upon her grave. Rabbi Yos said, "Why so? Her sight would never be concealed until the day that the Blessed Holy One intends to revive the dead, as is said, until that very day." Rabbi Yehuda said, "Until the day that Shekinah returns to that site together with the exiles of Israel, as is said, there is hope for your future, declares Yehovah. Children will return to their land. The Blessed Holy One swore this oath to her, and as they return from exile, Israel are destined to stand by Rachel's grave and weep there, just as she wept over Israel's exile. So it is written, with weeping they will come, and there is reward for your labor at that moment. Rachel, who is by the road, is destined to rejoice along with Israel and Shekinah, as the companions have established." While Israel was dwelling in that land, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. Rabbi Elazar said, "While Israel was dwelling in that land, for Leah and Rachel had died, and the house was possessed by the possessor." Now, would you ever imagine that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah? Rather, as long as Leah and Rachel were alive, Shekinah hovered over them. Now that they had died, Shekinah did not depart from the house, but dwelled there with Bilhah, although Shekinah should have possessed the house fittingly. Yet unless Jacob appeared in a coupling of male and female, Shekinah would not have dwelled openly in the house. Therefore Shekinah stayed with Bilhah. Then Reuben came and, seeing Bilhah inheriting his mother's place, he disheveled the bed. Because Shekinah was present there, it is written of him, he lay with Bilhah. Rabbi Yisra said that he slept on that bed, showing disrespect for Shekinah. So he was not disqualified from the count of the tribes, as immediately enumerated by the verse. Therefore it is written, Jacob's firstborn, Reuben, appointing him head of all the tribes. Rabbi Yehuda opened, "The ways of Yehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, while transgressors stumble in them." Hosea. All the ways of the Blessed Holy One are entirely right, his paths true, but inhabitants of the world neither know nor consider the foundation of their existence. So, the righteous walk in them, since they know the ways of the Blessed Holy One and engage in Torah. For whoever engages in Torah knows and contemplates the ways of the Blessed Holy One, following them without straying right or left. While transgressors stumble in them, those wicked ones who neither engage in Torah nor contemplate his ways nor know which way they are going, since they fail to contemplate and engage in Torah, they stumble on those ways in this world and in the world that is coming. When any person who engages in Torah leaves this world, his soul ascends by those ways and paths of Torah, ways and paths well known. Those who know ways of Torah in this world follow them in that world when they leave this world. But if they haven't engaged in Torah in this world and don't know the ways and paths, then when they leave this world they don't know how to walk those ways and paths, they stumble in them. Such a person follows other ways, not ways of Torah, and countless punishments are aroused against him, inflicted upon him. Of one who engages in Torah, what is written, when you lie down, she will protect you, will awake, and she will speak for you when you lie down in the grave. Torah will protect you from the judgment of that world. You will awake when the Blessed Holy One awakens spirits and souls, reviving the dead. She will speak for you, becoming an advocate for the body, so that those bodies who engaged fully in Torah will rise fittingly. These will be the first to rise for eternal life, as is said, many of those who sleep in the dust will awake these to everlasting life. These are destined for everlasting life because they absorbed themselves in everlasting life Torah. The bodies of all those who engaged in Torah endure, protected by Torah. How so? At that time the Blessed Holy One will arouse a single wind comprising 4 winds, and that wind comprising 4 winds is intended for all those who engaged in Torah, to revive them for eternal existence. Now, you might say, look at what is written, come from the 4 winds, O wind Ezekiel, why didn't they survive? They all died as before. At the time that the Blessed Holy One raised the dead through Ezekiel, that wind, though composed of 4 winds, did not descend in order to sustain them enduringly. Rather, it was to demonstrate that the Blessed Holy One will one day revive the dead in that manner, sustaining them by the wind comprised in this manner. Even though the bones returned then to their former state, the Blessed Holy One wanted to show the whole world that he will one day revive the dead. So what is written of that wind destined to descend into the righteous come from the 4 winds, O wind, a wind comprising 4, since the Blessed Holy One intends to sustain them enduringly, fittingly in the world. Whoever has engaged in Torah in this world, she stands over him as his advocate in the presence of the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Shimon said, all those words of Torah, all that Torah in which a person engaged in this world, those very words of Torah stand in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, reciting themselves before him. She calls out, unwarningly. At that time she will speak, conveying what the person attained, how he strived in this world. So they will rise enduringly for eternal life, as we have said. Therefore, the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, while transgressors stumble in them. Rabbi Yehuda opened. Now Eli was very old. He heard of all that his sons did to all Israel, and how they lay with the women who assembled at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Could you ever imagine that priests of Jehovah would do such a thing? Look, their sin is already stated explicitly in Scripture, as is written, for the men treated Jehovah's offering with contempt, and this was the priest's practice with the people. When each man would offer a sacrifice, even before the fat was burned, the priest's lad would come and say to the man who was sacrificing, hand over meat to roast for the priest. He would say, no, hand it over now, and if not, I'll take it by force. Therefore, the sin of the young men was very great. Now, everything that they took was only from those portions intended for the priests to eat, but because they treated the offering lightly, they were punished. Yet here Scripture states how they lay with the women who assembled. Perish the thought that they committed this sin, especially in that sacred place. All of Israel would have risen up and killed them. Rather, they delayed their entrance into the sanctuary, prohibiting them from entering to pray until the sacrifices had been offered, because they didn't bring sacrifices that included a priestly portion. So they delayed them, and those women would plead with them to enter. Therefore it is written how they lay with the women, delaying them, as we have said. Similarly, he lay with Bilhah. Perish the thought that he lay with her, rather, he prevented her from performing conjugal enjoyment with his father by disheveling the bed. He committed this act in the presence of Shekinah, for wherever conjugal enjoyment is fulfilled, Shekinah hovers over that place, manifesting there, and whoever prevents conjugal relations causes Shekinah to depart from the world. So it is written, for when you mounted your father's bed, you defiled the one who mounted my couch. Therefore it is written, he lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard. And the sons of Jacob were 12, all included in the count, their virtue undiminished. Rabbi Lazar said, why at first Israel and then Jacob, as is written, and Israel heard. And the sons of Jacob were 12, because when Reuben came and disheveled that bed, he said, Father was supposed to raise 12 tribes in the world, no more, yet now he wants to engender sons. Are we defective, so that he wants to engender others all over again? Immediately he disheveled the bed, and intercourse was foiled, disgracing Shekinah, as it were, who hovered over that bed. So it is written, and Israel heard, since by this name he ascended into 12 concealed ones, 12 rivers of pure balsam. And the sons of Jacob were 12 tribes in which Shekinah is arrayed. Who are they? The ones enumerated again by Torah, as before, all of them holy, all of them deemed worthy by Shekinah to attain the holiness of their Lord. For if he had committed that act, Reuben would not have entered into the count. Nevertheless, he was punished by being deprived of his birthright, which was given to Joseph, as is said, the sons of Reuben, firstborn of Israel, he was the firstborn, but when he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given to Joseph. Blessed be the name of the blessed Holy One forever and ever, for all his acts are true, his way just, and everything he does accords with supernal wisdom. How decisive human action is, for everything a person does is inscribed enduringly before the blessed Holy One. Look, when Jacob entered into Leah, all that night his heart's desire focused on Rachel, since he thought she was Rachel. From that conjugal union, from that first drop, from that desire, Leah conceived, as they have established. For if Jacob had not been unaware, Reuben would not have attained the count. So he didn't attain a recognized name, but rather an unspecified name, Reuven, see, a son. Nevertheless, the action returned to its site. Just as the original desire was enacted for Rachel, that desire reverted to her, for the birthright reverted to Joseph, Rachel's firstborn. The site of desire was Rachel, and all ascends to its site, since all acts of the blessed Holy One are entirely true and just. One day Rabbi Hizkiah found Rabbi Yo sizzling a dribbling bronchus in smoldering fire, and a cloud of smoke ascended. He said to him, if the cloud of smoke from the sacrifice offered upon the altar had risen continuously like this, wrath would not have prevailed in the world, and Israel would not have been exiled from the land. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, who is this rising from the wilderness like columns of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all powders of the merchant? Who is this rising? When they were walking in the wilderness, Shekinah walked in front of them and they followed her, as is written, Jehovah was going before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to guide them on the way. So it is written, thus says Jehovah, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness. Shekinah walked on, accompanied by all those clouds of glory. When Shekinah journeyed, they would journey, as is written, when the cloud lifted from over the tent, then the children of Israel would journey as she ascended. That cloud ascended on high, and all inhabitants of the world saw and asked, who is this rising from the wilderness like columns of smoke? That cloud of Shekinah appeared as smoke. Why? Because the fire kindled by Abraham for his son Isaac clung to her, never leaving, merging with her, so smoke arose. Nevertheless, Mekateret, perfumed, with myrrh and frankincense. What does Mekateret mean? Mitkatera, linked, with two other sides, cloud of Abraham on the right, cloud of Isaac on the left. With all powders of the merchant Jacob. Alternatively Joseph the righteous, for Joseph's coffin accompanied her. Why Rachel, merchant? Because he used to Rachel, peddle slander, against his brothers to his father. Alternatively, why Rachel? Because just as the hands of a merchant are filled with bundles of costus and powdered clay, so Joseph is fulfillment of Torah, fulfilling her, because all commandments of Torah are linked with preserving the Holy Covenant. So Shekinah is linked with Abraham and Isaac. Jacob and Joseph are as one, sharing a single image, as is written, these are the generations of Jacob Joseph. So, with all powders of the merchant, for all is watered from the sight of the flowing, gushing river, and all faces glow. When Israel dwelled in the land and brought offerings, they all drew near to the blessed Holy One fittingly. When the offering was performed and the smoke ascended in a straight column, they knew that the smoke of the altar kindled the lamp intended to be kindled, all faces glowing, lamps ablaze. Ever since the temple was destroyed, not a single day passes without wrath and rage, as is said, God rages every day. Joy has dissipated above and below. Israel wanders in exile, under the dominion of alien gods. Thus the verse is fulfilled there, you will serve other gods. Why all this? On account of what is written, because you did not serve Jehovah your God in joy and in gladness of heart, for the abundance of everything. What does this mean? For the abundance of everything here, for the abundance of everything there, in lack of everything, until the blessed Holy One arouses and redeems them from among the nations, as is said, Jehovah your God will return your captivity and have compassion on you. If your banished lie at the ends of heaven, from there Jehovah your God will gather you, from there he will take you. These are the offspring of Esau, that is, Edom. During Isaac's lifetime the sons of Esau were not enumerated, as were the sons of Jacob, who were enumerated before Isaac died. But as for Esau, what is written, Isaac expired and died and was gathered to his kin, old and sated with days. Following this, what is written, these are the offspring of Esau, that is, Edom. Why? Because only Jacob and his sons partake of his share, his allotted portion. So Jacob and his sons are the share of the blessed Holy One and enter the count, whereas Esau, who does not share the side of faith, is counted after Isaac died, his share deviating to another site. After Isaac died and Esau separated to his side, what is written, Esau took his wives and he went to a land away from his brother, Jacob, relinquishing to Jacob both principal and profit bondage of Egypt and the land. He sold him his share of the cave of Machpelah and left the land, the faith, and his share, abandoning all. How completely fine was Jacob's share, since Esau no longer remained with him, but parted from him, going off to his own allotted share, leaving Jacob in possession of the heritage of his father and his ancestors. So, he went to a land away from his brother, Jacob. What does this mean, away from his brother, Jacob? That he did not want his inherited portion or his share of faith. Happy is the share of Jacob, of him is written, for Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the children of Israel. Rabbi Yisa opened, Behold, I make you least among the nations, you are utterly despised. Obadiah. When the blessed Holy One fashioned the world, he divided earth into 7 regions, subdivided according to 70 appointed princes, distributing them among 70 nations, each and every one fittingly, as is said, when the Most High allotted the nations, when he dispersed humankind. Of all those princes rendered to other nations, none is as despised before him as the Archon of Esau. Why? Because the side of Esau is a defiled side, and the side of defilement is despicable before the blessed Holy One. He issues from those inferior rungs behind the millstones, avoid of Rubik and Quaristus. So, behold, I make you least among the nations, you are utterly despised. Corresponding to what is written, on your belly shall you go and dust shall you eat all the days of your life, utterly, as is said, cursed are you among all animals and among all beasts of the field. Within lower rungs lie rungs upon rungs, all differing from one another, all concatenated, linked with one another. Each kingdom separate from the other, kingdom interlinked with kingdom, one entering, one ascending, embraced by a single nexus. That nexus has a single measure, 3 triple nexuses to that measure. Within each nexus, a single crown, within each crown, a single suzerain, empowered by coronation above, empowered and descending below, until stars and constellations are linked with it, one star, one constellation distributed among each and every one. All stars are destined in those rungs above, every rung crowned in certain suitable sites. As rungs diverge, you discover a pistachio cluster, until they link to their suitable sides. Sides of rungs of defilement on the left all diverge into countless ways and paths, flanks of red potencies. So potencies dangle below, millions and billions. Therefore, behold, I make you least among the nations, you are utterly despised, as we have said. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom on the side of his rung of Esau, as is said, Esau, that is, Edom, all issuing from the side of impure spirit. Before any king reigned over the children of Israel, for they are rungs standing at the gatehouse below, first of all. So Jacob said, Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant, since his rungs enter first. So, before any king reigned over the children of Israel, for the time had not yet come for kingdom of heaven to reign, embracing the children of Israel. Therefore he said, Let my Lord pass on ahead of his servant. Once these rungs terminated, kingdom of heaven aroused to reign over those below. It began with the youngest of all the tribes, Benjamin, as is said, there is young Benjamin, ruling them, through him kingdom began to arouse, later arriving at its site, firmly established, never to depart. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Now hear, O Jacob my servant, Israel whom I have chosen, thus says Jehovah who makes you, who forms you in the womb and will help you, fear not, my servant Jacob, Jeshurun whom I have chosen. How often the Blessed Holy One has promised to entitle Israel to the world that is coming, for he desired no nation or people for his share other than Israel alone, so he gave them the Torah of truth, enabling them to prove themselves worthy and know the ways of the Blessed Holy One, so that they could inherit the Holy Land. For whoever attains this Holy Land has a share in the world that is coming, as is said, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever, as already noted. 3 rungs here: first Jacob, then Israel, then Jeshurun. Jacob, as already established Israel, similarly, although the rungs are as one. Jeshurun. Why is Israel called by this name, but Israel and Jeshurun are entirely one? Jeshurun, as is said, Yeshua, he lines up men, for he obtains Shura, a row, on this side and on that side, and because of these 2 Shurin, rows, he is called Jeshurun, and this is Israel. Israel, because he acquires grandeur and power from all Jeshurun, because of those portions, 2 sides, 2 rows that we have mentioned. All is one, those names all amount to one. Jacob, my servant, sometimes he resembles a servant commanded by his master, carrying out his will. Similarly, Israel, whom I have chosen, Wila Ashrah, to hover over him. All in supernal mystery. It is written, he who creates you, O Jacob, he who forms you, O Israel, and it is written, thus says Jehovah who makes you. All these rungs mount up to one, as they have established, creates, forms, makes, all of them rungs one above the other, and all are one. Happy is the share of Israel, in whom the Blessed Holy One delights above all other nations, for concerning all of them is written, they are vanity, objects of mockery. In the time of their punishment they will perish, when one day the Blessed Holy One will eliminate them from the world, and he alone will remain, as is said, Jehovah alone will be exalted on that day. Rabbi Yehuda opened, do not fear, O worm Jacob, O men of Israel, I myself will help you, declares Jehovah. Your Redeemer is the Holy One of Israel. All nations of the world have been rendered to certain ruling archons, as has been said, and they all follow their false gods, as is written, for all the nations will walk each in the name of its god, shedding blood, waging war, stealing, robbing, fornicating, mingling with numerous evil doings. They intensify their power to harass, while Israel has no power to overcome them except through its mouth, like a worm whose only power and strength lies in its mouth, by its mouth penetrating all. So Israel is called worm. Further, do not fear, O worm Jacob, no creature in the world resembles a tussar silkworm, from which all garments of glory exude royal tussar. Afterward it sows seed and dies, afterward from that surviving seed coming into being as before, existing enduringly. So Israel is like this worm, though dying, it will re-exist in the world as before, as has been said, since it is written, for as clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand, O house of Israel. What does kaoma, as clay, mean? The oma, material, of glass, which even if broken can be recast, mended as before. Meet here Israel, O mortal men of Israel, tree of life, for since Israel cleave to the tree of life, they will possess life rising from the dust, abiding in the world, becoming a single people to serve the Blessed Holy One, as is said, so they may all call upon the name of Jehovah and serve him shoulder to shoulder. Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Yitzchak were walking on the way when the time arrived for reciting Shema. Rabbi Lazar stood, recited Shema, and prayed. Afterward, Rabbi Yitzchak said to him, but we have learned that before a person sets out on the way, he should obtain permission from his Lord and pray his prayer. He replied, because when I set out, it wasn't time for prayer and the time for reciting Shema had not arrived. Now that the sun is shining I've prayed, but before I set out on the way, I made my request from him and consulted him. But I didn't pray this prayer, because I was engaged in Torah from midnight, and from the time morning arrived up till now, it wasn't time to pray the prayer, because as darkness of dawn appears, a wife converses with her husband, in mystery as one, since she has to retire to the dwelling along with her maidens who sit with her. So one should not interrupt their words, uniting as one, and interpose another word between. Now that the sun is shining, it's time to pray, as they have established, for it is written, Urorka, may they revere you, with the sun. What does with the sun mean? Carrying the light of the sun with us to illumine her. For Ura, reverence, must accompany sun, not dividing them. As long as day doesn't shine, reverence is not with sun, and they must be joined as one. This is with the sun. They walked on. When they reached a field, they sat down. Raising their eyes, they saw a mountain, whose peak was being scaled by strange creatures. Rabbi Yitzchak became frightened. Rabbi Lazar asked him, "Why are you afraid?" He replied, "I see that this mountain is fierce, and I see these creatures who are strange, and I'm scared they'll attack us." He said, "If someone is frightened, it is the sins he possesses of which he should be frightened. These aren't those fierce creatures who used to haunt the mountains." He opened, saying, "These are the sons of Zebon, Ara and Anna. That is the Anna who in the wilderness discovered the Yemim." This verse has been established, but not those of whom is written the Yemim formerly dwelled there, but rather those of whom Scripture states who in the wilderness discovered the Yemim, spelled Yemim. These were strange creatures, for when Cain was banished from the face of the earth, as is said here, "You have driven me today from the face of the earth," and similarly he dwelled in the land of Nod, as they have established among his descendants were those inhabiting the side of spirits, whirlwinds, and demons. These existed because as the day was about to be sanctified, enduring spirits were created from that side, bodiless spectres. These derive neither from the Sabbath day nor the sixth day, both of whom remain uncertain about them, so they are sustained by neither one. Spreading through the side of Cain, they materialized on that side, though not enduringly. They are called Yemim defective, for they were not fulfilled on either day. They appear to human beings, and he found them. They taught him how to bring bastards into the world. Roaming the mountains, they assume a body once a day, then strip themselves. This Anna was a bastard, for Zebon copulated with his mother and engendered a bastard. This one issued from the side of impure spirit that clung to him, so he found them, and they taught him all species of the side of defilement. These and countless others, branching out, all derive from that side, roaming the wilderness, visible there, since desolate wilderness is their habitation. So whoever walks in the ways of the blessed Holy One, and fears him, has no fear of them. They walked on and entered the mountains. Rabbi Yitzchak said, "Are all desolate mountains likewise the site of their habitation?" He replied, "So it is, and of all those engaging in Torah is written, Yehovah will guard you from all evil, he will guard your life. Yehovah will guard your going and your coming, now and forever." Rabbi Lazar opened, "Hallelujah, I praise Yehovah with all my heart." In the council of the upright, in the assembly, this verse has been established, but all his days, King David would engage in the worship of the blessed Holy One, rising at midnight, praising and offering thanks in hymns of praise, to array his sight in kingdom above. For when a north wind aroused at midnight, he knew that at the same moment the blessed Holy One aroused in the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous. So he rose at that moment and invigorated himself with songs and praise until morning arose. For we have established that when the blessed Holy One appears in the Garden of Eden, he and all the righteous in the garden together listen to his voice, as is written, "Companions, listen for your voice, let me hear." Moreover, a thread of love is drawn upon him by day, as is said, "By day Yehovah directs his love, in the night his song is with me." Moreover, those words of Torah that he utters all are sent to be adorned before the blessed Holy One. Therefore King David would engage at night in the worship of his Lord. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Of all those songs and praises chanted by David, we have learned that the highest is Hallelujah, as has been established. Why? Because it embraces name and praise as one. What does name and praise mean? Name is Yah, who is praise, assembly of Israel, who arranges praise constantly for the blessed Holy One, never subsiding, as is said, "O God, do not be silent, do not be quiet or still, O God, for she is constantly arranging and praising, arranged praise for him." So, name and praise as one. I praise Yehovah with all my levav, heart, as they have established with the good impulse and the evil impulse, for they constantly accompany a person, as is said, with all levavik ha, your heart. This has been affirmed. In the council of the upright, in the assembly, this is Israel, by whom all rungs are adorned, priests and Levites, righteous and devout, the upright, in the assembly, as is said, in the assembly of God. These are the mystery by which the blessed Holy One is adorned. Therefore a person should praise his Lord constantly, since he delights in songs of praise. If one knows how to praise the Blessed Holy One fittingly, he receives his prayer and saves him, as is written, I will set him on high, for he knows my name. When he calls on me, I will answer him. I am with him in distress. I will rescue him and honor him. With length of days will I satisfy him, and show him my salvation. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, You are my hiding place. You protect me from the adversary. You surround me with shouts of deliverance. Selah, you are my hiding place, Blessed Holy One, who is a hiding place and shield for one who walks the ways of Torah, so he is hidden in the shadow of his wings and cannot be harmed. You protect me from the adversary from above and below. Above, a human has an archenemy, below too. Who is that? The evil impulse. Adversary above, adversary below. Were it not for the evil impulse, a person wouldn't find a foe in the world. So, you protect me from the adversary. Tisovani, you surround me, with shouts of deliverance. Selah, the verse should read Yizovani, they surround me. Why Tisovani, you surround me? Because these are the songs encompassing rungs of salvation. You surround me with them to save me on the way. This verse is orderly and backward, in either direction. Within these songs of praise uttered by David lie mysteries, supernal words of mysterious wisdom, since they all were uttered through the Holy Spirit, for Holy Spirit alighted upon David and he sang. So all of them were uttered as mysteries of wisdom. Rabbi Lazar opened, saying, You pushed me hard, so that I would fall, but Jehovah helped me. You pushed me hard. The verse should read, They pushed me hard. Why you pushed me hard? This is the other side, who constantly pushes a person, seeking to push him away and lead him astray from the Blessed Holy One. This is the evil impulse, constantly accompanying a person. To him David retorted, You pushed me hard, so that I would fall, because he strove against him with all those afflictions to turn him from the Blessed Holy One. Of him, David said, You pushed me hard, so that I would fall into hell. But Jehovah helped me, for I was not delivered into your hand. So a person should beware of him, lest he dominate. Then the Blessed Holy One guards him on all his ways, as is written, Then you will walk your way safely and not injure your foot. When you walk, your stride will be unconstricted. If you run, you will not stumble. Similarly, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Rabbi Yehuda said, Happy are Israel, for the Blessed Holy One protects them in this world and in the world that is coming, as is written, Your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. Parashat Vayeshev. He dwelled. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but Jehovah delivers him from them all. How intensely a person is attacked, from the day that the Blessed Holy One endows him with a soul to exist in this world. For as soon as a human emerges into the atmosphere, the evil impulse lies ready to conspire with him, as has been said, for it is written, At the opening crouches sin, right then the evil impulse partners him. That it is so, for animals all protect themselves from the day they are born, fleeing from fire and all menacing sights, yet a human being is ready at once to fling himself into fire, because the evil impulse dwells within him, instantly luring him into evil ways. We have established what is written, Better a poor and wise child than an old and foolish king who no longer knows how to heed warning. Better a child, the good impulse, who is a child, just recently with a person, accompanying him only from the age of 13, as has been said, than a king, the evil impulse, who is called king, ruling over humanity in the world. Old and foolish, for he is surely old, as already established, since as soon as a person is born, emerging into the atmosphere, he accompanies that person. So he is an old and foolish king, who no longer knows how lahizah, to heed warning. It is not written lahazah, to give warning, but rather lahizah, to heed warning, because he is a fool, of whom Solomon said, The fool walks in darkness, for he issues from dregs of darkness, deprived of light forever. Rabbi Shimon said, Better a poor and wise child. Who is a child? This has been established and explained. However, better a child, as is written, I was a youth, and now I am old. This is the youth who is a poor child, possessing nothing at all of his own. Why is he called youth? Because he is renewed, for the moon renews herself constantly, and he is constantly youthful. Poor, as we have said. And wise, because wisdom dwells within him. than an old king the evil impulse, as has been said, for since the first day he existed, he has never escaped his defilement. And he is foolish, all his ways evil, leading humans astray, not knowing how to heed warning. He sidles up to people with ploys, alluring them from the good way to the evil. This is why he hastens to be with a person from the day he is born, so that he will trust him. For look, when the good impulse arrives, the person cannot believe him and considers him a burden. Similarly, we have learned who is cunningly wicked, one who pleads his case in front of the judge before the other party arrives, as is said the first to plead his case seems right. Similarly, this cunning wicked one, as is said the serpent was cunning, he arrives first, dwelling with a person before his counterpart comes to rest upon him. Since he appears first, pleading his case with him, when his counterpart the good impulse arrives, the person finds him obnoxious and cannot raise his head, as if he loaded on his shoulders all the burdens of the world, because of that cunning wicked one who reached him first. Concerning this, Solomon said, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heeded because the other anticipated him. So whoever accepts a person's words before his counterpart arrives, acts as if he accepts belief in another, false god. Rather, till the other comes and examines him. This is the way of the righteous, for a righteous person does not believe that cunningly wicked evil impulse before his counterpart, the good impulse, arrives. Because of this, people stumble in the world to come. However, one who is righteous, in awe of his Lord, endures many afflictions in this world so as not to trust and consort with that evil impulse, and the blessed Holy One delivers him from them all, as is written, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but Jehovah delivers him from them all. It is not written many are outla Sadiq, the afflictions for the righteous, but rather Sadiq, of the righteous, because the blessed Holy One delights in that human being and delivers him from everything in this world and in the world that is coming. Happy is his share. How many afflictions befell Jacob in his effort not to cling to that evil impulse, to keep it away from his portion. Because of that he suffered numerous ills and had no peace. He opened, saying, I had no ease, no quiet, no rest, and turmoil came. How many afflictions the righteous endure in this world, affliction after affliction, pain upon pain, to render them worthy of the world that is coming. How Jacob suffered affliction upon affliction constantly, as is said, I had no ease in the house of Laban, from whom I could not be rescued, no quiet from Esau, that suffering inflicted on me by his prince, and later the fear of Esau himself. No rest on account of Dinah and Shechem, and turmoil came, the turmoil and confusion of Joseph, most severe of them all. Out of Jacob's love for Joseph, mystery of covenant, he entered Egypt, for later it is written, I have remembered my covenant, so that Shekinah would be present there with him. Jacob dwelled in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. A rabbi Yos opened, the righteous one perishes, and no one takes it to heart, the righteous one perishes. When the blessed Holy One gazes upon the world and finds it unfit, and judgment is poised to prevail in the world, the blessed Holy One removes the righteous one from among them, so that judgment will befall all the others and no one will be found to shield them. For as long as a righteous person dwells in the world, judgment cannot dominate the generation. How do we know from Moses, as is written, he said that he would annihilate them had not Moses, his chosen one, stood in the breach before him. So the blessed Holy One takes the righteous one from among them, plucking him from the world, and then exacts retribution, collecting his due. The conclusion of the verse that me penny, because of evil the righteous one was taken away. Before evil comes to prevail in the world, the righteous one is taken away. Alternatively, that because of evil the evil impulse. Jacob was consummation of the patriarchs prepared to endure exile, but because he was righteous, judgment was postponed, not dominating the world. For through all Jacob's days, judgment did not befall the world, and famine was nullified. Through all the days of Joseph, image of his father, judgment did not befall the world, since he protected them all his days. As soon as he died, exile immediately befell them, as is said, Joseph died, followed by come, let us deal shrewdly with them, and they embittered their lives with harsh labor. Similarly, wherever a righteous person exists and dwells upon earth, judgment does not prevail, as has been said. Jacob dwelled in the land of Megair-Aviv, his father's sojournings. What does Megair-Aviv mean? As is said, Maga, terror, all around, because all his days he was terribly frightened. Jacob dwelled in the land of Megair-Aviv, his father's sojournings. Rabbi Lazar said, dwelling in, linked with that site gripped by darkness, land of Megair-Aviv, his father's terror, precisely in the land of Canaan, site linked to its site. Megair-Aviv, harsh judgment. In the land of Megair-Aviv, as has been said, that lenient judgment joined to harsh judgment. There Jacob dwelled, embracing it. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, after Jacob settled, sun coupling with moon, he began to generate offspring. Who is it that generated offspring? Scripture resumes, saying Joseph. For that flowing, gushing river generates offspring, since its waters never cease, generating offspring in this land, from which generations issue to the world. For although the sun draws near the moon, only that rung called righteous one bears fruit. Joseph is the rung of Jacob, bearing fruit, issuing offspring to the world. So, these are the generations of Jacob. Joseph. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph. Anyone gazing at the image of Joseph would say, this is the image of Jacob, that of all Jacob's sons. It is not written these are the generations of Jacob, except for Joseph, whose image matched his father's. 17 years old. Rabbi Abba said, the Blessed Holy One hinted to him Joseph was 17 years old when he lost him, and for the rest of his days, not seeing Joseph, he wept over those 17 years. And just as he wept over them, the Blessed Holy One granted him another 17 years of living in the land of Egypt in joy, honor, and fulfillment, with Joseph his son as king and surrounded by all his children. For him, those 17 years were true life. Therefore, he was 17 years old when he lost him. Rabbi, he ear opened, so listen to me, men of understanding. Far be it from God to do evil, from Shaddai to do wrong, for according to a human's deeds he repays him, and provides for him according to his ways. When the Blessed Holy One created the world, he based it on justice, and through justice it endures. All doings of the world hinge on justice. However, in order to preserve the world, that it not perish, he spread compassion over it, and this compassion restrains justice, so that the world will not be destroyed. By compassion the world is conducted and thereby endures. Now, you might say that the Blessed Holy One executes judgment upon a person unjustly. But as already explained, when judgment befalls someone who is innocent, this is because of his love for him. For the Blessed Holy One loves him passionately, drawing him near. He crushes the body to empower the soul, then the person is drawn to him in love fittingly, the soul dominant, the body weakened. One needs a weak body and a strong soul, invigorated vitally, then he becomes the beloved of the Blessed Holy One. When the soul is weak and the body strong, he is the enemy of the Blessed Holy One, who takes no pleasure in him. So the righteous one who is constantly crushed is the beloved of the Blessed Holy One, though this applies only when he has examined himself and discovered no sin deserving of punishment. Here one should contemplate several aspects. First, we see that Shekinah does not dwell in a place of sorrow, in a place without joy. If there is no joy, Shekinah does not abide there, as is said, now bring me a minstrel. And then, as the minstrel was playing, the Spirit of God came upon him. Kings, for surely Shekinah does not dwell in a place of sadness. How do we know from Jacob? Because he grieved over Joseph, Shekinah departed from him. As soon as the joyful news about Joseph reached him, immediately the spirit of Jacob their father revived. But here with this righteous one who is crushed, weakened by pain, where is joy? He is in sorrow, with no joy at all. Further, we see that many of the beloved were righteous in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, yet were not crushed by sickness or pain, nor were their bodies ever weakened. Why aren't these like those? Those were broken, while these endured physically fit. Now, you might say that these exist enduringly, fittingly, because they are righteous, born of righteous, as has been established, whereas those others are righteous but not born of righteous. But we see righteous born of righteous, even one whose father is righteous born of righteous, and he himself is righteous. Why is his body broken by pain, all his days in anguish? But here lies a mystery, since all actions of the Blessed Holy One are true and just, for according to a human's deeds he repays him, and according to his ways he provides for him. I have discovered in books of the ancients a certain mystery, along with another mystery, one that is two. For there are times when the moon is defective, abiding in judgment, unaccompanied by the sun. Yet constantly, every moment, she has to issue souls into human beings, as she gathered them previously. Now she releases them, while subsisting on judgment. Whoever obtains her at such a time will always be diminished, accompanied by poverty, continually broken by judgment throughout his life, except that prayer annuls all decrees, so through prayer he can ascend. When that rung is complete and the flowing, gushing river performs with her, then through the soul issuing, poured into a person, he becomes totally complete in wealth, in children, in bodily soundness, all because of that flowing, gushing flux of destiny, uniting with that rung, now fulfilled and blessed. So all depends upon mazala, flux of destiny, concerning which we have learned children, life, and sustenance do not depend on merit, but on mazala. For merit does not pertain until she is filled and illumined by the flux. So all those crushed in this world yet truly righteous are all crushed and sentenced justly. How so? Because that soul is decisive. Consequently, the Blessed Holy One has compassion on them in the world that is coming. Rabbi Lazar said, everything done by the Blessed Holy One is just, in order to purify that soul and bring her to the world that is coming. Thus all his deeds are just and true, to remove from her the filth she received in this world, so that body is broken and the soul purified. That is why the Blessed Holy One makes the righteous one suffer affliction and pain in this world to be totally cleansed and attain eternal life. Of this is written, Jehovah refines the righteous literally, as has been said. Rabbi Shimon opened, but he shall not enter before the veil, and he shall not approach the altar, for he has a defect when that flowing, gushing river issues all those souls, and the female is impregnated. They all abide within, in a treasure house within, in the portico of a treasure house. And when the moon is tainted by the aspect of that evil serpent, all souls then issuing, although all pure, all holy, issue defectively, so all the sights those souls reach are crushed and damaged by much distress and pain. Yet after they are broken, these sights become the delight of the Blessed Holy One, even though the souls dwell in sorrow, not in joy. Mystery of the matter, abiding by the supernal pattern, body blemished, soul within corresponding precisely so, these must be renewed with the renewal of the moon. Of them is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me, all flesh, literally, for these will be totally renewed and must be renewed with the renewal of the moon. They share a single partnership with the moon, blemished by her defect, so she dwells amid them constantly, never abandoning them, as is said, and with the crushed and lowly in spirit. And similarly Jehovah is near to the broken-hearted, those who suffer that defect together with her, they are always near her. So, reviving the heart of the crushed, they will share in that vitality flowing to her as she is renewed. Those who suffered with her will be renewed with her. These are called chastenings of love, not of that person. Of love, for the light of lesser love was tainted when repelled from greater love. So these are companions partnered with her. Happy is their share in this world and in the world that is coming, for they have become worthy of being her companions. Of them is written, for the sake of my brothers and friends, I say, peace be within you. He opened, saying, see, my servant Yeskil, shall prosper, he shall be exalted and raised, and be very high. Happy is the share of the righteous, to whom the Blessed Holy One reveals ways of Torah, so that they may walk in them. This verse constitutes a supernal mystery. See, my servant shall prosper, they have established this, but when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he fashioned the moon and diminished her light, for she has nothing at all of her own. Because she diminished herself, she has to be illumined by virtue of the sun, by potency of supernal lights. When the temple was still standing, Israel engaged in sacrifices, ascent offerings, and rituals, performed by priests, Levites, and Israel, to join links and kindle lights. Once the temple was destroyed, light darkened, the moon is not illumined by the sun withdraws from her, so she is unillumined. As has been said, not a single day passes undominated by curses, sorrow, and pain. But of that time when the time arrives for the moon to shine, what is written? See, my servant Yeskil, shall shine, spoken of the moon. See, my servant Yeskil, shall be enlightened, mystery of faith. See, Yeskil, he shall be attentive, for an arousal is aroused above, like one who inhales a scent and is aroused la istakala, to investigate, contemplate. He shall be exalted, from a facet of light transcending all lights. Yerim, he shall be exalted, as is said, therefore Yerim he will arise, to show you compassion. And raised from the aspect of Abraham. And be high from the aspect of Isaac. Very from the aspect of Jacob. Although they have already established it, all is one in the mystery of wisdom. At that time the blessed Holy One will arouse supernal arousal to illumine the moon fittingly, as is said, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of the 7 days, so supernal spirit will be increased in her, and consequently all those dead in the dust will rouse. This is my servant, in whose hands lies the mystery of the keys of his Lord, as is written, his servant, elder of his household, as is said, Abraham said to his servant, elder of his household, the moon, as has been said, Metatron, messenger servant of his Lord. Elder of his household, as is said, I was a youth, and now I am old, who ruled over all that was his, for all colors appear in him, green, white, red. Place your hand under my thigh, righteous one, mystery of circumcision, sustaining pillar of worlds, for then this servant is appointed through mystery above to revive dwellers of the dust, becoming a messenger through spirit above, to restore spirits and souls to their sights, to those bodies that wore away and decayed beneath the dust. Ve Ashbaka, and I will have you swear, by Jehovah, God of heaven. What does Ve Ashbaka mean? To be garbed in mysteries of Sheva, 7, lights, mystery of supernal consummation. That you will not take a wife, the body beneath the dust, possessing endurance to rise from the dust. For all those who attained burial in the land of Israel will rouse first, as has been established, for it is written, your dead will live first, the dead of the land of Israel, my corpses will arise, the dead of other lands, all this for those bodies of Israel buried there, not for the bodies of other nations, by which the land is defiled. So, that you will not take a wife for my son. What does for my son mean? All souls of the world issuing from that flowing, gushing river are sons of the blessed Holy One. So, that you will not take a wife, the body. For my son, the soul. From the daughters of the Canaanite bodies of other nations, which the blessed Holy One will one day shake out of the Holy Land, as is said, so the wicked will be shaken out of it like someone shaking out a garment to eliminate its filth. Rather, to my land and to my kindred you will go, the Holy Land, preceding all other lands, as has been said. So, rather, to my land, the Holy Land, which is his, whereas other lands belong to those other archons. So, rather, to my land and to my kindred. Since it says to my land, why to my kindred? Because to my land accords with what has been said, while my kindred is Israel. What is written? The servant took, as has been said. 10 camels, 10 rungs, ruled by this servant, corresponding to the pattern above. From his Lord's camels, matching that pattern precisely, as has been said. This servant rules and is arrayed in them. With all the bounty of his Lord in his hand, all that bounty and the supernal spirits issuing from those lights and supernal lamps. With all the bounty of his Lord, performance performed by the sun with the moon. And he rose and went to Aram Naharaim, the site in the Holy Land where Rachel wept when the temple was destroyed. He had the camels kneel outside the city by the well of water, so that her powers and potencies would be invigorated fittingly before she enters to raise those bodies. At evening time. What does this mean? Sabbath eve, a time in the 6th millennium. At evening time, as is said, and to his labor until evening, and similarly foreshadows of evening are stretched. At the time when the water drawers come out, for then they are destined to rise and revive ahead of all other inhabitants of the world, those drawing waters of Torah, because they exerted themselves drawing from waters of Torah and embraced the tree of life. They will emerge first, since the tree of life causes them to rise first, as has been said. And the daughters of the townsmen are coming out. What does coming out mean? As is said, and earth will bring forth shades, for earth is destined to disgorge all bodies within her. So it is written, coming out. to draw water to absorb the soul, receiving her fittingly, arrayed suitably in her realm. May it be that the maiden to whom I say, please tip your jug so I may drink, because, as has been said, every soul of the world, existing in this world, who strove to know her Lord through the mystery of supernal wisdom, ascends and endures on a high rung, above all those who did not grasp or know. These are resurrected first, and this is the question that servant is poised to ask, to discover how did that soul occupy herself in this world. And she says to me, drink, yourself you should drink and be watered first, then after you and your camels too I will water. For all those other chariots, though watered by this rung, are all watered by the worship of the righteous who know how to serve their Lord properly, since the righteous know how to supply each and every rung fittingly. So, and your camels too I will water. Surely, she is the woman whom Jehovah has appointed for my Lord's son, surely that is the body destined for this supernal soul. What has been said, desire of male for female generates soul, desire of female for male ascends and blends with the one above, one and the other intermingling, generating soul. So, she is the woman, this is surely the body destined for that desire of soul issuing from the male. Those bodies are destined to rouse first, as we have said, and after these rise, all the rest in other lands will rise, be resurrected in full existence, renewed with the renewal of the moon. The world will be renewed, as originally, and of that time is written, Jehovah will rejoice in his works. Therefore, see, my servant Yeskil, shall discern restoring souls, every single one to its sight. He shall be exalted and raised, and be very high from the aspect of all those supernal rungs, as we have said. Just as many were appalled at you, his appearance marred beyond that of man. What has been said when the temple was destroyed and Shekinah was exiled in alien lands among them, what is written, behold, the Elohim cried outside, angels of peace weep bitterly. They all wept over this, linking weeping with mourning, all for Shekinah, exiled from her domain. Just as she changes from what she was, so too her husband no longer beams his radiance and is changed from what he was, as is written, the sun darkens as it rises. So it is written, his appearance marred beyond that of man. Alternatively, his appearance marred beyond that of man, spoken of this servant, whose form changed its hue. Alternatively, his appearance marred beyond that of man, as is written, I clothe the heavens in blackness, and make sackcloth their covering forever. Since the day that the temple was destroyed, the heavens have not sustained their radiance. Mystery of the matter, blessings abide solely in a place where male and female are found. This has been established, as is written, male and female he created them, and he blessed them. Therefore, his appearance marred beyond that of man. This corresponds to what is written, the righteous one Avad loses. It is not written Avad is lost, or Nevad is destroyed, but rather Avad loses, since blessings abide only in a place where male and female appear as one, as has been said. For look, at that time, male is not found with her, so all those souls issuing are transformed from how they were when sun joined with moon, as has been said. So, these are the generations of Jacob Joseph, as already explained. And he was a lad, for they never part, righteous one and righteousness are as one. Just as she is called by the name of the male, so he too is called by her name, as is written, and he was a lad. With the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah present among all of them, renewing them fittingly, delighting them, for all those branches and leaves are blessed by his joy. These are the generations of Jacob Joseph, as has been said, for Jacob's entire image inhaled in Joseph, and whatever happened to the one happened to the other, the two of them proceeding as one. This is the mystery of the letter Vav, both of whom proceed as one, for they constitute a single mystery, a single image. Joseph brought a bad report of them. They have explained that he used to tell his father that they were eating the limb of a living creature while it was still alive. Joseph brought a bad report of them. But those sons of the maids were included in the count. How could Leah's sons have belittled them, and how could they have eaten a limb from a living creature, thereby violating the command of their Lord, who commanded the sons of Noah about this? But flesh with its life, its blood, you shall not eat. Would they have really eaten it, violating the command of their Lord? Rather, Joseph said so, and was therefore punished. Rabbi Yehuda said, a bad report of them, as they have established that they were eyeing the daughters of the land. This was the bad report of them suckling all those unholy rungs, even though they derive from the impure side. Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons. Rabbi Elazar opened, "Go, my people, enter your rooms and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourself for the slightness of a moment, until wrath passes." How greatly the blessed Holy One loves Israel because of his love for them above all other nations. He warns them and seeks to protect them in whatever they do. There are times during the day when judgment looms over the world, and when such a time arrives, one must protect himself from being attacked by judgment. Those times are well known and have been established. For when morning rises, Abraham rouses in the world and grasps judgment, binding it to himself. At the beginning of the first 3 hours, judgment journeys from its site to station itself in Jacob, until the prayer of Minna rouses, when judgment returns to its site, and lower judgment rouses to be bound with higher judgment, for then judgment links with judgment, and one must beware. Moreover, when judgment arouses in the world and death prevails in the city, one should not walk alone in the streets, as we have established. Rather, he should shut himself in so that he does not venture out, as they have established concerning Noah, who shut himself within the ark so as not to be found in the presence of the destroyer. So, go, my people, enter your rooms, shut yourself in and shut your doors behind you, so as not to be exposed in the presence of the destroyer. Hide yourself for the slightness of a moment, until wrath passes, for once judgment has passed, the destroyer has no power to destroy. Because of the love the blessed Holy One feels for Israel, drawing them near, all other nations hate Israel, since they are distant and Israel are near. Because of the love Jacob felt for Joseph more than for his brother 7, though they were all his own brothers, what is written, they conspired against him to kill him. All the more so, other nations toward Israel. The consequences of that excessive love, it caused him to be exiled from his father, and his father to be exiled along with him. It inflicted exile upon them all as well as upon Shekinah, who was exiled among them. Although a decree was issued, they have established that because of the ornamented tunic that he made for him extravagantly, what is written, his brothers saw that it was he their father loved. Joseph dreamed a dream. Rabbi Yehuda opened, he said, "Hear my words. If there be among you a prophet of Jehovah, in a vision I make myself known to him, in a dream I speak with him." How many rungs upon rungs the blessed Holy One has made, all standing one atop the other, rung upon rung, this above that, all absorbing suitably, these on the right, those on the left, each appointed over another, all fittingly. All prophets of the world absorb from a single facet, through 2 known rungs. Those rungs appear through a dim glass, as is written, "Be a Mara, in a vision, I make myself known to him." Who is Mara? As has been said, a mirror in which all colors appear. This is the dim glass. In a dream I speak with him, 1/60th of prophecy, as has been established. It is the 6th rung from that rung of prophecy, rung of Gabriel, appointed over dreams, as already explained. Every seemly dream proceeds from this rung, so you cannot have a dream without false material intermingling, as they have established. Consequently, some of them are true and some are false, and you cannot have a dream that does not contain both this side and that. Since a dream includes all, as we have said, all dreams of the world follow oral interpretation. This has been established, for it is written, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Why? Because a dream contains falsehood and truth, and the word controls all, so a dream needs favorable interpretation. Rabbi Yehuda said, because every dream is of the rung below, controlled by speech, so every dream follows speech. He opened, saying, in a dream, a vision of night, when deep sleep falls upon humans in slumber upon the bed, he then uncovers human ears, and with a warning, terrifies them. When a person climbs into bed, he should first enthrone and acknowledge the kingdom of heaven, then recite a verse of compassion, as established by the companions. For when a human sleeps upon his bed, his soul leaves him and goes wandering above, each in its own way, ascending so, as has been said. What is written in a dream, a vision of night, when people lie asleep in bed, and the soul leaves them, as is written, in slumber upon the bed, he then uncovers human ears. Then the blessed Holy One informs the soul through the rung presiding over dreams of things destined to befall the world, or of things corresponding to the mind's imaginings, so that one will follow a path of admonishment in the world. For one is not informed while in a state of bodily vigor, as we have said. Rather, an angel informs the soul, and the soul, the person, and that dream derives from above, when souls leave the body and ascend, each in its own way. How many rungs upon rungs in the mystery of a dream, all in the mystery of wisdom dream, one rung vision, one rung prophecy, one rung all rungs upon rungs, one above another. Joseph dreamed a dream and told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. From here we learn that a person should tell his dream only to one who loves him. Otherwise, he may prove decisive, for if that dream changes tone, he is the cause. Since Joseph told his dream to his brothers, they caused it to be postponed, delaying it for 22 years. Rabbi Yos said, "How do we know this? Because it is written they hated him even more." What does hated him mean? They provoked accusers against him. What is written? He said to them, "Listen, please, to this dream that I dreamed," begging them to listen. Then he revealed that dream to them. If they had transformed its tone, so it would have been fulfilled. But they responded by saying, "Will you really reign over us? Will you really rule us?" Suddenly they had told him the interpretation of the dream, enacting a decree. That is why they hated him even more. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos were in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda said, "We have learned a dream uninterpreted is like a letter unread. Is this because it will be fulfilled without his knowing, or because it won't be fulfilled at all?" He replied, "It will be fulfilled and unknown, for that dream depends upon it, while being unknown, and unknown as to whether it will be fulfilled or not. Nothing in the world, before arriving in the world, is independent of a dream or by means of a herald, for as has been said, every single thing, before arriving in the world, is heralded in heaven, whence it spreads throughout the world, transmitted by a herald. All because it is written, surely Yehovah Elohim does nothing without revealing his secret to his servants the prophets. Amos. When prophets existed in the world, if they do not, even though prophecy no longer prevails, the wise are preferable to prophets. And if not, it is transmitted in a dream, and if not, words manifest through birds of the sky, as has been established. His brothers went Lyro-Itzanavayim, to graze their father's flock, at Shechem. Rabbi Shimon said, the verse should read Lyro-Itzanavayim, to graze their father's flock. Why it dotted above to amplify the meaning, including Shekinah along with them, for she dwelled among them, because they were 10 since Joseph wasn't with them and Benjamin was a little one at home, so they were 10, and when they walked, Shekinah accompanied them, so it is dotted above. Therefore when they sold Joseph, they all collaborated with Shekinah and made her a partner to the oath they swore, and until the matter of Joseph was revealed, Shekinah did not rest upon Jacob. Now, if you say that Shekinah was not present among them, what is written? Their tribes ascend, tribes of Yahweh, testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Yehovah, all righteous and devout, sustenance of all worlds, sustenance above and below. He opened, saying, I rejoiced when they said to me, let us go to the house of Yehovah. This verse has been established. David had set his heart on building the house, as is said, my father David had it in his heart to build a house for the name of Yehovah. What is written next? Nevertheless, you yourself will not build the house, but your son, who issues from your loins, she will build the house for my name. Kings, all of Israel knew this, and they used to say, when will David die, so that his son Solomon will arise and build the house? Then, our feet are standing within your gates, O Jerusalem, then we will go up and bring offerings there. Nevertheless, even though they said, when will this old man die, right then I rejoiced, I was delighted for the sake of my son, who they said would rise in my place to complete the command of building the house. Then he began praising her, Jerusalem, built as a city that is bound together. We have learned the blessed Holy One formed Jerusalem below, corresponding to the pattern above, this one arrayed facing the other, as is written, Mark Han, dais, of your throne, that you made, O Yehovah. Built for the blessed Holy One will one day cause Jerusalem to descend from above fittingly. Therefore, built. That is bound together. This they have already established, Shehabra, that is bound. The verse should read Shehabayu, that are bound. However, mother is bound to daughter, becoming as one. This has been established, as has been said. Their tribes ascend sustenance of the world, adornment of the world. Do not think just the lower world, but even the higher world, as is written, tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, precisely since they provide sustenance below, they bear testimony above. All this, to praise the name of Jehovah, to praise the name of the blessed Holy One in all directions, as is written, to praise the name of Jehovah. A man found him and, look, he was wandering in the field. The man asked him, "What are you seeking?" What is written above? Israel said to Joseph, "Aren't your brothers pasturing at Shechem? Come, I will send you to them now." Why would Jacob the perfect, who loved Joseph more than all his sons and knew that all his brothers hated him, send him to them? The truth is that he did not suspect them, knowing them all to be virtuous, beyond suspicion. Rather, the blessed Holy One brought all this about in order to fulfill the decree enacted between the halves. I have discovered in books of the ancients that these sons of Jacob had to gain mastery over him before he descended to Egypt. For if he had descended without their first having dominated him, the Egyptians would have been able to dominate Israel forever, based on the fact that Joseph was sold into slavery and they dominated him. And even though later Joseph became king and the Egyptians served him, Israel came to rule them all. Joseph is supernal covenant. As long as covenant endured, Shekinah endured with Israel in peace, fittingly. As soon as Joseph's supernal covenant vanished from the world, then covenant, Shekinah, and Israel all plunged into exile. This has been established, as is written, a new king arose over Egypt, who did not know Joseph, all issued from the blessed Holy One fittingly. A man found him, this is Gabriel. As has been established, here is written a man, and there is written the man Gabriel, whom I had seen before in a vision, was flown in flight. And, look, he was wandering in every way, wandering by trusting his brothers, for he was seeking their friendship and didn't find it, he sought them and didn't find them. So, wandering in every way. The man asked him, "What are you seeking?" He said, "I am seeking my brothers." The man said, "They moved on from here." Rabbi Yehuda opened, "If only you were like a brother to me, nursing at my mother's breasts. If I found you outside, I would kiss you, yet no one would scorn me." This verse has been established by the companions, but this verse was spoken by Assembly of Israel, to the king to whom peace belongs. If only you were like a brother to me, like Joseph toward his brothers when he said, "Now, do not fear, I will sustain you and your little ones." He comforted them and spoke to their hearts. He provided them with food, nourishing them in time of famine. So, if only you were like a brother to me. Alternatively, if only you were like a brother to me, Joseph in relation to Shekinah, with whom he united, to whom he cleaved. Nursing at my mother's breasts, for then, perfect affection between them. If I found you outside in exile, in a foreign land, I would kiss you so that spirit would cling to spirit. Yet no one would scorn me although I am in a foreign land. Even though Joseph's brothers did not act toward him as brothers when he fell into their hands, he was a brother to them when they fell into his hands. This has been established, as is written, he comforted them and spoke to their hearts, speaking to their hearts entirely. What is written? They said, a man to his brother Simeon and Levi, who were truly brothers in every respect, for they issued from the side of harsh judgment, so their wrath was murderous, as is written, cursed be their anger, so fierce. The mystery of the matter: there is wrath, and then there is wrath blessed from above and below, called blessed, as has been said, for it is written, blessed be Abram by God the highest, as they have established. And there is wrath cursed above and below, as has been said, called cursed, as is written, cursed are you among all animals and among all beasts of the field, cursed be their anger, so fierce. Upon this mystery stand two mountains, as is written, you will give the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal, corresponding to these two rungs, so this is called cursed and that is called blessed. Simeon and Levi issue from the side of harsh judgment, and from the side of harsh, fierce judgment issues a cursed wrath. From the aspect of harsh judgment issue two aspects, one that has been blessed and one that has been cursed, one blessed and one cursed. Similarly, from the side of Isaac issued two sons, one blessed and the other cursed, above and below, one branching inward and the other to his side, one dwelling in the Holy Land and the other on Mount So, as is written, a skilled hunter, a man of the field, this one's domain in wilderness, ruin, and desolation, this one dwelling in tents, all as it should be. So there are two rungs, blessed and cursed, each on its own side. From this one issue all blessings of the world above and below, all joy and goodness, all radiance, all deliverance and redemption. From that one issue all curses, all war, all bloodshed, all desolation, all evils, and all defilement. Rabbi Shimon opened, I wash my hands in purity, and circle your altar, O Yehovah. This verse has been established, but mystery of the matter here, no human being in the world avoids tasting a taste of death at night, and an impure spirit settles upon his body. Why? Because the holy soul withdraws from a person and departs, and because she does so, an impure spirit settles upon that body, defiling it. When soul returns to body, that filth disappears, yet as has been explained, filth of defilement remains on a person's hands. So one should not pass his hands over his eyes, on account of that impure spirit, until he washes them. Once he washes his hands, he is sanctified and called holy. How should one sanctify himself? He needs one vessel below and one vessel above, so that he may be sanctified from the one above, while within the one below sits filth of defilement, this vessel receiving defilement, that one the source of sanctification, this one blessed, that one cursed. That water should not be poured out in the house, so that no one comes near it, for within it swarm their flanks, and one can be harmed by that impure water. Until the filth is removed from his hands, one should not offer a blessing, as we have established. Therefore, until a person sanctifies his hands in the morning, he is called impure. Once sanctified, he is called pure. So, one should be washed only by a hand already purified, as is written, the pure will sprinkle upon the impure, one called pure, the other impure. Therefore, one vessel above and one below, this one holy, that one defiled. That water must not be used in any way, but rather poured out in a place no one passes. Nor should it be kept in the house overnight, for once it is spilled on the ground, an impure spirit appears, able to inflict harm. If there is a slope leading underground, so that it cannot be seen, this is better. One must not give it to witches, who can thereby afflict people, because that water is cursed. The blessed Holy One desires to purify Israel, so that they may be holy, as is written, I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure from all your impurities, and from all your idols will I purify you. Ezekiel. They took him and threw him into the pit. Rabbi Yehuda opened, the Torah of Yehovah is perfect, restoring the soul. How vigorously people should engage in Torah, for whoever engages in Torah will have life in this world and life in the world that is coming, attaining two worlds. Even if he strives in Torah but not for her own sake, befittingly, he still gains a good reward in this world and is spared judgment in that world. What is written, length of days in her right hand, in her left, riches and honor. Length of days referring to one who engages in Torah for her own sake, since he has length of days in the world filled with long days, days that are real. There lies trust in supernal holiness, for a person in this world trustingly engages in Torah in order to be vitalized in that world. In her left, riches and honor, he receives good reward and tranquility in this world. If someone engages in Torah for her own sake, when he departs from this world, Torah precedes him, proclaiming before him, protecting him from accosting masters of judgment. When the body lies in the grave, she guards it. As the soul begins to ascend, returning to her realm, she precedes that soul, and countless gates are smashed before Torah until she enters her place. She stands over the person until he awakes at the time when the dead of the world will arise, and she advocates for him, as is written, when you walk, she will guide you. When you walk, she will guide you, as has been said. When you lie down, she will protect you when the body lies in the grave, for right then the body is judged in the grave and Torah defends him. You will awake, as has been said, when the dead of the world will awake from the dust. Hitisai Heka, she will speak for you, serving as an advocate. Rabbi Lazar said, she will speak for you. What does this mean? Even though they have arisen just now from the dust, their Torah will not be forgotten, for they will know all the Torah they left behind when they departed this world. This Torah is preserved from that moment and will penetrate their inner being as before, and she will speak deep within them, with all words more refined than at first, since all those things that one could not fully grasp, striving yet not apprehending, now enter him deeply, enhanced, and Torah speaks within him, as is written, you will awake, and she will speak for you. Rabbi Yehuda said, similarly, whoever engages in Torah in this world is entitled to engage in her in the world that is coming, as has been said. As for the person who never succeeded in engaging in Torah in this world and walked in darkness, when he leaves this world he is seized and thrown into hell, a region below where no one pities him, called pit of desolation, slimy mud, as is written, he lifted me out of a pit of desolation, out of the slimy mud. So, what is written concerning someone who did not engage in Torah in this world and besmirched himself with worldly filth? They took him and threw him into the pit hell, the region where they punish those who did not engage in Torah. And the pit was empty just as he was empty. Why? Because there was no water in him. How severe is the punishment for Torah! For Israel was exiled from the Holy Land solely because they deserted Torah, abandoning her, as is written, what man is wise enough to understand this? Why is the land ruined? Jehovah said, because they have forsaken my Torah. Rabbi Yos said, from here therefore my people go into exile for lack of knowledge. So all depends upon Torah, and the world is sustained only through Torah, sustaining pillar of worlds above and below, as is written, were it not for my covenant day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. They took him and threw him into the pit, alluding to the fact that they cast him into Egypt, a place totally lacking the mystery of faith. Rabbi Yitzchak said, why is this attributed to Reuben? Throw him into this pit in the wilderness. Didn't he care about the fact that those snakes and scorpions would harm him? How can scripture say to bring him back to his father, and in order to rescue him from their hands? But actually Reuben saw the harm lurking in their hands, since he knew how much they hated him and their desire to kill him. Reuben thought, better that he fall into a pit of snakes and scorpions than be delivered into the hands of his enemies who have no compassion for him. Based upon this, they have said, let a person throw himself into fire or a pit of snakes and scorpions rather than being delivered into the hands of his enemies. For here, if he is righteous, the blessed Holy One will bring about a miracle for him, or sometimes ancestral merit helps a person and he is saved. But once he has been handed over to his enemies, few are able to escape. Therefore it says, in order to rescue him from their hands, precisely not merely in order to rescue him. Rather, Reuben thought, let him be delivered from their hands, and if he dies, he will die in the pit. So it is written, Reuben heard, and he rescued him from their hands. Reuben's devotion. He knew that Simeon and Levi's collaboration and partnership were ruthless, for when they joined forces in Shechem they killed every male, and as if this were not enough, they seized the women and children, the silver and gold, all the cattle and precious vessels, and everything that could be found in the city. And as if this were not enough, they even took everything in the field, as is written, and they took what was in the city and in the field. So he thought, if a great city such as this was not safe from them, then if this boy falls into their hands, they won't leave a shred of his flesh. Better that he be rescued from them, since they won't leave a trace of him and father will never see anything of him. Whereas here, if he dies, they will not eat him, his entire body will remain intact, and I can return him whole to father. So, in order to rescue him from their hands, to bring him back to his father even though he will die there. Because of this he said, the boy is not, he did not say is not alive, but rather is not even dead. What he did, how wisely he joined himself with them, for it is written, let us not take his life and do not take his life. He himself was not there when Joseph was sold, for all of them attended their father each on one day, and that day was Reuben's. So on that day of his, he did not want Joseph to disappear. Therefore it is written, Reuben returned to the pit, and, look, Joseph was not in the pit, precisely not alive and not even dead. Immediately, he returned to his brothers and said, the boy is not even. Reuben did not know that Joseph had been sold. As already established, they made Shekinah their partner, So Reuben did not know of Joseph's being sold, and it remained unrevealed to him until the moment Joseph revealed himself to his brothers. How much Reuben effectuated by striving to keep Joseph alive. What is written, may Reuben live, and not die. Look, it was because of this, even though his birthright had been taken from him, he endeavored to keep him alive. So Moses prayed, saying, may Reuben live, and not die. He was sustained in this world and sustained in the world that is coming. Why? Because of this, and because he returned to God, repenting for that deed. For whoever returns is sustained by the blessed Holy One in this world and in the world that is coming. What is written? They took Joseph's tunic and slaughtered a goat. They have established that this is because a goat's blood resembles human blood. But that the blessed Holy One deals strictly with the righteous. Although an incident may proceed fittingly, the blessed Holy One deals with them strictly, even to a hairbreadth. Jacob acted appropriately. How? By offering his father a goat, which derives from the side of harsh judgment. But even so, since in offering it he deceived his father, who was of that side, he was punished by this by another goat whose blood was brought to him by his sons. Of him is written, the skins of the kids she put on his hands. Therefore, they dipped the tunic in the blood. They brought him the tunic to deceive him, all correspondingly. He caused to be written, Isaac trembled. Therefore they caused him to tremble. When it is written, recognize, please, is it your son's tunic or not? Rabbi Heir said, of him is written, are you really my son Esau or not? To him, what is written, is it your son's tunic or not? Thus, the blessed Holy One deals strictly with the righteous in whatever they do. Rabbi Abba said, when all the tribes saw their father's suffering, they felt remorse and would surely have surrendered themselves for Joseph, if only they could have found him. Once they saw that they could not, they confronted Judah and deposed him, for he had been king over them, so they deposed him. What is written? It happened at that time that Judah went down from his brothers. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Jehovah thundered in heaven. The Most High gave forth his voice, hail and coals of fire. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he arranged for it 7 pillars upon which to stand, and all those pillars stand upon one single pillar. This has already been established, as is written, wisdom has built her house, she has hewn her 7 pillars. All of these stand upon one rung, among them called righteous, as is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world. When the world was created, it was from that place, foundation of the world and its perfection, single point of the world, center of all. Who is that Zion, as is written, a psalm of Asaph? God, Elohim Yehovah, spoke and called forth the earth, from which place, as is written, from Zion, perfection of beauty, from that aspect of consummation of complete faith, fittingly. Zion, potency and point of the entire world. From that place, the whole world was founded and fashioned. From within it, the whole world is nourished. Jehovah thundered in heaven, the Most High gave forth his voice. Since it says Jehovah thundered in heaven, why the Most High gave forth his voice? Look, here is a mystery of faith concerning what I said, that Zion is foundation and beauty of the world, source of her nourishment. For there are 2 rungs, and they are one, Zion and Jerusalem one, compassion one, judgment, both are one. From here, judgment; from here, compassion. From beyond, issues a voice that is heard. Afterward issue judgments, paths of judgment and compassion radiate and diverge. Jehovah thundered in heaven, compassionate house of judgment. The Most High, although it cannot be found or known, as soon as that voice issues, all is found judgment and compassion, as is written, the Most High gave forth his voice. As soon as he gave forth his voice, immediately hail and coals of fire, water and fire. When Judah was born, what is written? She ceased bearing, for this is the 4th of those 4 foundations constituting the supernal chariot, one of those 4 supports. What is written of him? It happened at that time that Judah went down from his brothers, for he had reigned over them. Why? Because Joseph had been brought down to Egypt, as we have said. There Judah saw the daughter of a Canaanite man. Now, was he really a Canaanite? Rather, as the companions have established. She conceived and bore a son, and he named him Judah had 3 sons, only one of whom survived, namely, Shelah. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Heir were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Elazar, Why is it written of Judah's sons, of the first one he named him and of the other two she named him Anan, she named him Shelah? He replied, this portion is a mystery, and all is fitting. Judah went down from his brothers, for the moon was concealed, and descended from a perfect rung to another rung, conjoined by a serpent, as is said, and he camped near an Adullamite man. She conceived and bore a son, and he named him which is Ra, evil, and all is one, for he came from the side of evil impulse. Therefore it is written Vayikra Shmo, he named him not Vayikra Shmo, but Vayikra Shmo. Of Jacob is written Vayikra Shmo Yaakov, he named him Jacob, since the blessed Holy One named him Jacob. Here, encompassing another rung, for he was born in filth of defilement, and this is Ra, evil, all is one. Afterward, the sight was not sweetened until Shelah appeared, essence of them all. What is written Judah's firstborn, was Ra, evil. Here is written Ra, evil, and there is written for the devisings of the human heart are Ra, evil, from youth Ra, evil, for he spilled blood, spilled seed upon the earth. Therefore, Jehovah put him to death. What is written next? Judah said to Anan, come into your brother's wife and fulfill your duty as brother-in-law to her. Judah said, Rabbi Shimon opened, I roused one from the north, and he comes. How foolish people are, for they neither know nor reflect upon the ways of the blessed Holy One. They are all asleep, unawakened, slumber in their sockets. The blessed Holy One formed the human being corresponding to the pattern above, all according to wisdom, for you cannot find a single human limb not founded upon supernal wisdom. Look, when the whole body is arrayed in its limbs fittingly, the blessed Holy One joins with it, inserting a holy soul to teach the human how to walk in ways of Torah and observe his commandments, so that he will perfect himself. As long as the holy soul is within him, a person should expand the image of the supernal King in the world. This mystery is that the flowing, gushing river never ceases. Therefore, a human should never cease his river and source in this world, so that he grasp it in the world that is coming. Whenever a person is unsuccessful in this world, the blessed Holy One uproots him and replants him several times as before. What is written? I roused one from the north. This is arousal of human coupling in this world, an arousal from the side of the north. And he comes, a holy soul coming from above. And he comes coming into this world and entering human beings, as we have said. From the rising of the sun, sight of the flowing, gushing river, whence the soul issues, flooded with light. Officials come like matter forces of the world, coming because of the arousal of souls, as a human is bodily aroused. This is why the blessed Holy One creates coupling, casting souls into the world, so companionship prevails above and below, and the source of all is blessed. This is why the blessed Holy One made the human being to strive in his ways, to never cease his source and spring. If he ceases this, when he departs this world, that person does not enter the curtain nor obtain his share in that world. He did not create it a waste, he formed it for habitation. This is why the blessed Holy One made the human being, as we have said, and the blessed Holy One deals kindly with the world. What is written? Once again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, mystery of a soul coming to be perfected as before. What is written of that body? Jehovah delights Dakko, in crushing him. This verse calls for contemplation. Why delights? So that Yitdaki, he will be purified. If to Sim, you make his soul a guilt offering. The verse should read if Yasim, he makes. Why if to Sim, you make? Because the word pertains to the soul. If that soul desires to fully perfect herself, he will see seed, for that soul goes wandering, and she is destined to enter the seed that a man engages in, being fruitful and multiplying. Then, he will prolong his days. And the delight of Jehovah will prosper in his hand. This is Torah. Even though a person engages in Torah day and night, if his source and spring abides in him in vain, he has no point of entry through the curtain, as has been said. A well of water, if not fed by a certain source and spring, is no well, since well and source are as one, a single mystery, as we have established. It is written, in vain you rise early. How precious are the words of Torah, for every single word contains supernal, holy mysteries. As has been said, when the blessed Holy One gave the Torah to Israel, he placed within it all the supernal, holy treasures all within Torah, all transmitted to Israel when they received the Torah on Mount Sinai. In vain you rise early those who are single, not fittingly male and female they hasten in the morning to their work, as is written there is one and not a second there is no end to all his toil. Miheria Sheve, sit up late postponing rest, as is said for on it Shabbat, he rested because for a man, a woman constitutes true repose. Eating the bread of sorrow. What is the bread of sorrow when a person has children? The bread that he eats in joy and in heart's delight. Whereas one who has no children, the bread he eats is bread of sorrow. These are ones eating the bread of sorrow precisely. For surely to his beloved he grants sleep. What does this mean? To his beloved he grants to one whose source is blessed, the blessed Holy One grants sleep in that world, as is said you will lie down and your sleep will be sweet for he has a share in that world that is coming, for this person lies down and delights in the world that is coming, fittingly. There is one and not a second he has neither son nor brother. There is one a man who is single in the world not single fittingly but rather, uncoupled. And not a second for he has no support. Neither son having not left one to establish his name in Israel. Nor brother to bring him to perfection. There is no end to all his toil for he toils constantly, anticipating day and night. His eye is never sated with riches and he does not have the sense to consider and ask, for whom am I toiling and depriving my soul of bliss you may say, so that he can eat and drink more and prepare banquets every day. Not so for the soul does not enjoy this rather, he is surely depriving his soul of the blissful radiance of the world that is coming, since this soul is defective, not completed fittingly. How the blessed Holy One cares for his creatures for he wants a person to perfect himself and not be eliminated from that world that is coming, as we have said. Rabbi Yehuda asked, what about someone who is completely virtuous who engages in Torah day and night, and all of whose actions are devoted to the name of the blessed Holy One yet he never attained children in this world, either because he endeavored and failed or because he had some and they died? What is his status in the world that is coming? Rabbi Yos replied, his deeds and that Torah shield him in that world. Rabbi Yitzchak said, concerning those truly virtuous ones such as Rabbi Yohanan who had children who died, or Rabbi Hizkiah who was impotent of them is written thus says Jehovah as for the eunuchs what is written next I will give them, in my house and within my walls, a monument and a name better than sons and daughters for these have a share in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yos said, that is correct and fine. A completely virtuous person, embracing all of these, fittingly consummate, yet who dies childless seeing that he inherits his place in that world. Does his wife have to marry his brother or not now? If you say that she has to, it is void of meaning, for he has already inherited his sight in that world. But indeed, she does have to, really because we do not know whether he acted perfectly or not. And the fact that she marries his brother is not void, since the blessed Holy One has a certain place for look. There was a man in the world who died childless and had no redeemer in the world. Once this completely virtuous one dies and his wife marries his brother, since he has already inherited his place, the other one can come and be perfected here. In the meantime, the blessed Holy One prepares a place in the world until this completely virtuous one dies. He opened, saying, for he must remain in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. This accords with what we have learned. Children are destined for the righteous in their death. In their lifetime, they did not attain in death, they attained. Thus, all actions of the blessed Holy One are entirely true and just. He is compassionate to all. Two are better than one, for they have a good reward for their labor. Those engaged in engendering children in this world, since for the sake of the children they leave after them, they receive a good reward in that world. For their sake, their parents inherit a share in that world, as has been established. The blessed Holy One plants trees in this world. If they prosper, fine. If they do not prosper, he uproots them and replants them once again. If they prosper, fine. If not, he uproots them and replants them even many times. Thus, all the ways of the blessed Holy One are directed entirely to the good, to perfecting the world. Come into your brother's wife and fulfill your duty as brother-in-law to her, for look, Judah and all the other tribes already knew this. The essence of the word is raise up seed for your brother, because that seed must mend the matter and mold an embryo for restoration, so that the stock not be separated from its root, fittingly. When they are later fittingly mended, they are praised in that world, since the blessed Holy One delights in them. Therefore it is written, I praise the dead, who have already died, precisely more than the living, who are Adena, still alive. What is Adena? As is said, after I have withered, am I to have Edna, rejuvenation, and similarly he will return to the days of his youth. But better than both is one who has not yet been, who has not seen the evil deeds that are being done under the sun. But better than both is one who has not yet been, who has not returned to the days of his youth, and does not need to be mended, and is not burdened by former sins, for the blessed Holy One grants him a place in that world fittingly arrayed. What is written? So I saw the wicked buried and coming, going from the holy site. So I saw the wicked buried and coming, as has been said, for the blessed Holy One acts kindly and does not want the world to be destroyed, but rather, as has been said, all his ways are entirely true and just. Happy is the share of the righteous, who walk in the path of truth in this world, benefiting in the world that is coming. Of them is written, the righteous will inherit the land. What he did was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. Rabbi, he ear opened, in the morning sow your seed. How greatly a person should beware his sins and be heedful in his actions before the blessed Holy One, for numerous messengers and officials populate the world, roaming around, observing human actions and testifying about them, all recorded in a book. Of all the sins by which a person is defiled in this world, this is the sin by which he is defiled both in this world and the world that is coming, spilling one seed fruitlessly, emitting seed in vain by hand or foot, and becoming defiled, as is written, for you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. He does not enter the curtain nor gaze upon the countenance of days, as we have learned, for it is written, evil cannot abide with you. And similarly, Judah's firstborn was evil, therefore your hands are full of blood. Happy is the share of a person in awe of his Lord, guarded from the evil path, purifying himself to persevere in the awe of his Lord. In the morning sow your seed. This verse has been established in the morning, when a man is in his prime, in his youth, then he should strive to engender children, as is written, sow your seed. Then is the time, as is written, like arrows in the hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth, since he can teach them the ways of the blessed Holy One and obtain a fine reward in the world that is coming, as is written, happy is the man who fills his quiver with them. They will not be put to shame in that world, when masters of judgment come to accuse him, for you cannot find a better reward in that world than of one who has taught his child the awe of his Lord and the ways of Torah. From Abraham, of whom is written, for I have known him, so that he will instruct his children, so the merit stands him well in that world against all masters of judgment. Therefore, in the morning sow your seed. And at evening, even in old age, a time when a person wanes, what is written, do not hold back your hand. One should not forsake engendering in this world. Why? For you do not know which will prosper, so that they can stand up for him in that world. Therefore, children are the heritage of Jehovah, who is heritage of Jehovah, bundle of the soul, aspect of the world that is coming. As for this heritage, who entitles one to enter the heritage of Jehovah? Children, those children entitle him to the heritage of Jehovah. So, happy is the person who attains them and teaches them the ways of Torah, as has been said. She took off her widow's garments. Tamar was the daughter of a priest. Now, would you ever imagine that she set out to whore with her father-in-law, given that she was inherently modest? Rather, she was righteous and did this out of wisdom. She offered herself to him only because she possessed knowledge and contemplated wisdom. So she approached him to act kindly and faithfully. That is why she came to him and engaged in this affair. Because she possessed knowledge and exerted herself in this affair, the blessed Holy One offered assistance in that very act, and she immediately conceived. All issued from him. Now, you might ask, why didn't the blessed Holy One bring those sons through some other woman? Why through this one? But precisely she, and no other woman, was needed for this act. There were two women through whom the seed of Judah was established, from whom issued King David, King Solomon, and King Messiah. These two women correspond to one another, Tamar and Ruth, whose husbands died first, who exerted themselves in this action. Tamar enticed her father-in-law, who was next of kin to his sons who had died. Why did she entice him, as is written, for she saw that Shelah had grown up and she had not been given to him as wife. That is why she engaged in this act with her father-in-law. As for Ruth, her husband died and then she engaged in this act with Boaz, as is written, she uncovered his feet and lay down. Ruth engaging with him, she later gave birth to Obed. Now, you might ask, why didn't Obed issue from another woman? But precisely she was needed, no one else. From these two, the seed of Judah was established and consummated. Both of them acted properly, acting kindly toward the dead so that the world would later be enhanced. This corresponds to what is said, I praise the dead, who have already died, because when they were first alive, they were not praiseworthy, but later they were. Both of them exerted themselves to act kindly and faithfully toward the dead, and the Blessed Holy One assisted in that act. All was fitting. Happy is one who engages in Torah day and night, as is written, meditate on it day and night. Joshua. Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar bought him. What is written above, Judah recognized, and said, she is in the right. He had said to his father, recognize, please. Therefore, Judah recognized. It is written, look, there were twins in her womb. They were twins previously, they were brothers. Rabbi Hizkiah said, that's not the implication, rather, other sons were born. Rabbi Abba said, this is why she exerted herself to recover what had been lost. What is written, as he was drawing back his hand, look, out came his brother, and she said, what a breach you have breached for yourself, alluding here to the original, licentious breach that he breached, because of which he died. This is implied by the phrase, you have breached for yourself. For yourself you have breached a breach, since you had to trouble your Lord. Consequently, you will make a breach in other nations. So, he named him Peretz, breach. After the entire incident of Judah has been told, how he sold Joseph and brought all of this about, for if Judah had said, let's return him to our father, his brothers would have done so. Consequently, his brothers demoted him from dominion over them. After he was banished from his brothers and all this came upon him, Scripture speaks of Joseph was brought down to Egypt. Why was brought down? Because the Blessed Holy One approved that act, to fulfill the decree that he had issued. Know well that your seed will be strangers. Potiphar bought him with sinful intentions. He bought him. He opened, saying, who commands the sun, and it does not shine? Who seals up the stars? The Blessed Holy One made 7 stars in the heavens, and each and every heaven contains numerous attendants appointed to serve the Blessed Holy One. For there is no attendant or appointee without his own service to his Lord. Every single one attends to the service assigned to him, and each one knows his task to perform. Some of them serve as messengers of their Lord, appointed in the world over all human actions. Some of them praise him and are appointed over song. Yet although they are appointed over this, no power in heaven or among stars and constellations fails to praise the Blessed Holy One. For when night falls, 3 encamped flanks diverge in 3 directions, each and every direction containing thousands and myriads, all appointed over song. There are 3 camps, and 1 holy living being appointed over them, standing over them, and they all praise the Blessed Holy One until morning arrives. As morning arrives, all those in the southern flank along with all radiant stars praise the Blessed Holy One in song, as is said, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy when the morning stars sang together. Stars of the south, as is said, Abraham arose early in the morning. And all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Those on the left flank merged in the right. Then morning glows and Israel takes up song, praising the Blessed Holy One by day, 3 times a day, corresponding to the 3 times of night. These stand parallel to those, so that the glory of the Blessed Holy One is exalted fittingly day and night. Those 6 times of day and night are befitting the Blessed Holy One himself is exalted through these 6. Concerning that holy living being who stands over them above and stands over Israel below, so that all will be fittingly arranged, what is written, she rises while it is still night and provides food for her household, those camps above, and a portion for her maidens, camps of Israel below. So the glory of the Blessed Holy One is exalted from every direction, from above and below. all abides within his control, all according to his will. Who commands the sun? Rabbi Shimon said, this is Joseph. Yuvad Kokavim Yatum, who seals up the stars his brothers, of whom is written and 11 stars. Alternatively, who commands the sun? Jacob, when they told him recognize, please. And it does not shine when Shekinah withdrew from him. Yuvad Kokavim Yatum, for the stars he seals up because of his sons, his radiance was sealed and concealed. The sun darkened and the stars did not shine, because Joseph separated from his father. From that day, Jacob abstained from conjugal union and remained in mourning until the day when the good news about Joseph was delivered. Jehovah was with Joseph and he became a successful man, and he was in the house of his Egyptian master. Rabbi Yos opened, he will not abandon Hasidav, his faithful ones, they are protected forever. This verse has been established in relation to Abraham, written Hasido, his faithful one, as has been said. Wherever the righteous go, the blessed Holy One protects them and never abandons them. David said, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, wherever the righteous go, Shekinah accompanies them and never abandons them. Joseph walked through the valley of the shadow of death and was brought down to Egypt. Shekinah was with him, as is written, Jehovah was with Joseph. Because Shekinah was with him, whatever he did prospered in his hand. For even if he had something in his hand, and his master demanded something of a different kind, it would change in his hand to the kind desired by the will of his master, as is written, his master saw that Jehovah was with him, and all that he did Jehovah made succeed in his hand, precisely because Jehovah was with him. It is not written his master knew that Jehovah was with him, but rather his master saw, for with his own eyes he saw every day the miracles that the blessed Holy One performed by his hand. So, Jehovah blessed the house of the Egyptian for Joseph's sake. The blessed Holy One protects the righteous, and for their sake he protects the wicked. Look, the wicked are blessed on account of the righteous. Similarly it is written, Jehovah blessed the house of Abdadam because of the ark of God. Because of the righteous, others are blessed, while they cannot be sustained by their own merits, as has been established. Joseph's master was blessed for his sake, yet he himself could not escape from him and gain his freedom. Afterward he was put into prison, as is said, his feet were bruised with shackles. Finally the blessed Holy One set him free and installed him as ruler over the whole land of Egypt. So, he will not abandon Hasido, his faithful one. The blessed Holy One shields the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, as is written, let all who take refuge in you rejoice, let them ever shout for joy. It happened after these things that his master's wife raised her eyes to Joseph. Rabbi Yehuda opened, bless Jehovah, O his angels, mighty in strength. How carefully one should guard himself against sin, walking the straight path so as not to be lured by that evil impulse, who assails him every single day, as has been said. Since he assails him constantly, one must overpower him, rising above him into a sphere of strength, because one must be mightier than him, joining the realm of Gevurah. For when a person overcomes him, he attains the aspect of Gevurah, cleaving there, empowered. Since that evil impulse is strong, one must be even stronger. Those humans who grapple with him are called mighty in strength, like encountering like. These are angels of the blessed Holy One, issuing from the side of rigorous Gevurah to overpower him, mighty in strength. Bless Jehovah, O his angels, such as Joseph, who was called righteous and who guarded the holy covenant engraved in him. Rabbi Lazar said, it happened after these things. What is this? As has been established, the place from which the evil impulse attacks, a rung after the things. For Joseph provided him an opening for accusal by curling his hair, dressing up, and adorning himself, so the evil impulse was poised to accuse while his father mourns over him. Joseph is adorning himself and curling his hair. Immediately, the bear was incited and attacked him. It happened after these things. When the blessed Holy One examines the world in order to judge it and finds wicked people there, what is written, he will shut the heavens, for because of human sin, heaven and earth are shut and their laws fail to operate properly. Those who do not guard this holy covenant cause separation between Israel and their Father in heaven, for it is written so that you turn aside and serve other gods and bow down to them. This is one who bows down to another god, for he betrays the sign of the Holy Covenant. When the Holy Covenant is guarded properly in the world, the Blessed Holy One bestows blessings above, pouring into the world, as is written, abundant rain you showered, O God. Abundant rain of favor, when the Blessed Holy One delights in assembly of Israel and desires to pour blessings into her. Then, your weary heritage, you restored her. Your heritage Israel, heritage of the Blessed Holy One, as is written, Jacob is his allotted heritage. Weary assembly of Israel, who is weary on earth, thirsting for drink, so she is weary. When that rain of favor is provided, then you restored her. So heaven and earth and all their powers stand on this foundational covenant, as is written, were it not for my covenant day and night, therefore one should be careful of this, as has been established. So it is written, Joseph was handsome and good-looking, and immediately afterward his master's wife raised her eyes to Joseph, though she spoke to Joseph day after day. Rabbi Lazar opened, to protect you from the woman of evil, from the smooth tongue of an alien. Happy are the righteous who know the paths of the Blessed Holy One, how to follow them, since they strive for Torah day and night. For whoever strives for Torah day and night inherits two worlds, the world above and the lower world. He inherits this world even if he hasn't engaged in her for her own sake. He inherits that supernal world when he engages in her for her own sake. What is written, length of days in her right hand, in her left, riches and honor. Length of days in her right hand. Whoever walks to the right of Torah finds length of life in the world that is coming, attaining there the glory of Torah, a glorious crown, to be crowned above all, for the crown of Torah is in that world. In her left, riches and honor in this world, for even if one hasn't engaged in her for her own sake, he attains in this world riches and honor. Now, when Rabbi Yehuda came from there, that is, when he went up to the land of Israel, he read Torah until his face shone like the sun. And when all those who were studying Torah stood before him, he would say, this one engages in Torah for her own sake, that one does not. He would pray for the former, that he always do so and attain the world that is coming. He would pray for the latter, that he come to engage in her for her own sake and attain eternal life. One day he saw a student toiling over Torah whose face turned pale. He said, this one is certainly conceiving sin facing him. He held him and drew him with words of Torah until his spirit settled within. From that day on, he resolved not to pursue evil imaginings and to engage in Torah for her own sake. Rabbi Yehuda said, when one sees that evil imaginings are assailing him, he should occupy himself with Torah, and they will disappear. Rabbi Lazar said, when that evil side comes to seduce a person, he should drag him to the house of Torah and he will depart. What we have learned, when this evil side stands before the Blessed Holy One to accuse the world of evil deeds, the Blessed Holy One feels compassion and offers human beings advice on how to save themselves from him, so that he cannot control them or their actions. What is the advice? To engage in Torah, in order to be saved from him. How do we know? Because it is written, for a mitzvah is a lamp and Torah is light. What is written next? To protect you from the women of evil, from the smooth tongue of an alien. This is the impure side, the other side, who stands perpetually before the Blessed Holy One, bringing accusations of the sins of human beings, and who stands perpetually below, leading humans astray. He constantly stands above, recounting the sins of human beings and accusing them for their deeds, so that they will be delivered into his power, as he did with. Similarly, he stands over Israel, accusing, recounting the sins in everything they have done. At those times when the Blessed Holy One stands over them in judgment, he rises to accuse them and recount their sins. But the Blessed Holy One feels compassion for Israel and has advised them how to save themselves from him. How? With a shofar on Rosh Hashanah, and on Yom Kippur with a goat, given to him so that he will disengage from them and occupy himself with that portion of his, as they have established. What is written? Her feet descend to death of the mystery of faith. What is written? Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace, ways and paths of Torah, and all is one. This one, peace, and this one, death, entirely opposite each other. Happy is the share of Israel who cleave to the Blessed Holy One. Fittingly he advises them how to escape all other aspects of the world, for they are a holy people, his possession and share, so he has provided them advice on everything. Happy are they in this world, happy are they in the world that is coming. When this evil side descends and roams the world and observes the actions of human beings, all of whom pervert their ways in the world, he assents and accuses them. If the Blessed Holy One did not feel compassion for the works of his hands, they would not survive in the world. What is written? Though she spoke to Joseph day after day. Though she spoke, for he assents and accuses every single day, declaring before the Blessed Holy One many acts of evil, many slanders in order to destroy the inhabitants of the world. What is written? He would not listen to her because he feels compassion for the world. To lie beside her. What does this mean? To take control, to dominate the world, and dominion does not prevail until he is empowered. Alternatively, to lie beside her, as is said, and for a man who lies with an impure woman, to be with her, to give her dignity, blessings, and help. For if she has help from above, not even a single being would be left in the world. But since the Blessed Holy One has compassion on the world remains in existence. Rabbi Abba said, all is one path, but it is the evil impulse who comes seducing human beings, to pervert their ways to cling to him. Every single day, at all times, he diverts one from the way of truth to thrust him from the way of life and draw him into hell. A virtuous person, what does he do? He guards his ways and paths so as not to cling to him, corresponding to what is written. Though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he would not listen to her, to what she says to him every day. For the impure spirit, the evil impulse, seduces a person every day to lie beside her in hell, to be condemned there, to be with her. When a person adheres to that side, he is drawn to her and defiles himself with her in this world and defiles himself with her in the world that is coming. This impure side is repulsive, it is filth, as is said, out you will call to it actual, so excrement. One who deviates from Torah is punished in it. Those sinners of the world who have no faith in the Blessed Holy One are punished in it. What is written? It happened, on such a day, that he came into the house. It happened, on such a day when the evil impulse dominates the world and descends to lead humans astray. When the day that a person begins to turn back in repentance for his sins, or engage in Torah and fulfill the commands of Torah, at that moment, he descends to lead inhabitants of the world astray. He came into the house to do his work, to engage in Torah and fulfill the commandments of Torah, for that is a person's work in this world. Now, since a person's work in this world is the service of the Blessed Holy One, one must be mighty as a lion on every side so that the other side will not overpower him and be able to seduce him. What is written? And there was no man to stand up against the evil impulse and wage war with him fittingly. What are the ways of the evil impulse? As soon as he sees that this is no man to confront him and wage battle against him immediately, she seized him by his garment. For when the evil impulse takes control of a person, he dresses him up in fancy clothes and curls his hair, as is written, she seized him by his garment, saying, lie with me, cling to me. One who is virtuous steels himself against her, wages war against her. What is written? He left his garment in her hand and fled, escaping outside he should abandon it and steel himself against her, flee from her to escape her, so that she does not dominate him. Rabbi Yitzchak said, the righteous are destined to see the evil impulse in the shape of a huge mountain. Astounded, they will say, how were we able to overturn such a huge, soaring mountain? The wicked are destined to see the evil impulse as thin as a single hair. Astounded, they will say, how could we fail to overcome this thin thread of hair? These will weep and those will weep. And the Blessed Holy One will eliminate him from the world, slaughtering him before their eyes, and he will no longer have dominion over the world. Seeing this, the righteous will rejoice, as is said, surely the righteous will praise your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. It happened after these things that the cupbearer of the king of Egypt and the baker offended their master, the king of Egypt. Rabbi Yehuda opened, does a lion roar in the forest when it has no prey? Amos, how attentive humans should be to the worship of the Blessed Holy One, because whoever engages in Torah and in the worship of the Blessed Holy One instills awe and fear in everything. For when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he fashioned every single creature of the world in its own fitting image, and afterward he created the human being in a supernal image, granting him dominion over them all through this image. For as long as a human exists in the world, all those creatures of the world raise their heads and gaze upon the supernal image of the human being, then they all fear and tremble before him, as is said, fear and dread of you shall be upon every living thing of the earth. These words apply only when they gaze and see in him this image and a soul is within him. Rabbi Lazar said, even if a soul is not within him, the righteous never undergo a change from the original nature of their image. But when a person does not walk in the ways of Torah, this holy image is exchanged and the beasts of the field can then dominate him because this human image has changed for them. The Blessed Holy One transforms events above and below to restore an entity to its place, so that his will manifest in all affairs of the world. S image did not change when he was thrown into the lion's den and therefore he was saved. Rabbi Hizkiah said, if so, look what is written, my God sent his angel, and he shut the lions' mouths and they did not harm me, implying that because an angel shut their mouths, he was not harmed. He replied, because of this he was not harmed, for look, the image of a virtuous human being is an actual angel, who shut the mouths and bound them to protect him from being harmed. So, my God sent his angel, the one in whom all images of the world are engraved, and he strengthened my image within me, so they had no power over me, and he shut their mouths. So, sent his angel precisely. Concerning this angel in whom all images are engraved, it is written, he will execute judgment upon the nations filled with bodies, he before whom all images of the world have not changed. A person should therefore beware his ways and paths, so as not to sin before his Lord, and to abide in his image of Adam. Ezekiel guarded his mouth from forbidden foods, as is written, fouled meat has never entered my mouth. Ezekiel, he merited being called Ben Adam, son of man. Of what is written, made up his mind not to defile himself with the king's portion of food or with the wine he drank. He merited to abide in the image of Adam, for all entities of the world are in awe of the image of Adam, who rules over them all and is king over all. Rabbi Yos said, because of this, one should beware of his sins and not deviate right or left. Even so, one should examine his sins every single day, for look, when a person rises from bed, 2 witnesses stand with him and accompany him all day. When a person intends to rise, those witnesses say to him as he opens his eyes, let your eyes look directly ahead. Once he rises and readies his feet to walk, those witnesses say, smoothen the course of your feet. So as a person proceeds each day, he should beware of his sins, every single day. When night comes, he should contemplate and examine everything he did the whole day, so that he will turn back in repentance, reflecting constantly, as is said, my sin is always before me. When Israel were in the Holy Land, no sin haunted their hands, as has been established, because those offerings that they offered every day atoned for them. Now that Israel are exiled from the land and there is no one who atones for them, Torah herself atones for them together with worthy deeds, for Shekinah accompanies them in exile, and whoever does not consider the ways of the Blessed Holy One causes Shekinah to cringe in the dust, as is said, he lays her low to the ground, casts her to the dust. Rabbi Yitzchak said, correspondingly, one who engages in Torah and worthy deeds enables assembly of Israel to raise her head in the midst of exile. Happy is the share of those who engage in Torah day and night. The Blessed Holy One spins revolutions in the world so as to raise the head of the righteous. For look, to enable Joseph to raise his head in the world for being found virtuous before him, he inflamed a master against his servants, as is said, the cupbearer of the king of Egypt and the baker offended their master, the king of Egypt, all in order to raise the head of Joseph the righteous. Through a dream he was overturned by his brothers, and through a dream he was raised over his brothers, raised over the whole world. The 2 of them dreamed a dream, as has been said, all dreams follow the mouth. Now, when Joseph interpreted their dreams, why did he offer one a good interpretation and the other a bad interpretation? Because actually, those dreams concerned Joseph himself, and since he knew the essential root of the matter, he interpreted their dreams as required. To each one he offered an interpretation, to restore the matter to its place. What is written, Joseph said to them, do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me, Please, why? Because this is how an interpreter of a dream should entrust interpretation to the Blessed Holy One, since from there derives fulfillment of all, therein abides interpretation. As has been said, the rung of dream is below the sixth rung, since from the place where prophecy dwells until this rung of dream lie 6 rungs. Interpretation ascends from the rung of dream to another rung. Dream is the rung below and interpretation stands above. Interpretation abides in speech, so the matter depends upon speech, as is written, do not interpretations belong to Elohim, God to Elohim, precisely. What is written? The chief cupbearer recounted his dream to Joseph. Rabbi Elazar opened, as they were crossing the Jordan, Elijah said to Elisha, ask what I can do for you before I am taken from you. Kings, here one should contemplate this verse is astonishing. Elijah said to Elisha, ask what I can do for you. Now, was this really in his power? It was in the power of the Blessed Holy One. Furthermore, Elisha himself knew this as well, so why did he say, may a double portion of your spirit be upon me? Certainly, however, one who grasps heaven and earth and the entire world, how could this not be within his power? And surely for Elijah and the other righteous, the Blessed Holy One performs their will constantly, as is written, he performs the will of those in awe of him, all the more so since that Holy Spirit that rested upon him he could bequeath to one as righteous as Elisha, who was his servant. Look, the Blessed Holy One had told him, and Elisha son of Shaphat of Abel Melah, anoint as prophet in your stead kings, so Elisha was entitled to be his heir. A double portion of your spirit, kings. What does double mean? Would you ever imagine that he requested 2 for 1? How could he ask for something not in Elijah's possession? But really, he did not request double the spirit, rather, he asked concerning the spirit that Elijah possessed, that he be able to enact twice as many miracles in the world through that spirit. He said, you have made a difficult request. If you see me being taken from you, it will be so for you; if not, it will not be. What does this mean? If you see me, he was really telling him, if you can comprehend the essence of the spirit that I bequeath to you at the moment I am taken from you, it will be so for you. For that entire essence of spirit, contemplated by him as he saw Elijah, would be absorbed fittingly. One who contemplates what he learned from his teacher and sees him in that wisdom can be augmented by that spirit abundantly. In whatever he was doing, Joseph would contemplate through the spirit of wisdom the image of his father. So the matter prospered, and he was augmented by other spirit with radiance more sublime. When that wicked one said to him, here, a vine in front of me, Joseph trembled because he did not know what the matter implied. As soon as he said, and on the vine 3 tendrils, his spirit immediately aroused, augmented by radiance, and he gazed upon the image of his father. Then his spirit shone and he knew the matter. What is written, and on the vine 3 tendrils? Joseph said, look, this is surely tidings of total joy. Why? Because that vine appeared to him regarding assembly of Israel, and Joseph was gladdened by this. And on the vine 3 tendrils, 3 supernal rungs emerging from this vine, priests, Levites, and Israel. And as she was budding, up came her blossom, for by virtue of them, assembly of Israel ascends and is blessed by the supernal king. Her clusters ripened into grapes, the righteous of the world, who are like grapes fittingly ripened. Alternatively, her clusters ripened into grapes, wine preserved in its grapes since the 6 days of creation. Until here, Joseph was gladdened by his dream. From here on, the dream is his. For some dreams refer to oneself and to others. And I took the grapes referring to himself. We have learned one who sees grapes in a dream, if white, a good omen for him; if black, no. Why? Because it is a mystery of 2 particular rungs, black and white. One is good, the other is not. All those grapes depend upon the mystery of faith, so they diverge in wisdom, either toward good or evil. These, in need of compassion; those, compassionate providence. Adam's wife squeezed grapes for him, bringing death upon him and upon the whole world. Noah approached these grapes and did not guard himself properly. What is written? He drank of the wine and became drunk, and exposed himself within Oholot, his tent. The sons of Aaron drank wine of those grapes and brought an offering with that wine and died, as has been said. Therefore it is written, their grapes are grapes of poison, bitter clusters for them, since those grapes caused this. This one saw good grapes in that vineyard, wafting pleasant fragrance on perfect rungs fittingly. So Joseph knew the matter, contemplated the root, and interpreted the dream soundly, because he had been fittingly gladdened by that dream. He therefore offered a favorable interpretation, and so it was fulfilled. What is written? The chief baker saw that he had interpreted favorably, and he said to Joseph, Aphoni, me too in my dream. Cursed be the wicked, whose every action is for evil, whose every word is spoken for evil, for causing evil. As soon as he opened his mouth, he opened with anger. Immediately, Joseph became frightened, realizing that all his words were intended to cause evil, that tidings of evil filled his mouth. Here, 3 wicker baskets on my head. Then Joseph knew he had been informed of the destruction of the temple, with Israel in exile, for they would be exiled from the Holy Land. See what is written, and in the top basket all kinds of food for Pharaoh, baker's work, and birds were eating them. Other nations assembling against Israel, killing them, destroying their homes, scattering them to the 4 corners of the world. All this Joseph envisaged and knew through that dream. Immediately, he rendered an unfavorable interpretation so that it would be fulfilled. For these 2 rungs seen by one, seen by the other, this one saw the supernal rung prevailing, the moon shining, that one saw her darken, dominated by the evil serpent. Therefore Joseph pondered that dream and delivered an unfavorable interpretation. So all depends upon interpretation. Surely they saw these 2 rungs, this one dominant, that one dominant. Rabbi Yehuda opened, a pure heart, O God, create in me a firm spirit, renew within me. This verse has been established, but a pure heart corresponds to what is said, grant your servant a listening heart, kings, and similarly to a good-hearted person has a continuous feast, so, a pure heart precisely. A firm spirit, renew within me firm spirit, precisely because from the other side derives an impure heart, a spirit misleading inhabitants of the world, an impure spirit called spirit of distortion, as is said, Jehovah has mingled within her a spirit of distortion, so, a firm spirit, renew within me. Why renew? This implies renewal of the moon, at the time of her renewal, therefore, renew. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Elazar, now, it's written, a certain spirit came forward and stood before Jehovah and said, I will entice him, kings, and we have learned this is the spirit of Naboth the Jezreelite. But once souls ascend and stand above, can they return to this world? And it's an astonishing thing that he said, I will go out and be a spirit of falsehood. Further, why was Ahab punished for what he did, seeing that this is a law of Torah presented by to Israel, as is written, your best fields and vineyards and olive groves he will seize. So if Ahab took that vineyard from Naboth, it was legal. Moreover, he offered him another one or silver, but he refused. He replied, you have asked well. This spirit, reported to be the spirit of Naboth, here one should examine whether the spirit of Naboth could ascend and stand before him, as is written, a certain spirit came forward. If he was righteous, how could he seek falsehood in that world, the world of truth? For if in this world a virtuous person does not seek falsehood, in that world all the more so. And if he wasn't virtuous, how could he have stood in the presence of the blessed Holy One? But surely, Naboth was not virtuous enough to stand in his presence, rather, it was another spirit, who dominates the world, the spirit who stands constantly ascending before the blessed Holy One, the one who misleads inhabitants of the world with his lies. Whoever is accustomed to falsehood strives for it constantly, so he said, I will go out and be a spirit of falsehood. Therefore the blessed Holy One said to him, go out and do so, kings, get out of here, as they have established. For it is written, a speaker of lies will not endure before my eyes. So, this is a spirit of falsehood, certainly. Furthermore, regarding the fact that he killed Naboth and seized his vineyard, let him seize it. But why did he kill him actually, though? Because he killed him unjustly, he was punished. He killed him unjustly and took his vineyard, so it is written, have you murdered and also taken possession, kings? For this he was punished. How many people in the world this spirit of falsehood misleads by lying? He dominates the world on many flanks, through many activities, as we have established. So, King David sought to guard himself from him, to escape impurity, as is written, a pure heart, O God, create in me a firm spirit, renew within me. This is a firm spirit, whereas the other is a spirit of falsehood. So, 2 rungs, one holy, one impure. He opened, saying, and Jehovah utters his voice before his forces, for vast is his army, mighty those carrying out his word. Joel. This verse has been established, but and Jehovah signifies everywhere he and his court. Utters kolo, his voice, the voice of which is written a voice of words. Here is written voice of words, and there is written no man of words. What does man of words mean, as is said man of Elohim? Before his forces Israel. For vast is his army, as is said. Is there any number to his troops? For the blessed Holy One has countless officials and emissaries, all of them poised to accuse Israel, so he manifests before Israel in order to protect them, so that they cannot be incriminated. Mighty those carrying out his word. Who is mighty? A virtuous person, one who engages in holy Torah day and night. Alternatively, mighty those carrying out his word, the accuser appearing before the blessed Holy One, who is strong as iron, hard as flint. Carrying out his word, obtaining authorization above and seizing the soul below. For great is the day of Jehovah, and very terrible. Who can endure it? Joel. For he rules over all, supreme and mighty over them all subject to his dominion. Happy are the righteous, in whom the blessed Holy One constantly delights, rendering them worthy of the world that is coming, gladdening them with the joy of the righteous, who are destined to rejoice in the blessed Holy One, as is written, let all who take refuge in you rejoice, let them ever shout for joy. Shelter them, so that those who love your name may exult in you. Parashat Miketz. At the end, Rabbi Yehuda opened, he puts an end to darkness, every extremity he explores. This verse has been discussed. He puts an end to darkness. End of the left, who roams the world, roams above, stands before the blessed Holy One, accuses and denounces the world, as has been said. Every taklit, extremity, he explores, for look, none of his actions is intended for good, rather always to destroy, to cause killer, extermination, in the world. Land of pitch black darkness. There is a land of the living above, but this is a land of pitch black darkness. What is a land of pitch black darkness? And deriving from the side of darkness, dross of gold, as has been said. How deeply human beings should contemplate the service of the blessed Holy One, engaging in Torah day and night in order to discover and ponder his service. For Torah proclaims every day before a person, whoever is simple, turn in. Here we have already established this matter. When one engages in Torah and cleaves to her, he becomes worthy of grasping the tree of life, as is written, she is a tree of life to those who grasp her. When a person grasps the tree of life in this world, he grasps it in the world that is coming. For as souls depart this world, correspondingly rungs are arranged for them in the world that is coming. The tree of life embraces many rungs distinct from one another, yet all is one. In the tree of life are rungs one above another, branches and leaves, bark, trunk of the tree, roots, and all is the tree. Similarly, whoever engages Torah is enhanced, grasping the tree of life. All scions of faith Israel grasp the tree of life, some joined to the actual tree, to its trunk, some joined to the branches, some to the leaves, some to the roots. Consequently, all of them are joined to the tree of life, and those who engage in Torah are all joined to the trunk of the tree. So, whoever engages in Torah is joined to all, as has been established and explained. It happened at the end. What is at the end? Rabbi Shimon said, a place without remembering, and this is end of the left. Why? Because it is written, but remember me with you when all goes well for you. Now, was it proper for Joseph the righteous to say, but remember me with you? However, once Joseph contemplated his dream, he said, surely, this is a dream of remembering. In this he was wrong, for the blessed Holy One encompasses all. So, a place of forgetting confronted him. What is written? Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, he forgot him. Since it says the chief cupbearer did not remember, why he forgot him? Because he forgot him implies a place of forgetting, namely, end of the side of darkness. 2 years of days for a rung returned to a rung of remembering. Pharaoh dreamed, and look, he was standing by the Nile. This was a dream of Joseph, since every river pertains to Joseph the righteous. This is the mystery of one who sees a river in a dream, sees peace, as is written, behold, I will extend peace to her like a river. It happened at the end of 2 years of days. Rabbi Yehuda opened, by justice a king sustains the land, but a man of exactions ruins it. When the blessed Holy One created the supernal world, he arranged everything fittingly and issued lights radiating in all directions, and all is one. He created heaven above and earth above, so that all would be arrayed as one, for the benefit of below. By justice a king sustains the land. Who is a king? The blessed Holy One. By justice Jacob, sustenance of the land. So, Vov is nourished by he by Vov, since sustenance derives from justice. For look, justice sustains the land with all its array and nourishes her. Alternatively, a king, the blessed Holy One. By justice Joseph sustains the land, as is written, all the earth came to Egypt, to Joseph, to get provisions. Because the blessed Holy One delighted in Jacob, he made Joseph ruler over the land. Rabbi Yos said, a king Joseph. By justice Jacob sustains the land. For look, until Jacob arrived in Egypt, there was no sustenance in the land on account of the famine. As soon as Jacob came to Egypt, through his merit the famine disappeared and the land was sustained. Alternatively, by justice a king sustains the land. King David, of whom is written, David administered justice and equity, he sustained the land, and through his merit it endured afterward. But a man of exactions ruins it. Rehoboam. For the sake of the righteous, the blessed Holy One, even though retribution has been decreed against the world, it is withheld for their sake and does not prevail over the world. All the days of King David, the land was sustained for his sake. After he died, it was sustained by his merit, as is written, I will protect this city, delivering it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. Similarly, all the days of Jacob and all the days of Joseph, retribution did not prevail over the world. By justice a king sustains the land. Joseph. But a man of exactions ruins it. Pharaoh. For look, because he hardened his heart against the blessed Holy One, the land of Egypt was destroyed. Previously, by the hand of Joseph, the land was sustained through that dream that he dreamed, as is written, it happened at the end of 2 years of days. It happened at the end of 2 years of days. Rabbi Lazar opened, Yehovah lives, blessed is my rock, exalted be the God of my salvation. Spelled Elohia, the God of, with a Vov. This verse calls for contemplation. Yehovah lives, living one, righteous one, foundation of the world, called vitality of the worlds. Blessed is my rock, as is written, blessed is Yehovah, my rock, a world presided over by this righteous one. Exalted be the God of my salvation, exalted upper world. Elohia, the God of, with a Vov, heaven, as is said, the heavens are Yehovah's heavens. Blessed is Adonai. Day by day he bears our burden. Blessed is Adonai, spelled Aleph Dalet Nun Yod. This verse constitutes a mystery of wisdom. Day by day 2 years of days, as is written, it happened at the end of 2 years of days. And look, he was standing by the Nile. Mystery, as has been said, this is Joseph, since river implies Joseph the righteous. And look, out of the Nile emerged 7 cows. And look, out of the Nile, for look, from this river all those rungs below are blessed, since that flowing, gushing river waters and nourishes all. And Joseph is a river, thanks to which all the land of Egypt is blessed. By that river, 7 rungs are blessed and watered, these being of beautiful appearance and fat in flesh. They grazed in the reeds in companionship, for division is not to be found among them. All of them stand poised to praise, for all 7 of these rungs that we have mentioned constitute a mystery, as is written, and the 7 maids chosen for her from the king's palace Esther, so 7 cows of beautiful appearance. Correspondingly, it is written, the 7 eunuchs attending the king. Rabbi Yitzchak said, the 7 good cows rungs higher than others, and the 7 bad cows other rungs below. These from the side of holiness, those from the side of defilement. The 7 ears of grain. Rabbi Yehuda said, these first ones are good because they are from the right side, of which is written that it was good. Those ones are bad, below them. The 7 ears of grain are from the side of purity, while those are from the side of impurity. All those rungs stand one above the other, facing one another, and all of them Pharaoh saw in his dream. Rabbi Yisa said, now, would all of these be shown to that wicked one, Pharaoh? Rabbi Yehuda replied, their semblance he saw, for there are so many rungs upon rungs facing one another, one above the other, and he saw those rungs below. As we have already learned, a person is shown in his dream what corresponds to his character. This is how he sees, how his soul ascends and extends, every single one according to its rung, fittingly. So Pharaoh saw befittingly, and no more. It happened at the end. Rabbi, his key opened, for everything there is a season, and a time for every affair under heaven, for everything that the blessed Holy One formed below. He set a time, a fixed time. He set a time for light and for darkness, setting a time for the light of other nations who now rule the world, and setting a time for the darkness, namely, the exile of Israel under their dominion. The blessed Holy One has set a time for everything, so for everything there is a season. And a time for every hefe, affair. What is the meaning of a time for every hefe? A time for everything, for all that desire manifesting below. Alternatively, and a time for every affair. What is time? As is said, time to actualize for Jehovah, and similarly let him not come at just any time. This is an empowered rung, as has been established, so time is appointed over every affair under heaven. It happened at the end of 2 years of days from the side of that end of darkness Pharaoh saw in his dream. From there he knew, and the dream was revealed to him. In the morning his spirit was disturbed. What does this mean? His spirit was disturbed. Rabbi Yos said, they have already established this. Of Pharaoh is written Vatipaim, it was disturbed. Of Nebuchadnezzar, Vatipaim, it was disturbed. This they have established. For of Pharaoh is written Vatipaim because he perceived the dream but not the interpretation, whereas Nebuchadnezzar saw the dream as well as the interpretation, but he forgot everything. But Vatipaim Ruho, his spirit was disturbed, corresponding to what is said Lafamo, to impel him judges, for the spirit would come and go, not yet settling upon him fittingly. So it is written, the Spirit of Jehovah began to impel him. That was the beginning. Similarly here, his spirit roused within him and left and roused, never settling to comprehend. As for Nebuchadnezzar, Vatipaim Ruho, his spirit was disturbed, aroused by 2 arousals, leaving and returning, corresponding to what is said K'ifam Bifam, as time upon time, one time this, one time that, and his spirit remained unsettled. He sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, the sorcerers, and all her wise men, the bird diviners. All of them gazed to apprehend but could not grasp. Rabbi Yitzchak said, although it has been said that a person is shown only what accords with his rang, it is different for kings, who are shown supernal entities, different than for other people. Just as a king's rung transcends all others, so what he is shown accords with a rung beyond all others. As is said, what God is about to do he has shown Pharaoh, but to other people, the blessed Holy One does not reveal what he is doing except for prophets, devotees, or sages of the generation, as has been established. What is written, me he restored to my post and him he hanged. From here we learn that a dream follows interpretation. He restored to my post. Who restored it was really Joseph, and him he hanged by the interpretation that he provided him. So it is written, as he interpreted for us, so it was. Pharaoh sent and called for Joseph, Veirat Suhu, and they rushed him, from the pit. Rabbi Abba opened, Jehovah rots, delights, in those in awe of him, those awaiting his faithful love. How greatly the blessed Holy One delights in the righteous, for they conduct peace and make peace above and make peace below and conduct the bride to her husband. So the blessed Holy One delights in those who are in awe of him and do his will. Those awaiting his faithful love. Who are these? You must say those engaging in Torah at night and becoming partners with Shekinah when morning comes, they await his faithful love. As has been established, when a person engages in Torah by night, a thread of love is drawn upon him by day, for it is written, by day Jehovah directs his love, in the night his song is with me. Why by day Jehovah directs his love? Because in the night his song is with me. Therefore it is written, Jehovah delights it Yirav, those in awe of him, not by Reeve, in those in awe of him, one delighting in his goodwill for another, pleased to conciliate him. So, Jehovah delights those in awe of him. Similarly, Joseph was sunk in sadness of spirit, imprisoned there in sadness of heart. As soon as Pharaoh sent for him, what is written Vairitsuhu, and they rushed him, they mollified him, approaching him with words of joy, words delighting the heart, because he was saddened by the pit. Into a pit he fell at first, by a pit he was elevated later. Rabbi Shimon said, until that incident befell Joseph, he was not called righteous. Once he guarded that sealed covenant, he was called righteous, with that rung of holy covenant crowning him, crowned by him. Whereas previously he was in a pit, he was elevated thereby, crowned with a well of living waters. Pharaoh sent Vayikra at Joseph, and he called for Joseph. The verse should read Likro le Joseph, to call for Joseph. However, and he called for Joseph the blessed Holy One, as is written, until the time that his word came to pass. The utterance of Jehovah refined him until the time that his word came to pass, as is written, he called Joseph. Here is written he called Joseph, and there is written he called Moses. And he shaved and changed his clothes out of respect for the king, as has been established. Rabbi Lazar opened, Israel came to Egypt, Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. How the blessed Holy One revolves revolutions in the world, fulfills vows and oaths in order to realize the covenant that he decreed. For we have learned, were it not for the affection and love felt by the blessed Holy One for the patriarchs, Jacob would have descended to Egypt in iron chains. But out of his love for them, he made his son Joseph monarch and ruler over the whole land, and all of those tribes descended in honor, with Jacob as king. What is written, Israel came to Egypt, Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. Since it is written Israel came to Egypt, don't we know that Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham? Why is this necessary? Rather, Israel came to Egypt, the blessed Holy One, Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. Jacob, because for the sake of Jacob and his sons, Shekinah came to Egypt. The blessed Holy One revolved revolutions and first brought down Joseph, by whose virtue covenant was sustained with him, making him ruler over the whole land. What is written, a king sent and released him, a ruler of peoples set him free. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written Jehovah releases the bound, and here is written a king sent and released him. Why a ruler of peoples set him free? Because a king sent the blessed Holy One, a ruler of peoples the blessed Holy One. A king sent, supernal king sent and released him. And whom did he send? The redeeming angel, ruler of peoples, ruling over those below. All is the blessed Holy One. Vairitsuhu, and they rushed him, missing a Vav. Who is that? The blessed Holy One, for no one but he imprisons and liberates, as is written, a man he locks up cannot be freed, and if he remains silent, who can condemn? If he hides his face, who will take note of him? Be it nation or person, for he encompasses all, and it is written he does as he wishes with the host of heaven and the inhabitants of the earth. So, Vairitsu, and he rushed him, from the pit. What does Vairitsu mean? As is said, he entreats God Vairitsu, and he accepts him. Similarly Vairitsu, and he accepted him, from the pit, and then he came before Pharaoh. Alternatively, Vairitsu, for he drew upon him a thread of grace to win him favor before Pharaoh. What is written? God will answer for Pharaoh's shalom, well-being, hastening to greet him, opening with shalom. Rabbi Abba said, that evil Pharaoh, who said, I do not know Jehovah now, Pharaoh was wiser than all his magicians, but surely, he knew the name Elohim, for look at what is written, could we find a man like this, in whom is the spirit of Elohim? However, since Moses approached him only with the name Jehovah and not with the name Elohim, for him this was the hardest of all, because he knew that this name ruled the earth, whereas he did not know the name Jehovah, so this name proved difficult for him, as is written, Jehovah hardened Pharaoh's heart, for this word hardened his heart and rendered him stubborn. Therefore Moses did not inform him of the enunciation of any other name, only the name Jehovah, as has been established. He opened, saying, who is like Jehovah our God, enthroned on high, ascending his throne of glory, not revealing himself below. When virtuous people are not to be found in the world, he withdraws from them and does not reveal himself. Looking far below, when those present in the world are virtuous, the blessed Holy One descends his rungs toward creatures below to watch over the world and benefit them. For when the virtuous are absent from the world, he withdraws and hides his face from them, does not watch over them, since the righteous are the foundation and sustenance of the world, as is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world. So, the Blessed Holy One revealed his holy name only to Israel, his allotted share and heritage, whereas the world he apportioned to shield-bearing deputies, as has been said, for it is written when the Most High allotted the nations, and similarly for Jehovah's share is his people. Rabbi Heir and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Heir, I am astonished at what Solomon said. All his words are concealed words, unknown, for look, in he envelops concealed words. He opened, saying, all things are wearisome, no one can utter them. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. All things are wearisome. Now, are all things so wearisome to express that he would say no one can utter them? Why? Because two of them are not under a person's control, while the mouth is, and as hard as these three struggle, they cannot fathom or grasp everything. Rabbi Heir said, so it is, for human speech cannot express, nor eyes see, nor ears hear. And there is nothing new under the sun. Even creatures and choristers formed by the Blessed Holy One under the sun cannot express all things of the world. The eye is not empowered to see, nor the ear to hear. Therefore Solomon, who understood the matter, said this. All events of the world depend on numerous suzerains, yet all inhabitants of the world neither know nor consider the foundation of their existence. Even Solomon, who was wiser than anyone in the world, could not comprehend them. He opened, saying, he has made everything right in its time. He has also set the world in their heart. Happy are those who engage in Torah and know how to contemplate with the spirit of wisdom. He has made everything right in its time. Every action performed by the Blessed Holy One in the world, each and every one, has a rung appointed over it, whether for good or for evil, some rungs to the right, some to the left. If a person goes to the right, performing an action, there is a rung appointed to that side, offering him assistance. How many assist him? If a person goes to the left and commits his acts, the act he commits is appointed to that side, accusing him, conducting him to that side, leading him astray. So, an act performed fittingly by a person is facilitated by the power appointed on the right. This is in its time, right in its time, for that action links with its time fittingly. He has also set the world in their heart. The entire world and all its activity depend solely upon the desire of the heart, as it arises in the will of a human being. Happy are the righteous who attract good deeds, benefiting themselves and the whole world. Woe to those who do not know the time of that action and do not care about performing their actions in the world according to the remedy needed by the world, aligning the action with its appropriate rung. Why? Because they do not know. So, all is given to human will, as is written, yet a human cannot discover what God has done. And since those actions are not performed to be aligned fittingly with their rungs, that this act might be integrated in this rung, perfectly arranged, but rather according to human desire, what is written next? I know that there is nothing good in them but to be happy and do good in their life. I know that there is nothing good in them in those actions performed improperly, but to be happy with whatever befalls him and to offer thanks to the Blessed Holy One and do good in his life. For look, if that action brings evil upon him through the rung appointed over it, he should rejoice in this and offer thanks, since he brought it upon himself, going unknowingly like a bird into a snare. How do we know all this? As is written, for a human does not know his time. Like fish caught in a cruel net, like birds seized in a snare, so humans are trapped in a time of calamity, when it falls upon them suddenly. For a human does not know his time. What is his time? The time of that action that he performs, as has been said, he has made everything right in its time. So they are like birds seized in a snare. So, happy are those engaged in Torah, who know its ways and paths, so as to walk the way of truth. One should never open his mouth for evil, for he does not know who snatches that word, and when he doesn't know, he stumbles. When the righteous open their mouths, all is shalom, peace. When Joseph began to speak to Pharaoh, what is written? God will answer for Pharaoh's shalom, well-being. Rabbi Yehuda said, as has been explained, the Blessed Holy One cares for the well-being of royalty, as is said he charged them regarding the children of Israel and regarding Pharaoh king of Egypt. This has been established. Rabbi Heir said, Pharaoh wanted to test Joseph, so he changed his dream. But Joseph, knowing the rungs, contemplated the matter and said, This is what you saw, every item accurately, as is written. Pharaoh said to Joseph, after God has made known to you all this, Ahariah, after Yyahari, behind me, you must have been at the moment I was dreaming. Therefore he said all this, you knew how it was and you knew its meaning. Rabbi Yitzchak said, if so, then Joseph told everything, the dream and its interpretation, just like, who told the dream and its interpretation? He replied, not so. From Pharaoh's wording, Joseph observed that he was speaking about certain rungs, and he saw that he was mistaken. So he said to him, this is how it is, because the rungs proceed in order. Whereas didn't observe anything from what Nebuchadnezzar said, and yet told him everything, the dream and its interpretation. What is written of then in a night vision, the mystery was revealed to in a night vision. Who is a night vision? Gabriel. Who is vision? Vision from vision. What is written? Behold, the glory of the God of Israel was coming from the east. Its sound was like the sound of mighty waters, and the earth shone with his glory. Ezekiel. What is written next? The vision was like the vision I had seen, like the vision I had seen when I came to destroy the city, and visions like the vision I had seen by the river Kivar, and I fell on my face. All these visions total 6 visions. Vision of vision. There is a visionary mirror reflecting supernal colors. Unvisioned in that visionary mirror there is vision within vision, and vision within vision. One above the other, all poised on specific rungs, presiding, called night vision. Through them spread all dreams of the world, these resembling those above them. So, then in a night vision, the mystery was revealed to. As has been said, it is not written the mystery at Jelei was revealed, but rather the mystery Gali. He revealed one of these rungs, revealed that dream to him along with its interpretation. Whereas Joseph, through Pharaoh's words, contemplated the rungs and spoke. Therefore, he appointed him over the entire land of Egypt, because the blessed Holy One gave Joseph what was already his. A mouth that did not kiss sin, it is written, upon your mouth all my people shall kiss. A hand that did not approach sin, it is written, he put it on Joseph's hand. A neck that did not approach sin, it is written, he placed the gold chain around his neck. A body that did not approach sin, it is written, they called out before him, Avrik, and similarly he had him ride in the chariot of his viceroy. Everything he received was already his own. What is written? Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and passed through all the land of Egypt. Rabbi Hizkiah said, why did he pass through all the land of Egypt? In order to take control, for so they proclaimed before him, and in order to gather grain in every single district. Rabbi Elazar said, Joseph gathered grain in every district so that it wouldn't rot. And Rabbi Shimon said, whatever the blessed Holy One does is intended to revolve revolutions to fulfill the covenant of existence. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he first provided all its necessities and then brought the human being into the world, so he found his sustenance. The blessed Holy One said to Abraham, know well that your seed will be strangers and afterward they will go forth with great substance. When Joseph arrived, there was no great substance there, so he revolved revolutions and brought famine upon the world, and the whole world brought silver and gold to Egypt. Then the whole land of Egypt was filled with silver and gold. Once all the great substance was prepared, he brought Jacob to Egypt. For such are the ways of the blessed Holy One. First he creates the remedy, then he strikes. So first he prepared great substance in Egypt, then he brought them into exile. Thus he revolved revolutions and brought famine upon the world so that the entire world would bring silver and gold to Egypt. Because of this, Joseph, who was righteous, enabled Israel to acquire wealth, silver and gold, as is said, he led them out with silver and gold. None among their tribes stumbled by the hand of a righteous one. This came upon Israel, all for the purpose of making them worthy of the world that is coming. He opened, saying, enjoy life with the woman you love all the days of your fleeting life that he has granted you under the sun, all your fleeting days. For that is your share in life and in your toil that you exert under the sun. This verse abides in supernal mystery, as has been established. Enjoy life of the world that is coming, for happy is one who attains that fully. With the woman you love, assembly of Israel, for love is ascribed to her, as is said, I have loved you with eternal love, when at the time when the right side grasps her, as is written, therefore I have extended grace to you all the days of your fleeting life, for she is bound to life. She is a world imbued with life, for this world is not, since that life lies under the sun and the rays of that sun do not reach here, having disappeared from the world ever since the day the temple was destroyed, as is written the sun darkened. What does this mean? Its radiance withdrew, shining no more, as is said the righteous one loses. For that is your share in life. Sun with moon, we must together with the moon enter the sun, and sun in moon, not separating them. This is the share of a human being, entering through them the world that is coming. What is written next? Whatever your hand finds to do, do with your power. For there is no doing or reasoning or knowing or wisdom in Sheol. This verse calls for contemplation. Whatever your hand finds to do now, has the strap been untied, allowing one to do whatever he wishes? Rather, it is written to do with your power, namely, one's soul, which is the power by which one demonstrates virtue in this world. Alternatively, with your power, the woman we have mentioned, who is power, empowering a person in this world and in the world that is coming. One should attain her in this world, so that he will be strengthened by her in that world. Why? Because once a person departs this world, he has no power to do anything, or to say, from now on, I will act. Surely, there is no doing or reasoning or knowing or wisdom in Sheol, where you are going. If one does not acquire merit in this world, he will not do so later in that world. As has been established, whoever has not prepared provisions for the journey from this world will have nothing to eat in that world. There are certain good deeds one performs in this world that he can partake of here, yet that remain for the world that is coming, providing nourishment. Joseph attained this world and attained the world that is coming because he desired to unite with a woman in awe of Jehovah, as is said, I would be sinning against Elohim. Consequently he was worthy of ruling this world and rendered Israel worthy. What is written? Joseph gathered all the silver as was fitting, for that flowing, gushing river gathers all riches exist therein. This is the mystery written. God placed them in the expanse of heaven all fittingly. Surely Joseph had to rule over the kingdom. What is written? He had him ride in his second chariot. Who is his second chariot? The blessed Holy One made the righteous one the ruler, because by him the world is nourished and needs to be nourished. The blessed Holy One has a higher chariot and a lower chariot. The lower chariot is his second chariot, and Joseph the righteous should be riding in his second chariot, the blessed Holy One's. All abides in supernal mystery, corresponding to the pattern above. They called out before him, Avrik. What is Avrik? A link linking sun with moon, and all kneel to this place. Setting him over all the land, the whole world acknowledges him. So all abides in supernal mystery. The blessed Holy One formed a kingdom on earth as a reflection of the kingdom of heaven, corresponding perfectly. Whatever manifests on earth exists before in the presence of the blessed Holy One. The Holy Kingdom did not have complete dominion until it was joined with the patriarchs, since the blessed Holy One formed the supernal kingdom to be illumined by the mystery of the patriarchs. Once Joseph the righteous went down to Egypt, he drew Shekinah after him, for Shekinah follows only the righteous one. So Joseph was drawn first to Egypt and obtained all the wealth of the world fittingly. Then Shekinah descended along with all the tribes. Therefore Joseph, who guarded the covenant, succeeded in being crowned in his sight and attained the kingdom above and the kingdom below. So, whoever guards the holy covenant is considered to have fulfilled the entire Torah, since the covenant is equivalent to the entire Torah. Jacob saw that there were provisions in Egypt. Rabbi Yehuda opened, utterance of the word of Jehovah concerning Israel. The declaration of Jehovah, who stretches out the heavens and lays the foundation of the earth and forms the spirit of a human within him. This verse calls for contemplation. Massa, utterance of the word of Jehovah in all those places where scripture states Massa. Massa. Why? Because wherever the expression Massa refers to judging other nations, it is positive, and wherever Massa refers to Israel, it is negative. Wherever it refers to judgment upon other nations, it is positive, because Massa means burden. The security of other nations is a burden, as it were, upon the blessed Holy One, and when judgment is decreed against them, that burden that he bears for them is removed. Wherever Massa refers to judgment upon Israel, it is a burden, as it were, upon the blessed Holy One. So, Massa in either case, it is a burden. The declaration of Jehovah, who stretches out the heavens and lays the foundation of the earth. What need is there to add and forms the spirit of a human within him? Wouldn't we already know that he forms the spirit of a human? This indicates, however, a particular rung on which all spirits and souls of the world exist. Rabbi Shimon said, this verse is difficult. If scripture had said and forms the spirit of a human and no more, that would be fine. But why Bicherbo, within him? This, however, is a twofold mystery. For look, from that flowing, gushing river all souls issue and soar, gathering into one sight, and that rung forms the spirit of a human Bicherbo, within itself, precisely, like a woman conceiving from a male, forming the embryo in her womb until all is fashioned perfectly. So, and forms the spirit of a human within itself, abiding within until a person is created in the world, when it is given to him. Alternatively, and forms the spirit of a human within him, literally how so? When a human being is created and the blessed Holy One endows him with a soul and he emerges into the atmosphere, that spirit within him does not find enough body into which it can expand, so it remains in an ambulatory inside of him. As the person's body expands, that spirit expands, imparting its energy as the body grows, the spirit transmits its power within him, invigorating him. So, forms the spirit of a human within him, literally. Now, you might ask why forms? Because that spirit needs additional power from above, supporting it, so the blessed Holy One forms the spirit of a human within him, providing him with assistance. When that spirit needs assistance, in accordance with the person's state of being and the body's fitness, the spirit is enhanced, augmented by spirit, attaining perfection. This forms the spirit of a human within him. When Joseph was lost to his father, Jacob lost that supplemental spirit he possessed and Shekinah withdrew from him. Later, what is written? The spirit of Jacob their father revived. Now, was he dead until this moment? Rather, that supplemental spirit had departed from him, was no longer within him, due to the sadness inside of him, and consequently his spirit lost its vitality. So, the spirit of Jacob revived. Here, having not yet been informed, how did he know? Simply because Jacob saw. He saw the whole country going to Egypt and bringing grain. Jacob saw. Rabbi Yitzchak said, King David succeeded in joining the patriarchs and inherited a place among them, as is said, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Rabbi Yisa and Rabbi Hizkiah were walking from Cappadocia to Lyre, accompanied by a certain Jew lugging a skin of wine. As they were walking, Rabbi Yisa said to Rabbi Hizkiah, "Open your mouth and utter one of those sublime words of Torah that you deliver daily before the holy lamp." He opened, saying, "Her ways are ways of delightfulness, and all her paths are peace. Her ways are ways of delightfulness, ways of Torah. For whoever follows the ways of Torah is showered by the blessed Holy One with the delight of Shekinah, never departing from him. And all her paths are peace, for all the paths of Torah are entirely peaceful, providing him peace above, peace below, peace in this world, peace in the world that is coming." The Jew said, "A coin in a flask is found in this verse." They said to him, "How do you know?" He replied, "I heard from my father, so I learned something here in this verse." He opened, saying, "This verse is twofold and double-faceted. Call it delightfulness and call it peace, call them ways and call them paths. Who are ways and who are paths? Who is delightfulness and who is peace? Well, her ways are ways of delightfulness corresponds to what is written, who makes a way through the sea. For look, wherever in Torah one reads way, it is a way open to all, like a road open to every person. So, her ways opened by the patriarchs, who dug in the great sea and entered her, those ways open up on every side, in every direction of the world. This delightfulness is the delight issuing from the world that is coming, and from the world that is coming all lamps radiate, lights scattering everywhere. That goodness and radiance of the world that is coming, absorbed by the patriarchs, is called delightfulness. Alternatively, the world that is coming is called delightfulness, and as it arouses, all goodness and joy, all radiance, all freedom of the world arouse. So we have learned, when Sabbath enters, the wicked in hell all rest, experiencing freedom and tranquility. When Sabbath departs, we should arouse supernal joy upon us so that we may be saved from the punishment of the wicked, who are doomed from that moment on. We should arouse and recite, may the delightfulness of Jehovah our God be upon us, supernal delightfulness, joy of also, her ways are ways of delightfulness. And all her paths are peace. Who are her paths? Those paths emerging from above, all gathered by a single covenant named peace, peace of the home, who conducts them into the great sea when it is agitated, bringing it peace, as is written, and all her paths are peace. Joseph was covenant of peace, and in Egypt he became ruler and governor of the land, though Jacob, having been deserted by Shekinah, did not know. Nevertheless, he felt crushed having to purchase grain in Egypt. He foresaw calamity upon calamity in his sons going down to Egypt. Jacob said to his sons, "Why should you show yourselves only as hungry, like men who are famished?" Rabbi Hizkiah said, "Surely a mystery lies here. For whenever trouble befalls the world, a person should not show himself in the street, so as not to be seized for his sins. That is why he said, why should you show yourselves? This has already been explained." Alternatively, Jacob saw that there was Sheva in Egypt, grain, literally, for the blessed Holy One sent famine into the world in order to bring Jacob and his sons down there, and that is why he saw inhabitants of the land bringing grain from there. Jacob saw that there was Sheva in Egypt. When Isaac died, Jacob and Esau came to divide the inheritance. Esau abandoned his share of the land, leaving Jacob to endure exile and obtain all. So he saw that Tivira, calamity, awaited him in Egypt, him and his sons enduring the exile. Therefore, Jacob said to his sons, "Why should you show yourselves in the presence of supernal judgment? Don't let the accuser loom over you." He said, "Look, I have heard that there are provisions in Egypt. Go down there as they have established, redo, go down for this numerical value." Israel remained in Egypt. Joseph was the governor over the land. Rabbi Yos opened, "And now my head will be raised above my enemies surrounding me." When the blessed Holy One delights in a human being, he raises him above all inhabitants of the world, making him head of all subdued beneath him. King David was despised by his brothers, rejected by them, but the blessed Holy One raised his head above all inhabitants of the world. His father-in-law came and he fled from him. The blessed Holy One raised him over his kingdom and all bowed before him. Joseph was despised by his brothers afterward, they all knelt and bowed before him, as is written, Joseph's brothers came and bowed down to him, their faces to the ground. And now my head will he raised. What is Ve'ata, and now like Ve'ata, and you? Rabbi Yehuda says, as has been explained, time a supernal rung. And who is this he, and it is called Ata, now. Ve'ata, and now, is he and his court. My head will be raised in dignity and dominion. Above my enemies surrounding me are the kings of the earth. And I will offer in his tent Jerusalem. In his tent of meeting. Sacrifices of jubilation so that the whole world will hear. I will sing and chant from the side of jubilation, since from there issue song and praise. Alternatively, my head will be raised, assembly of Israel. Above my enemies surrounding me Esau and all his lieutenants. And I will offer in his tent Israel. Sacrifices of jubilation, as is written, sacrifices of God are a broken spirit in order to remove judgment from the world. I will sing and chant, thanking and praising the blessed Holy One incessantly, forever. My head will be raised entirely, the good impulse above the evil impulse. Above my enemies surrounding me, the evil impulse, surrounding a person, his utter enemy. And I will offer in his tent sacrifices of jubilation, Torah, given from the side of fire, as is said, from his right hand, a fiery law for them by virtue of Torah. One's head is raised and all his enemies shattered before him, as is said, those who rose against me you have subdued beneath me. My head will be raised, included among the patriarchs, for King David has to join the patriarchs before being exalted, rising above, in a single bond with them. Above my enemies surrounding me, those on the left side, all masters of judgment intent on destruction. Then sun unites with moon and all becomes one. Joseph was the governor over the land, sun governing moon, illumining her, nourishing her. He was the provider to all the people of the land. From that flowing, gushing river, all are nourished, from their souls fly to all. So they all bow to that sight, for there is nothing in the world that does not depend on the flux of destiny, since from there all goodness flows into the world. As they have established, all depends on flux. Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Rabbi Lazar opened, "Why should I fear, in days of evil, the iniquity of my heels encompassing me? There are three who fear without knowing what they fear, as has been established. However, there is one who fears without knowing what he fears, because of sins that he did not recognize as sins, that he did not consider. It is he who fears days of evil, those days designated for the evil one. And who are they? This is the evil impulse, called evil one, who has certain days on which he is authorized in the world to lead astray all those who defile their ways, for one who comes to defile himself, they defile. So these are called days of evil, and they are assigned to those sins that people trample underfoot. All those who defile their ways encounter bands of dazzling demons, defiling them. On the path one wishes to take, on precisely that path he is conducted. If a person comes to purify himself, how many are those who assist him? We have learned that when a person rises in the morning, he should wash his hands from a receptacle of water, a vessel for pouring water by means of someone who has already washed his hands, as has been established. On account of this receptacle, we have established this matter. Further, a person should wash the right hand with the left, so that right prevail over left and right be washed by left. This is the purpose of washing. So one who washes his hands should wash right with left, so as not to provide any opening for the evil impulse to dominate, as we have established. When evil judgment prevails, it does not refrain from tormenting. When the right prevails over other nations to crush them, the Blessed Holy One feels compassion for them and does not annihilate them. Therefore, whoever commits those sins that one tramples underfoot is unaware of them and is constantly afraid. King David was always on guard against these sins, and whenever he went to battle he would search for them, so he did not fear to wage war. There were 4 kings, what one requested, another did not. David said, "Let me pursue my enemies and overtake them." Why? Because he had guarded himself against those sins, providing no opening for his enemies to prevail, so he asked to pursue them continually rather than they pursuing him, demanding punishment for his sins, so that he fall into their hands. Asa was more afraid, even though he scrutinized his sins, but not like King David. He asked to pursue them but not to attack them, and that the Blessed Holy One slay them. And so it was, as is written, Asa and the army with him pursued them as far as Jurah, and Jehovah struck the Cushites before Asa and Judah, and the Cushites fled. But of David, what is written, David smote them from twilight until the evening of the next day, whereas Asa was pursuing and the Blessed Holy One striking. Jehoshaphat king of Judah also asked, saying, "I can neither pursue nor slay, but I will sing and you slay them," because he did not scrutinize as thoroughly as Asa. The Blessed Holy One did so, as is written, as they began their jubilation and praise, Jehovah set ambushes against the men of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir who were invading Judah, and they were struck down. Hezekiah king of Judah also said, "I can neither sing nor pursue nor wage war," because he feared those sins that we have mentioned. What is written, that night an angel of Jehovah went out and struck down 185,000 in the Assyrian camp. King Hezekiah stayed at home lying in bed, while the Blessed Holy One was slaying them. Now, if these righteous ones feared those sins, how much more so should other inhabitants of the world. Therefore one should ferret out those sins that we have mentioned, so that those days of evil, who are merciless toward him, will not prevail against him. Joseph recognized his brothers when they fell into his hands. But they did not recognize him when he fell into theirs. He felt compassion for them because he was peace. But they did not recognize him because they, Simeon and Levi, issued from the side of harsh judgment, so they felt no compassion for him, for all those masters of judgment have no compassion for people falling into their hands. Therefore David said, "Why should I fear, in days of evil?" It is not written, "Did I fear?" but rather, "Should I fear?" because I have nothing to fear from those days of evil, as we have said. And yet, the iniquity of my heels encompassing me. Who are my heels? Those referred to mysteriously his hand gripping Esau's heel. This is the heel, and those are heels constantly observing the sin that a person tramples with his heel. What is written? Woe unto them who haul iniquity with flimsy cords, and sinners with cart ropes with flimsy cords that he tramples with the heel unconcernedly, but gradually it is reinforced, becoming like cart ropes. That sin is reinforced, leading him astray in this world and in the world that is coming. Happy are the righteous who know how to guard themselves against their sins. They constantly scrutinize their actions, so that the accuser will not loom over them in this world or accuse them in the world that is coming. For Torah prepares ways and paths for them to follow, as is written, her ways are ways of delight, and all her paths are peace. Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed about them. Rabbi, he ear opened, when your enemy falls, do not be glad when he stumbles, let your heart not rejoice. The blessed Holy One formed the human being for his glory, to serve him constantly, and to engage in Torah day and night, because the blessed Holy One delights constantly in Torah. As soon as he created Adam, he placed Torah before him and taught her to him, so that he would know her ways. How do we know? As is written, then he saw her and declared her, he arranged her and explored her. And then he said to Adam, see, or of Jehovah, she is wisdom. To shun evil is understanding. Having seen her, he transgressed the command of his Lord and was seized for his sin. All those who transgress a single word of Torah are seized for it. King Solomon was wiser than all inhabitants of the world. He transgressed a single word of Torah and caused his disenthronement and the splitting of the kingdom from his descendants. How much more so, for one who transgresses the Torah? Why did Joseph, who was granted dominion by the blessed Holy One, spin schemes around his brothers when they fell into his hands? After all, he knew the Torah that his father had taught him, but perish the thought that Joseph spun those schemes to take revenge upon them. Rather, he did all this only to bring his brother Benjamin, for whom he yearned. He did not let his brothers fall, for look at what is written, Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, all this so they would not fall. Rabbi Yehuda said, once the blessed Holy One created the moon, he would gaze upon her, as is said, the eyes of Jehovah your God are perpetually upon her, watching over her constantly. And it is written, then he saw her and declared her, for by gazing upon her, the sun is illumined. Vesapara, and declared her. What does Vesapara mean? As is said, a place whose stones are sapphire. He arranged her, for she sits arrayed in 12 dominions, splaying into 70 suzerains. He established her with 7 supernal pillars, to be illumined, to dwell in perfection. And explored her, gazing upon her continually, time after time, ceaselessly. Then he warned the human being, saying, see, or of Jehovah, she is wisdom, for she is crowned above creatures below, so that through her they may revere and know the blessed Holy One. To shun evil is understanding, purging of refuse so as not to approach it, or approach with it. Then, manifestation of understanding, knowing, contemplating, gazing upon the glory of the supernal King. Rabbi Yos rose at night to engage in Torah, and there was a certain Jew there whom he happened to have met in that house. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, treasures of wickedness do not avail, but righteousness delivers from death. Treasures of wickedness do not avail those who do not engage in Torah, and follow worldly affairs, amassing treasures of wickedness. What is written? Those riches are lost in a bad venture, because they are treasures of wickedness. But righteousness delivers from death those who engage in Torah and know her ways, contemplating. For Torah, tree of life, is called righteousness, as is written, it will be righteousness for us if we are careful to observe this entire commandment. Alternatively, but tzedakah, righteousness, delivers from death. Tzedakah, charity, literally. It is twofold and double-faceted. Call it Torah and call it charity, and all is one. That Jew said, and call it peace. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so. That Jew rose and joined him. He opened, saying, one who tills his land will be sated with bread, but one who chases vanities will be sated with poverty. This verse is difficult. How could King Solomon, wiser than all of humanity, say that one should strive to cultivate the land, devoting himself to that and abandoning eternal life? But it is a mystery. He opened, saying, Jehovah Elohim took the human and placed him in the Garden of Eden to till it and tend it. They have established that this is the mystery of offerings. To till it supernal king and tend it lower king supernal world and lower world. To till it for the male, in mystery of Zakhor, remember Al-Shomra, and tend it in mystery of Shema, observe. Therefore, one who tills his land Garden of Eden, which needs to be tilled and cultivated, drawing blessings to her from above. When she is blessed, drawing blessings from above, he too is blessed along with her. The priest who blesses is blessed, as is said, and I myself will bless them. So, one who tills his land will be sated with bread nourishment from above. But one who chases vanities, one who clings to the other side, will be sated with poverty, surely. Rabbi Yos said, happy are you to have attained this word. He opened further with the verse that follows, a faithful man will abound in blessings, but one hurrying to get rich will not remain blameless. A faithful man will abound in blessings, a man possessing faith in the Blessed Holy One, like Rav Yisur Sava, who, although he had food for that day to eat, would not prepare it before asking for nourishment from the Holy King. After praying and asking for nourishment, he would prepare it. He would always say, let us not prepare until it is provided from the house of the king. But one hurrying to get rich will not remain blameless because he refuses to engage in Torah, which is life for this world and life for the world that is coming. Now that it is time to study Torah, let us engage. That man opened with the mystery of a dream, saying, Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed about them. Now, why did Joseph remind them of those dreams he had dreamed about them? What good did it do him actually? He didn't remind them, because Joseph was wise, and it is written every clever person acts intelligently. But when he saw them bowing down to him, their faces to the ground, he was reminded of what he had dreamed about them when he was with them, as is written, look, my sheaf arose and actually stood up, and look, your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to my sheaf. When he saw them bowing down before him, then Joseph remembered the dreams, because he saw them being fulfilled. Further, Joseph remembered the dreams. She remembered them because there is no forgetfulness in the presence of the Blessed Holy One. A person should remember a good dream, so that it will not be forgotten, then it will be fulfilled. For as it is forgotten by a person, so it is forgotten above him. A dream uninterpreted is like a letter unread. And if one does not remember, it is as if one does not know. So, whoever forgets a dream and does not know it is not poised above him to be fulfilled. Therefore Joseph remembered his dream, so that it would be fulfilled, so that the dream would never be forgotten by him, and he awaited it constantly. He said to them, you are spies. He remembered the dream, but he did not say a word to them except you are spies. Rabbi Yos opened, for a dream comes through a multitude of affairs, as has been established. A dream has numerous bearers and chieftains, rung upon rung, so that some dreams are entirely true and some contain truth and falsehood. But the truly righteous are shown no false material at all, only truth. What is written of then in a night vision, the mystery was revealed to, and similarly saw a dream and visions of his mind upon his bed. Then he wrote down the dream. Now, if it contained false material, why was it recorded among the writings? However, when the souls of the truly righteous ascend, they are joined only by holy words, informed by words of truth, enduring words, never to be uprooted. Now, you might say, but we have learned that King David never had a good dream, which implies that David saw things that weren't true. Surely, however, he engaged all his days in shedding blood and waging war, so all his dreams were bad dreams, destruction, devastation, blood, and bloodshed, not a single dream of peace. And you might ask, is a good person shown a bad dream? Certainly so. All the evils destined to overtake those who transgress the decrees of Torah and the punishments destined to be inflicted upon them in that world. This is why a virtuous person is shown a bad dream, as has been said. We have learned that a person who has a dream should disclose it in the presence of those who love him, that their will might rise favorably toward him and they might express themselves favorably, will and word becoming completely favorable, will within thought, beginning of all, and word, culmination of all. Consequently, all is consummation of all, and word fittingly in mystery of faith, consequently, perfection in supernal mystery, so all is fulfilled. A person's friends are essential for the fulfillment of that favorable interpretation, and all is fitting. Therefore the Blessed Holy One informs a person, each and every one according to his rang, according to his aspect. That Jew said, surely, a dream is intended only for a virtuous person, so that the dream will be suitable. When a person is asleep in bed, his soul leaves and roams the world above, entering the place that she enters. Numerous bands of dazzling demons traverse the world, and they accost that soul. If she is virtuous, she ascends, seeing what she sees. If not, she adheres to that side, and they convey false information to her or things that will happen in the near future. As he awakens, the soul within him informs him of what she has seen. Therefore, a person who is not virtuous is shown a good dream that is not true, all in order to lead him astray from the path of truth, since he has strayed from the path of truth. For whoever comes to purify himself, they purify; whoever comes to defile himself, they defile. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so it has been said. They sat until morning arose. When morning arose, Rabbi Yos said, surely, Joseph's name is not mentioned among those banners, as is written, the banner of the camp of Ephraim and not the banner of the camp of Joseph, because he exalted himself over his brothers, as has been said. That Jew said, surely I have heard that Joseph is male, whereas all those tribes are in the world of the female. That is why Joseph, who is in the world of the male, was not included with them. What is written anew, we are all of us sons of one man. The verse should read anew, we. Why is the Aleph missing? Because the mystery of covenant was absent from them. Aleph withdrew from there, for Aleph is male. So, Bet is female, Aleph, male. Therefore, Aleph withdrew from here, and they were left female together with Shekinah. Afterward, they said, anew, we are honest, and Aleph was added. They spoke without knowing what they were speaking, for Joseph was present there, so they completed the word, saying anew. How do we know? As is written, they said, we your servants are 12 brothers, including Joseph when he was included in the count. They said anew when he was not, they said nanu. Rabbi Yos said, all these words we have spoken delight the Blessed Holy One, for Shekinah has not departed from here, as is said. Then those who revere Jehovah spoke with one another, and Jehovah listened attentively, and it was written in a book of remembrance in his presence concerning those who revere Jehovah and contemplate his name, Malachi. He put them under guard for 3 days. Rabbi Elazar said, why these 3 days? Because these correspond to the 3 days of Shechem, as is written, it happened on the 3rd day, while they were in pain. What is written of Joseph do Zot, this, and life, showing that he did not act as they had, making the men of Shechem accept upon themselves Zot, mystery of covenant, and after they had enacted this covenant, killing them, not one of them surviving. Whereas of him, what is written, do Zot and live. Why? Because I revere God, guarding the covenant. All this tortuosity was solely for the sake of Benjamin. They said, a man to his brother, truly, we are guilty concerning our brother. They said, a man to his brother Simeon and Levi, like previously, as is written. They said, a man to his brother. Here comes that dream master, just as there it is Simeon and Levi, so here it is Simeon and Levi. Who is a man, and who is his brother? Well, a man must be Simeon. Here is written a man, and there is written, look, a man of the children of Israel came, just as there from Simeon, so here Simeon. And because he turned back in repentance for this and felt remorse and said to Levi, truly, we are guilty, his zodiacal sign was modeled on Joseph's a bull, as is written, his firstling bull majesty is his, and Simeon's sign is a bull. Therefore, he took Simeon from them so that he would not attack along with Levi, for when Simeon and Levi join together they can attack. And he bound him before their eyes. As they have established, before their eyes he bound him. After they left, he provided him with food and drink. Now, you might say that Joseph's intention was based on the verse, if your enemy is hungry, give him bread to eat; if he is thirsty, give him water to drink. But if so, how could Joseph, who was righteous, act like this? Look at what is written, for you will be heaping burning coals on his head, and Jehovah will reward you. Far be it from Joseph to feel that way. Rather, like a man toward his brother, he behaved toward him, in brotherhood and in no other manner, and not toward him alone, but toward all his brothers, as is written, Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, behaving toward them in brotherhood. Rabbi Yos opened, thus says Jehovah, if they are Shalomim, united, and likewise numerous, they will likewise be shorn and pass away. I have afflicted you, I will afflict you no more. Nahum. This verse has been established, for when an entire people live in Shalama, peace, without enemies, the Blessed Holy One feels compassion for them and judgment does not prevail against them. Even if they all worship idols yet live in peace, judgment has no dominion over them, as is written, Ephraim is joined to images, leave him alone. Hosea. They will likewise be shorn. Why they will likewise be shorn? The verse should read, they will be shorn. However, this alludes to the beginning of the verse, namely peace. Here too, peace. And what is that? Charity, for charity is peace. Whoever lavishes charity increases peace above and increases peace below. So, they will likewise be shorn, for they shear their money for charity. Ve'ava, and pass away. The verse should read Ve'avayu, and they will pass away. Why Ve'ava? However, this is wrathful judgment, as is said, until wrath passes and judgment pass away from them. Alternatively, if they are Shalomim, complete Israel, to whom the Blessed Holy One has granted an enduring covenant, to be guarded constantly, through which a human becomes complete on all sides, above and below. If one does not guard it, he is defective, totally defective. How do we know? As is written, walk in my presence and be tamim. What is tamim? Complete, for until the covenant is established in him, he is defective. Therefore, if they are complete, guarding this commandment to be complete and not be defective, and likewise numerous, increasing and multiplying with it, for souls issue into the world only through this covenant, they will likewise be shorn. This refers to if they are complete, guarding it constantly. They will be shorn, one who is circumcised, accepting this covenant, and pass away. To what does this refer? That filth of foreskin that was on him before. Alternatively, thus says Jehovah, if they are complete sons of Jacob, for as long as they were together with Joseph, they were complete, abiding with the covenant. They will likewise be shorn, for they went and abandoned Joseph and Simeon, and pass, then judgment befell them, as is written, Jehovah will pass to strike Egypt. There is severe judgment and mild judgment. Severe judgment is strong, mild judgment is weak. When this mild judgment sucks from severe judgment, it is intensified and becomes potent. When judgment is executed upon Israel, it is enacted by this mild judgment, not intensified by that severe judgment. When judgment is executed upon other nations, this mild judgment is intensified by severe judgment above, to gain potency, as is written, Jehovah will pass to strike Egypt. Ve'ava, will pass, filled with Evra, wrath, and indignation, intensified by severe judgment. Here too, Ve'ava. When 10 gather in synagogue and one of them slips out, the Blessed Holy One is angry at him. Alternatively, they will likewise be shorn, evil deeds removed from them, then, will pass. What does will pass mean? Rabbi Shimon said, when the soul leaves this world, she undergoes many judgments before entering her sight. Afterward, all those souls have to pass through a certain flowing, gushing river of fire, bathing themselves. Who can rise from there, passing through without fear, as is written, who may ascend the mountain of Jehovah? The soul of the righteous passes fearlessly and stands in his holy place, and one who engages in charity in this world, offering his money for charity, will pass that place unafraid. A herald proclaims before that soul, I have afflicted you, I will afflict you no more. Whoever is worthy to pass through this is exempt from all further judgments. All this about Joseph with his brothers and all these incidents, why are they necessary? Oh, but Torah is Torah of truth, and all her ways are holy ways, and you cannot find a single word in Torah that does not contain supernal mysteries and ways for human beings to strengthen themselves. He opened, saying, do not say, Ashalima, I will requite evil. Wait for Jehovah and he will deliver you. The Blessed Holy One formed the human being to embrace Torah and follow paths of truth toward the right, not toward the left. Since they must go to the right, they should expand love between one another. There should be no hatred between them, so as not to weaken the right, the place to which Israel cleaves. Accordingly, There exists a good impulse and an evil impulse, and Israel must enable the good impulse to overpower the evil impulse through worthy deeds. If a person strays to the left, then the evil impulse overpowers the good impulse. Through his sins, he completes the one who was defective, for this repulsive one becomes complete only through human sin. Therefore one must be careful that the evil one not be completed by his sins. He should guard himself constantly, for one should complete the good impulse perfectly, constantly, not the evil impulse. So, do not say, Ashalima, I will complete evil. Wait for Jehovah and he will deliver you. Alternatively, do not say, Ashalima, I will render evil, as is said Holimia, those who render evil for good. One should not render evil to a person who rendered him good, because look at what is written: if one returns evil for good, evil will not depart from his house. Even if one has been rendered evil, he should not render evil in return for that evil rendered to him. Rather, wait for Jehovah and he will deliver you. This verse has been established in relation to Joseph the righteous, who did not want to render evil to his brothers when they fell into his hands. Wait for Jehovah and he will deliver you. He waited constantly for the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Abba opened, the designs in a man's mind are deep waters, but a man of understanding draws them out. Deep waters, the blessed Holy One, for he fashioned designs and elicited causes, spinning schemes by the hand of Joseph to fulfill that decree of famine upon the world. But a man of understanding draws them out, Joseph, who revealed those depths that the blessed Holy One had decreed upon the world. Not only did Joseph refrain from rendering evil to his brothers, he acted toward them in true kindness. This is always the way of the righteous, by virtue of which the blessed Holy One has compassion upon them in this world and in the world that is coming. The designs in a man's mind are deep waters, as they have established. This is Judah, when he approached Joseph on behalf of Benjamin. But a man of understanding draws them out, Joseph. Rabbi Abba was sitting at the gateway of the gate of Lyre. He saw a man come and sit in a dugout in a mound of earth. Weary from the road, he settled down and fell asleep there. Meanwhile, he saw a snake approaching him. Out came a honey badger, using an excretion, and killed it. When the man awoke, he saw that snake lying dead in front of him. He sprang up, just as that dugout collapsed into the depths below. Rabbi Abba approached him and said, "Tell me what you do, for look, the blessed Holy One has performed these 2 miracles for you. It wasn't for nothing." That man replied, "All my days, no one in the world ever rendered me evil, with whom I didn't reconcile and whom I didn't forgive. Moreover, if I couldn't reconcile with him, I never climbed into bed before forgiving him and all those who hurt me. I never cared all my days about the evil they rendered me. Not only that, from that day on, I exerted myself to act kindly toward them." Rabbi Abba wept, and said, "This one's deeds excel those of Joseph. As for Joseph, they were surely his brothers, so he was expected to show them compassion. But this one, by what he did, surpassed Joseph. It is fitting that the blessed Holy One perform for him miracle upon miracle." He opened, saying, "One who walks in innocence walks securely, but one who perverts his ways will be found out. One who walks in innocence walks securely. The person who walks in ways of Torah walks securely, for no malignities of the world can harm him. But one who perverts his ways, Yevadi, will be found out. One who strays from the way of truth and seeks to retaliate against his fellow Yevadi will be known." What does this mean? He will be recognized by all masters of judgment, for that person's image never fades from their memory, in order to bring him to the site of avengement. Therefore, Yevadi will be known. One who walks in the way of truth is sheltered by the blessed Holy One, so he is not known or recognized by masters of judgment. But one who perverts his ways will be known and recognized by them. Happy are those who walk in the way of truth and walk the world securely, having no fear in this world or in the world that is coming. The men were afraid at being brought to Joseph's house. Rabbi Yos said, "Woe to people who do not know or contemplate the ways of Torah. Woe to them when the blessed Holy One comes to demand justice for their deeds, and body and soul rise to render account for all their deeds, before soul separates from body. For that day is the day of judgment, the day when books are opened and masters of judgment stand, when the serpent is poised to bite, and all one's limbs tremble. Soul separates from body, roaming about, not knowing which way to go or where she is being carried off. Woe for that day, a day of wrath and humiliation. Therefore one should incite his impulse every day and bring to mind that day when he will stand in judgment before the king and be embedded beneath the dust to rot away, soul separating from him. We have learned a person should always incite the good impulse against the evil impulse and follow it sedulously. If it leaves him, fine. If not, he should engage in Torah, for nothing but Torah can break the evil impulse. If it leaves, fine. If not, he should remind himself of the day of death in order to break it. Here one should contemplate, for the evil impulse is identical with the angel of death. Now, is the angel of death broken when confronted by the day of death? He is the slayer of human beings, so by implication this must delight him. That is why he constantly leads people astray, to lure them to this. Surely, however, what has been said that a person should remind himself of the day of death, certainly so, because this breaks a person's heart. For look, the evil impulse dwells only in a place where bibulous merriment and arrogance prevail. When a broken spirit prevails, it departs and dwells with him no more. Therefore a person should remind himself of the day of death, then the body is broken and that one goes away. The good impulse seeks joy and the evil impulse seeks joy. The good impulse seeks joy of Torah, and the evil impulse seeks joy of wine, fornication, and arrogance. So a person should tremble constantly because of that momentous day of judgment, day of reckoning, for one has nothing to protect him except for worthy deeds that he performs in this world in order to protect him in that hour. The men were afraid at being brought to Joseph's house. Now, all of them were powerful and mighty men, yet when a single youth brought them to Joseph's house, they were frightened. How much more so when the Blessed Holy One demands justice of a human being? Therefore one must be vigilant in this world in order to be fortified in that world, as we have established. A person should strengthen himself in the Blessed Holy One, placing his stronghold in him. Even though he has sinned, if he turns back in complete repentance, then he is powerful, fortified by the Blessed Holy One as if he had never sinned. Look, the tribes were afraid because they had sinned by kidnapping Joseph. If they had not sinned, they would not have been afraid at all. For a person's sins break his heart, leaving him with no strength at all. How so? The good impulse is broken within him, leaving him powerless to overcome the evil impulse. Of this is written, who is the man that is fearful and faint of heart, fearful of those sins of his, which break one's heart. For how many generations the Blessed Holy One exacted retribution for that sin of the tribes. For nothing vanishes in the presence of the Blessed Holy One. It is requited from generation to generation, and judgment abides before him continuously until it is exacted and judgment assumes its requisite place. How do we know from Hezekiah? He committed the sin of revealing to other nations the mysteries of the Blessed Holy One, which must not be revealed. The Blessed Holy One sent to him, saying, Behold, days are coming when everything in your palace will be carried off. How much damage that sin inflicted by exposing what had been concealed. As soon as it was exposed, an opening was provided for the other, undesirable realm to dominate it. Thus, blessing dwells only in a concealed place, as has been established. Something may be concealed with blessing hovering over it, but once it is revealed, an opening is provided for the other realm to dominate it. It is written, all who honored her despise her, for they have seen her nakedness. This has been established, but all who honored her, the kingdom of Babylon, since from there a present was sent to Jerusalem, as is written at that time, Merodach Baladan son of Baladan, the king of Babylon, sent letters and a gift to Hezekiah, and what was written in them, peace to Hezekiah, king of Judah, and peace to the great God, and peace to Jerusalem. As soon as the letters left his hands, he reconsidered and said, I acted improperly by greeting the servant before greeting his master. He rose from his throne, took 3 steps, retrieved the letters, and wrote others in their place, as follows: peace to the great God, peace to Jerusalem, and peace to Hezekiah. This is all who honored her. Afterward, despise her. Why did they despise her? Because they have seen her nakedness, shown to them by Hezekiah, otherwise, they would not have subsequently despised her. But since Hezekiah was so virtuous, the event was postponed, not occurring in his lifetime, as is written, for there will be peace and security in my days afterward, that sin was requited upon his descendants. Similarly, the sin of the tribes endured until later, because judgment above could not prevail against them until the time was ripe for retribution. So whoever possesses sins is constantly afraid, as is said, you will be terrified night and day. Therefore, the men were afraid at being brought to Joseph's house. He raised his eyes and saw Benjamin his brother, his mother's son. Rabbi, he ear opened. Hope deferred is sickness of heart, but a desire come true is a tree of life. Hope deferred, as we have learned, a person should not examine whether his request before God has been fulfilled or not. Why? Because if he does so, numerous masters of judgment come to examine his deeds. This is a mystery, for his examination of that request causes him sickness of heart. Who is sickness of heart? The one constantly poised to accuse above and below. But a desire come true, is a tree of life. We have learned whoever wants the blessed Holy One to accept his prayer should engage in Torah, which is a tree of life. Then a desire comes. Who is desire? The rung holding all prayers of the world, conveying them into the presence of the king. Here is written comes, and there is written in the evening she comes. Esther, this is a desire comes, coming before the supernal king to fulfill the desire of that human being. Alternatively, hope deferred is sickness of heart, but a desire come true is a tree of life. Hope deferred, a place where that word is delivered, another place, undesirable. Delayed there, it is passed from hand to hand and sometimes never arrives. Why? Because it is diffused and delayed among all those empowered to bring it down to the world. But a desire come true is a tree of life, a hope not delayed among those empowered chariots. Rather, the blessed Holy One grants it immediately. For when it is delayed among those chariots empowered, numerous masters of judgment are authorized to examine and scrutinize his case before it is granted. But whatever issues from the palace of the king and is bestowed upon a person is granted immediately, whether he is deserving or not. This is but a desire come true is a tree of life. Alternatively, hope deferred, Jacob, whose hope for Joseph was delayed for such a long time. But a desire come true is a tree of life, Benjamin, because from the moment that Joseph demanded to see him until he arrived only a short time elapsed. There was no delay, as is written, he raised his eyes and saw Benjamin his brother, his mother's son. What does his mother's son mean? His mother's image appeared in him, his image resembled that of Rachel, so it is written his mother's son. Rabbi Yos said, look, it was written previously Joseph saw Benjamin with them, and now is written he raised his eyes and saw Benjamin. What is this seeing? Actually, he saw through the Holy Spirit that Benjamin would have a share with them in the land, and that Shekinah would dwell in the share of Benjamin and Judah, for he saw the temple standing in their share. This is Joseph saw Benjamin with them, him he saw with them, whereas Joseph, his brother, he did not see with them in that share. Similarly, he raised his eyes and saw Benjamin. What is written next? Joseph hurried out because his love for his brother kindled and he wanted to weep. Rabbi, his key opened. Oracle of the Valley of Vision, what has happened to you now, that you have gone, all of you, up on the roofs, as has been established as the temple was being destroyed, consumed by fire? All the priests scaled the heights of the temple, with all the keys in their hands, and exclaimed, until now we have been your treasurers. From now on, take what is yours. But Valley of Vision is Shekinah, who resided in the temple and from whom all inhabitants of the world sucked the milk of prophecy. For although all prophets prophesied from another site, from her they absorbed their prophecy, so she is called Valley of Vision. Vision, as has been established, for she is a visionary mirror reflecting all supernal colors. What has happened to you now, that you have gone, all of you, up on the roofs? For when Jerusalem was destroyed, Shekinah ascended and visited all those places where she had previously dwelled, and she wept for her dwelling and for Israel who were going into exile and for all the righteous and pious who had been there and perished. How do we know? As is written, a voice is heard on a height wailing, bitter weeping, Rachel weeping for her children, as has been said. Then the blessed Holy One asked Shekinah, what has happened to you now, that you have gone, all of you, up on the roofs. Why all of you that you have gone up would have been sufficient. Why all of you to include all the other forces and chariots, all of whom wept along with her over the destruction of the temple. So, what has happened to you? She replied before him, my children are in exile and the temple is burnt, so what is left for me here? She began to say, full of commotion, tumultuous city, exuberant town. Therefore I say, look away from me, let me weep bitterly. And we have established that the Blessed Holy One said to her, restrain your voice from weeping. Ever since the day that the temple was destroyed, there has never been a day without curses. For when the temple existed, Israel would perform rituals, bringing offerings and sacrifices, and Shekinah hovered over them in the temple like a mother over her children. All faces were radiant, so that blessings appeared above and below. There was never a day without blessings and joys. Israel dwelled securely in the land, and the whole world was nourished because of them. Now that the temple is destroyed and Shekinah is with them in exile, no day passes without curses. The world is cursed, and joy cannot be found above or below. But one day the Blessed Holy One intends to raise assembly of Israel from the dust, as has been said, and to delight the world utterly, as is said, I will bring them to my holy mountain and give them joy in my house of prayer. And it is written, with weeping they will come, and with consolations I will guide them, as previously is written, she weeps bitterly in the night, so later they will return in weeping, as is written, with weeping they will come. As morning dawned, the men were sent off, they and their donkeys. Rabbi Lazar said, here one should contemplate. If they went and were sent on their way, why should it be written in the Torah, they and their donkeys? Because it is written to take us as slaves along with our donkeys. Therefore, they and their donkeys, for they and their donkeys did not remain, as they had declared. He opened, saying, Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey. That morning of Abraham shone, presiding over them through his merit. So the merit of Abraham arched over them, and they went in peace and were delivered from judgment. For at that moment, judgment loomed over them, threatening retribution, but the merit of that morning of Abraham protected them, and they were sent away from judgment, which could not prevail against them at that time. Rabbi Yehuda opened, like morning's light when the sun rises, morning without clouds from radiance, from rain, vegetation from earth, like morning's light, light of that morning of Abraham. When the sun rises, son of Jacob, as is written, the sun rose upon him. Morning without clouds, for that morning is not so dense, rather from radiance, from rain. Radiance, from rain, for it is rain coming from the side of Isaac, sprouting vegetation from earth. Alternatively, like morning's light, like that radiance of the morning of Abraham. When the sun rises, Jacob, whose radiance resembles that morning. Morning without clouds, because that morning is not dark but shining, for when morning comes, judgment is totally powerless, rather, all shines from the side of Abraham. From radiance, from rain, side of Joseph the righteous, who showers upon earth to sprout vegetation and all goodness of the world. Rabbi Shimon said, as night enters and spreads her wings over the world, numerous dazzling, demonic guardians stand poised to emerge and rule the world. Numerous masters of judgment arouse on several sides according to their species and reign over the world. As soon as morning arrives and brightens, they all vanish and rule no longer, every single one entering his place, returning to his site. As morning dawned, morning of Abraham, the men were sent off, masters of judgment who ruled at night. They and their donkeys. They, those masters of judgment whom we have mentioned. And their donkeys, those wardens of law issuing from the side of impure spirit, unholy, who neither rule nor are to be seen once morning arrives. These wardens of law derive from the side of those donkeys. For all supernal rungs include both right and left, compassion and judgment, rungs upon rungs, holy on the side of holiness, impure on the side of impurity, all rungs upon rungs, one upon another. Wherever the morning of Abraham arouses in the world, they all pass away, ruling no more, for they cannot endure on the right side, only on the left. The Blessed Holy One made day and night, so that each would be conducted fittingly on its side. Happy is the share of Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yehuda opened, for you, in awe of my name, the Sun of Justness will rise, with healing in its wings. Malachi. One day, the Blessed Holy One will illumine for Israel the sun that he has treasured away since the day the world was created, that he concealed from the wicked of the world. As is written, the light of the wicked is withheld. That light was hidden away by the Blessed Holy One, for when it first issued, it radiated from one end of the world to the other. But once he contemplated the generation of Enosh, the generation of the flood, and the generations of the wicked, he concealed that light. When Jacob appeared and wrestled with Esau's empowered prince, who struck him on the thigh, laming him, what is written, the sun rose upon him. Which sun? The sun that was hidden away, for it encompasses healing, to heal his hip. Through that sun he was healed, as is written, Jacob arrived Shalem, in peace Shalem, complete, in his body, for he was healed. So one day, the Blessed Holy One will unsheathe that sun and shine it upon Israel, as is written, for you, in awe of my name, the Sun of Justness will rise, with healing in its wings. What is the Sun of Justness? Son of Jacob, who was healed by it. With healing in its wings, since by that Sun, they will all be healed. For when Israel will rise from the dust, many of them will be lame and blind. Then the Blessed Holy One will shine that sun upon them, healing them, as is written, with healing in its wings. Then that sun will radiate from one end of the world to the other, healing Israel, consuming other nations. Of Israel, what is written, then your light will burst through like the dawn, and your healing quickly sprout. Let us return to earlier words. To Joseph 2 sons were born. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, the remnant of Jacob will be in the midst of many peoples. Micah, every single day, as light rises, one bird arouses in a tree of the Garden of Eden and calls 3 times. A scepter is raised erect and a herald proclaims potently, you are addressed, commanders of boorish creatures. Whoever among you sees and does not see, existing in the world without knowing the foundation of their existence, oblivious to the glory of their Lord. Torah stands before them, yet they do not engage in her. Better for them to have never been created than to exist without understanding. Woe to them when days of evil arouse against them and banish them from the world. What are days of evil? If you imagine days of old age, not so, for if one attains children and grandchildren, then days of old age are days of good. What, then, are days of evil? As has been explained, for it is written, remember your Creator in the days of your youth. Before the days of evil come, those are not days of old age. Rather, the mystery of the matter is as follows. When the Blessed Holy One created the world, he created it with the letters of Torah, and every single letter entered before him, until they were all established in the letter Bet. All those alphabets of revolving, permutating letters poised to create the world. As they revolved, and Tet, Resh joined these 2 letters as one, Tet rose and would not settle. So the Blessed Holy One rebuked her, saying, Tet, Tet, why do you rise and not settle in your place? She replied, didn't you make me to be the select letter of Toph, good for look? Torah first displays me with Ketoph, that it was good. How can I settle, joining with an evil letter? He said to her, return to your place, because you need it. For the human being, whom I am about to create by you, will be created embracing both of you, but with you on the right and him on the left. Then she returned and they settled with one another. At that moment, the Blessed Holy One separated them, creating for each one certain days and years, these to the right, those to the left. These on the right are called days of good, those on the left are called days of evil. Concerning this, Solomon said, before the days of evil come, for these encompass a person with the sins he has committed. Once the days of good and the days of evil had been created, they returned and settled, so that the human would include them both. So David said, why should I fear, in days of evil? Days of evil, precisely. The secret is these are called days of famine, years of famine, while those are called days of plenty, years of plenty. Mystery of the matter, one should not spout the spring of holy covenant in days of famine, in the year of famine. Therefore, Joseph, mystery of covenant, sealed his spring in the year of famine, not enabling it to proliferate in the world. So should a person act when the year of famine prevails, he should seal the spring of his holy covenant, preventing it from propagating in the world. Rabbi Shimon said, this mystery is a supernal mystery. When that year of famine prevails, one should seal his spring, because otherwise he causes a spirit to be drawn from that side to the fetus, enabling that side to proliferate in the world alongside holiness. A further mystery, as is written at 3 things the earth trembles: a slave becoming a king, a loathsome woman getting married, and a slave girl supplanting her mistress. So Joseph the righteous, mystery of covenant, withdrew and sealed his spring in the year of famine, not mingling with it at all, so as not to provide it scope. Of one who opens his spring at that time, it is written, they betrayed Jehovah because they bore alien children. Hosea, for these are called alien children, literally they betrayed Jehovah. Precisely so, happy is the share of holy Israel, who do not exchange a holy sight for a defiled sight. Therefore it is written to Joseph, 2 sons were born before the coming of the year of famine, for as soon as the year of famine prevailed, he sealed his spring and withdrew his fountain, so as not to give children to the impure side or exchange a sight of holiness for a sight of defilement. One should wait for the Master of holiness to come and reign, as is said, I will wait for Jehovah, who is hiding his face from the house of Jacob. Happy are the righteous who know the ways of the blessed Holy One and keep the commandments, rendering themselves worthy, as is written, for the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, while transgressors stumble in them. Hosea. And similarly you, cleaving to Jehovah, and sanctify yourselves and be holy, for I Jehovah am holy. For the blessed Holy One wants to sanctify Israel in everything, so that they have nothing to do with the side of defilement. When this side dominates the world, a person must not be seen in the street, for he can inflict harm and is empowered to destroy. What is written of Jacob said to his sons, why should you show yourselves, for one should not be seen in his presence. Therefore the blessed Holy One cautioned Israel to sanctify themselves, as has been said, sanctify yourselves and be holy, for I Jehovah am holy. Who is I, the blessed Holy One, holy kingdom of heaven? The wicked kingdom is called other, as is written, for you shall bow down to no other God. I dominion of this world and of the world that is coming, upon whom all depends. Other side, on the side of defilement, his dominion pertains to this world, but he has nothing in the world that is coming. So whoever cleaves to this I has a share in this world and in the world that is coming, but whoever cleaves to the other perishes from this world and has no share in the world that is coming. In this world, he has a share in defilement, for countless shield-bearing guardians are empowered in that wicked kingdom to rule this world. Therefore Ara, the other, who descended and clung to this rung, was banished from the world that is coming and was not permitted to turn back in repentance. Banished from that world, he was called Ara. So one should separate from all sides in order not to be defiled by that side, and cleave to I, kingdom of heaven, accepting upon oneself the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, attaining thereby this world and the world that is coming. So this is blessing and that is curse, this is plenty and that is famine, totally opposite one another, as we have established. Therefore during the year of famine, a person should not be seen in the marketplace nor open his spring to engender, giving children to the other god, as has been said. Happy is one who is careful to walk in the path of truth, cleaving constantly to his Lord, as is written, to him you shall cleave, and by his name you shall swear. It is not written by him you shall swear, but rather by his name you shall swear. What is the meaning of Tishshavia, you shall swear, as we have established, to cleave to the mystery of faith? Shiva, 7, rungs above, transcending all, mystery of consummation of faith, and 7 rungs below them, one bond, one cluster, these with those, so all will be one. Therefore it is written Shiva, 7 days and 7 days kings, all in a single bond, and so it is written by his name Tishshavia, you shall swear, from above and below. Happy is one who succeeds in cleaving to the blessed Holy One. Fittingly happy is he in this world and in the world that is coming. The blessed Holy One opens for him holy treasures when his prayer needs to be received, as is written, Jehovah will open for you his goodly treasure, the heavens it Hashemayim, the heavens treasures above and below, 7 days and 7 days, all of them one, as is written, his goodly treasure, his treasure, singular, of it Hashemayim, the heavens 7 and 7 channels, and they are one. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way, when they saw a man coming in wrapped in a wrap of mitzvah, underneath which weapons were girded. Rabbi Yehuda said, This man embodies one of two qualities: he is either completely righteous or he is out to deceive inhabitants of the world. Rabbi Yos replied, but the eminent saints have said, judge every person favorably. And we have learned a person setting out on a journey should prepare himself for three things: for a present, for combat, and for prayer. How do we know from Jacob, who prepared and girded himself for a present, for combat, and for prayer? Now, this man is walking on the road and, look, he has a wrap of mitzvah and he has weapons for combat. Since he has these two, the third there is no need to pursue. When he approached them, they greeted him. He did not respond. Rabbi Yehuda said, here is one of those two that he apparently lacks, for he has not prepared himself with a present, which includes a greeting. Rabbi Yos replied, perhaps he is engaged in prayer or reciting his learning so as not to forget it. They walked together, and that man did not speak with them. Later, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos turned aside and engaged in Torah. As soon as the man saw them engaging in Torah, he drew near them and greeted them. He said, gentlemen, what did you suspect when you greeted me and I did not respond? Rabbi Yos replied, perhaps you were praying or reciting your learning. He said to them, may the blessed Holy One judge you favorably, but I will tell you, one day I was walking on the road, when a man came along and I greeted him. Well, that man was a robber and he attacked me and harmed me. If I hadn't overpowered him, I would have suffered greatly. Since that day, I vowed never to greet anyone except a righteous person, unless I knew him already, since otherwise he might harm me and overwhelm me by force. For it is forbidden to greet a wicked person, as is written, there is no peace, says Jehovah, for the wicked. When I saw you greeting me and I didn't respond, I suspected you because I didn't see a mitzvah on you. At the same time, I was going over my learning. But now that I see you are virtuous, the way is smoothened for me. He opened, saying, a psalm of Asaph. Surely God is good to Israel, to the pure of heart. The blessed Holy One formed right and left to conduct the world, one called good and the other called evil. The human being is composed of both of these, embracing all. Other nations are composed of that evil, which is left, that is their side, for they are uncircumcised of heart and uncircumcised of flesh, thereby defiled. But of Israel, what is written? Surely God is good to Israel. Now, if you say, to all of them, not so, rather, to those undefiled by evil, as is written, to the pure of heart. For this is good and that is evil, good for Israel alone, and evil for other nations. Surely good to Israel to cleave to it, and thereby Israel cleaves to supernal mystery, mystery of faith, so that all becomes one. Rabbi Yos said, happy are we not to have mistaken you, since the blessed Holy One sent you to us. He said further, because God is good to Israel, they have a share in this world and in the world that is coming, to see eye to eye the splendor of his glory, as is said, for eye to eye they will see Jehovah returning to Zion. Parashat Vayigash. He approached. Rabbi Elazar opened, for you are our father, though Abraham does not know us and Israel does not recognize us, you, Jehovah, are our father, our Redeemer. From of old is your name. This verse has been established, but when the blessed Holy One created the world, every single day performed a fitting act, on each day as required. When the sixth day arrived and the human being was to be created, Torah approached him, saying, this human being whom you wish to be created is bound to provoke you. If you are not slow to anger, better for him not to be created. The blessed Holy One replied to her, am I called slow to anger for no reason? Truly, all was created through Torah and all was perfected through Torah. For before the blessed Holy One created the worlds, all the letters came before him, every single letter entering in reverse order. Tav entered, saying before him, do you wish to create the world by me? He replied, no, for by you the righteous are destined to die, as is written, V'hit vita Tav, make a mark, upon the foreheads of the people Ezekiel. And we have learned that it is written, begin with my sanctuary, do not read me Mikdashi, with my sanctuary, but rather me Mekadashai, with my sanctified ones. Therefore, by you the world will not be created. The three letters Shin, Kof, Resh entered, each on its own. The blessed Holy One said to them, you are not worthy to create the world, since you are the letters composing Sheker, lie, and a lie is unworthy to stand before me. This has been established. Sadi, Per entered, and so all of them until the letter Kaf. As soon as Kaf descended from Kitra, the crown, the upper and lower worlds trembled, etc. Finally, all was established by the letter Bet, sign of Birakha, blessing thereby the world was formed and created. Now, you might say that Aleph is the head of all letters. However, simply because it indicates Ara, cursed, the world was not created by it. Even though Aleph is a letter of supernal mystery, in order not to provide an opening for the other side, called cursed, the world was not created by it. Rather, Bet appeared, embracing blessing, and by it the world was formed and created. For you are our Father, for by this rung the world was formed and created, by it the human being was created, issuing into the world. Though Abraham does not know us, for although the world stands upon him, he did not devote himself to us as he did to Ishmael, saying, if only Ishmael might live in your presence. And Israel does not recognize us for all the blessings that he had to provide to his sons, he left to this rung to be conveyed. You, Yehovah, are our Father, for you stand by us constantly, blessing and caring for us like a father watching over his children, providing whatever they need. Our Redeemer from of old is your name, for you are the Redeemer, called so the angel redeeming me precisely. Our Redeemer from of old is your name, precisely. We have learned one does not pause between redemption and prayer, just as one does not pause between phylactery of the hand and phylactery of the head, for it is essential to show that all is one, as has been established. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yehuda were sitting one night and studying Torah. Rabbi Yitzchak said to Rabbi Yehuda, we have learned that when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he formed the lower world on the pattern of the upper world, corresponding entirely to one another, and this is his glory above and below. Rabbi Yehuda said, certainly so, and he created the human being above all, as is written, I made the earth and created humankind upon it. I made the earth. Obviously, why did I make the earth? Because I created humankind upon it, for he sustains the world, so that all will be indivisibly complete. He opened, saying, thus says God, Yehovah, who creates the heavens and stretches them out, who spreads out the earth and what emerges from it. This verse has been established, but thus says God, Yehovah the Blessed Holy One, above, who creates the heavens and stretches them out, arraying them constantly, ceaselessly. Who spreads out the earth and what emerges from it. Holy Land, bundle of life. Who gives neshama, soul, to the people upon it. The earth is the one who gives soul. Rabbi Yitzchak said, all is above, for from there issues soul of life to this earth, and earth grasps the soul, giving to all. For that flowing, gushing river conveys souls, conducting them into this earth, who grasps them, providing to all. When the Blessed Holy One created the human being, he gathered his dust from the four directions of the world and formed his body on the site of the temple below and emanated upon him a soul of life from the temple above. The soul comprises three aspects and therefore has three names, corresponding to supernal mystery: Nefesh, Ruah, Neshama. Nefesh, as has been established, is lowest of all. Ruah is sustenance, presiding over Nefesh, a higher rung above her, sustaining her completely, fittingly. Neshama is highest, sustaining existence of all, prevailing over all, holy rung transcending all. These three rungs are included within human beings in those who attain devotion to their Lord. For at first, one possesses Nefesh, a holy preparation by which a person is refined. When one begins to purify himself on this rung, he is ready to be crowned with Ruah, a holy rung hovering over Nefesh, by which a virtuous person is aroused. Once he is elevated by Nefesh and Ruah, initiated into perfection through serving his Lord, then Neshama lights upon him supernal, holy rung prevailing over all, so that he is crowned by that rung. Then he is consummate, perfected on all sides, worthy of the world that is coming. He is beloved of the Blessed Holy One, as is said, endowing those who love me with existence. Who are those who love me? Those who have a holy neshama. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, look at what is written: all that had the neshama of the spirit of life in its nostrils, of all that was on dry land, died. He replied, certainly so, for there did not remain among them any of those who possessed a holy neshama, such as Jared, Enoch, or all those righteous ones, whose merit could have saved the world from destruction, as is written, all that had the neshama of the spirit of life in its nostrils, of all that was on dry land, died, they had already died and departed from the world, none of them remained to protect the world at that time. All are rungs, one above the other, nefesh, ruah, neshama, rung upon rung. First, nefesh, lowest rung, as we have said. Then, ruah, hovering over nefesh, sustaining her. Neshama, a rung transcending all, as has been established. Nefesh, nefesh of David, poised to receive nefesh from that flowing, gushing river. Ruah, ruah presiding over it, and nefesh is sustained only by ruah. This is the ruah dwelling between fire and water, from here this nefesh is nourished. Ruah endures through the sustenance of another, higher rung, called neshama, source of nefesh and ruah. From there ruah is nourished, and when ruah receives, nefesh receives, and all is one. All draw near one another, nefesh to ruah, ruah to neshama, and all is one. He approached him, world approaching world, to unite with one another, so that all becomes one. Because Judah is king and Joseph is king, they approach one another and unite. Rabbi Yehuda opened, see, the kings assembled, they advanced together, see, the kings assembled, Judah and Joseph, both whom were kings, and they approached one another to dispute. For Judah had pledged himself to his father for Benjamin, and was surety for him in this world and in the world that is coming. He therefore approached Joseph to argue with him concerning Benjamin, so that he would not be banned in this world and in the world that is coming, as is said, I will be his pledge, from my hand you may seek him. If I do not bring him to you and set him before you, I will bear the blame before you for all time in this world and in the world that is coming. So, see, the kings assembled Avayu, they advanced, together they became angry together, angering one another on account of Benjamin. What is written, as soon as they saw, they were astounded, they were terrified and fled, trembling seized them their ibad, all who were there, all the other tribes. Convulsions like a woman in labor, because they feared to kill or to be killed, all on account of Benjamin. For Joseph was sold because of Judah, lost to his father, now he had pledged himself for Benjamin and he feared that he would be lost. Therefore, Judah approached him. See, the kings assembled. Here lies a mystery of faith, for when will manifests and a cluster is crowned as one, two worlds join as one, meeting as one, this, opening treasures that, gathering and absorbing. Then, see, the kings assembled to holy worlds, upper world and lower world. Avayu, they passed over, together. Mystery of the matter, when they unite as one, they passed over together, for all sins of the world are not passed over and forgiven until they join as one, as is said, ve over, and passing over, transgression mika, so, they passed over together, those sins passed away and were forgiven, because then all faces shone and all sins were passed over. Rabbi Yehuda said, this mystery pertains to the restorative rite of offering. For when a sacrifice is offered, all are provided for, each one fittingly, then all is linked as one, all faces shine, and a single cluster appears. Then the kings assembled, meeting as one to forgive all sins and pass over them. Then the kings assembled, linked as one, they passed over together, to illumine all faces, so that all becomes a single will. As soon as they saw, they were astounded. Do you imagine that this refers to those kings, rather, to masters of judgment, who delight in executing the judgment assigned to them? Then, when kings met both of those worlds sharing one will, as soon as they saw, they were astounded. As soon as they saw the will of those two worlds, they were astounded, they were terrified and fled, for all those masters of judgment are overwhelmed and removed from the world, unable to prevail, their existence and dominion eliminated. Rabbi Elazar said, Judah approached him. Why Judah? It had to be so, because he was surety, as is said, for your servant became pledge for the lad to my father. Mystery of the matter, Judah and Joseph had to converge as one, for Joseph is righteous, Judah is king, so Judah approached him, because their convergence as one engendered many benefits for the world, bringing peace to all the tribes, bringing peace between them, revitalizing Jacob's spirit, as is said, the spirit of Jacob their father revived, so this drawing near was essential. for all those aspects above and below. Rabbi Abba opened, beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth, Mount Zion, summit of the north, city of the great king, beautiful in loftiness, Joseph the righteous, of whom is written, Joseph was beautiful in form and beautiful in appearance. Joy of all the earth, joy and delight above and below. Mount Zion, summit of the north, for in his share stood the tabernacle of Shiloh. Mount Zion, Jerusalem, summit of the north, surely so, above and below. City of the great king, a sight arrayed facing the great king, supreme king of all, holy of holies, source of all radiance, all blessings, all joy. From there all faces shine and the temple is blessed, and when it is blessed, blessings issue to all the world, for from there the whole world is blessed. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos met in Kfar Hanan. While they were sitting at their inn, a certain man arrived, preceded by a loaded donkey, and he entered the house. Meanwhile, Rabbi Yehuda was saying to Rabbi Yos, "Look, we have learned that King David used to doze like a horse, sleeping just a little. So how could he rise at midnight? It was such a short duration, wouldn't he have awoken even before a third of the night?" He replied, when evening entered, he would sit with all the princes of his household, discussing words of Torah. Afterward, he slept until midnight, when he awoke and engaged in the worship of his Lord with songs and praise. At this moment, the man said, "This matter that you are discussing, is that what it means? There is a mystery here, for King David lives and endures forever and ever. King David was vigilant all his days never to taste the taste of death, for sleep is 1/60th of death, and because of his domain, which is alive, he would sleep for only 60 breaths. For until 60 breaths less one is alive. From then on, a person tastes the taste of death and is dominated by the side of impure spirit. This, King David guarded against, so as not to taste the taste of death, not to be ruled by the other side. For 60 breaths less one is mystery of life above until 60 breaths, namely, 60 supernal breaths, which are their mystery, upon which life depends. From here below is mystery of death. So King David calculated the night's duration in order to remain alive, to prevent the taste of death from overpowering him. When night divided, David stood poised in his domain, because as midnight arouses along with the holy crown, David must not be bound to another domain, the domain of death. For when night divides and supernal holiness arouses, if a person lies asleep in bed not rousing to regard the glory of his Lord, then he is bound to the mystery of death, clinging to another domain. Consequently, King David always rose, alive facing alive, and did not lie asleep, tasting the taste of death. So he dozed like a horse for 60 breaths, but not completely. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos came and kissed him. They asked, "What is your name?" He replied, Hizkiah. They said, "May your Torah be firm and strong." They sat down. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Since you have begun for us, tell us some more of these sublime secrets that you utter." He opened, saying, Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom. He establishes the heavens by understanding. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he saw that it could not exist unless he created Torah, because from her issue all laws above and below. Through her, upper and lower beings exist, as is written, Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom. Through wisdom, he actualized the existence of everything in the world, all issuing from there. Alternatively, Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom. The upper world was created only from wisdom. The lower world was created only from wisdom, all emerging from upper wisdom and from lower wisdom. He establishes the heavens by understanding. Why establishes? Because he establishes, every single day ceaselessly. They were not arranged at one time, rather, every day he arranges them. This corresponds to the mystery that is written, the heavens are not pure in his eyes. Now, would you imagine that this indicates a defect in the heavens? Rather, their significance, because of the intense love and desire that the blessed Holy One feels toward them and his fondness for them. For even though he arrays them every single day, in his eyes they do not seem fittingly arrayed, because of his love for them and his desire to shine upon them constantly, ceaselessly. For the world that is coming radiates scintillating lights every day, continually, incessantly, illumining them. So, they are not pure in his eyes. It is not written merely they are not pure, but rather, they are not pure in his eyes. Therefore, he establishes the heavens by understanding. Who are the heavens? Mystery of the patriarchs. And mystery of the patriarchs is Jacob, their totality, for Jacob is glory of the patriarchs, poised to illuminate the world. Because he ascends into the world that is coming, one beautiful branch issues from him, radiating all lights, all abundance, and anointing oil to illumine earth. Who is this Joseph the righteous, who provides abundance to the whole world, from whom the world is nourished? Therefore, whatever the blessed Holy One does in the world is all through supernal mystery, all as it should be. Meanwhile, Rabbi Lazar arrived. As soon as he saw them, he said, "Surely, Shekinah is here. What are you engaged in?" They told him the whole episode. He said, "He has surely spoken well. However, those 60 breaths are really 60 breaths of life, both above and below. From there below are 60 other breaths, all from the side of death, the rung of death above them. They are called dormita, wakeless sleep, all tasting of death." Consequently, King David clung to those 60 breaths of life, and from then on, he did not sleep at all, as is written, "I will not give sleep to my eyes, or slumber to my eyelids." So, he spoke well, for David the living would rise on the side of life, not on the side of death. They all sat engaging in Torah, joined as one. Rabbi Lazar opened, saying, "O Yehovah, God of my salvation, by day I call out, by night before you." King David used to rise at midnight and engage in Torah, in songs and praises, delighting the king and matronita. This is the joy of faith on earth, for this is the praise of faith appearing on earth. Above, countless supernal angels open joyously in song, praising variously in the night from all sides. Correspondingly, on earth below, if someone praises the blessed Holy One at night, he and all those holy angels praising him listen to the one praising him on earth. For this praise is consummate, elevating the glory of the blessed Holy One from below, singing the joy of union. King David said, "O Yehovah, God of my salvation, by day I call out, by night before you. O Yehovah, God of my salvation." When is he my salvation? On the day following the night that I offer praise to you, then he is my salvation by day. Whoever praises his Lord by night with praise of Torah is strengthened potently by day on the right side, for a single thread issues from the right and is then drawn upon him, vitalizing him. Of this he said, "O Yehovah, God of my salvation, by day I call out, by night before you." Therefore he said, "It is not the dead who praise Yah, not the dead, because the living must praise the living, not the dead, as is written, it is not the dead who praise Yah. But we will bless Yah, for we are alive and have no share at all in the side of death." Hezekiah said, the living he will praise you, for the living approaches the living. King David is living, and he approaches life of the worlds. Whoever approaches him is alive, as is written, "You, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today." And similarly Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, son of a living man. Following him, that Jew opened, saying, "You shall eat and be satisfied and bless Jehovah your God." Now, don't we bless the blessed Holy One before we eat? Look, we have to hasten in the morning and arrange his praise fittingly, blessing his name before greeting anyone else in the world. And it is written, "You shall not eat over the blood." One is forbidden to eat before blessing his Lord. Yet now it is written, "You shall eat and be satisfied and bless." However, this is a blessing of prayer for unification, and that is a blessing for nourishment, demonstrating satisfaction before the rung of faith, as is fitting, and then blessing it fittingly, so that this rung of faith will be saturated, blessed, and filled with joy from supernal life, as is necessary, in order to provide us with sustenance. For the nourishment of a human being is as difficult for the blessed Holy One as splitting the Red Sea. Why? Because sustenance of the world derives from above, as we have learned children. Life and sustenance do not depend on merit but on mazala, flux of destiny. Therefore it is difficult for him, since the matter depends on mazala, from which issue sustenance, life, and children nourishing the world is difficult for him because it does not come under his dominion until he is blessed. Similarly couplings of the world, which are difficult for him all because the heavenly curtain performs no function at all, especially regarding these matters existing above in another realm. Therefore he must be blessed. All couplings of the world are difficult for this rung, because when holy coupling occurs, all souls issue from this flux above that flowing, gushing river, and when desire appears from below upward, souls fly forth and are all conveyed, embracing male and female, to this rung. Afterward, it separates them, each and every one to its appropriate place. Later, it is difficult for this rung to unite them as originally, because they unite only according to human behavior, and all depends upon above. So, this is as difficult for him as the splitting of the Red Sea, for the splitting of the sea opening paths within it occurs above as pathways are opened within, it is split open. Therefore all depends upon above, and we must bless him and give him power from below, so that he will be blessed from above and empowered fittingly. Consequently it is written, you shall bless it Jehovah it, precisely. Toward this sight, one should demonstrate satisfaction and a radiant face. Toward the other side, when it prevails in the world, one should demonstrate famishment, for that rung is hungry, so it is fitting to show famishment, not satisfaction, since satisfaction does not prevail in the world. Therefore, you shall eat and be satisfied and bless it Jehovah your God. Rabbi Lazar said, certainly so, and so it should be. Rabbi Yehuda said, happy are the righteous, whose convergence brings peace to the world, for they know how to actualize union and they converge to expand peace in the world. Look, until Joseph and Judah approached one another, there was no peace. As soon as they drew near as one, they extended peace in the world and joy increased above and below. Just as Joseph and Judah approached, all those tribes became as one together with Joseph, and their approach amplified peace in the world, as we have established, for it is written Judah approached him. Joseph could not restrain himself before all who stood by him. Rabbi he ear opened, he distributes freely to the poor, his righteousness endures forever, his horn will be exalted in honor. The blessed Holy One created the world and enthroned the human being as king. From this human diverge various types in the world, some righteous and some wicked, some foolish and some wise. All of them endure in the world, rich and poor, also that these will become worthy through those, the righteous through the wicked, the wise through the foolish, the rich through the poor, all through one another. The rich become worthy through the poor, for look, thereby one attains eternal life and is joined to the tree of life. Furthermore, the charity that he performs endures forever, as is written, his tzedakah, charity, endures forever. He distributes freely to the poor. Rabbi Lazar said, when the blessed Holy One created the world, he established it upon a single pillar, named righteous. This righteous one is the sustenance of the world, watering and nourishing all, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden, and from there it divides and becomes 4 river heads. What does this mean? It divides the garden, absorbs all the nourishment and watering of that river, and then that watering is dispersed to the 4 directions of the world. How many there are waiting to be watered and nourished from there, as is said, the eyes of all wait for you, and you give them their food at its proper time, so he distributes freely to the poor. Righteous one. His righteousness endures forever. Assembly of Israel, who thereby abides in mystery of peace, in consummate existence. The wicked will see and be vexed. The wicked kingdom. Kingdom of heaven is the holy house, sustaining all the poor beneath the shadow of her dwelling. And this righteous one is called charity collector, graciously nourishing all, as is written, he distributes freely to the poor. Consequently, collectors of charity receive a reward equal to all those who give charity. Joseph could not restrain himself before all who stood by him, all those who stand poised to be nourished and watered by him. No one stood with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. Ito, with him assembly of Israel. His brothers are the chariot powers, of whom is written, for the sake of my brothers and friends. Alternatively, no one stood with him when the blessed Holy One comes to couple with assembly of Israel. When Joseph made himself known to his brothers, when the blessed Holy One joins with Israel, for they alone receive, unaccompanied by other nations. For example, on the 8th day you shall have a convocation, for at this time the blessed Holy One is alone in a single bond with Israel, of whom is written, for the sake of my brothers and friends, as we have established. Rabbi Yisa explained the verse as referring to the time when the blessed Holy One will raise assembly of Israel from the dust and will seek her vengeance from the other nations. Of that time is written from the nations, no one was with me, and here is written, no one stood with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers, as is said, he lifted them and carried them all the days of old. Joseph could not restrain himself. Rabbi his key opened, a song of ascents. To you I lift my eyes, O you who dwell in heaven. This verse has been established and explained. But to you I lift my eyes, and it is written, I lift my eyes to the mountains. However, this is above, that is below. I lift my eyes to the mountains above, to draw blessings down from above, from those supernal mountains, drawing blessings from them to assembly of Israel, to be blessed thereby. To you I lift my eyes, hoping and waiting for those blessings that descend there. O you who dwell in heaven, for all her strength, power, and sustenance lie in heaven, because when Jubilee opens the fountains of all those gates, they are all in heaven, and once heaven absorbs all those lights radiating from Jubilee, it nourishes and waters assembly of Israel by means of a certain righteous one. When this one arouses toward her, how many are poised on all sides to be watered and blessed from there, as is said, the young lions roar for prey, seeking their food from God. Then she ascends into mystery of mysteries fittingly, receiving delights from her husband when they are alone, as is said, no one stood with him, and similarly send everyone away from me. After she receives delights from her husband, they are all watered and nourished, as is said, they water all beasts of the field. Wild asses quench their thirst. Rabbi Yos explained the verse in connection with Elijah, as is written, he cried out to Jehovah and said, O Jehovah, have you brought evil even upon the widow with whom I am staying, by causing her son to die? Kings. There were two who uttered words against the one on high, Moses and Elijah. Moses said, Why, Harrieta, have you done evil to this people? Elijah said, Harrieta, have you brought evil by causing her son to die? Both of them spoke the same word. Why, it is really a mystery. Moses said, Why have you done evil? Why, because the other side was authorized to rule over Israel. Have you done evil? Have you authorized the side of evil to rule over them? Elijah said, Have you brought evil by causing her son to die? You authorized the side of evil to seize this one's soul. This is Harrieta, you have done / brought evil. It is all one mystery. Elijah said, With whom I am staying, because the blessed Holy One had told Elijah, I have commanded a widow there to sustain you kings, and whoever nourishes and supports someone in need, especially in days of famine, embraces the tree of life, engendering life for himself and his children, as we have established. Now Elijah said, Whoever sustains one soul in the world attains life and grasps the tree of life. Yet now the tree of death, the side of evil, reigns over the widow whom you commanded to nourish me. Therefore, have you brought evil? Now, you might say that evil is not committed against a human being by the blessed Holy One. When a person goes toward the right, the protection of the blessed Holy One constantly accompanies him, and no one else can dominate him. Evil is subdued before him and cannot prevail. As soon as the protection of the blessed Holy One is removed from him because he clings to evil, then that evil, seeing him unprotected, dominates him and comes to destroy him. Then he is authorized and seizes souls. Moses said, Why have you done evil? For the other, evil side had been empowered to rule over Israel, who became enslaved to him. Alternatively, why have you done evil? For he saw so many of them die, delivered to the side of evil. When good on the right arouses, all joy, goodness, and blessings appear, and all is secretly silent, as has been established. Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. In a whisper, a secret, for then is union, fittingly. Rabbi Yehuda said, Now, whatever Elijah decreed, the blessed Holy One fulfilled, as when he decreed that heaven not send down rain or dew. Why, then, did he fear Jezebel, who threatened him by this time tomorrow, I will make your life like the life of one of them kings? He was immediately afraid and fled for his life. Rabbi Yos replied, They have already established that the righteous do not want to trouble their Lord wherever harm is obvious. For example, with as is written, If Saul hears, he will kill me. He replied, Take a heifer with you, for the righteous do not want to trouble their Lord wherever harm is present. Here too, once Elijah saw that harm was present, he did not want to trouble his Lord. He said to him, I have heard a word. For look, of Elijah it is not written Vayura, he was frightened, and he fled for his life, but rather Vayah, he saw kings, he saw a sight. And what did he see? He saw that the angel of death had been following him for many years, yet he had not been delivered into his hand. Now, Vyelik Lanafsho, he went to his soul. What does this mean? He went to the sustenance of soul. Who is that tree of life, to cleave there? Everywhere else it is written it nafsho, his soul, yet here is written el nafsho, to his soul. I have heard this secret from Rabbi Shimon, who said all souls of the world issue from that flowing, gushing river, and all of them are gathered by the bundle of life. When female conceives from male, they all inhabit desire of both sides through desire of female for male. And when desire of male issues passionately, those souls are of greater vitality, suffused with passionate desire of the tree of life. Elijah was vitalized by that passion more than other humans, and therefore it is written el nafsho, to his soul, and not it nafsho, since it nafsho is female. Now, you might say el harish shah, to the woman. He said, well, this is entirety of male and female when she is within the male, then, el harish shah, to the woman, he said. Whereas, it harish shah, the woman female alone, not including male. Similarly, el nafsho male alone, it nafsho female alone. Because he was on the side of male more than all other inhabitants of the world, he endured more vitally and did not die like all others, for he derived entirely from the tree of life, not from dust. So he ascended and did not die according to the way of all the earth, as is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings. What is written? Suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared and separated the two of them, for then body was stripped from spirit, and he ascended, unlike the rest of the earth, and endured as a holy angel, like other holy supernal beings. He carries out missions in the world, as has been established, for miracles performed in the world by the Blessed Holy One are performed by him. What is written? He asked it nafsho, for his soul. Kings. At first, Vyelik Lanafsho, he went to his soul, as has been said, for sustenance. But here, it nafsho for death, the tree in which death abides. There, the Blessed Holy One appeared to him, as is said, go out and stand on the mountain. Kings. What is written? After the earthquake fire, Jehovah was not in the fire. After the fire a sound of sheer silence in a most realm, from which all lights radiate. What is written? When Elijah heard, he wrapped his face in his mantle. And behold, a voice addressed him, saying, why are you here, Elijah? He replied, I have been very zealous. The Blessed Holy One said to him, how long will you be zealous for me? You have locked the door so that death has no dominion over you, and the world cannot endure you along with human beings. He replied, for the children of Israel have forsaken your covenant. He said, by your life, wherever my children fulfill the holy covenant, you will be present there, as has been said. Because of this a chair is prepared for Elijah, who appears there. The consequences of Elijah's word, as is written, I will leave in Israel 7,000 all the knees that have not knelt to Baal. The Blessed Holy One said to him, from now on, the world cannot endure you along with human beings. And Elisha son of Shaphat of Abel Melah, anoint as prophet in your stead. Here is another prophet for my children. As for you, ascend to your sight. Every person who is zealous for the Blessed Holy One cannot be dominated by the angel of death as can other human beings. Peace endures for him, as they have established, as is written concerning Phinehas, I hereby grant him my covenant of peace. He fell upon the neck of his brother Benjamin and Benjamin wept on his neck. Rabbi Yitzchak said, they have established that he wept over the first temple and over the second temple. He opened, saying, your neck is like the Tower of David, built in terraces, 1,000 bucklers hang upon it, all the shields of the warriors. What is the Tower of David? Literally, the Tower of David, that David built and raised within Jerusalem. However, like the Tower of David, Jerusalem above, of whom is written, the name of Jehovah is a tower of strength, into which a righteous one runs, secure. Who is secure? That tower is secure, because a righteous one runs into it. Your neck, the temple below, standing exquisitely arrayed like the neck of the body. As the neck is the beauty of the entire body, so is the temple the beauty of the whole world. Built Latalpio, in terraces Yytilla, a mound, toward which all inhabitants of the world gaze. So they have established Tal Peoyy a mound, toward which all mouths, of the world offer praise and prayer. 1,000 bucklers hang upon it, 1,000 ornaments arrayed upon it fittingly. All the shields of Har-Gibbarim, the warriors for all of them proceed from the side of severe judgment. As all of a woman's adornments suspend from her neck, so all adornments of the world suspend from the temple. This has been established, as is written, for our neck we are pursued, for the temple, beautiful neck of the whole world, we are pursued. We strive to build it, twice. We are not allowed, for we were not permitted, it was destroyed and not rebuilt. As when the neck is destroyed the whole body is destroyed along with it, so when the temple was destroyed and darkened the whole world, darkened heaven, earth, and stars did not shine. Therefore Joseph wept over this. And after weeping over this, he wept over all those tribes who were exiled when the temple was destroyed, for they were all immediately exiled and scattered among the nations, as is written, he kissed all his brothers and wept over them, precisely over everything. He wept over the temple that was twice destroyed and over his brothers, the 10 tribes, who would be driven into exile and scattered among the nations. And after this, his brothers spoke with him. It is not written that they wept, for he alone wept, because Holy Spirit sparkled within him, whereas they did not weep, because Holy Spirit did not hover over them. V'harkol, and the voice, was heard in the house of Pharaoh, V'harkol, and the voice without a vav. Why? Rabbi Lazar said, this is Shekinah, who was weeping over the destruction of the temple and the exile of Israel. Here is written, and the voice was heard, and there is written, a voice is heard in Ramah, just as there Shekinah, so here Shekinah. Rabbi Abba opened, my soul yearns, even pines for the courts of Jehovah, my heart and my flesh shout for joy to the living God. Every human being who offers a prayer before his Lord should preface it with blessings every single day and offer his prayer to his Lord at the proper time. In the morning, grasping the right arm of the Blessed Holy One; in the afternoon prayer, grasping the left. A person needs prayer and supplication every single day in order to unite with him. We have established whoever offers a prayer before his Lord should not let his voice be heard while praying. Whoever lets his voice be heard while praying, that prayer is not heard. Why? Because prayer is not an audible voice. That audible voice is not prayer. What is prayer? Another voice, dependent on the audible voice. Who is the audible voice? Kol, voice, with a vav. The voice dependent on it is kol, voice, without a vav, dependent on it. Therefore, a person should not let his voice be heard while praying, but rather pray in a whisper with that inaudible voice. This is the prayer that is always accepted. Yom mnemonic is V'harkol, and the voice, was heard. Kol, voice, without a vav, is heard. This is silent prayer, accepted by the Blessed Holy One when it is fashioned fittingly with passion, intention, and harmony, actualizing every day the unity of one's Lord. Rabbi Lazar said, a silent voice is the sublime voice, from which all voices issue. But kol, voice without a vav, is prayer below, verging on ascending to vav, uniting with it. V'harkol, and the voice, was heard. Kol, voice, without a vav, weeping over the first temple and over the second temple. Was heard, as is said, a voice is heard in Ramah. What is in Ramah? A height upper world, world that is coming. Yom mnemonic is from Ramah to Bethel, from world to world here, in Ramah upper world, for when it was heard in Ramah, what is written, Jehovah God of hosts summoned on that day to weeping and mourning. V'harkol, and the voice, was heard above. Why? Because Vav had ascended, withdrawing far away, and then Rachel is weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted for her children, Kinenu, for they are no more. We have established Kinenu, for he is no more, because her husband is not with her. If her husband were present with her, she would be comforted for them, because then her children would no longer be in exile. But because he is no more, she is not comforted for her children, because her children are far removed from her on account of his not being with her. In the house of Pharaoh, Yom mnemonic above the house from which all lights and sparks at Perel have been exposed and revealed. All that was concealed, from there was revealed. Thereby the Blessed Holy One radiates all lights and all sparks to illumine that voice called kol without a vav. When the Blessed Holy One will raise this voice from the dust so that it unites with Vov, then all those who became lost in time of exile will revel in supernal radiance, as is said on that day a great shofar will be blown, and those who were lost in the land of Assyria and those who were scattered in the land of Egypt will come and worship Jehovah on the holy mountain in Jerusalem. And you are commanded, do this, take you from the land of Egypt wagons for your little ones and for your wives, and convey your father. Rabbi Yehuda opened, rejoice with Jerusalem and be glad for her, all you who love her rejoice with her in joy, all you who mourn over her. When the temple was destroyed and sins proved decisive and Israel were exiled from the land, the Blessed Holy One withdrew above, not looking upon the destruction of his temple or upon his people who had been exiled. Then Shekinah went into exile with them. Then he descended. He looked upon his house, it was burnt. He gazed at his people, they had gone into exile. He inquired concerning Matronita, she had been driven away. Then Jehovah God of hosts summoned on that day to weeping and mourning, to tonsuring and girding with sackcloth, and of her too, what is written, girded with sackcloth for the husband of her youth, Joel, as is said, for he is no more, because he had withdrawn from her and there was separation. Even all of heaven and earth mourned, as is written, I clothe the heavens in blackness, and make sackcloth their covering. The supernal angels all mourned for her, as is written, behold, the Elohim cried outside, angels of peace weep bitterly, sun and moon mourned and their lights darkened, as is written, the sun will darken as it rises and the moon will not shed its light. All above and below wept over her and mourned. Why? Because the other side dominated her, obtaining dominion over the Holy Land. He opened, saying, You, Son of Man, thus says Lord Jehovah to the land of Israel, end comes the end upon the four corners of the earth. Ezekiel. This verse consists of supernal mystery. To the land of Israel end. What does this mean? Is the land of Israel an end? Well, certainly so, as has been said, there is end on the right, end on the left. End on the right, as is written, at the end of the right, end on the left, as is written, he puts an end to darkness. This is end of all flesh. End of the right, namely, to the land of Israel end. Comes the end of the left. End of the right of the good impulse. End of the left evil impulse, because when sins proved decisive, the wicked kingdom was empowered and granted dominion, destroying his house and his temple, as is written, thus says Lord Jehovah, evil, a singular evil, see, it is coming. Ezekiel, all is one. Therefore, those above and those below mourned, because dominion was given to this end of the left. Consequently, since the holy kingdom of heaven has been overturned and the wicked kingdom has prevailed, one should mourn with her and be subdued with her. Then when she stands erect and the world rejoices, he will rejoice with her, as is written, rejoice with her in joy, all you who mourn over her. Of Egypt is written, Egypt is a beautiful Igla, heifer. Mystery of this heifer. Israel were under her rule for such a long time, for so many years, and because Israel were destined to overpower her, they were now provided a hint, Egalot, wagons / heifers. Rabbi Lazar said, Joseph hinted to Jacob concerning the Igla, heifer, whose neck is to be broken, for during that chapter he was separated from him, as they have established. This heifer is brought because a dead man is discovered and it is not known who killed him. In order to prevent the unwanted spirit from ruling the land, they offer this heifer as a reparation, so that they will not be regarded by him and he will not dominate them. All inhabitants of the world pass away by the hand of the angel of death except for this one, taken ahead of time by human beings, before the time had arrived for him to be overpowered, with authorization, for he does not overpower a person until he obtains authorization. Therefore, he is justified in dominating that place, just as it is not known who struck him, so is he justified in being unknown in order to attack that place. Consequently, the elders of that town shall take a heifer of the herd so as to eliminate the judgment of that place and ensure that the accuser will not dominate it, and to be saved from him. When Joseph parted from his father, he was sent off without an escort and without food, and what happened, happened. When Jacob said, Joseph is torn to shreds, he added, No, I will go down to my son in mourning, to Sheol, for I caused this. Further, I knew that his brothers hated him, yet I sent him. He dropped a hint. Rabbi Yehuda said, But he sent those Egalot at Pharaoh's declaration, as is written, Joseph gave them Egalot according to the declaration of Pharaoh. He replied, precision of the word as is written and use of it are commanded, do this and use of it commanded it, precisely therefore it is written with a he, implying that Joseph demanded them. Consequently, Joseph gave them a lot according to the declaration of Pharaoh. And Jacob did not firmly believe the matter until he saw them, as is written, and he saw the lot that Joseph had sent to carry him, and the spirit of Jacob their father revived. Rabbi Shimon said, at first, the spirit of Jacob revived afterward. Israel said, enough, Joseph my son is still alive. Well, at first, Torah calls him Jacob because they made Shekinah a partner in that ban when Joseph was sold. Now that Shekinah has arisen, the spirit of Jacob revived. Mystery of Shekinah. Once she is firmly established, a rung above arouses toward her rung of Israel. From here we learn that mystery above does not arouse until first there is arousal below. For here, the spirit of Jacob revived, at first. Afterward, Israel said. God spoke to Israel bimaro, in visions of the night, spelled bimarit, in a vision of. He offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac at first, to arouse left in mystery of love. Then, God spoke to Israel in visions of the night bimarit, in a vision of the night, on this rung that we have mentioned, vision of the night. He said, I am God, God of your father. Why? Because so it is with the side of holiness above. For the side of defilement does not mention the name of the blessed Holy One, whereas the entire side of holiness is referred to by his name. I myself will go down with you to Egypt. From here we learn that Shekinah descended with him into exile, and wherever Israel went in exile, Shekinah was exiled with them, as has been established. How many wagons were there? 6, as is said, 6 covered wagons. Alternatively, there were 60. All is one mystery. At first is written in the wagons that Joseph had sent, and afterward, that Pharaoh had sent. However, all those sent by Joseph were of a fitting number, whereas those additional ones sent by Pharaoh did not partake of this mystery and were not part of the count. Both these and those arrived therefore, that Joseph sent and that Pharaoh sent. When Israel will emerge from exile, what is written? They will bring all your brothers from all the nations as an offering to Jehovah on horses, in chariots and wagons, on mules and camels, to my holy mount in Jerusalem, says Jehovah. Joseph harnessed his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father in Goshen. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, an image above the heads of the living being, an expanse like awesome ice, spread out above their heads. Ezekiel. This verse has been established, but there is living being above living being, and there is a holy living being standing above the heads of living beings. And there is a supernal living being above other living beings. This living being rules over all of them, for when this being provides and illumines them all, they all move in its wake, providing to one another, ruling one another. There is a living being above, over those below, over the other living beings below, all of whom are nourished by it. 4 directions of the world are inscribed upon it, specific faces on every side, and she rules over 4 directions. They have established that there are 3 on this side and 3 on that side, and similarly in all 4 directions of the world. There is expanse above expanse, and this expanse prevailing over them, to which all of them gaze. What is written below the expanse? Their wings are extended toward one another, for all control what has been assigned, and a measured, concatenated mission inheres in them. There are 9 on every side, in 4 directions of the world, totaling 36. When they all conjoin, they become one design in the mystery of a single name in perfect union fittingly. And when they are arrayed around the throne, what is written above the expanse over their heads? Like the appearance of sapphire, image of a throne. And upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it. Above we have established the image of this precious stone on the throne, standing on 4 supports, and upon that throne the image of a human being to join with him as one, to be blessed fittingly. When she is arrayed for the human being, all becoming a holy chariot, then all is a single chariot for this human being. Joseph harnessed his chariot, righteous one, and went up to meet Israel his father in Goshen. To meet Israel, mystery of a human being. In Goshen, approaching single approach, converging as one, in single convergence and union. And he appeared before him, for when the sun is reflected on the moon, it shines, illumining all those below. Similarly, as long as supernal holiness hovered over the sanctuary below, the temple shone, abiding in perfection, but when it withdrew and the temple was destroyed, then he wept on his neck a long while, for all wept over the destroyed temple. For a long while. What does this mean? The last exile. Then, when Jacob saw and contemplated that the array below was completed corresponding to the pattern above, he said, I can die now, after seeing your face, for you are still alive, for you have abided by mystery of holy covenant, called life of the worlds. Thus, for you are still alive. So at first he said, enough, Joseph my son is still alive, for he must abide by the mystery of life, as has been said. What is written? Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Rabbi Yos said, although they have established the meaning of Pharaoh in relation to another mystery, that is merely a scriptural support. But to a mare among Pharaoh's chariots, I have compared you, my beloved. There are chariots on the left in the mystery of the other side, and there are chariots on the right in the mystery of holiness, above these facing these, compassion, and those, judgment. When the blessed Holy One executed judgment upon the Egyptians, every judgment that he inflicted corresponded precisely to those chariots, precisely to that side. Just as that side kills and extracts the soul, so the blessed Holy One acted in the same manner, as is written, Jehovah killed every firstborn, and similarly with everything in Egypt, corresponding precisely. Therefore, I have compared you, my beloved, exactly like him, killing, as is written, I am Jehovah, I am he, and no other. And in the time to come, what is written? Who is this coming from Edom, in crimsoned garments from Basra, majestic in his attire, striding in the greatness of his strength? It is I, speaking in righteousness, mighty to save. What is written? Israel settled in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they obtained holdings in it, and were fruitful and multiplied greatly. They obtained holdings in it, eternal inheritance. They obtained holdings in it because it was destined for them, as has been established. Rabbi Yitzchak said, and they were fruitful and multiplied greatly, surely, for no suffering had befallen them, and they sustained themselves with worldly delights. So, they were fruitful and multiplied greatly. Parashat Vayai. He lived. Rabbi Yehuda opened, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever, sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified. Happy are Israel above all other nations, for the blessed Holy One has called them righteous, to bequeath to them an eternal heritage in the world that is coming, a world in which they delight, as is written, then you will delight upon Jehovah. Why? Because they cleave to the body of the King, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive, every one of you today. Rabbi Yitzchak said, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. This verse is a supernal mystery among the reapers of the field. For in the mystery of Agadah, Rabbi Shimon taught that the supernal heritage of this land is possessed only by one called righteous, because the matronita cleaves to him, becoming fragrant, and the righteous one inherits the matronita, surely. Here too, in his love for Israel, the blessed Holy One said, your people are all righteous, and therefore they will inherit the land forever. They are worthy of inheriting the matronita. Why are they called righteous, and why do they inherit the matronita? Because they have been circumcised. For we have learned, whoever is circumcised and enters this heritage and guards this covenant, enters and cleaves to the body of the King and enters this righteous one. Thereby they are called righteous, and so they will inherit the land forever. What is this land? The verse continues, sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified. Sprout of my planting, a branch of those branches planted by the blessed Holy One when he created the world, as is written, Jehovah Elohim planted a garden in Eden, to the east this land is one of them. Therefore, sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified. Alternatively, your people are all righteous, Jacob and his sons, who went down to Egypt among a stiff-necked people yet remained entirely righteous. Therefore it is written, they will inherit the land forever, since from there they went up to inherit the Holy Land. Jacob lived in the land of Egypt. Why is this portion closed? Rabbi Yaakov said, because when Jacob died, the eyes of Israel were closed. Rabbi Yehuda said, because then they descended into exile and were enslaved. Rabbi Shimon said, what is written above? Israel settled in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they obtained holdings in it, and were fruitful and multiplied greatly. And it is written, Jacob lived, for it is unfitting to separate one from the other. Just as they abided in royal delights, obtaining pleasure and desirables for themselves, so Jacob too abided in royal delights, in pleasure and desirables for himself, one inseparable from the other. Here is said of him, he lived unsaid for all of his days, all filled and fraught with suffering. Of him is written, I had no ease, no quiet, no rest, and turmoil came after he went down to Egypt. It is said of him, he lived, he saw his son as king, he saw all his sons virtuous and righteous, all living in pleasure and worldly delights, while he dwelled among them like good wine on its lees. Then is said of him, Jacob lived, with no separation between, they were fruitful and multiplied greatly, and Jacob lived, fittingly, 17 years. Why 17 years? Rabbi Shimon said, all of Jacob's days were filled with suffering, spent in suffering at first. When Joseph appeared, standing before him, and when Jacob gazed upon Joseph, his soul was fulfilled as if he had seen his mother, for the beauty of Joseph resembled the beauty of Rachel, and he felt like someone who had never undergone suffering. When Joseph parted from him, then was fulfilled, I had no ease, no quiet, no rest, and turmoil came, for this was harder on Jacob than everything he had endured. At the time that Joseph parted from him, what is written, Joseph, 17 years old, was tending the flock all of Jacob's days. He had never seen suffering such as this, and he wept every day for those 17 years of Joseph. What was the response? Joseph will lay his hand on your eyes. Here are 17 other years for you of delights, pleasures, enjoyments, and desirables, as is written, Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. It has been taught all those years, Shekinah glory of the blessed Holy One was present with him, and therefore they were called life. What is written, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. Apparently, his spirit was previously dead, and he was unprepared to receive another spirit, for the spirit above does not dwell in a void. Rabbi Yos said, Shekinah dwells only in a place that is complete, not in a place that is deficient, defective, or sad, rather, in a complete place, a place prepared, a place of joy. Consequently, all those years that Joseph was separated from his father and Jacob was sad, Shekinah did not dwell within him. It has been taught, Rabbi Elazar said, in the name of Rabbi Abba, serve Yehovah with joy, come before him with singing, for the worship of the blessed Holy One can be only with joy. For Rabbi Elazar said, Shekinah does not dwell in sadness, as is written, now bring me Menagan, a minstrel. And then, Keinagan Harmenagan, as the minstrel was playing, the hand of Yehovah came upon him, King's Menagan, Menagan 3 times, why? To arouse spirit from consummation of all consummate spirit. Rabbi Abba said, there we learned from 4 sides, all derives therein, all roots of those above and below intertwine. And it has been taught, one enters, another emerges, one conceals, another expresses, linked with one another, fathers of all. Rabbi Shimon said, only your fathers did Yehovah desire. It is written, your fathers, precisely, 3 as indicated by only, literally, only from these, all others branch and intertwine, raising the name to be crowned. It has been taught that Rabbi Yos said, from the day that Rabbi Shimon emerged from the cave, words were not concealed from the companions, and supernal mysteries were revealed among them as if they had been given at that moment on Mount Sinai. Once he took his final sleep, it is written, the wellsprings of the deep were dammed up, and the sluices of heaven, and the companions would mouth words uncomprehendingly. For one day Rabbi Yehuda was sitting at the gate of Tiberias, and he saw 2 camels shaking loose the ropes on their humps. A load of balsam fell and birds came, but before reaching it, they burst. Afterward, numerous birds came, and people attacked them, throwing stony clods, but they did not burst. They shouted at them, but they did not disperse. They heard a voice, crown of crowns in captivity has cast out its Lord. While he was sitting there, a man passed by and gazed upon them. He said, this one has not fulfilled what is written, vultures came down on the carcasses, but Abram drove them off. Rabbi Yehuda said, I tried, but they won't disperse. The man turned his head and said, this one has not yet plucked the hair from the head of his Lord, nor shaven the matronita. He pursued him for 3 miles, but he would not tell him. Rabbi Yehuda's mind languished. One day he fell asleep under a tree, and in his dream he saw 4 wings arrayed, and Rabbi Shimon ascending on them with a Torah scroll. He left behind no book of mysteries or Agada, but took them away with him. They took him up to heaven, and he saw him disappear from sight, revealed no more. When he awoke, he said, "Surely, ever since Rabbi Shimon took his final sleep, wisdom has departed from the earth. Woe to the generation that has lost this precious stone, joining upper and lower pillars." He came to Rabbi Abba and told him. Rabbi Abba raised his hands to his head and wept, and said, "Rabbi Shimon, the millstones with which fine manna is ground every day, and then gathered, as is written, the one with the least gathered 10 homers. Now millstones and manna have disappeared, nothing remains of them in the world except what is written. Take 1 jar and put in it a full omer of manna and set it before Jehovah for safekeeping. It is not written revealed but rather for safekeeping, for concealment. Now who can reveal secrets, and who will know them?" He whispered to Rabbi Yehuda, "Surely that man you saw was Elijah, and he did not wish to reveal secrets, so that you would realize how worthy Rabbi Shimon was in his days, and so the generation would weep for him." He replied, "Just weep like Rabbi Yehuda, who weeps over him every day, for he encountered him in the holy assembly of Rabbi Shimon and the other companions. He said, 'Alas, that we did not depart on that day along with those 3 who departed, so that we would not see this generation transmogrified.' He said to him, 'Rabbi, tell me. It is written, they shall take gold, indigo, purple, crimson, and linen, whereas silver is not mentioned, and yet it is written gold and silver.' He replied, 'Bronze as well, for silver and bronze were both enumerated, but not here.' Well, if the Holy Lamp had not revealed this in its place, I could not reveal it." He opened, saying, "Mine is the silver and mine is the gold." Haggai, corresponding to what is written, "The heavens are Jehovah's heavens." In various places I have contemplated these holy garments, as is written, "They are holy garments, they shall make holy garments." What holiness is here? But we have learned that they manifest holiness in all places, as is written, "They are holy garments, they shall make holy garments," corresponding to the pattern above. For it has been taught, high priest above, high priest below, garments of glory above, garments of glory below. As for why Scripture does not state silver and bronze, these have been reserved for another place, as is written, "All the posts around the court shall be banded in silver, their hooks silver and their sockets bronze, for these are vessels to be utilized for the tabernacle." But here, with these garments of glory, no one may use them except the high priest, whose head is anointed with holy oil, as is written, "You shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother for glory and for splendor." For in these garments of glory, he resembles the pattern above. It has been taught the days of Israel drew near to die. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Woe to the world, for human beings neither see nor hear nor know that every single day the voice of a herald is heard in worlds." It has been taught a certain world is known above, and as the herald emerges, that world trembles and quivers. 2 birds issue, leaving that world. Their abode is beneath a tree containing a vision of life and death. 1 bird goes toward the south and 1 toward the north, 1 bird as day lightens and 1 as day darkens. Each one calls and proclaims what it hears from that herald. Afterward they want to ascend to their sight, but their feet slip into the hollow of the abyss, where they are trapped until midnight. At midnight, a herald proclaims, "Like birds seized in a snare, so humans are trapped." Rabbi Yehuda said, when a person's legs are trapped and his days draw near, that day is called Day of Jehovah, to return his soul to him. It has been taught at that time, the Holy Crown visits his spirit. Who is that? As is written, "The days of our lives are 70 years, 7th crown of all." And if it derives from the side of Gevurah, strength, it is written, "Or with Gevurot, strength, 80 years, for the crown of Gevurah is the 8th. From here on, there is no room to extend, as is written, "Their extension is toil and sorrow." Where there is no foundation, a building cannot endure. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Happy are the righteous when the blessed Holy One desires to retrieve his spirit, to draw that spirit into him." For it has been taught, when the blessed Holy One desires to retrieve his spirit, if it is virtuous, then it is written the spirit will return to God who gave it. But if it is not found to be virtuous, woe to that spirit, for it must be cleansed in blazing fire and refined, so that it can be drawn into the body of the king if unrefined. Alas, for then that spirit is whirled like a stone in the hollow of a sling, as is written, the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling. It has been taught if that spirit is worthy, countless benefits are treasured away for it in that world, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. Rabbi Yos said, as that person's days draw near, for 30 days a proclamation is made about him in the world, and even the birds of heaven proclaim. If he is virtuous, for 30 days a proclamation is made about him among the righteous in the Garden of Eden. It has been taught during all those 30 days, his soul departs from him every night, ascending and viewing its place in that world. And that person does not know or perceive or control his soul during all those 30 days as previously, as is written, no one has power over the spirit, to restrain the spirit. Rabbi Yehuda said, from the moment those 30 days begin, a person's silum darkens, and the image visible on the ground is withheld. Rabbi Yitzchak was sitting one day at Rabbi Yehuda's door and he was sad. Rabbi Yehuda emerged and found him by his gate, sitting in sadness. He said to him, how is this day different from others? He replied, I have come to ask you 3 things. 1. When you speak a word of Torah and you mention some of the words that I have said, that you say them in my name, mentioning my name. Another, that you render my son, Joseph, worthy through Torah. And another, that you go to my grave all 7 days and offer a prayer for me. He said to him, how do you know? He replied, look, my soul departs from me every night and does not enlighten me with a dream as before. Further, when I pray and reach who hears prayer, I look for my silum on the wall and do not see it, so I conclude that since the silum has disappeared and can no longer be seen, the herald has already gone forth and issued the proclamation, as is written, only with a silum does a human walk about. As long as a person's silum does not disappear, a human walks about, his spirit sustained within him. Once a person's silum passes away and cannot be seen, he passes away from this world. He said to him, and from here, as is written, for our days upon earth are a shadow. He said, all these things that you ask I will do. But I ask of you to select my place in that world next to you, just as we were in this world. Rabbi Yehuda wept, and said, please, let me stay with you through all of these days. They went to Rabbi Shimon and found him engaged in Torah. Rabbi Shimon raised his eyes and saw Rabbi Yitzchak, and he saw the angel of death running in front of him, dancing. Rabbi Shimon rose and grasped Rabbi Yitzchak's hand, saying, I decree whoever is accustomed to enter may enter. Whoever is not accustomed to enter may not. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yehuda entered. The angel of death was bound outside. Rabbi Shimon gazed and saw that the time had not yet arrived, for it had been arranged for the 8th hour of the day. Rabbi Shimon seated him in front of him and engaged him in Torah. He said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, sit by the door, and whatever you see, do not speak with it, and if it wants to enter, place it under oath not to. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Yitzchak, have you seen the image of your father today? For we have learned when a person is about to depart the world, his father and relatives are present with him, and he sees and recognizes them. And all those with whom he shared the same rung in that world, they all gather around him and accompany his soul to the place where she will abide. He replied, I have not yet seen anyone. At once Rabbi Shimon rose and said, Master of the world, Rabbi Yitzchak is well known among us. He is one of the 7 eyes here. Look, I am holding him, give him to me. A voice issued, proclaiming, flying spark of his Lord enveloped in the wings of Rabbi Shimon, behold, he is yours, you shall bring him with you when you enter to occupy your throne. Rabbi Shimon said, certainly so. Meanwhile, Rabbi Elazar saw that the angel of death had departed. He said, nothing bound to a glowing ember in the presence of Rabbi Shimon son of Yoai. Rabbi Shimon said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, come in here and hold Rabbi Yitzchak, for I see that he is frightened. Rabbi Elazar entered and held him, while Rabbi Shimon turned his face and engaged in Torah. Rabbi Yitzchak fell into a slumber and saw his father. He said to him, "Happy is your share in this world and in the world that is coming, for among the leaves of the tree of life in the Garden of Eden is planted a tree, great and mighty in two worlds. Rabbi Shimon son of Yoai, he embraces you with his branches. Happy is your share, my son." He asked him, "Father, what am I there?" He replied, "For 3 days they have been decorating your bedchamber. They have designed open windows for you, illumining you from 4 directions. When I saw your place, I rejoiced and said, Happy is your share, except that until now your son has not attained the merit of Torah. Just now we were about to come to you 12 righteous companions, but before we set out, a voice aroused through all worlds, who are the beloved companions here, adorn yourselves for the sake of Rabbi Shimon. He made a request and it has been granted. Not only this, for 70 places adorned here belong to him, with every single place opening to 70 worlds, and every single world opening to 70 channels, and every single channel opening to 70 supernal crowns, from which paths open to the Ancient One, concealed of all, to behold the beauty illumining and delighting all, as is written, to gaze upon the beauty of Jehovah, to contemplate in his temple. What does this mean, to contemplate in his temple, corresponding to what is written, in all my house he is trusted? He asked him, Father, how much time has been granted me in that world? He replied, We are not permitted, nor is a human being informed. But at the wedding feast of Rabbi Shimon, you will arrange his table, as is said, O daughters of Zion, come out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding, on the day of his heart's delight. At once Rabbi Yitzchak awoke, smiling, his face radiant. Rabbi Shimon noticed and gazed into his face, and said, You have heard a new word. He replied, Certainly. So he told him, and prostrated himself before Rabbi Shimon. It has been taught from that day on, Rabbi Yitzchak would grasp his son by the hand and teach him Torah, never leaving him. When he went into Rabbi Shimon, he would seat his son outside and sit before Rabbi Shimon and exclaim, O Yehovah, prolong me, be my guarantor. It has been taught on that fierce and terrifying day for a human, when his time arrives to depart from the world, 4 aspects of the world stand in harsh judgment, and judgments arouse from 4 directions, and 4 clusters quarrel, and wrangling prevails among them as they seek to separate, each to its own side. A herald emerges and proclaims in that world, and it is heard in worlds. If he is virtuous, all those worlds rejoice in welcoming him. If not, woe to that human being and to his share. It has been taught when the herald proclaims, a flame issues from the side of the north and blazes in the river of fire, diverging in 4 directions of the world and burning the souls of the wicked. That flame shoots forth, up and down through the world, and reaches the wings of a black rooster, striking its wings, and it crows at the opening between the gates. The first time it cries, See, a day is coming for Jehovah, burning like a furnace. Malachi. The second time it cries for See, he forms mountains and creates wind, and declares to a human what his conversation was. Amos. At that moment, a person sits among his deeds, which testify before him, and he confesses them. The third time, as they are about to extract his soul, the rooster cries, Who would not fear you, O King of the nations, for it befits you. Rabbi Yos said, A black rooster, what difference does it make? Rabbi Yehuda replied, Everything done on earth by the blessed Holy One alludes to wisdom, although human beings are unaware, as is written, O Yehovah, how abundant are your works in wisdom. You have made them all because they are made in wisdom, they all allude to wisdom. As for the black rooster, we have learned that judgment abides only in a place of its own kind, and black derives from the side of judgment. Therefore, precisely at midnight, when the north wind stirs, a flame issues and strikes beneath the wings of a rooster, and it crows, especially a black one, more suitable than any other. Here too, when the judgment of a human arouses, it begins to crow, and no one realizes except that human taking his final sleep. For we have learned, when a person takes this sleep and judgment looms over him to leave this world, supernal spirit increases within him, which he never had before. Once this dwells upon him and cleaves to him, he sees what he never attained all his days, because that spirit has increased within him. As it does and he sees, he departs from this world, as is written, you increase their spirit, they perish and return to their dust. Similarly, no human can see me and live in their lifetime, they cannot attain this, in their death they can. It has been taught when a person sees close to him his relatives and friends from that world, and he recognizes them all engraved in the image they possessed in this world, if that person is virtuous, they all rejoice before him and greet him. But if he is not virtuous, he cannot recognize them, except for the wicked ones who are tormented every day in hell. They are all gloomy, opening with woe and closing with woe. He raises his eyes and sees them like a flying cinder ascending from fire. He too opens with woe. It has been taught when a person's soul departs, all his relatives and friends in that world accompany his soul and show it its place of delight and its place of punishment. If he is virtuous, he sees his place and ascends and dwells and delights in the supernal bliss of that world. If he is not virtuous, that soul remains in this world until the body is buried in the earth. Once it is buried, numerous wardens of law seize it until it reaches Duma and is brought into the abodes of hell. Rabbi Yehuda said, all 7 days, the soul goes from his house to his grave, and from his grave to his house, mourning over the body, as is written, surely his flesh feels pain for him and his soul mourns for him. She goes and sits in the house, sees all of them sad, and mourns. It has been taught after 7 days the body becomes what it becomes, and the soul enters her place. She enters the cave of Machpelah, entering wherever she enters, seeing whatever she sees, until reaching the Garden of Eden and encountering the cherubim and the flame of the sword in the lower Garden of Eden. If she is worthy of entering, she enters. It has been taught 4 pillars are poised, an image of a body in their hands. She clothes herself in it joyfully and sits in that abode for the time ordained. Then a herald proclaims, and a 3-colored pillar appears, a pillar called Foundation of Mount Zion, as is written, Jehovah will create over the whole foundation of Mount Zion and over her assemblies a cloud by day and smoke with a glow of flaming fire. She climbs that pillar to the opening of righteousness, within which are Zion and Jerusalem. If she is worthy of ascending further, happy is her allotted share cleaving to the body of the king. If she is not worthy of ascending further, it is written, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy. If she is worthy of ascending further, happy is the one who attains the glory of the king, reveling in supernal delight above the place called heaven, as is written, then you will delight El Yehovah, upon Yehovah, above Yehovah. Precisely happy is the share of one who attains this Hesed, love, as is written, your Hesed, love, is higher than heaven. Now, is it higher than heaven? Look at what is written, your Hesed, love, is high unto heaven. Rabbi Yos said, there is Hesed, and then there is Hesed, upper Hesed, lower Hesed. Upper Hesed is higher than heaven, lower Hesed, as is written, faithful has dear David, acts of love for David, of these is written, high unto heaven. It has been taught, Rabbi Yitzchak said, it is written, a joyous mother of children, the mother is well known. Who are the children? Rabbi Shimon replied, we have already learned that the blessed Holy One has 2 children, 1 male and 1 female. The male he gave to Jacob, as is written, my son, my firstborn is Israel, and similarly Israel, in whom I glory. The daughter he gave to Abraham, as is written, Jehovah blessed Abraham Be'akol, with everything. Abraham had a daughter named Be'akol, with everything. Mother crouches over them, suckling them, and of this is written, do not take the mother above the children. And we have learned one should not increase his sins below, causing mother to withdraw from the children. It is also written, she is your mother, do not expose her nakedness. Woe to one who exposes her nakedness. When inhabitants of the world return, increasing their virtue before the blessed Holy One, and mother returns to shelter the children, then she is called Teshuvah, returning. What is returning? Return of the mother, who returns with sustenance. Then, a joyous mother of children, truly therefore, a person should not abstain from being fruitful until he engenders a son and a daughter. It has been taught, Rabbi Yitzchak said, it is written, to gaze upon the beauty of Yehovah, to contemplate in his temple. The desire of the righteous is to see this, and yet you say above Yehovah. Rabbi Shimon replied, all is one, as implied by what is written, beauty of Yehovah proceeding from the Holy Ancient One to this heaven. The desire of the righteous is certainly so above heaven. So it is written above Yehovah. Happy is the share of one who attains, surely they are few. We have learned. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, my mother's children were incensed at me, they made me guardian of the vineyards. My mother's children, as is written, he has cast down earth from heaven. For when the blessed Holy One sought to destroy his house below and to exile Israel among the nations, he removed this earth from his presence, and it remained at a distance, as is written, his sister stationed herself at a distance. When this earth was distanced from heaven, earth below was destroyed, and Israel were scattered among the nations. The assembly of Israel said, who caused this? Who did this to me? My mother's children were incensed at me and distanced themselves from me. My mother's children, precisely. Rabbi Yos was walking on the way, accompanied by Rabbi Hiya son of Rav. As they were walking, Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Hiya, do you see what I see? He replied, I see a man in the river and a bird on his head with a rib in its mouth, and it's eating and trampling with its feet. And that man is shouting out loud, but I don't know what he's saying. He said, let's get closer to him and listen. He replied, I'm afraid to go any closer. He said, could that be a human being here? Rather, it is a hint of wisdom given to us by the blessed Holy One. They approached him, and heard him saying, crown, crown, 2 children cast outside, outside. No rest, no tranquility until the bird is thrown into a cage. Rabbi Yos wept, and said, this corresponds to what we have learned. My mother's children were incensed at me, they made me guardian of the vineyards. Why? Because my own vineyard I did not guard. He said, surely, exile drags on, so birds of heaven are not eliminated until the dominion of other nations is eliminated from the world. When? Not until the day arrives that the blessed Holy One arouses his judgments upon the world, as is written, there will be one day known to Jehovah, neither day nor night. As they were walking, they heard a voice proclaiming, combustion of conjunction arrives with its judgments, outshot a flame and consumed that bird. He said, exactly as is written, consigned to consuming fire. Rabbi Yos said, the blessed Holy One exiles Israel only when faith is lacking among them. When they are deprived of faith, it becomes so totally, as it were, as is written, your covenant with death will be annulled. Rabbi Hiya said, what is the meaning of he will swallow up death forever? He replied, when the blessed Holy One arouses his right, death will be denied to the world. But this right arouses only when Israel arouse the right of the blessed Holy One. What is that? Torah, as is written, from his right hand, a fiery law for them at that time, the right hand of Jehovah performs valiantly. I will not die but live, and proclaim the deeds of Jehovah. It has been taught, a virtuous person in whom the blessed Holy One delights, a herald proclaims for 30 days among the righteous in the Garden of Eden, all of whom rejoice and come to adorn the place of that virtuous one until he comes to dwell among them. If he is wicked, a herald proclaims in hell concerning him for 30 days, and all the wicked are sad, and all of them open woe, for a new punishment arouses now on account of so and so. Countless wardens of law confront him and accost him with woe, all of them open, saying, woe to the wicked evil, for what his hands have perpetrated will be requited to him. What does this mean, what his hands have perpetrated? Rabbi Yitzchak said, to include one who fornicates with his hands, emitting and wasting seed fruitlessly. For we have learned, whoever emits his seed fruitlessly is called evil and does not see the face of Shekinah, as is written, you are not a God who delights in wickedness, evil cannot abide with you. And similarly, a firstborn of Judah was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. Here too, woe to the wicked evil, woe to that wicked one, who is evil, who made himself evil. For what his hands have perpetrated will be requited to him, to include one who fornicates with his hands, emitting seed fruitlessly. This one is tormented in that world more than all. For it is written, woe to the wicked evil, since it is written, woe to the wicked, why evil? But as I have said, he made himself evil. And it is written, evil cannot abide with you. All of them ascend, whereas this one does not. Now, you might ask, what about other sinners who have killed people? All of them ascend, but he does not. Why? Because they have killed other human beings, whereas he has killed his children, his very own children, spilling much blood. Of other sinners of the world is not written, it was evil in the eyes of Jehovah, whereas here is written, what he did was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. Why? Because he wasted his seed on the ground. We have learned, Rabbi Yehuda said, there is nothing in the world for which one cannot repent, except for this. There is no sinner who cannot see the face of Shekinah, except for this one, as is written, evil cannot abide with you at all. Rabbi Yitzchak said, happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, of them is written, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. What does this mean, will inherit the land forever? Rabbi Yehuda said, as is written, I will walk before Jehovah in the land of the living. It has been taught the days of Israel drew near to die. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years there, in his existence Jacob here, in his death Israel, as is written, the days of Israel drew near to die. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so, for it is not written the day of Israel drew near to die, but rather days. Now, does a person die on several days in a single hour, a single moment, he dies and departs from the world. However, we have learned as follows: when the Blessed Holy One desires to retrieve his spirit, all those days in which a human has existed in this world are convened before him and reckoned. As they approach him to be reckoned, the person dies, and the Blessed Holy One retrieves his spirit, the breath that he exhaled and blew into him, he retrieves for himself. Happy is the share of the human being whose days draw near the King without shame, without one of those days being thrust out, upon being identified as the date on which a sin was committed. Therefore, of the righteous is written, drawing near, because their days draw near the King without shame. Woe to the wicked, of whom is not written, drawing near. How can their days draw near the King, when all their days are fraught with sins of the world? Therefore, they cannot draw near the King, nor be reckoned before him, nor be remembered above. Rather, they are spontaneously destroyed, as is written, the way of the wicked is like darkness, they do not know what makes them stumble. Here, the days of Israel drew near to die literally, without shame, in fullness and complete joy. Therefore, the days of Israel, for he was more complete than Jacob. Now, you might say, but it is written, Jacob was a tam, simple, man shalim, complete. Well, he was complete, but not complete on a supernal rung like Israel. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, when a person's days are convened before the Blessed Holy One, the days of a certain virtuous person may convene, but at a distance from the King, whereas the days of another virtuous person may convene near, right next to the King, not distancing themselves at all, entering and approaching the King without shame. Happy is their share, as is written, the days of Israel drew near to die. He called for his son Joseph. Rabbi Yitzchak said, are the other tribes not his sons? Rather, as Rabbi Abba has said, he was his son more than all of them. For we have learned, when Potiphar's wife urged Joseph, what is written, he came into the house to do his work, and there was no man of the men of the house. This verse should read, and there was no man in the house. Why of the men of the house to include the image of Jacob, which was present there? Therefore, of the men of the house but another man was there. As soon as Joseph raised his eyes and saw his father's image, he returned to his stability and withdrew. What is written, he refused. He said to his master's wife, the Blessed Holy One said to him, you refused by your life, another refused will come to bless your sons, who will thereby be blessed, as is written. His father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. Since he said, I know, my son, why another? I know because he said, I know, my son, when you confirmed with your body that you are my son, when you saw my image. Therefore it is written, I know, my son. I know about what you said, that this is the firstborn, he too will become a people, and he too will be great. So here is written, he called for his son Joseph, his genuine son, Joseph. Alternatively, he called for his son Joseph, for they shared a single image. Whoever saw Joseph would testify that he was Jacob's son. Rabbi Yos said, entirely so. Furthermore, Joseph nourished him and his sons in his old age, therefore, his son truly, more than all of them. He called for his son Joseph. Why for Joseph and not another one? Because he had the power to take him out of there. Rabbi Yos said, since Jacob knew that his children would be enslaved in exile there in Egypt, why wasn't he buried there, so that his merit would protect them? Why did he want to leave there? Look at what is written, as a father has compassion for his children, where is the compassion? But so we have learned, when Jacob was going down to Egypt, he was afraid. He said, what if my children are annihilated among the nations? Perhaps the Blessed Holy One will remove his Shekinah from me, as before. What is written, God appeared to Jacob Fear not to go down to Egypt, for I will make of you a great nation there, and as for what you said, perhaps I will remove my Shekinah from your midst, I myself will go down with you to Egypt. He said further, I am afraid that I might be buried there and not attain the companionship of my fathers. He replied, and I myself will surely bring you up as well. I will bring you up from Egypt. Surely as well to be buried in the grave of your fathers. Therefore he wanted to be removed from Egypt. First, so that they would not turn him into a deity, for he saw that the blessed Holy One would eventually exact retribution from their gods. Additionally, because he saw that Shekinah would dwell among his children in exile. Also, so that his body would be among his fathers, integrated with them, and not reckoned with the wicked of Egypt. For we have learned the body of Jacob emanated from the beauty of Adam, and the image of Jacob is a supernal, holy image, image of the holy throne. So he did not want to be buried among the wicked. Mystery of the matter, among the patriarchs is no separation at all. Therefore it is written, I will lie down with my fathers. He called for his son Joseph, his son with an identical face. His son because he engendered him with desire of spirit and heart more than all of them. What is written is, your taking my husband a small thing, because Jacob's total desire was for Rachel, and therefore, he called for his son Joseph. Rabbi Shimon opened, the hidden are for Jehovah our God. How vigilant should a person be about his sins, scrutinizing himself that he not transgress the will of his Lord, for we have learned everything that one does in this world is recorded in a book and reckoned before the Holy King. All is revealed before him, as is written, if one hides in secret places, do I not see him, declares Jehovah. If so, how can a person hide himself to sin before his Lord? And we have learned even what a person thinks and what arises in his will is all present before the blessed Holy One, not vanishing from him. On the night that Leah went into Jacob and gave him those tokens that Jacob had given to Rachel, it arose in his will that she was Rachel, and he joined with her conjugally. That was Jacob's first drop, as is written, my strength and first fruit of my vigor, and he thought that she was Rachel. The blessed Holy One, who reveals the deep and hidden, and knows what is in darkness, raised that desire to its place, and the birthright of Reuben was transferred to Joseph. Why? Because Jacob's desire was for Rachel, and she was the intention of the first drop issuing from Jacob. And because that first drop was hers, Reuben's actual birthright was inherited by Joseph, and Rachel inherited what was hers. Consequently, mystery of the matter, Reuben did not attain a name like the other tribes, but rather Reuven, see a son, unidentified. This son's name was unknown, so by this name Leah did not call him my son. He was not named Reuvenai, see my son, because Leah knew what had happened. We have learned it was revealed before the blessed Holy One that Jacob did not intend to sin thereby before him, and did not desirously imagine another woman at that moment, like other wicked ones of the world. Consequently, it is written, and the sons of Jacob were 12, for sons of other wicked ones of the world who commit this act are called by another name. This matter is known among the companions. Therefore, he called for his son Joseph, his son from beginning to end. Rabbi Yos said, by what did Jacob make Joseph swear, as is written, place your hand under my thigh, by that sign of the covenant inscribed on his flesh, for this more than anything is essence of the patriarchs, and this covenant is mystery of Joseph. Rabbi Shimon said, of Abraham and Jacob is written, place your hand under my thigh, on that place intimating the holy name and issuing holy, faithful seed to the world. Of Isaac this is not written, for Esau issued from him. Further, why here place your hand under my thigh, please do not bury me in Egypt, because Jacob said to Joseph, swear to me by this holy sign which issued holy, faithful seed to the world, and was guarded and never defiled, that I will not be buried among those defiled ones who never guarded it, of whom is written, whose members are members of donkeys. Ezekiel. Now, you might say, look at Joseph, who guarded it more than anyone. Why was he buried among them? But we have learned it happened that the word of Jehovah came to Ezekiel the priest, son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Kivar. Ezekiel, and we have learned Shekinah dwells only in the land of Israel. So, why is Shekinah here? Only because it is written by the river Kivar. And then, there the hand of Jehovah came upon him. Here too, Joseph's coffin was cast into the water. The Blessed Holy One said, if Joseph departs from here, the exile will remain unfulfilled. Rather, let his burial be in a place that cannot be defiled, and Israel will endure the exile. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, Jacob saw that he was perfectly arrayed in the throne along with the patriarchs. He said, if I am buried here, how will this body join the patriarchs? Even the cave where I am to be buried is called double, because everything double is 2 and 1. The cave also is 2 and 1. The patriarchs were worthy of being buried there along with their spouses, Jacob along with Leah. Why not Rachel? After all, it is written Rachel was a Kara, barren, for she was Kara, essence, of the house. However, Leah proved worthy of him, engendering more 6 tribes of holy stock in the world, so she was placed with him for coupling in the cave. Rabbi Yehuda said, all her days, Leah would stand in the crossroads and weep for Jacob, having heard that he was righteous, and she prayed for him zealously, corresponding to what is written. Leah's eyes were weak, as we have established, for she rose early and lingered in darkness, seeking on the roads, whereas Rachel never ventured out. Consequently, she deserved to be buried with him, whereas Rachel's grave stands on the crossroads, where she was buried, as is written, as for me, when I was returning from Paddan, Rachel died. Eli, upon me. What is Eli? Eli, precisely on account of me in the land of Canaan. On the way, on account of me, she died on the way, because she never ventured out for me like her sister. Therefore, Leah, who went out and wept in the crossroads on account of Jacob, was worthy of being buried with him. Rachel, who did not want to go out and seek for him, her grave is on the crossroads. Mystery of the matter, as we have already established, this one, revealed, this one, concealed. That righteous Leah shed many tears to become the share of Jacob and not of that wicked Esau, corresponding to what we have learned. Every person who weeps and sheds tears before the Blessed Holy One, even if a punishment has been decreed upon him, it is torn up and cannot prevail against him. How do we know from Leah? For Leah was destined to become the share of Esau, but through prayer she attained Jacob first and was not given to Esau. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, I will lie down with my fathers, and you will carry me from Egypt and bury me in their burial place. He said, I will do as you have spoken. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, what profit does a human have for all the toil at which he toils under the sun? As has been said in various places, we have contemplated the words of King Solomon and they appear to be obscure. But all those words spoken by Solomon are to be read with wisdom. What is written? The wisdom of Solomon Tev, increased kings. In the days of King Solomon the moon assumed fullness, corresponding to what is written, the wisdom of Solomon Tev, surpassed the wisdom of all the children of the East. Who are the children of the East? This has already been established, but the wisdom of the children of the East is the wisdom they inherited from Abraham, as is written, Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac. What is all that he had? Supernal wisdom that he knew through the holy name of the Blessed Holy One. All that he had indicates that this was his, as we have learned. Abraham had a daughter named Baal, with everything. And it is written, to the sons of his concubines Abraham gave gifts, for he gave them knowledge of lower crowns. He expelled them to the land of the East, and from there the children of the East inherited wisdom, corresponding to what is written, the wisdom of all the children of the East. One day Rabbi Shimon was going from Cappadocia to Lyra, accompanied by Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Abba was weary, running after Rabbi Shimon, who was riding. Rabbi Abba said, they will follow Yehovah, roaring like a lion. Hosea. Rabbi Shimon dismounted, and said to him, surely it is written, I sat there with Yehovah 40 days and 40 nights. Surely, wisdom is enduringly erected only when a person is sitting, not walking or standing erect. We have already established why it is written, I sat there. The word depends on tranquility. They sat down. Rabbi Abba said, it is written, the wisdom of Solomon Tev, surpassed the wisdom of all the children of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. What is the wisdom of Solomon, and what is the wisdom of all the children of the East, and what is the wisdom of Egypt? He replied, in various places they have established that name of the moon. When she is blessed by all, it is written Tev, she increased in the days of King Solomon when she grew and was blessed and assumed fullness. We have learned 1,000 mountains sprout vegetation before her, all constituting a single bite for her. 1,000 rivers swell toward her, and she swallows them in a single gulp. Her nails clutch in directions, her hands grasp in directions. Nothing escapes her on this side and nothing escapes her on that. Thousands upon thousands of shields adhere to her hair. A single youth, extending from one end of the world to the other, emerges from between her legs with 60 strokes of fire, decked in his colors. This one is empowered over those below in her 4 directions. This is the youth who holds supernal keys from the side of Mother, dangling from the flaming sword girded on his loins. That youth is called Hanok, Enoch, son of Jared in those Barat, as is written Hanok, train the youth in the way he should go now. If you say Mishnah in our Mishnah, we have established the matter and it has been explained. All have contemplated a single entity. Beneath him beasts of the field find shade. Just as holy Israel is called son of his mother, as is written, I was son to my father, tender only child in the sight of my mother, and similarly my son, my firstborn is Israel, so too below, he is called youth, as is written, when Israel was a youth, I loved him. Hosea in various nuances he is called son of Yort, Jared, as we have established. But son of Yort, literally, for we have learned tenure ridet, descents, Shekinah made to earth, all established by the companions. Beneath this one stand numerous beings called Hivat Bara, beasts of the field, beasts outside. Precisely beneath those beings adheres her hair, called stars of a scepter, precisely masters of measure, masters of balance, masters of severity, masters of reaping, all called purple hair. Her hands and feet grip like a ferocious lion seizing its prey, of this is written, it tears apart, with none to deliver Mika. Her nails all those who call attention to the sins of human beings, inscribing and engraving their sins with the intensity of harsh judgment. Of this is written, the sin of Judah is engraved with a stylus of iron, Bet-Zippor and Shamir, with the point of a diamond. What is Shamir? That which engraves and penetrates stone on every side. The dirt under her nails all those who do not cleave to the body of the king, who suck from the side of defilement, when the moon abides in defect. Because King Solomon inherited the moon in fullness, he sought to inherit her in defect, so he strove for the knowledge of spirits and demons to inherit the moon in all her aspects. In the days of King Solomon the moon shone completely, as is written, the wisdom of Solomon increased, precisely. By the wisdom of all Bnei Kedim, the children of the East, supernal mystery, as is written, these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, these are called Bnei Kedim, children of primordial time. Even though the moon shone, she did not shine fully until the arrival of Solomon, who was destined for her, as we have established, for accordingly, his mother was Bathsheba, Bathsheba. And by all the wisdom of Egypt, lower wisdom, called the slave girl behind the millstones. This wisdom of Solomon encompasses all wisdom of the children of the East and wisdom of Egypt. Rabbi Abba said, Blessed be the compassionate one, that I asked you about this, for now I have gained all these words. Rabbi Shimon said, We have already established these words and they have been discussed. What profit does a human have for all the toil at which he toils? You might think that this includes even toiling over Torah, but the verse states at which he toils under the sun. Toiling over Torah is different, for it is above the sun. Rabbi Yehuda said, even toiling over Torah, if done for people or for one's own fame, of this is written under the sun, for it does not ascend. Rabbi Lazar said, even if a person lives 1,000 years, on the day that he departs from the world it seems to him as if he only lived a single day. I will lie down with my fathers. Happy is the share of the patriarchs, whom the blessed Holy One made into a supernal, holy chariot, and in whom he delighted, crowning himself with them, as is written, only your fathers did Jehovah desire. Rabbi Lazar said, Jacob knew that the patriarchs were to be crowned with him, he would be crowned by the patriarchs and they would be crowned with him. Therefore we have learned in the engraved letters Shin 3 joints, 2 joints on this side and that, and one merging them. This is what we have learned, the central bar in the middle of the boards, running from end to end, that joint in the middle links this side and that, and of this is written, I will lie down with my fathers. Precisely. I will lie down with my fathers. Rabbi Yehuda opened, O deaf ones, listen, O blind ones, look and see, O deaf ones, listen, human beings who do not listen to the utterance of Torah, who do not open their ears to hear the commands of their Lord. O blind ones who do not examine to discover the basis of their existence. For every single day a herald emerges and proclaims and no one pays attention. We have learned when a human being is created, on the day he issues into the world, all his days arise in their existence. They come flying through the world, descending, alerting the human day by day, individually. When a day comes to alert him, if a person commits a sin on that day before his Lord, that day ascends in shame, bears witness, and stands alone outside. After standing alone, it sits until the person repents from what he has done. If he succeeds, that day returns to its place. If he does not, that day descends and joins the outside spirit, then returns to his house, molding itself into the image of that person in order to torment him, dwelling with him in the house. Sometimes its stay is for the good, if he proves virtuous. If not, its stay is evil. In either case, those days are counted as lacking, missing from the ones that remain. Woe to the human being who has diminished his days before the Holy King, and has not bequeathed days above in which to be adorned in that world, in which to approach the Holy King. When those days draw near the Holy King, if the person departing from the world is virtuous, he ascends and enters those days, which become garments of glory in which his soul is arrayed. Those are days on which he proved himself worthy, not on which he sinned. Woe to him who has diminished his days above, for when he is to be clothed in his days, those days that he spoiled by sinning are missing from that garment and he is clothed in defective wear. All the more so if there are many, then that person will have nothing to wear in that world. Woe to him, woe to his soul, for they punish him in hell days for each single day, 2 for 1. For when he departs from this world, he finds no days in which to clothe himself and has no garment for cover. Happy are the righteous, whose days are all stored up with the blessed Holy One, woven into garments of glory to be worn in the world that is coming. We have learned in the mystery of our Mishnah, why is it written they knew they were naked? They knew precisely that the garment of glory made from those days had been withdrawn from them and no day remained in which to be clothed, as is written, your eyes saw my embryo in your book. They were all inscribed. Days were fashioned, not one of them exists. Days were fashioned precisely, not one of them exists, for none of them remained in which to be clothed. Until Adam strove to turn back, and the blessed Holy One accepted him and made him other garments not from his days, as is written, Jehovah Elohim made coats of skin for Adam and his wife, and he clothed them. Of Abraham, who was virtuous, what is written, Yamim, coming into days when he departed from this world, he entered his very own days, clothing himself in them. Nothing was lacking from that garment of glory, as is written, coming into days. Of what is written, naked I issued from my mother's womb, and naked will I return, therefore no garment remained in which to be clothed. Happy are the righteous, whose days are pure and endure till the world that is coming. When they depart, they all conjoin and are woven into a garment of glory. In that garment they are privileged to enjoy the delight of the world that is coming. In that garment they are destined to be revived and resurrected. All those who have a garment will rise, as is written, they will stand like a garment. Woe to the wicked of the world, whose days are faulty due to their sins. Nothing of them remains with which to be covered when they leave the world. All the virtuous ones, entitled to wear a glorious garment of their days, are crowned in that world with crowns adorning the patriarchs, from the stream flowing and gushing into the Garden of Eden, as is written, Jehovah will guide you always, he will satisfy your soul bisatsaho, with radiances. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring. But the wicked of the world, unworthy of wearing a garment of their days, of them is written, he will be like a shrub in the desert, and will not see when goodness comes. Rabbi Yitzchak said, happy is the share of Jacob, who had extreme trust, as is written, I will lie down with my fathers, for he attained being with them, with no one else he attained being with them, arrayed in his days and in theirs. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, he smelled the fragrance of his garments and blessed him his garments. The verse should read the garments of Esau, because they weren't his but rather Esau's, as is written, Rebekah took the garments of Esau, her elder son. It is written the garments of Esau, whereas here his garments Jacob's. However, so we have established he smelled, he gazed further and smelled the fragrance of his garments in that world, and then blessed him. Therefore, it is written, see, the fragrance of my son is like the fragrance of a field, like that field of holy apples. He said, because you attained those garments of glory, may God give you of the dew of heaven. What does this imply? That field of holy apples drips with dew every day from the place called heaven, as is written of the dew of heaven. Rabbi Yos said, he blessed him with everything of the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth. Why? Because he smelled the fragrance of his garments really, as we have said. We have learned 1500 fragrances waft every day from the Garden of Eden, perfuming those garments of glory in that world, adorned by a person's days. Rabbi Yehuda asked, how many garments are there? Rabbi Elazar replied, mountains of the world differ on this, but there are 3. 1 garment worn by Ruah in the terrestrial Garden of Eden. 1 most precious of all worn by Neshama within the bundle of life, between the folds of the king's purple robe. 1. An external garment existent and non-existent, visible and invisible. This is worn by Nefesh, and she goes roaming through the world. On Sabbath and every new moon, she bonds with Ruah, who is in the terrestrial Garden of Eden, standing in the middle of the precious curtain. From him she learns and knows whatever she knows, and she roams and reveals it in the world. Nefesh is bound in 2 bonds on every new moon and Sabbath in the bond of Ruah amid aromas of spices in the terrestrial Garden of Eden, and from there floating and, together with Ruah, bonding with Neshama, who is bound in the bundle of life. She is saturated and nourished by precious lusters on this side and on that, as is written, Yehovah will guide you always, he will satisfy Nefsheka, your soul, with Satsaho. What are Satsaho? 1 Sahuta, radiancy, when bonding with Ruah in the lower garden, Sahuta within Sahuta when they bond with Neshama above in the bundle of life. That is with C, radiancy, 1 Saho, radiances beyond, in preciousness of Neshama. This is Satsaho, radiances. Who inherits this Nefsheka, your soul, your Nefesh? Precisely, happy is the share of the righteous. Rabbi Shimon said, when I am among those companions of Babylonia, they gather around me and learn subjects openly, and then insert them beneath an impregnable seal of iron, shut tight on all sides. How often have I described to them the pathways of the garden of the Holy King and the supernal pathways? How often have I taught them all those rungs of the righteous in that world? They are all afraid to utter words, but rather toil in study stammeringly. So they are called stammerers, like one who stammers with his mouth. But I judge them favorably because they are frightened, for holy air and Holy Spirit have been withdrawn from them and they suck air and spirit of an alien domain. Furthermore, a rainbow appears above them and they are unworthy, but to their benefit, I am present in the world, I am the sign of the world, for in my lifetime the world does not dwell in suffering and is not punished by judgment above. After me there will not arise a generation like this one. The world is destined to lack anyone who can protect it, and all kinds of impudent faces will haunt above and below above, on account of sins of those below and their impudence. Inhabitants of the world will one day cry out, and no one will care about them. They will turn their heads in every direction and turn back without a remedy. But one remedy I have found in the world and no more. In a place where there exist those who toil in Torah, if there exists among them a Torah scroll free of falsification, when they take this out, for its sake upper and lower beings arouse, especially if the holy name is written therein properly. We have already learned this matter. Woe to the generation among whom the Torah scroll is exiled, yet beings above and below fail to arouse. Who will arouse for it when the world is in greater trouble and the Torah scroll must be exiled further because of the world's distress? For when the world suffers and people pray for mercy at the graves, all the dead arouse for them. Nefesh hastens to inform Ruah that the Torah scroll is in exile, exiled because of the world's distress, and the living are coming and pleading for mercy. Then Ruah informs Neshama, and Neshama the Blessed Holy One. Then the Blessed Holy One arouses and has compassion upon the world, all because the Torah scroll was exiled from its place and the living come to pray for mercy at the graves of the dead. Woe to the generation if the Torah scroll must be exiled from place to place, even from synagogue to synagogue, for they lack anything to stimulate caring for them. This is unknown by all human beings, for when Shekinah was exiled the last time, before withdrawing above, what is written, if only I were given a wanderer's lodge in the desert later, When great distress befalls the world she is present there, and in the exile of the Torah scroll she is there, and all arouse over it, upper and lower beings. Rabbi Shimon said, if they knew these matters, mysteries of wisdom, foundation of the world's existence, and why pillars of the world tremble in times of distress, then they would have known the worth of Rav Yevasava when he was present among them. But they did not know his worth. Look, I have found his words linked with the words of King Solomon in the mystery of wisdom, yet they did not know his worth, and now they pursue a word of wisdom, but no one can comprehend it. Even so, some of them are clever at intercalating years and determining new moons, although this was not granted to them or transmitted to them. We have learned for 12 months Nefesh is bound to the body in the grave, and they are judged as one, except for Nefesh of the righteous, as we have established. She is present in the grave, aware of its suffering and of the suffering of the living, but she does not exert herself for them. After 12 months, she clothes herself in a certain garment and goes roaming through the world. She discovers from Ru'or what she discovers and exerts herself for the suffering of the world, pleading for mercy and telling them about the suffering of the living. Who arouses all this? A virtuous person. When there is one who informs them fittingly, that virtuous one is recognized by them. When a virtuous person endures, he is known among the living and among the dead, for every day he is proclaimed among them. When suffering intensifies in the world and he cannot protect the generation, he informs them of the world's suffering. When there is no virtuous person to be proclaimed among them, when no one can be found to arouse them for the suffering of the world except for the Torah scroll, then upper and lower beings arouse over it. At that time, all must engage in teshuvah. If they do not, masters of judgment arouse against them. Even Ruhot, spirits, in the Garden of Eden arouse against them. I will lie down with my fathers in body, Nefesh, Ruah, Neshama, in a single chariot, on a supernal rung. Rabbi Yehuda said, how utterly stopped up are inhabitants of the world, neither knowing nor hearing nor contemplating matters of the world, and how the blessed Holy One hovers over them compassionately, constantly. No one is aware. 3 times a day, one spirit enters the cave of Machpelah and wafts upon the graves of the patriarchs. Bones heal and stand vitally erect. That spirit draws dew from above, from the head of the king, sight of supernal patriarchs, and when that dew arrives from them, the patriarchs below awaken. That dew descends by certain levels, level after level, reaching the lower Garden of Eden, where it is infused by spices of the garden. One spirit arouses composed of 2 others rising, drifting among the spices, entering the opening of the cave. Then the patriarchs awaken, they and their spouses, and plead for mercy for their children. When the world is in distress because they are asleep on account of the sins of the world, that dew does not flow or appear until a Torah scroll arouses fittingly in the world. Then Nefesh informs Ruah, and Ruah Neshama, and Neshama the blessed Holy One. The king then sits on the throne of mercy, and there issues from the supernal Ancient One a flow of crystal dew, reaching the head of the king, and the patriarchs are blessed, and that dew flows to those sleepers, who then all conjoin, and the blessed Holy One has compassion upon the world. The blessed Holy One does not have compassion upon the world until he has informed the patriarchs, and for their sake the world is blessed. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so I have found such words in the book of King Solomon, that supernal one called Counsel of Total Wisdom. Rav Yiva similarly revealed what was shown to him, that Rachel has achieved more than all of them by standing at the crossroads whenever the world is in need. Mystery of the matter Ark, cover, and cherubim in the share of Benjamin, who was born by the road, and Shekinah above all. Israel bowed at the head of the bed. Who is the head of the bed? Shekinah. Rabbi Shimon said, heaven forbid, rather, to what was his he bowed and prostrated himself. Bed is Shekinah, as is written, look, the bed of Solomon. The head of the bed is foundation of the world, head of the holy bed. At the head is Israel, standing above, the head of the bed. So Israel bowed to what was his. Or, you might say, look, at that time he was not ill, for only afterward is it written, it happened after these things that Joseph was told, look, your father is ill. But when he bowed he was not ill, and that is why he knew that he had then attained a supernal, holy rung perfect throne. He therefore bowed to that supernal chariot, consummation of the grand and mighty tree named after him. So, Israel bowed at the head of the bed, precisely for he had ascended to his sight, crowned with the crowns of the holy king. He said, "Swear to me." Rabbi, his ear opened, all this I tested with wisdom. I said, I will become wise, but it is beyond me. Look, we have learned King Solomon inherited the moon in all its aspects in his days. The moon was in fullness, blessed by all. When he sought to comprehend the laws of Torah, he said, I will become wise, but it is beyond me. Rabbi Yehuda said, Jacob said, I will lie down with my fathers, and you will carry me from Egypt and bury me in their burial place. There we have learned one whose soul departs in a foreign domain and the body is buried in the holy land. Of him is written, you came and defiled my land. Now, Jacob's soul departed in a foreign domain, so why did he say, bury me in their burial place? Rabbi Yehuda replied, Jacob is different, for Shekinah is joined with him, cleaving to him, as is written, I myself will go down with you to Egypt, and I myself will surely bring you up as well. I myself will go down with you to Egypt to dwell with you in exile. And I myself will surely bring you up as well, so that your soul will couple with me and your body will be buried in your fathers' graves. What does this indicate? Even though his soul departed in a foreign domain. Therefore, I myself will surely bring you up as well. And Joseph will lay his hand on your eyes, for he is firstborn of thought, firstborn, for the first drop was his. Because the blessed Holy One knew this hidden secret, he assured him that it would be Joseph, since all love depended on him. Will lay his hand on your eyes. What does this indicate? Rabbi Yos said, Jacob's honor, and to announce that Joseph was really alive and would be present with him at his death. Rabbi Hizkiah said, I know something, I am afraid to reveal it. In events of the world wisdom is discovered. Rabbi Abba came and knocked him, saying, utter your word, arm yourself with your weapon. In the days of Rabbi Shimon, words are revealed. He said, I learned from a lecture of Rav Yevasava on customs of the world. If a person attains a son in this world, he should sprinkle dust upon his eyes when he is buried. This is an honor for him, showing that the world is closed to him and that he inherits the world in his place. For within the eye of a human being appears a vision of the world, in all its revolving colors. The white in it is the vast ocean surrounding the world on all sides. Another color is dry land, encircled by water. As dry land stands in the midst of water, so does this color. Another, third color is in the middle. This is Jerusalem, center of the world. The fourth color is vision of the whole eye, called pupil of the eye, in which a visage appears most glorious, vision of all. This is Zion, central point of all, in which a vision of the whole world appears. There dwells Shekinah, beauty of all, vision of all. The eye is inheritance of the world, so this one leaves it and that one acquires it and inherits it. He said to him, well spoken, but this matter is more concealed, and inhabitants of the world do not know or reflect. For at the moment that a person departs from this world, his nefesh is close to him, and before she leaves, a person's eyes see what they see, as has been established, for it is written, for no human can see me and live. In their lifetime they do not see, in their death they do. The eye is open from the vision that he sees, and those standing by him should place a hand upon his eyes and close them, because of what we have learned about the mystery of customs of the world. For when the eye remains open from the vision that he sees glorious, if he has attained a son, the son is first to place his hand upon his eyes and close them, as is written, Joseph will lay his hand on your eyes. For another vision, unholy, is poised to confront him, and the eye that saw now a holy, supernal vision must not gaze upon an alien vision. Furthermore, that nefesh is close to him in the house, and if the eye remains open and that other vision settles upon his eyes, whatever he looks upon will be cursed. This is dishonorable to the eye, and even more so to his relatives, and even more so to the dead person, for it dishonors him to look upon something he should not, and for an alien entity to settle upon his eyes. Afterward, it should be covered with dust. The companions have already aroused discussion of the judgment of the grave. It is an honor for the eye to be closed to all by the hand of one's son whom he has left behind in the world. For all 7 days, the nefesh goes from the house to the grave, from the grave to the house, mourning over him. 3 times a day, nefesh and body are judged as one, and no one in the world knows or cares to arouse the heart. Afterward, the body is beset, while the nefesh goes to be washed in hell and then emerges, roaming the world and visiting the grave, until it wears the garment that it wears. After 12 months, all rest. The body subsides in the dust. Nefesh is bound to Ruh in the garment that it wears. Ruh delights in the garden. Neshama ascends to the bundle of delight of all delights. All are bound to one another at certain times. Woe to those humans who do not contemplate or know or recognize the foundation of their existence, and who are oblivious to fulfilling the mitzvah of Torah. For we have learned certain mitzvah of Torah fashion garments of glory above, certain mitzvah of Torah fashion garments of glory below, and certain mitzvah of Torah fashion garments of glory for this world. A person needs them all, and they are all woven from his actual days, as we have established. One day Rabbi Yehuda Sava's mind was agitated. He was shown in a dream his image in dazzling light, radiating in 4 directions. He asked, "What is this?" He was told, "Your garment for dwelling here." From that day on, he rejoiced. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Every single day Ruhot, spirits, of the righteous sit arrayed in their garments, row after row in the Garden of Eden, praising the blessed Holy One in supernal glory, as is written, surely the righteous will praise your name, the upright will dwell in your presence." Rabbi Abba said, "At first, what is written, Israel bowed at the head of the bed, as we have established. Who is bed? Assembly of Israel. Head righteous one. Al, above, the head of the bed, Holy King, to whom all peace belongs, as is written, look, the bed of Solomon. So Jacob bowed to what was his, the one who stands above the head of the bed, named Israel. Therefore, Israel bowed at the head of the bed. Afterward, once Jacob knew that he was consummated on a supreme rung, that his rung was situated on high with the patriarchs, and that he alone was perfect harmony, his heart strengthened and rejoiced, invigorated by the sublime favor of the blessed Holy One. Of him, what is written, Israel drew strength and sat up on the bed, above the bed, really, for he had been perfected on a high rung. Happy is his share. We have learned, Rabbi Yehuda said, in the Mishnah we have established what we have learned at 4 periods in the year, the world is judged. At Passover, concerning harvest; at the assembly, concerning fruits of the tree; on Rosh Hashanah all who come into the world pass before him in single file; and at the festival they are judged concerning water. We have already established these words, but this secret I have learned at Passover, concerning harvest, corresponding to the supernal chariot, mystery of the patriarchs and King David. Further, at Passover, concerning harvest, for so it is, really they have already established why Matzah appears on Passover. Look, it is judgment, and judgment of Machuta is judgment. This is the beginning of Israel's entering the share of the blessed Holy One and ridding themselves of leaven, foreign gods appointed over other nations, called alien gods, leaven, evil impulse entering Matzah, holy share of the blessed Holy One. Tivwa, harvest, as is written, Tivwata, his harvest with a hair, as we have established. The world is judged by this one's judgment. At the assembly, concerning fruits of the tree. Fruits of the tree, it should read fruits of the trees. Who are fruits of the tree? This must refer to the grand and mighty tree above. Fruits of the tree, as is written, I am like a flourishing juniper, from me your fruit appears. Hosea. On Rosh Hashanah all who come into the world pass before him in single file. On Rosh Hashanah, head of the year, head of the king. Who is that? Isaac, who is called head, one head of the king, a place called year. Therefore, all who come into the world pass before him in single file. So we have learned on Rosh Hashanah, for at the head of the year Isaac presides. And at the festival they are judged concerning water. This is the beginning of the right of the king, so joy of water prevails everywhere when they pour water and draw it, for water is well known. Thus, at these 4 periods all appear. Rabbi Yos said, upon contemplating words, all appear in these periods: Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and King David. By these the world is judged. In 4 periods human beings are judged, on the days when one of these appears in the world. And every single day, books are opened and actions are recorded, yet no one notices and no one inclines his ear. Torah admonishes him every day, and a voice exclaims, whoever is simple, turn in here, she says to one devoid of sense, yet no one listens to its voice. The moment that a person rises in the morning, witnesses stand facing him, admonishing him, but he pays no attention. The neshama admonishes him constantly, every moment. If he listens, fine; if not, books are opened and actions are recorded. Rabbi Yehuda said, happy are the righteous, who have no fear of judgment either in this world or in the world that is coming. As is written, the righteous are as confident as a young lion, and similarly the righteous will inherit the land. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, as the sun was about to set, a deep slumber fell upon Abram, and here, terror and great darkness falling upon him. This verse has been established, but this is the day of strict judgment, when a human being is removed from this world. The day on which a human departs from this world is the day of great judgment, when the sun is obscured from the moon, as is written, before the sun darkens. This is holy neshama, obscured from a person 30 days before he departs from the world. That is the image withheld from him, invisible. Why is it withheld from him? Because holy neshama ascends, removed from him. For do not say that when a person is dying and exhausted this neshama is removed; rather, when he is in vigor, holy neshama is removed from him, no longer illumining ruah, and ruah no longer illumines nefesh. Then the image is removed from him, illumining him no more. From that day on, all proclaim his fate, even the birds of heaven. Why? Because neshama has already ascended from him, and ruah no longer illumines nefesh, so nefesh is weakened, and eating and all bodily desire depart from him and disappear. Rabbi Yehuda said, even every time that a person falls ill and cannot pray, his neshama is removed and ascends. Then ruah does not illumine nefesh until his judgment is rendered. If he is judged favorably, neshama returns to her place, illumining all. This is when the matter still hangs in the balance of judgment. When it does not, neshama precedes all by 30 days and the image is removed from him. When a person is judged above, his neshama is brought up to the court and judgment proceeds according to her utterance. She testifies to everything, testifying to all the person's thoughts but not to his deeds, because these are already recorded in a book, and he is judged for everything. When a person is judged above, the body feels greater distress than at other times. If he is judged favorably, he is released and sweat breaks out over his face. Afterward neshama returns, illumining all. A person never rises from his sickbed until he is judged above. Now, you might say, look, many sinners of the world, many wicked of the world rise and endure in vitality. However, the Blessed Holy One scrutinizes a person's case. Even though now he does not have merit, if he sees that later he will, he judges him favorably. Or sometimes he will engender a son who will be virtuous in the world, so the Blessed Holy One judges him favorably. All the acts of the Blessed Holy One are for the good, and his judgments are for the good, and he considers everything, as is written, as I live, declares Yehovah Elohim, I do not delight in the death of the wicked, but that he turn from his way and live. Ezekiel. Consequently, all those wicked of the world who endure in their vitality are being judged favorably by the Blessed Holy One. Sometimes those illnesses have run their course, as is said, malignant and faithful illnesses acting faithfully, for once they befall a person they depart from him after fulfilling their time, whether for the righteous or the wicked. All is done in justice, as we have said. Israel saw Joseph's sons and he said, who are these? Rabbi Yitzchak said, this verse is problematical, for it is written Israel saw, yet it is written Israel's eyes had grown heavy with age, he could not see. If he could not see, then how can it say Israel saw? Because through the Holy Spirit he saw Joseph's descendants, namely, Jeroboam and his associates, for Jeroboam fashioned 2 golden calves and said, these are your gods, O Israel kings. So, who are these? Who is it that will one day say of idols, these are your gods? Therefore, Israel saw Joseph's sons. From here we learn that the righteous see events afar, and the Blessed Holy One adorns them with his crown. Just as the Blessed Holy One sees afar, as is written, God saw all that he had made, and look, it was very good. For the Blessed Holy One saw all phenomena before actualizing them, and they all passed before him. Similarly, all generations of the world, from the beginning of the world to its end, presented themselves before him before coming into the world, as is written, calling the generations from the beginning before the world was created. For all souls that descend to the world stand before the Blessed Holy One before descending, in the image they assume in this world, and are called by name, as is written He calls them each by name. Similarly, the righteous the Blessed Holy One shows them all generations of the world before these come into existence. How do we know from Adam, who was the first the Blessed Holy One showed him all those generations before they arrived, as is written this is the book of the generations of Adam and we have learned he showed him all those generations destined to come into the world. Similarly with Moses, as is written Jehovah showed him all the land for the Blessed Holy One showed him all generations of the world and all leaders of the world and all other prophets before they came into the world. Here too, Israel saw Joseph's sons seeing afar, and he trembled and said, Who are these? This verse perfects two facets, this one and that. So Joseph replied, They are my sons, whom God has given me here. How do we know that the Blessed Holy One showed him through the Holy Spirit as is written Look, God has also shown me your seed also, amplifying the meaning to include those issuing from him. He blessed Joseph and said, The God before whom my fathers walked. This verse calls for contemplation. He blessed Joseph. We do not find here that he blessed Joseph with any blessing but rather his sons, and if it was his sons, the verse should read he blessed them. Why he blessed Joseph? We do not find here that Joseph was blessed. Rabbi Yos said, It, precisely for it is written it Joseph. The blessing was for his sons, and when his sons were blessed he was blessed, for the blessing of a person's sons is his own blessing. Rabbi Lazar said, He blessed it Joseph it, precisely for he blessed the sign, of the covenant, mystery of covenant. Once he Joseph said They are my sons, whom God has given me. Here he Jacob blessed that place, mystery of covenant guarded by Joseph. Therefore he is called righteous. Sign, of Joseph, mystery of covenant abiding with Joseph. The Elohim before whom my fathers walked. The Elohim mystery of covenant, holy covenant. Before whom my fathers before whom, precisely for they are supernal primordial ones before this mystery Abraham and Isaac, by whom that place is nourished and suckled. The Elohim who has tended me since he already said the Elohim before whom my fathers walked. Why again the Elohim? Because this is a supernal mystery. Here he blessed that place through mystery of living Elohim, source of life, from whom blessings emerge. So he mentioned himself at this point, saying the Elohim who has tended me, for all blessings flowing from the source of life are absorbed by Jacob, and once received by him, this place receives blessings. All depends upon the male, so it is written he blessed it Joseph. Therefore, wherever blessings need to be bestowed, the Blessed Holy One should be blessed first, and then others will be blessed. If the Blessed Holy One is not blessed first, those blessings are not fulfilled. Now, you might say, look, when Jacob's father blessed him, he didn't bless the Blessed Holy One first. When Isaac blessed Jacob, he did not bless him until he first blessed the Blessed Holy One, as is written he said, See, the fragrance of my son is like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah. Here a blessing is found for the Blessed Holy One, as is written blessed by Jehovah, blessed with fulfillment of blessings. Afterward, what is written, may the Elohim give you. Once that field was sustained by blessings, he immediately blessed him. May the Elohim give you mystery of that field from which blessings emerge after being sustained by blessings. Similarly, Jacob first blessed the Blessed Holy One and afterward blessed his sons. In the morning one should first offer blessings to the Blessed Holy One and afterward to other inhabitants of the world, as we have established, for it is written in the morning consuming prey, at evening dividing the spoil. When Jacob was about to bless those sons of Joseph, through the Holy Spirit he saw that Jeroboam son of Nebat was destined to issue from Ephraim. He opened and said, Who are these? What is different about this act of the aspect of idolatry, where it is said these are your gods, O Israel? Well, this is a secret. All those aspects of the evil serpent. That serpent is side of impure spirit, and there is one riding upon it when they couple. They are called these appearing in the world in all their aspects. Holy Spirit is called Zot, this mystery of covenant, holy mark always present in a person. Similarly, Zia, this is my God, I will glorify him. Zia, this is Jehovah, but those are called these, so it is written these are your gods, O Israel. Therefore it is written even these will be forgotten, Yet I mystery of Zot, this will not forget you similarly, over these I weep for that sin caused them so much weeping. Alternatively, over these I weep. Why? Because this realm was empowered to dominate Israel and destroy the temple. Therefore it is written over these. Mystery of the word over these side of defilement, empowered to dominate. I weep, Holy Spirit, called I. Now, you might say, look, it is written these are the words of the covenant, certainly so, for all of them are fulfilled only through these, where all curses impend as we have established, for he is cursed. Therefore Scripture anticipates by saying these, which stands poised for one who transgresses the words of the covenant. These are the commandments that Jehovah commanded, because a mitzvah of Torah is for a person to be purified, not to deviate to this path, to be on guard, to disengage from them. Now, you might say, these are the offspring of Noah, certainly so, for look, Ham issued, who is father of Canaan, and it is written, cursed be Canaan, he is mystery of these. Thus, all this smelted dross of gold, and so it is written, who are these? When Israel made the calf, they said likewise, these are your gods, O Israel. Aaron offered gold, which is its side, and power of fire. All is one side, gold and fire, fortifying impure spirit, which always haunts the wilderness. At that moment, it found a place on which to fasten. Whereas when Israel stood upon Mount Sinai, they were purified from that primordial slime that he injected into the world, inflicting death upon all. Now he prevailed over them as before, defiling them, overpowering them, bringing death upon them and upon the whole world for generations after, as is written, I said, you are gods, but you will die like Adam. So, when Jacob saw Jeroboam son of Nebat making an idol and saying, these are your gods, O Israel, he trembled and said, who are these? When afterward he wanted to bless them, he blessed Shekinah first and then blessed them and their descendants. Having blessed the blessed Holy One first, afterward from that place that he had first blessed he blessed them, as is written, the angel redeeming me from all evil, may he bless the lads. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to Jehovah. Kings, they have already established that one should only pray near the wall and that nothing should interpose between oneself and the wall, as is written, Hezekiah turned his face to the wall. Now, what is different about all others who offered prayer, concerning whom it is not written he turned his face to the wall? It would have sufficed to say he prayed to Jehovah, since one who offers prayer focuses his mind fittingly. For look at what is written of Moses prayed to Jehovah, and similarly Moses cried out to Jehovah, and it is not written he turned his face here. Concerning Hezekiah, why Hezekiah turned his face to the wall, and then and prayed to Jehovah. Well, this is the mystery of the matter. We have learned that at that time Hezekiah was not married, he had no wife by whom to engender children. What is written? The prophet son of Amos came to him and said, thus says Jehovah, set your house in order, for you are going to die, you will not live. Kings, and we have learned, for you are going to die in this world, you will not live in the world that is coming. Why? Because he did not engender children. For whoever does not strive to engender children in this world does not endure in the world that is coming, and will have no share in that world. His soul is cast into the world, finding no rest anywhere. This is the punishment prescribed in Torah Ariarim, they will die, and we translate this childless. Shekinah does not rest upon him. Therefore, Hezekiah turned his face to the wall. We have learned that he set his mind and turned his attention to marrying a woman, so that Shekinah secret of wall would rest upon him. Afterward, he prayed to Jehovah. From here we learn that whoever carries a sin and wants to pray for mercy should turn his attention and his thoughts to mending himself of that sin. Afterward he can offer a prayer, as is said, let us search and examine our ways, and let us return to Jehovah. Let us search our ways first, and afterward let us return to Jehovah. Similarly here, as soon as Hezekiah became aware of his sin, what is written? Hezekiah turned his face to the wall, setting his face to mend himself before Shekinah, for regarding this place he had sinned. For all females of the world abide in the mystery of Shekinah. Whoever has a female, she dwells with him. Whoever has no female, she does not. So, he mended himself before her to be restored, and resolved to marry afterward. He prayed to Jehovah. Wall Lord of all the earth. This is Shekinah, as is said. See, Ark of the Covenant, Lord of all the earth. Joshua. Ch, as is said. Mekakacha Churkiridacha, screaming of Ch, screaming and groaning of Ch, who is Lord. When the temple was destroyed, as is said. Rachel weeping for her children, as we have established. What is written in the prayer? Please, O Jehovah, remember how I have walked in your presence in truth and wholeheartedly, and have done what is good in your eyes. And Hezekiah wept profusely. Kings. Here he hinted that he had guarded the holy covenant, not defiled it. Here is written how I have walked in your presence, and there is written walk in my presence and be complete, and I will grant my covenant between me and you. In truth and wholeheartedly, for he concentrated on all these mysteries of faith, to enfold them in truth. And have done what is good in your eyes, joining redemption and prayer, and the companions have established that he focused on effecting unification fittingly. Then, Hezekiah wept profusely, for no gate can withstand tears. Redemption. The redeeming angel, for this is who manifests in every redemption in the world, as we have established. The angel redeeming me from all evil. Rabbi Lazar said, after Jacob blessed and directed from below to above, he then conducted from above to below, as is written, the Elohim who has tended me since I came to be until this day. Having received, he gave blessings to this place. Once blessings reached this place, he opened, saying, the angel redeeming me from all evil, may he bless the lads. He opened, saying, for the cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubim shielded the ark and its poles from above. Kings. The cherubim stood miraculously. 3 times a day they would spread their wings, shielding the ark below, as is written, Porsum, spread their wings. It is not written Perusia, with wings spread, but rather, Porsum, spread their wings. The blessed Holy One fashioned below corresponding to the pattern above. The image of the cherubim resembles children, and they stand beneath this place on the right and the left. These are blessed first with those blessings flowing from above, and from here blessings flow to those below. Therefore it is written, the angel redeeming me, absorbing blessings from colors above. Having absorbed, may he bless the lads. Mystery of cherubim, from whom blessings flow from those above to those below. The angel redeeming me from all evil, may he bless the lads. Rabbi Here opened, house and wealth are inherited from fathers, but an insightful wife is from Jehovah. House and wealth are inherited from fathers. Now, are they really inherited from fathers? Rather, the blessed Holy One gives everything to a person, and once he has transmitted a house to someone, and money, he sometimes bequeaths everything to his son, so it is inherited from fathers. But, an insightful wife is from Jehovah, for when a man possesses a wife, he possesses her from the blessed Holy One, because the blessed Holy One transmits her to someone only when this has been proclaimed above. For the blessed Holy One matches couples before they come into the world. When men become worthy, they are given a wife according to their deeds. All is revealed before the blessed Holy One, and according to virtuous deeds he matches couples. Sometimes they balanced on scales, but if that man perverts his way, his mate is transferred to another until he rectifies his deeds. When he rectifies his deeds, or when his time arrives, one man is thrust out in favor of another, and this one comes to obtain what is his. This is the most difficult of all, for the blessed Holy One to thrust out a person in favor of another. Therefore, it is the blessed Holy One who gives a man his wife, and from him couplings come. So, an insightful wife is from Jehovah. The blessed Holy One provides a person with everything. Now, you might say an insightful wife, but not any other. Even though the blessed Holy One prepares goodness to give to a person, if he deviates from the blessed Holy One toward the other side, then from that other side to which he clings comes one who brings all sorts of accusations and ills. These do not come to him from the blessed Holy One, but rather from that evil side to which he clung through those deeds he committed. Therefore, of a wife who is not insightful, Solomon exclaimed, I find the woman more bitter than death, for through his sins a man draws this upon himself, through those deeds he has committed. Consequently, when the blessed Holy One delights in a man because of his worthy deeds, he designates for him a woman who is insightful and redeems him from the other side. Concerning this, Jacob said, the angel redeeming me from all evil. What does from all evil mean? That a woman from the other side was not designated for me, and no defect appeared in my offspring, all of whom are righteous and completely perfect, because he was redeemed from all evil, and Jacob did not cling to that other side at all. Therefore, the angel redeeming me from all evil, may he bless the lads. Why did they deserve to be blessed? Because Joseph preserved the sign of holy covenant. That is why Joseph said, they are my sons, whom God has given me. Beaziah, with this showing him the mystery of covenant that he had preserved, because of which they deserved to be blessed, and he deserved many blessings. To each of them he gave one blessing, and to Joseph many blessings, as implied by what is written, your father's blessings of breasts and womb, may they rest on the head of Joseph. Rabbi Yehuda opened, to you I lift my eyes, O you who dwell in heaven. This verse has been established, but a person's prayer, genuinely intended, reaches above to the high depth whence all blessings and all freedom flow, issuing to sustain all. Therefore, an extra yod, because yod never separates from this place, so it is written, Ha-Yoshevi, who dwell in heaven, held above, in mystery of supernal wisdom held below, sitting on the throne of patriarchs, sitting on the throne called heaven. So it is written, Ha-Yoshevi, who dwell in heaven. From here, when blessings flow from above, from this depth they are all absorbed by this place called heaven. From here they flow down until reaching the righteous one, sustaining pillar of the world. From here all those forces and camps are blessed, according to their kinds, as we have established. In 72 lights ascends crown of all camps. Circle of the world in 70 sights, all of them a single circle. Within that circle, a single point, standing in the middle. From that point, the whole circle is nourished. Chamber of the Holy of Holies is the site of that Spirit of all spirits. Here, mystery of all mysteries hidden within this one is hidden among her forces, hidden within. When this one ascends, all ascend after her, as is written, draw me after you, let us run. Rabbi Hizkiah, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Yehuda were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said, let each one of us speak words of Torah. Rabbi Yehuda opened, do not remember against us former iniquities. Let your compassion swiftly meet us out of the compassion that the blessed Holy One feels for Israel, who are his share and heritage. No one but he alone examines their case. And when he does so, he is filled with compassion for them, like a father for his children, as is said, as a father has compassion for his children, so Jehovah has compassion for those who revere him. When he discovers their sins, he eliminates them one by one, until they have all been removed from his presence. Having done so, no sins remain upon them that could grant the side of judgment dominion over them. If they come to sin before him as previously, he reckons against them those sins that he had eliminated. Concerning this is written, do not remember against us former iniquities, let your compassion swiftly meet us. For if compassion does not come upon Israel, they cannot endure in the world, because countless masters of harsh judgment and shield-bearing warriors, countless informers stand poised over Israel up above, and if the blessed Holy One did not first show compassion for Israel before examining their case, they could not endure in the world. So, let your compassion swiftly meet us, for Dalanu Maud, we are very impoverished. Daluta, impoverishment, of good deeds, impoverishment of worthy deeds. If Israel would accumulate worthy deeds, other nations would not endure in the world, but Israel themselves enable other nations to hold their head high in the world. For if Israel would not sin before the blessed Holy One, other nations would be subdued before them. As has been said, if Israel had not, by their evil deeds, drawn the other side into the Holy Land, other nations would not have gained dominion over the land of Israel, and Israel would not have been exiled from the land. Therefore it is written, for we are very impoverished, lacking suitably worthy deeds, so, let your compassion swiftly meet us. Rabbi Yos opened, serve Jehovah with joy, come before him with singing. Every person who wishes to worship the blessed Holy One in the daily ritual of prayer should worship him morning and evening. In the morning, as light ascends and arousal of the right side arouses in the world, one should bind himself to the right arm of the blessed Holy One and worship him through the ritual of prayer. For prayer empowers potency above and draws blessings from the high depth to all those worlds, from their drawing blessings below, so those above and those below are blessed through that ritual of prayer. One should serve the Blessed Holy One in a ritual of prayer with joy and with singing, enfolding assembly of Israel between them, and afterward effecting unification fittingly, as is written, know that Jehovah is Elohim, mystery of unification through mystery of worship. Nevertheless, one should worship the Blessed Holy One in joy, manifesting joy in his worship. Corresponding to these two, joy and singing, are two prayers, two daily offerings. Corresponding to these two, joy and singing, joy in the morning, singing in the evening. Therefore, the one lamb you shall offer in the morning and the other lamb you shall offer at twilight. This is why the evening prayer is optional, since at that hour she is distributing food to all her forces, and it is not the appropriate time to be blessed, but rather to provide nourishment. In the daytime she is blessed from these two sides, in the morning and the evening from joy and singing. At night she dispenses blessings to all fittingly, as is written, she rises while it is still night and provides food to her household and a portion to her maidens. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, saying, May my prayer be set as incense before you, the lifting of my palms as an evening offering. Why an evening offering and not a morning prayer? Or why is it not written, May my prayer be set in the morning? Yet so it has been said, May my prayer be set as incense before you. Incense comes only for joy, as is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart. Therefore the priest, while kindling lamps, would offer incense, as is said, when he tends the lamps he shall burn it. And when Aaron lights the lamps at twilight he shall burn it in the morning for joy, as determined by the hour in the evening to rejoice the left, as it should be always coming only for joy. Incense binds bonds, spreading joy from above to below. This eliminates death, accusation, and wrath, which cannot prevail in the world, as is written, Moses said to Aaron, Take the fire pan and place fire upon it from the altar and put in incense and carry it quickly to the community and atone for them. For the fury has gone out from before Jehovah, the plague has begun. Following this is written, Aaron took as Moses had spoken, and he ran into the midst of the assembly, and, look, the plague had begun among the people. He put in incense and atoned for the people. And it is written, he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was halted, for no evil aspect or accuser can withstand incense. So it is joy of all, nexus of all. At the hour of Minna, when judgment prevails in the world, David concentrated in this prayer, as is written, May my prayer be set as incense. This prayer ascends and eliminates the wrath of harsh judgment dominant now at this time, like that incense that dispels and eliminates all wrath and accusation in the world. Why? Because it is Minhat Erev, evening offering, when judgment hangs over the world. When the temple was destroyed, the hour it was burned was the time of Minna. Of this is written, Woe to us, for the day is fading, shadows of evening spread. Who are shadows of evening? Those accusers in the world and wrathful powers of judgment lying in wait at that hour. Concerning this we have learned that one should concentrate his mind in the prayer of Minha. In all prayers one should concentrate his mind, but more so in this prayer because judgment hangs over the world. Therefore, the time of the Minna prayer was instituted by Isaac, as they have established. While they were walking, they reached a mountain. Rabbi Yos said, This mountain is frightening, let's go on and not linger here because the mountain is terrifying. Rabbi Yehuda replied, If there were one of us, I would say so, for we have learned that whoever walks alone on the way is liable to death. But we are three, and each and every one of us is worthy of being accompanied by Shekinah. Rabbi Yos said, But we have learned that a person should not rely on a miracle. How do we know this? From as is written, How can I go if Saul hears, he will kill me, and was more worthy than we are. He replied, Even so, he was alone and the danger was obvious, whereas we are three and there is no danger in sight. As for demons, we have learned that they do not appear to three and inflict no harm at all. As for robbers, they are not to be found here, since this mountain is remote from civilization and there are no people here. But there is a fear of prowling wild beasts. He opened, saying, The angel redeeming me from all evil. This verse calls for contemplation. Redeeming, the verse should read Who redeemed. Why redeeming? Because this one is constantly present with human beings, never departing from a virtuous person. The angel redeeming me, Shekinah, constantly accompanying a person, never departing, as long as he walks the way of truth and observes the mitzvah of Torah. Therefore, one should be careful not to go out alone on the way. What is alone one should be careful to observe the mitzvah of Torah, so that Shekinah will not withdraw from him and he be forced to go alone without coupling of Shekinah. When a person sets out on his way, he should arrange his prayer before his Lord in order to draw Shekinah upon himself. Then he can set out and he will find coupling of Shekinah, to deliver him on the way, to save him whenever necessary. What is written of Jacob? If Elohim will be with me, coupling of Shekinah, and watch over me on this way, delivering me from everything. Now, Jacob was alone at that time, yet Shekinah walked before him all the more so, companions sharing words of Torah. Rabbi Yos said, "What should we do if we linger here? Look, the day is sinking. If we go on, it's a huge mountain and I am frightened by fear of wild beasts." Rabbi Yehuda said, "I'm astonished at you, Rabbi Yos." He replied, "But we have learned that one should not rely on a miracle expecting that the Blessed Holy One will perform miracles all the time." He said, "This applies to one who is alone. But as for three with words of Torah passing between us and Shekinah along with us, we have nothing to fear." As they were walking, they saw up on the mountain a cliff in which was a cave. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Let's climb up to that cliff, because I see a cave there." They climbed there and saw the cave. Rabbi Yos said, "I'm scared that this cave might be a lair for beasts, who could attack us here." Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Hizkiah, "I see that Rabbi Yos is frightened. You might say this is because he's a sinner, since anyone frightened is a sinner, as is written, sinners in Zion are frightened, but he is not a sinner, and it is written, the righteous are as confident as a young lion." Rabbi Yos said, "Because danger is apparent." He replied, "If danger is apparent, so it is, but here danger is absent. And once we enter the cave, no harm will enter to torment us." They entered the cave. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Let us divide the night into the 3 watches that it comprises. Each one of us will stand at his post during these 3 aspects of the night, and we will not sleep." Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "Maskil La'etan, a maskil of Ethan, the Ezrahite." This praise was uttered by Abraham when he devoted himself to the service of the Blessed Holy One and acted in love toward the inhabitants of the world, so that all would perceive that the Blessed Holy One reigns over earth. He is called Ethan, strong, because he grasped the Blessed Holy One strongly. Of Jehovah's love I will sing forever. Now, does one come to sing from the side of love? Well, here left side and right coalesced. That is why the Blessed Holy One tested Abraham and examined him. As has been said, Isaac was 37 years old at the time, so why tested Abraham? The verse should read tested Isaac, however, tested Abraham so that he would manifest judgment, merge with judgment, becoming fittingly complete. So, of Jehovah's love I will sing forever. Alternatively, of Jehovah's love I will sing forever those acts of love that the Blessed Holy One performs for the world. To all generations I will proclaim your faithfulness with my mouth, steadfast kindness that he confers upon all. To all generations I will proclaim your faithfulness, faith in the Blessed Holy One, which Abraham proclaimed throughout the world and evoked in the mouth of all creatures. So, I will proclaim your faith with my mouth. The Blessed Holy One revealed to Abraham the mystery of faith, and when he knew the mystery of faith he knew that he was the root and sustenance of the world, for the sake of whom the world was created and endures, as is written, I declare, the world is built on love. Further, I declare, the world is built on love, for when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he saw that it could not endure, until he extended his right hand over it, and it endured. If he had not extended his right hand over it, it would not have endured, because this world was created by justice. As we have established, Bereshit, in the beginning, this mystery is one whole, 2 aspects here. Bereshit, although we have said that Reshit is beginning from below to above, so too from above to below. And we have said, be it Reshit, house of beginning, as we say house of the Holy of Holies, for this is a house, for this Reshit, beginning, a word merging as one. By this be it, house, this world was created, but it endured only through the right, as is written, I declare, the world is built on love, namely, Abraham, as is written, Behiberiam, when they were created. Do not read Behiberiam, when they were created, but rather be Avraham, through Abraham. The first structuring of the world, that light of the first day, inhering within to sustain. Afterward, on the second day, on the left. Through these, the heavens were arrayed, as is written, by them, you firmly establish the heavens. Alternatively, by them, you establish the heavens and your faithfulness. The heavens were arrayed by Jehovah's love, and the mystery of faith was thereby arrayed, for she is arrayed only by heaven. I have made a covenant with my chosen one, mystery of faith. Alternatively, righteous one, from whom blessings issue to all those below. All holy living beings are blessed from that flow streaming to those below. So, I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David, my servant, mystery of faith, who abides constantly with righteous one. This is covenantal vitality of the worlds. They will never separate except in time of exile, when flow of blessings is withheld, mystery of faith is incomplete, and all joys restrained. From the moment night enters, joyous minstrels do not enter before the king. Yet although joyous minstrels do not arouse, they stand outside, chanting song. And at midnight, when arousal ascends from below to above, the blessed Holy One arouses all hosts of heaven to weep, and he kicks the firmament and all tremble above and below. He finds no pleasure except when those below arouse in Torah. When they do, the blessed Holy One and all souls of the righteous listen to that voice. Then he finds pleasure together with all those souls of the righteous. For ever since the day that the temple was destroyed below, the blessed Holy One has sworn that he will not enter Jerusalem above until Israel enters Jerusalem below, as is written, the Holy One is in your midst, and I will not enter the city. Hosea. This has been established by the companions. All those singers stand outside, chanting song during the 3 segments of the night, all offering specific praises. All the host of heaven arouse at night, and Israel by day, and sanctification is not performed above until Israel sanctifies below. Once Israel has sanctified below, all the host of heaven sanctify the holy name in unison. Thus, holy Israel is sanctified by those above and those below, for the sanctity of the name of the blessed Holy One ascends only from above and below as one. Therefore, you shall be holy, for I Jehovah your God am holy. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, on what were her pedestals sunk, or who laid her cornerstone? This verse was spoken by the blessed Holy One, for when he created the world he created it solely upon pillars, the 7 pillars of the world, as is written, she has hewn her 7 pillars. Upon what those pillars stand is unknown, for that is a deep mystery, concealed of all concealed. The world was not created until he took a certain stone, a stone called even Shetiyeh, foundation stone. The blessed Holy One took it and cast it into the abyss, and it became lodged from above to below. From this the world disseminated. It is the central point of the whole world, and on this point stands the Holy of Holies, as is written, or who laid her cornerstone. Her cornerstone, as is written, a tested stone, precious cornerstone, and similarly it has become the cornerstone. This stone was created from water, fire, and air, crystallizing from them all, becoming a single stone. That stone stands over the abyss. Sometimes waters flow from it, filling the abyss. This stone stands as a sign in the middle of the world. This is the stone that Jacob erected and embedded, seedling and sustaining pillar of the world, as is written, this stone that I set up as a pillar will be a house of Elohim. But did Jacob really set it up now? Surely it existed before the world was created. Rather, Jacob set up a sustaining pillar above and below, so it is written that I set up. What does this mean? As is written, will be a house of Elohim, for he set up the abode of above here. This stone that has 7 eyes, as is said, upon one stone 7 eyes. Why is it called Shetiyeh? Because from it the world is shetil, disseminated. Shetiyeh why shat yah set, for the blessed Holy One set it up as source of blessing for the world, because by it the world is blessed. As the sun sets, the cherubim standing in this place, dwelling miraculously, beat their wings above and spread them out, and the melody of their wings is heard above. Then those angels who chant song in the beginning of the night begin to play, so that the glory of the blessed Holy One ascends from below to above. What song is conveyed by the melody of the cherubim's wings here? Bless Jehovah, all you servants of Jehovah, who stand by night in the house of Jehovah. Lift your hands toward the sanctuary and bless Jehovah. Then, an opening for those supernal angels to sing. At the second watch, these cherubim beat their wings above and the sound of their melody is heard, and then those angels standing in the second watch begin to play. What song is conveyed by the melody of the cherubim's wings at that moment? Those who trust in Jehovah are like Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken, abiding forever. Then, an opening for those standing in the second watch to play. At the third watch, these cherubim beat their wings and chant song. What song is conveyed by the wings of those cherubs? Hallelujah! Praise, O servants of Jehovah, praise the name of Jehovah. Blessed be the name of Jehovah from now until eternity. From the rising of the sun to its setting, the name of Jehovah is praised. Then all those angels standing in the third watch chant song, and all the stars and constellations of heaven open in song, as is said when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy and similarly praise him, all stars of light, for they are stars of light empowered to sing as morning approaches. Following them, Israel takes up song below, and the glory of the blessed Holy One ascends from below, and from above Israel below by day, supernal angels above by night, and thus the holy name is perfected on all sides. As for this stone that we have mentioned, all those supernal angels above and Israel below grasp this stone, and it ascends to be adorned among the patriarchs by day. At night the blessed Holy One comes to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. Happy are all those who stand at their posts, engaging in Torah at night, for the blessed Holy One and all the righteous in the Garden of Eden listen to the voices of those engaged in Torah, as is written, you who dwell in the gardens, companions, listen for your voice, let me hear. This stone is a precious stone, corresponding to what is written, you shall set in it a setting of stones, 4 rows of stone. These are the rows of precious stone, settings of precious stone, for there is another stone, of which is written, I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. And it is written, I will put my spirit within you. Ezekiel. This is a tested stone, precious cornerstone of this mystery is written, tablets of stone, for those tablets were hewn from here and are therefore named after this stone. This is the mystery written from their feet, stone of Israel. Surely this one is called stone of Israel, as has been said. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, saying, the stones were according to the names of Israel's sons, 12 according to their names, seal engravings, each with its name for the 12 tribes. The stones precious, supernal stones called stones of the place, as is said, he took of the stones of the place and put them at his head, as they have established. According to the names of Israel's sons, as there are 12 tribes below, so too above are 12 tribes, which are 12 precious stones. And it is written, their tribes ascend, tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, mystery above all to praise the name of Jehovah. So, the stones were according to the names of Israel's sons, 12 according to their names. Just as there are 12 hours in the day, so there are 12 hours in the night. 12 hours in the day, above 12 hours in the night, below, all corresponding to one another. These 12 hours of the night are divided into 3 divisions, with countless shield-bearing deputies stationed beneath them, levels upon levels, all empowered by night, receiving food first. Then, at midnight, 2 rows stand on this side and 2 rows on the other side, and a supernal spirit wafts between them. Then all those trees in the Garden of Eden open in song, and the blessed Holy One enters the garden, as is written, then the trees of the forest will sing for joy before Jehovah, for he comes to judge the earth. Corresponding to what is said, with righteousness he will judge the poor, for judgment enters among them, filling the garden. A north wind arouses in the world, and joy prevails. That wind blows on those spices, and aromas rise above. The righteous are adorned fittingly in their crowns, and bask in the radiance of the resplendent speculum. Happy are the righteous who attain that supernal light. The radiance of the resplendent speculum shines in all directions, and every single one of those righteous absorbs his appropriate share, each one glowing according to the deeds he has performed in this world. Some of them are ashamed because of the additional radiance received by a companion, as we have established. Divisions of the night. As night begins to enter, numerous wardens of law arouse, roaming the world, and openings are shut. Afterward, various kinds according to their species, as we have established. Then at midnight, the side of the north descends from above to below and grasps the night until 2 divisions of night have passed. Afterward, the side of the south arouses until morning arrives, and when morning arrives, south and north grasp it. Israel come below, raising her above with their prayers and supplications until she ascends and is treasured away between them, receiving blessings from the head of all heads, blessed with dew flowing from above. That dew is distributed in many directions, nourishing countless myriads. By that dew, the dead are destined to be revived in the world that is coming, as is written, awake and shout for joy, O dwellers in the dust, for your dew is a dew of lights, dew of those supernal lights shining above. While they were sitting, midnight came upon them. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Yos, now the north wind arouses and night is split. Now is the time when the blessed Holy One yearns for the voice of the righteous in this world, those engaging in Torah. Now the blessed Holy One is listening to us right here, let us not cease words of Torah. He opened, saying, the angel redeeming me from all evil. This has been discussed and established, but it is written here, I am sending an angel before you. This is the angel who is Redeemer of the world, protection of human beings. This is the one who arranges blessings for the whole world, receiving them first and then providing them in the world. Therefore, here, I am sending an angel before you, and similarly I will send an angel before you and I will drive out. This angel is sometimes male and sometimes female. When providing blessings, it is male and called male, like a male providing blessings for a female, so he provides blessings for the world. And when it stands in judgment over the world, it is called female, like a female who is pregnant, so she is filled with judgment and is then called female. Thus sometimes it is called male and sometimes female, all one mystery. Correspondingly, it is written, flame of the whirling sword. There are angels dispatched in the world who transform into various aspects, sometimes female, sometimes male, sometimes in judgment, sometimes in compassion, yet all in one aspect. Similarly, this angel includes numerous aspects, and all colors of the world appear in this place. This is the mystery of, like the appearance of the bow in the cloud on a rainy day, so was the appearance of the radiance all around, the appearance of the semblance of the glory of Yehovah Ezekiel. Just as it includes all those colors, so it conducts the world. Tosefta. Supernal beloved ones, masters of understanding, observe authorities proficient in blows on a nail, draw near to know who among you possesses eyes of discernment to perceive. When it arose in the will of secrets to emit 3 colors blended as one, white, red, and green, 3 colors as one commingled, trickling into one another. A spade below was painted, issuing from these colors. By this all colors are refracted, a vision to gaze upon, like the appearance of crystal as a color penetrates, so it appears outwardly. These 3 colors revolve in this color, moving, ascending, descending, interlaced lustres inlaid within her. Colors revolve, colors blending as one, raising her above, ascending by day, descending by night. A burning lamp visible by night, by day its light concealed, hidden in worlds, all moving because of her from above to below, within limbs, treasured away below. Whoever probes to find her must break hidden winged shells and open gates. Whoever attains seeing will see through knowing and understanding, like someone seeing from behind a wall, except for Moses, supernal faithful prophet, who saw eye to eye above in a place unknown. Whoever does not attain is thrust outside. Numerous bands of dazzling demons confront him, looming over him, removing him so that he cannot gaze upon the delight of the king. Woe to the wicked, unworthy of gazing, as is said, they shall not come in to see. Rabbi Yehuda said, I was contemplating, and look, through these radiances souls of the righteous gaze when they cleave to this place. Through this place, they gaze at these colors ascending, merging as one. Happy is one who knows how to blend and unite them all as one, arranging everything where it should be above. Then a person is protected in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, Mighty King who loves justice, it was you who established equity. Mighty King, blessed Holy One, who loves justice, blessed Holy One. Mighty King, the potency empowering the blessed Holy One is solely justice, for by justice he sustains the earth, as is said, by justice a king sustains the land. Therefore, who loves justice? Assembly of Israel is empowered only by justice, because from there she is nourished and all blessings she receives from there. So, Mighty King who loves justice, all her desire and love is toward justice. It was you who established Misharim, equity mystery of two cherubim below, who align the world and render it habitable, as has been said. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, saying, Hallelujah, praise your praise, O servants of Yehovah, praise the name of Yehovah. This verse calls for contemplation. Since it says Hallelujah, praise Yah, why praise, O servants of Yehovah, and afterward praise the name of Yehovah? But so we have learned, one who praises another should praise him according to his honor, so should be his praise. And we have learned, whoever praises another undeservedly causes his disgrace to be revealed. Therefore, whoever eulogizes a person should do so according to his honor and no more, otherwise out of his praise will emerge his disgrace. Praise should always accord with the person's honor. Hallelujah, praise Yah. Here is supreme praise of the Lord of all, a place no eye can penetrate to perceive or gaze, hidden of all hidden. Who is that Yah, a name supreme above all? So, Hallelujah, praise Yah, praise and name as one, fused as one. Scripture conceals the matter by saying Hallelujah, praise, and not specifying who. Hallelujah, to whom was this said? Well, just as Yah is concealed, so the praise that is offered is concealed, and those who praise we do not know who they are. So it should be, all concealed in supernal mystery. After concealing in supernal mystery, Scripture reveals by saying praise, O servants of Yehovah, praise the name of Yehovah, for this is a place not as concealed as that supreme one, hidden of all hidden. This is a place called name, as is said, over which is called the name of Yehovah. The first is concealed, unrevealed. This is concealed and revealed, and because it is capable of being revealed, Scripture specifies those who praise this place, saying that they are servants of Yehovah. Worthy of praising this place. Let the name of Yehovah be blessed from now until eternity. What is different here, leading Scripture to say Yah, let the name of Yehovah be well? Yah is mystery of emanation from that supernal name that is concealed, which we have mentioned Yah until mystery of covenant lower yod, resembling upper yod, beginning like end. So, Yah mystery of emanation from hidden of all hidden until the last rung. By this word, the entire act of creation was fulfilled, as is said Yah, let there be, an expanse Yah, let there be, lights Yah, let there be, light. In all those acts above is written Yah, in all the acts below, Yah is not written, because this mystery emanation from supernal mystery, concealed of all concealed, is fulfilled only in those supernal entities above and is not mentioned regarding those lower entities below. By this, the holy name is blessed in all. Therefore, Yishem Yehovah Mevarak, let the name of Yehovah be blessed, from now until eternity. From the rising of the sun to its setting, the name of Yehovah is praised, from the rising of the sun, supernal place from which the sun shines, illumining all sight of the supreme concealed head, to its setting place of binding, where faith is fittingly bound. From there issue blessings for all. From here, the world is nourished, as has been said. So this place stands poised to be nourished from above and blessed from there, yet all depends upon arousal from below, aroused by those servants of Yehovah when they bless the holy name, as we have said. Therefore, of this one who is revealed is written praise, O servants of Yehovah, praise the name of Yehovah. Meanwhile, morning was glowing. They emerged from the cave, not having slept that night. They walked on the way, and when they came out of those mountains they sat down and prayed. They reached a village and stayed the whole day. That night they slept until midnight, and at midnight they rose to engage in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, he blessed them on that day, saying, by you will Israel bless. Yba Yom Hahu, on that day it would have been sufficient to say he blessed them. Further, Lemma, saying, is spelled with a Vav. Why this difference? Well, it is a mystery. He blessed them Ba Yom Hahu, by the day of he mystery of the rung empowered over blessings above. Yom Hahu, the day of he, a day from the supernal place called Hu, he. This is Yom Hahu, for there is no separation between day and he. Everywhere, Yom Hahu is two rungs, a higher and a lower rung, as one. So, when Jacob wished to bless Joseph's sons, he blessed them with the union of higher world and lower world as one. Lemma, saying, with a Vav, because Vav is included between them. He unified them with union above, as one, so that their blessings would be fulfilled. Afterward, he encompassed all as one Bikha, by you, will Israel bless, saying. What is Bikha? Bikha, surely mystery of unification at first from below to above Yom Hahu, the day of He, from below to above afterward descending to the middle Lemma, saying, with a Vov, the middle then descending below Bikha, by you. This is perfectly fitting from below to above, from above to below. By you will Israel bless. Who is Israel? Israel the elder. It is not written Yevarak Israel, will Israel be blessed, but rather Yevarik Israel, will Israel bless, for Israel receives blessings from above and then blesses all through this lower rung precisely, for he says, Bikha, by you, will Israel bless. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh. He put Ephraim first because Ephraim is called Israel. How do we know? From the time when the tribe of Ephraim left before the completion of the enslavement in Egypt, they forced time and broke out of exile, and their enemies attacked and killed them, as is written, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Ezekiel, as implied by, are the whole house of Israel. Therefore he put Ephraim before Manasseh, and Ephraim journeyed on the west side. In blessing Joseph's sons, why did he offer them blessings before blessing his own sons? From here we learn that the love for one's grandchildren is more precious than the love for one's children. That is why he expressed love toward his grandsons before his sons, blessing them first. He blessed them on that day, saying, Rabbi Yos opened, Yehovah Zekarenu, is mindful of us, he will bless. He will bless the house of Israel. Yehovah Zekarenu, our males, he will bless the men. He will bless the house of Israel, the women. For males should be blessed first, and then women are blessed only through blessings of the males, because when males are blessed, then women are blessed. Or you might say, look at what is written, he will atone for himself and for his household. He must first atone for himself and afterward for his household, because she is blessed through him. Women are blessed only through men, when the latter are blessed first from that blessing, they are blessed. But how can we establish he will bless the house of Israel? Well, the blessed Holy One provides extra blessings to the male, so that the woman may be blessed through him. Constantly, the blessed Holy One gives extra blessings to a married male, so that the female may be blessed thereby. As soon as a man is married, he is given 2 portions, one for him and one for his female. He receives all his share and the share of his female. He blessed them on that day, saying, blessing them and all who would later issue from them. Lemma, saying with a Vov. Here, an allusion to the firstborn son. My firstborn is Israel. Ephraim is my firstborn, therefore, an extra Vov. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, your eyes saw my embryo in your book, they were all inscribed. Days were fashioned, not one of them existing. This verse has been established in various places, but all those souls that have existed since the day the world was created stand in the presence of the blessed Holy One before descending to the world, in exactly the same form in which they later appear in the world. The bodily appearance of a human being existing in this world is the same above. When that soul is about to descend into the world, she stands before the blessed Holy One in exactly the same form that she assumes in this world, and he adjures her to observe the mitzvah of Torah and not to violate his covenant. How do we know that they stand before him? As is written, as Yehovah lives, before whom I stood, kings I stood, precisely, as they have established. Therefore, your eyes saw my embryo before it appeared in the world. In your book they were all inscribed, for all those souls, in their forms, are all inscribed in a book. Days were fashioned as they have established, fashioned, literally. Not one of them in this world who can fathom the existence of their Lord fittingly. When a person proves himself worthy in this world through good deeds, those days of his are blessed above from the place called measure of his days. He opened, saying, Yehovah, let me know my end. What is the measure of my days? This verse has been established, but my end of the right, linked with David. What is the measure of my days actually empowered over his days? Rabbi Yehuda said, I have heard from Rabbi Shimon that this verse was uttered for those days decreed for him from Adam, namely 70. As has been said, he had no life at all, but Adam offered David some of his own days, 70 years. This is the mystery of the heavenly curtain, performing no function at all, and the moon not shining on her own at all, illumined by 70 years on all sides. Life of David, unspecified. So David sought to know this mystery, why the moon has no life of her own, and to know his essence. What is the measure of my day supper, concealed rung, poised above all those days constituting her life, a sight illumining all? That I may know how hadal, ephemeral, I am. What does this mean? David said, that I may know why I am hadal, destitute of light of my own, deprived of being like all those other supernal ones, all possessing life. And I, why am I destitute, why am I deprived? This is what David wanted to know and was not permitted to know. All supernal blessings are transmitted to this rung, to bless all. Even though she has no light of her own, all blessings, all joy, all goodness exist in her and issue from her, so she is called cup of blessing and simply blessing. Of this is written, blessing of Jehovah, she enriches blessing of Jehovah, truly and similarly filled with blessing of Jehovah. Possess the west and the south, so she shares in all the others, filled by them all, partaking of them all. She is blessed by all those supernal blessings, transmitted to her to bless. How do we know this? Rabbi Yitzchak said, Jacob blessed Joseph's sons from this place, to which all blessings were transmitted to convey, as is written, you will be a blessing from now on, blessings are delivered into your hand. Similarly we bless and praise this name, and therefore Hallel, on the days that it is recited. For Rabbi Yehuda said, in Hallel 3 rungs are required: pious, righteous, and Israel's, that the glory of the blessed Holy One be exalted above all by these rungs. Pious, righteous, and Israel. Pious from the side of the right, righteous from the side of the left, Israel from all those sides, for Israel embraces them all. Thereby the praise of the blessed Holy One ascends consummately. So too, wherever Israel praise the blessed Holy One from below, his glory ascends consummately. Tosefta. Sound of a sphere revolving from below to above her, braided chariots whirling, a sweet sound ascending and descending, drifting through the world. Sound of a shofar drawn out in depths of rungs, turning the sphere. Around her lie 2 spades, on the right and on the left, in 2 colors intermingling, this one white, that one red, both turning the sphere above. When turning to the right, white ascends; when turning to the left, red descends. The sphere turns constantly, never subsiding. 2 birds ascend chirping, one to the south, one to the north, soaring through the air. The chirping and the sweet sound of the sphere join as one, then a psalm, a song for the Sabbath day, and all blessings flow whisperingly in this sweetness through the passionate sound of the shofar. For those blessings to be received, they descend from above to below and are treasured away as one within the depth of the well, bubbling of the well, its rippling never ceasing until it is filled. The sphere turns, those 2 spades turn, the one on the right crying out potently, radiance of radiances, ascending and descending 2,000 worlds, shine middle world within them, shine with the radiance of your Lord. All those possessing eyes, gaze, open your eyes, you will attain this brilliance, this delight, those blessings flowing from above. Whoever is worthy, the sphere turns to the right, conveying a flow upon him, and he is ravished by those sparkling supernal blessings. Happy are those who attain them. When he is not worthy, the sphere turns, and that spade on the left turns and descends below, conveying judgment upon this unworthy one. A voice issues, woe to those wicked who have proven unworthy. From that side shoots forth flaming fire, scorching the heads of the wicked of the world. Happy are all those who walk in the path of truth in this world, attaining that supernal brilliance, radiant blessings, as is said, he will satisfy your soul with radiances. Jacob called his sons and said, gather round, that I may tell you what will befall you in days to come. Rabbi Abba opened, he has turned to the prayer of the solitary one and has not spurned their prayer. This verse has been established by the companions, who raised an objection to it, but it still contains a nuanced facet. He has turned, the verse should read he has listened or he has heard. Why he has turned? Well, all prayers of the world are considered prayers, but the prayer of an individual enters before the Holy King only with intense effort. Because before that prayer enters to be crowned in its sight, the blessed Holy One examines and inspects it, scrutinizing that person's sins and virtue, which he does not do for the prayer of a congregation. For look, A congregational prayer includes many prayers of those who are not virtuous, and yet they all enter the presence of the King without his turning over their sins. So, he has turned to the prayer of the solitary one, turning it over and scrutinizing it with what heart and intention is it offered, who is the person presenting this prayer, and what are his deeds. Therefore, one should offer his prayer in a congregation. Why? Because he has not spurned their prayer even though they have not all been offered with devotion and heartfelt intention. Alternatively, he has turned to the prayer of the solitary one, an individual merged with the many. Who is that Jacob, embraced by two sides? He called his sons and offered a prayer for them. What prayer? A prayer that they would be completely accepted above, a prayer that they would not be annihilated in exile. At the moment that Jacob called them, Shekinah departed from him, as has been established. The moment that Jacob called his sons, Abraham and Isaac appeared there, with Shekinah above them. Shekinah was rejoicing in Jacob, to join the patriarchs, to bind their souls as one, becoming a chariot. As Jacob opened, gather round, that I may tell you what will befall you. B'aharit Hayamim, in the end of days. Shekinah, who, as it were, was saddened and departed. Afterward, his sons brought her back through their verbal unification when they opened and said, Hear, O Israel, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one. Immediately, Jacob stabilized her by opening and saying, Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever, and Shekinah settled there in her place. Jacob called. Why calling here? In order to establish their place, establishing them above and below. Everywhere calling follows this pattern, as is written. Moses called Hosea, son of Nun, Yehoshua, Joshua, to establish his place, to link him as required. Similarly, he called him Jacob, and God of Israel called him God, the blessed Holy One established him by this name. Calling comes to establish. Now, you might say, they shall call to God. Jonah, out of my distress I called to Yehovah, and he answered me. Certainly so, to establish vitality above. How so? Arranging the praise of one's Lord and all those things that one asks of his Lord provide vitality to his Lord, by showing that all depends upon him, not upon anywhere else. Look, establishing vitality. Correspondingly, Jacob called his sons, establishing them in full vitality. Similarly, he called to Moses, established in his vitality. Rabbi Yitzchak asked, Why is the Aleph of Vayikra, he called, small? He replied, Moses was established in wholeness but not totally, for he withdrew from his wife. In books of the ancients they say this in praise. As for us, we have learned one who would ascend should link himself above and below, then he is complete. Further, a small Aleph deriving from a small place, small becoming great in joining above. And he said, What does this mean? This has been established, as is said, he said in his heart, saying silently, Hisfu, be gathered. The verse should read Isfu, gather, as is said Isfu, gather, to me my devotees, but here he established them Hisfu, be gathered, from a sight above, be gathered into a complete bond, a single unity. Ve'agadah, that I may tell you. What is Ve'agadah? Mystery of wisdom. Rabbi Yos asked Rabbi Shimon, this Ve'agadah, that I may tell, or V'yigd, he told, or V'yigadu, they told, and similarly all of them, which we see to be a mystery of wisdom. Why does this word contain a mystery of wisdom? He replied, because it is a word appearing with Gimel Dele unseparated. Here is a mystery of wisdom appearing consummately in the mystery of letters. So it is when they abide in wisdom, but Dele without Gimel is incomplete, and similarly Gimel without Dele, for they are interlinked indivisibly, and whoever separates them inflicts death upon himself. This mystery is the sin of Adam. Therefore it is a mystery of wisdom. And though sometimes Yod intervenes between Gimel and Dele, there is no separation, all is a single cluster. Thus the word is certainly so Ve'agadah, that I may tell you mystery of wisdom. He sought to reveal the end of all of Israel's history. Now, you might say that he did not reveal what he wanted to reveal, and if so, why does Torah record the words of Jacob the perfect later tainted and unfulfilled, but surely fulfilled all that needed to be revealed? He revealed and concealed, uttering a word, revealing outwardly, concealing within. A word of Torah is never tainted, and all is concealed within Torah, for Torah is perfection of all. perfection of above and below in Torah, no word or letter is defective. Jacob said everything that he needed to say, but revealing and concealing, not tainting even a single letter of all that he intended. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos were sitting one day in front of the gate of Leah. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Yehuda, "We see that Jacob blessed his sons. We see this from what is written, he blessed them, but where is their blessing?" He replied, "They are all blessings given by him. For example, Judah, you will your brothers acclaim. Dan will judge his people. Asher, rich is his bread, and so all of them. But as for what he revealed to them, he did not reveal what he wanted to reveal to them, the end. As they have established, there is an end on the right and an end on the left. He wanted to reveal the end to them so that they would be protected and purified from foreskin. What he revealed to them became openly known before they entered the Holy Land, but other matters are unrevealed, concealed within Torah, in that portion of Jacob and in those blessings." He opened, saying, "Reuben, my firstborn are you." What prompted Jacob to open with Reuben? He should have opened with Judah, who was first of all camps and king. And we see that he did not bless Reuben, withdrawing blessings from him until Moses came and prayed for him, as is said, "May Reuben live, and not die." But he surely blessed him, reserving that blessing in its sight. This can be compared to a man who had a son. When his time came to depart from the world, the king suddenly appeared. He said, "Here, let all my money remain in the hands of the king, reserved for my son. When the king sees that my son is worthy of it, he will give it to him." Similarly, Jacob said, "Reuben, my firstborn are you, beloved of my inner being, but your blessings will be reserved in the hands of the holy king until he regards you, because as translated, you were carried away by your anger. Reuben, my firstborn are you." Rabbi Elazar opened, "Prophesy to the Ruah, prophesy, O son of man, and say to the Ruah, thus says Jehovah, come from 4 Ruhot, O Ruah, and breathe into these slain, that they may live." Ezekiel, how closed-minded human beings are, not knowing or considering the glory of their Lord. For look, Torah proclaims before them every day, and no one inclines an ear toward her. This verse is difficult. Since it is written, "Prophesy to the Ruah," why once again prophesy, O son of man, and say to the Ruah? Well, from here we learn a mystery of wisdom. 2 vitalizations here: 1 to arouse from below to above, for without arousal from below there is no arousal above. Through arousal below, arousal above. Prophesy to the Ruah from below to above. Prophesy, O son of man, and say to the Ruah from above to below. For even above, through arousal below, that higher one grasps from one higher still. As in this verse, "Thus says Adonai Yehovah, come from 4 Ruhot, O Ruah." From 4 Ruhot, south, east, north, and west. Ruah comes from the west through the union of these others, as is said that nobles of the people delved from here issue spirits and souls to inhabitants of the world, to be formed through them. And breathe Ezekiel, as is said, he blew into his nostrils the breath of life. Grasping from one side and giving on another, and thus all the streams flow into the sea. Yet the sea is not full. Why is it not full? Because it grasps and gives, brings in and brings forth. Rabbi Elazar posed a question to Rabbi Shimon, asking, "Since it is revealed before the blessed Holy One that human beings will die, why does he bring souls down into the world? Why does he need this?" He replied, "This question has been posed to the rabbis by so many, and they have established it. However, the blessed Holy One bestows souls who descend to this world to make his glory known, and he gathers them afterward. If so, why did they descend? Well, this mystery is as follows." He opened, saying, "Drink water from your cistern, flowing water from the midst of your well cistern, a place not flowing on its own." When do these waters flow? When a soul is perfected in this world, when it ascends to that place to which is linked then complete on all sides, from below and from above. When the soul ascends, desire of female arouses toward male, and then water flows from below upward, and the cistern becomes a well of bubbling water. Then, joining, union, desire, rapture, for by this soul of the righteous that place is perfected, and love and passion arouse above, joining as one. Reuben, my firstborn are you. Certainly so, he was the first drop of Jacob whose intention was elsewhere, as has been said. Reuben and all the 12 tribes were linked with Shekinah, and when Jacob saw Shekinah above him, he called his 12 sons to join her. Since the day that the world was created, there has never been a bed as perfect as in the moment that Jacob was about to depart from the world. Abraham on his right, Isaac on his left, Jacob lying between them, Shekinah in front of him. As soon as Jacob saw this, he called his sons and linked them around Shekinah, arranging them in perfect order. How do we know that he arranged them around Shekinah? As is written, be gathered then perfection of all manifested there, with many supernal chariots encompassing them. They opened, saying, Yours, O Jehovah, are Jedullah, greatness Gevurah, power Tiferet, beauty Netzi, victory Hod, splendor. Then sun was gathered to moon, and east drew near to west, as is written, he gathered his feet into the bed, the moon was illumined, attaining fullness. Then surely, we have learned, Jacob did not die. When Jacob saw a complete realm as happened to no one else, he rejoiced and praised the blessed Holy One, and began blessing his sons, each one fittingly. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Yisa were walking on the way. Rabbi Yisa said, Surely we have learned that all of Jacob's sons were arrayed perfectly, and blessed, each one fittingly. What, then, can we say of this verse from Asher, rich is his bread? He replied, I don't know, because I haven't heard anything about it. But let us go, you and I, to the holy lamp. They went. When they reached Rabbi Shimon, they raised the matter and asked a question. He said to them, Surely, this is a mystery of wisdom. He opened, saying, Asher dwelled by the shores of the sea and settled by his coves. Judges, why did he dwell there? Because whoever dwells by the seashore enjoys worldly delights. And here, Asher supernal opening of righteous one, when he is blessed to pour blessings into the world. This opening is perpetually familiar to blessings of the world and is called Asher, happiness. This is one of those pillars upon which the world rests. And that place called bread of poverty is refined from this place, as is written from Asher, rich is his bread. What had been bread of poverty transforms into pastry, because he infuses it with blessings and delights. As proven by the conclusion of the verse, he will provide delicacies of a king. Who is a king? Assembly of Israel, nourished by him with delights of the world. This one gives the king all blessings, all joy, all goodness he provides, and from him they issue. They said, If we have come into the world just to know this, how good for us. Reuben was Jacob's firstborn. Rabbi Yehuda said, he was entitled, but all was taken away from him. The kingship was given to Judah, the birthright to Joseph, the priesthood to Levi, as is written, unbridled as water, you will not remain, you will not retain them. As for his saying, my strength and first fruit of my vigor, here he blessed him and entrusted him to the blessed Holy One. This can be compared to one beloved of a king, whom the king wished to favor. One day his son was passing in the street, and he said to the king, That's my son, true beloved of my soul. The king heard and understood that he was seeking favor for his son. So, Jacob said, Reuben, my firstborn are you, my strength and first fruit of my vigor, here entrusting him to the king. Unbridled as water, you will not remain here. He predicted what would befall him, that he would not remain in the land but settle outside. Correspondingly, one deputy on the side of the tabernacle above, appointed under the aegis of Michael, some say, under the aegis of Gabriel. Michael is always head on the side of Hesed, and Gabriel on the side of Gevurah. Judah still rules with God Hosea side of Gevurah, and called court of justice, and adjacent to him was Reuben. Although kingship belonged to Judah, Reuben was adjacent to him, opposite him. Rabbi Shimon said, the descendants of Reuben are destined to wage 2 wars in the land. My strength in the exile of Egypt, and first fruit of my vigor, for they preceded their brothers in battle. Surpassing in bearing in the exile of Assyria, for the descendants of Reuben and Gad went into exile there first of all, and suffered many torments and tortures, until now they have not returned. Surpassing in might in the time when King Messiah will arouse in the world, they will go forth and wage wars in the world, conquering and overpowering nations. Inhabitants of the world will fear them and tremble before them. They will plan to seize the kingship but will not retain it, as is written, unbridled as water, you will not remain. Why will they not remain in kingship, even in a single corner of the world? For you mounted your father's bed, for they are destined to enter and wage war in the Holy Land. Your father's bed, precisely Jerusalem. The descendants of Reuben have been scattered in exile to the four corners of the world, corresponding to all of Israel, who have been exiled 4 times to the four corners of the world, as is written, my strength 1 and first fruit of my vigor 2, surpassing in bearing 3, surpassing in might 4. Following this pattern, they are destined to wage war in the four corners of the world and to gain dominion, through battle, over all, conquering many nations and ruling over them. Unbridled as water, you will not remain here, an allusion to the first thought that Jacob had concerning that first drop about Rachel. For if the thought of that drop had been in its place, Reuben would have retained all. However, unbridled as water, you will not remain, for you mounted your father's bed through another thought than you defiled. Alternatively, unbridled as water, you will not remain, for look, when the descendants of Reuben wage war in the world and conquer many nations, they will not remain in kingship. Why? For you mounted your father's bed, for they are destined to wage war in the Holy Land, precisely as is written, for you mounted Mishkavir Avika, your father's bed Jerusalem. Mishkavir, beds, the word should read Mishkav, bed. However, this pertains to Israel the elder, your father's beds, not bed, because 2 times Jerusalem was built, and a 3rd time in the era of King Messiah, so, your father's beds. Here, blessing is revealed, and what happened at that time, and what would transpire when Israel entered the land, and what would happen in the time of King Messiah, concerning the action of Reuben, Simeon and Levi, brothers, weapons of violence their trade. Rabbi Yitzchak said, he joined them to the left side of Shekinah, because he saw acts of harsh judgment, which the world could not endure. Rabbi Yos said, where is their blessing? Rabbi Yitzchak replied, Simeon did not deserve it, because Jacob saw his many evil deeds. As for Levi, he issued from the side of harsh judgment, and his blessing did not depend on Jacob. Even when Moses came, it did not depend on him, but rather on the blessed Holy One, as is written, bless, O Jehovah, his abundance, and favor the work of his hands. It is written, this sea, vast and broad of reach, gliding creatures there innumerable, living beings small and great, this sea, vast Shekinah, who stood above Jacob as he was about to depart from the world. And broad of reach, completely filled with all the world, which is compressed there. Gliding creatures there innumerable, for countless supernal angels exist there. Living beings small and great, the 12 tribes, sons of Jacob, existing there consummately. 1 a lion and 1 a deer, 1 a wolf and 1 a lamb. Rabbi Yitzchak said, lion, 1 lamb, 1 a wolf and 1 a kid, and similarly all of them, so that there should be living beings small and great. Rabbi Yehuda said, all of these are fine, but Judah is a lion, Simeon is an ox. This has been established by the companions, for they were gazing at one another, one on the right and one on the left. This can be compared to an ox who became vicious. People said, let's draw a picture of a lion in its trough, and the ox will see it and be afraid of it. So, Simeon is an ox, Judah is a lion. Simeon did not attain blessings, rather, Moses appended him to Judah, as is said here, O Jehovah, the voice of Judah. It is written here, O Jehovah, and it is written, for Jehovah has heard that I am despised. Rabbi Yehuda said, Simeon and Levi were consigned to Moses. Rabbi Yos said, why did their father consign them to Moses? Let us consign this to the supreme holy lamp. They came and asked Rabbi Shimon. He said, how precious are these words! Clapping his hands in grief, he cried, and said, who will discover you, holy faithful one? In your life you transcended all human beings, in your death you vanished, your image concealed. The keys of your Lord have always been delivered into your hands. Jacob had 4 wives and engendered sons by them all, becoming complete through his wives. As he was about to pass away, Shekinah stood above him. He wanted to bless these 2, but in the presence of Shekinah he could not, for he was afraid. He said, what should I do? Look, both of them derive from the side of harsh judgment. If I coerce Shekinah I cannot, for I have had 4 wives, by whom I have become complete. Rather, I will consign them to the master of the house, for the house depends upon his will, and he will do as he wishes. So Jacob said, I have obtained my share of wives and children in this world, becoming complete. How can I press the matron-eater further? Rather, I will consign the matter to the master of the matron-eater, he will act without fear. What is written? This is the blessing that Moses Ishar Elohim, the man of God, bestowed master of the house, master of the matron-eater, as is written, Isha, her husband, may let it stand, or Isha, her husband, may annul it, for look, it is written, Kalat Mosh, the bride of Moses. So Moses blessed whomever he wished and did not fear. Therefore Jacob said, I see that these sons of mine are on the side of harsh judgment. Let the master of the house come, and he will bless them. Surely, Ishar Elohim, husband of God, he did as he wished with the house, as has been established. Her husband may let it stand, or her husband may annul it. Her husband may let it stand, as is written. Moses said, Arise, O Jehovah, or her husband may annul it, as is written. And when it came to rest, he would say, Return, O Jehovah. The master of the house surely did as he wished, with no one hindering him, like a man commanding his wife, and she does what he wishes. So even though Jacob grasped the tree of life, he was master of the house only below, whereas Moses was above, and therefore he consigned them to the master of the house. May my soul never enter Sodom, their counsel. Rabbi Abba opened, Sod, the secret of Jehovah is for those who fear him. To them he reveals his covenant. The secret of Jehovah is for those who fear him. Supreme mystery of Torah has been given by the blessed Holy One only to those who fear sin. To those who fear sin, the supreme mystery of Torah has been revealed. What is the supreme mystery of Torah? You must say the Holy Covenant, called Secret of Jehovah. Simeon and Levi troubled themselves over this secret with the men of Shechem, so that they would circumcise themselves and accept this secret, and Scripture testifies deceitfully further, in the incident of Zimri son of Salu, who rendered this secret of Jehovah unfit. So Jacob said, May my soul never enter their secret. What is my soul? The soul who enters and unites with the covenant above and is called soul, bundle of life. May my glory never join their assembly. This has been established, as is said, Korah assembled against them. May my glory never join glory of Israel, unspecified. Therefore, their father did not bless them, consigning them to Moses. Rabbi Yehiya said, from these verses we learn that they were not united with one another, and so it had to be. So, this encompasses all. You cannot find a generation in the whole world upon which their judgment does not descend, bringing accusation, and beggars abound, knocking on people's doors. Look, all this. Judah, will your brothers acclaim? Rabbi Yisa opened, he made the moon 4 seasons, the sun knows when to set. He made the moon 4 seasons by which to sanctify new moons and new years. The moon never shines except from the sun, and when the sun reigns the moon does not. When the sun is gathered, then the moon reigns, and there is no reckoning by the moon until the sun is gathered. The blessed Holy One made both of them to shine, as is written, God placed them in the expanse of heaven to shine upon the earth, and they will be for signs Sabbaths, as is written, for it is a sign, and for seasons holidays. 4 days new moons, and years new years. So that the nations of the world will reckon by the sun and Israel by the moon. This accords with what Rabbi Elazar has said. It is written, you have magnified the nation for them, you have increased joy, you have magnified the nation Israel, of whom is written, who is a great nation for them, you have increased joy because of them, you have increased joy the moon, whose light increases because of Israel. Nations of the world, by the sun Israel, by the moon. Which of them is more worthy? Surely, the moon is above, and the sun of the nations of the world is below this moon, and that sun shines from this moon. See the difference between Israel and them. Israel are joined to the moon, linked with the supernal sun, united with the sight that illumines the supernal sun, cleaving there, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Judah, will your brothers acclaim? Rabbi Shimon said, kingship endured for Judah. This accords with what we have said. What is the meaning of the verse? This time I will acclaim Jehovah because he is the fourth, I will acclaim Jehovah, fourth leg of the throne. Yehuda, Judah, Yod, he, Vov, engraving of the supernal name. How is it consummated with delay, corresponding to the last he of the holy name complete in its letters, with the not binding them. Therefore, your brothers will acclaim you, for your kingship fittingly endures, as is said Judah still rules with God, and is faithful with the holy ones Hosea who are the holy ones supernal holy ones, all of whom acclaim him and consider him faithful. So he is first of all, king over all. Rabbi Shimon opened, all glorious, daughter of the king within, her garment brocaded with gold. This is assembly of Israel. Glorious, for there is glory, one above the other, one male, the other female, called glorious. Daughter of the king, namely Bathsheba, daughter of seven, daughter of the voice, for he is a great voice. This supreme king is within, for there is a king who is not as deeply within. And this one is glorious, daughter of the king. Her garment brocaded with gold, for she is clothed and united with supernal Gevurah. This one too is king, through whom the earth endures. When he unites with justice, as is said, by justice a king sustains the land. This we call kingdom of heaven. Judah united with it, inheriting the kingdom of earth. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzchak were walking on the way. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Let us open with words of Torah as we walk." Rabbi Yitzchak opened, saying, "He drove out it Har Adam, the human, and placed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the flame of the whirling sword to guard the way to the tree of life." This verse has been established by the companions, but Vagarish, he drove out like a man divorcing his wife. It Adam, precisely. The mystery of the matter: Adam was caught by his very sin, inflicting death upon himself and upon the whole world, and causing divorce to that tree by which he sinned, divorced by him and divorced by his descendants forever, as is written, he divorced it Adame, precisely, as is said, I saw it Jehovah here too, it Adam. He placed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim. This is below, as there are cherubim above, so there are cherubim below. He spread this tree over them. And the flame of the whirling sword, flashes of fire from that flaming sword. Whirling, the one sucking from two sides, turning from this side to that. Alternatively, whirling, those flashes of flame that we mentioned transform sometimes female, sometimes male, transforming from their point totally. All this, to guard the way to the tree of life. Who is the way, as is said, who makes a way through the sea? Rabbi Yehuda said, "Fine, certainly so, for Adam caused that tree by which he sinned to be divorced, and even other inhabitants of the world as well, as is said, for your crimes your mother was sent away." But well said, because this is implied by the source, as is written, he divorced it the human, for this was the consummation of humanity. From that day the moon was tainted, until Noah arrived and entered the ark. Then came the wicked, and it was tainted until Abraham arrived. It attained the perfection of Jacob and his sons, and Judah came and grasped it, empowering himself with kingship, possessing it as eternal inheritance, he and all his sons after him, as is written. Judah, you, will your brothers acclaim, for kingship over them is his, as is said, for Judah prevailed over his brothers. Your brothers will acclaim you surely, when Israel stood at the sea, for they all acclaimed him, descending after him into the sea. Your hand on your enemy's nape, as is said, Judah shall go up first. Judges. Your father's sons will bow to you, totality of all those other tribes, for he said your father's sons, not your mother's sons. Your father's sons, all those other tribes, for although they were split into two kingdoms, when they went up to Jerusalem they would kneel and bow down to the king in Jerusalem, because the kingship deriving from holy kingdom issued from him. They will bow to you, it is not written and they will bow, because this would include other nations. And they will bow is written only of the time when King Messiah will come, as is written, princes, and they will bow now that he said they will bow. This indicates that all of Israel alone will serve the exilic in Babylon, not other nations. A lion's whelp is Judah, at first a whelp, and afterward a lion. Mystery of the matter: at first a youth, and afterward a man. Jehovah is a man of war. From the prey, O my son, you mount. What does this mean? From the prey to include the angel of death, who stands over his prey, annihilating inhabitants of the world, and no one offers deliverance, as is said, it tears apart, with none to deliver. Micah: from that prey, Shekinah ascends. He crouches in the exile of Babylonia, lies down in the exile of Edom. Like a lion who is mighty. Like the king of beasts who is mightier. So Israel are mighty, for all inhabitants of the world entice them and oppress them, yet they persist in their laws and customs like a lion, like the king of beasts. Although it is written fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel Amos, she is mighty like a lion, like the king of beasts in that falling. Just as a lion falls only to tear apart its prey and overpower, for the lion scents its prey from afar, and from that moment it falls, not rising until it leaps upon its prey, consuming it, so Shekinah falls only like a lion, like the king of beasts, to take revenge on other nations and leap upon them, as is said, crouching in the greatness of his strength. Who will arouse him? He will not rise to take petty revenge on them, rather, who will arouse him? Who is who, as is said, who will heal you? This is the supernal world, having the power to vitalize all. It is written, from the womb of who emerged the ice, as they have established. The scepter will not depart from Judah. The companions have established this, but until Shiloh, Shiloh comes with a he, because elsewhere with a vindicating here the holy name Yah. Elsewhere, Shiloh without a yod, whereas here Shiloh, with yod, he, mystery of the supernal name by which Shekinah will rise. This is the mystery of who, as we have said. He binds to the vine his donkey, to the noble vine his ass's foal. He washes in wine his garment, in the blood of grapes his cloak. Rabbi, he ear opened, Jehovah will guard you from all evil, he will guard your soul, since it says Jehovah will guard you from all evil. Why he will guard your soul? Because Jehovah will guard you from all evil in this world, he will guard your soul in that world. Protection in this world for a person to be protected from numerous evil species of accusers, roaming the world to denounce human beings and cling to them. In that world, what is it when a person leaves this world? If he is virtuous, his soul ascends to be adorned in its place. If not, many ravaging bands of truculent stingers appear to drag him into hell, delivering him into the hands of Duma, appointed over hell. 12,000 myriads of deputies are with him, all designated for the souls of the wicked. There are 7 abodes in hell and 7 gates the soul of the wicked enters. Numerous stinging dazzling demons, gatekeepers stand over them, 1 officer at every single gate. Souls of the wicked are delivered to those officers by Duma, and as soon as they are delivered into their hands, gates of blazing fire shut. For there are gates behind gates, all those gates are open and closed, outer ones open, inner ones closed. On every single Sabbath all of them open, and the wicked go out, as far as those outer gates, where they meet other souls tarrying there. When Sabbath departs, a herald proclaims at every single gate, the wicked shall return to Sheol. Souls of the righteous are protected by the blessed Holy One, so as not to be delivered into the hand of Duma, as is said, he will guard your soul. He binds to the vine his donkey. What is the vine? Assembly of Israel, as is said, you plucked up a vine from Egypt, and it is written, your wife like a fruitful vine, your wife is like this holy vine. Rabbi Yos said, regarding the blessing that we recite, who creates the fruit of the vine, who creates corresponds to what is written, a tree yielding fruit, fruit of the vine, fruit tree yielding fruit, male, fruit tree female. Therefore, who creates the fruit of the vine, male and female as one. Souls of the righteous are fruit of the vine, as we have said. Who creates the fruit of the vine? He binds to the vine his donkey, King Messiah, who is destined to rule over all forces of the nations, forces appointed over other nations, the potency by which they are empowered. King Messiah is destined to overwhelm them, for this vine dominates all those lower crowns through which the nations have dominion. This one triumphs above Israel, noble vine conquers and destroys other forces below. Overpowering all of them, King Messiah, as is written, poor and riding on an ass, on a donkey, donkey and ass, 2 crowns through which the nations rule, from the left side, side of impurity. As for saying poor now, is King Messiah called poor? However, Rabbi Shimon said as follows, because he has nothing of his own, and we call him King Messiah, holy moon above, who has no light except from the sun. This King Messiah will have dominion and unite with his sight. Then, see, your king is coming to you unidentified. If below, poor, for he is in the aspect of the moon. If above, speculum that does not shine, bread of poverty. Yet even so, riding on an ass, on a donkey, power of all nations, to be subdued beneath him, and the blessed Holy One will be fortified in his realm. He washes in wine his garment, as is said, who is this coming from Adam, in crimsoned garments from Basra, and similarly I have trodden the wine trough alone. He washes in wine side of Gevurah, harsh judgment befalling the nations. In the blood of grapes the tree below, court of judgment, called grapes. Wine is preserved in the blood of grapes, so that he will be clothed in both of them, to crush beneath him all other nations and all kings of the world. Rabbi Yos opened, he binds to the vine his donkey. It is written on the vine 3 tendrils, and as she was budding, up came her blossom. How closed-minded human beings are, not knowing or considering the glory of their Lord, not contemplating words of Torah or knowing their own ways, in which they will be caught. As is said, the way of the wicked is like darkness, they do not know what makes them stumble. In ancient times prophecy rested upon humans, so they knew and contemplated supernal glory. When prophecy ceased, they consulted an echo of the voice. Now prophecy has ceased and the echo has ceased, and human beings consult only a dream. Well, a dream is a lower rung outside, for we have learned a dream is 1/60th of prophecy. Why so? Because it comes from the 6th rung below. A dream is visible to all, since it comes from the left side, descending various rungs, becoming visible even to the wicked, even to nations of the world. For sometimes those evil species snatch a dream and hear it and inform human beings. Some of them toy with humans, conveying false information, and sometimes true information that they have heard. Sometimes they are sent to the wicked, telling them lofty matters. This wicked one, what is written of him? He saw a true dream, as is written on the vine 3 tendrils. Who is the vine assembly of Israel, as is written, look down from heaven and see, and attend to this vine from heaven, for from this place it was cast, as is said, he has cast down earth from heaven, and attend to this vine, the vine that is this, literally. 3 tendrils, as is said, 3 flocks of sheep lying beside it. And as she was budding, as is said, the wisdom of Solomon increased kings, for the moon was illumined. Up came her blossom, Jerusalem below. Alternatively, up came her blossom above, that rung standing above her, suckling her, as is said, that has its seed within it upon the earth. Her clusters ripened into grapes, aging preserved wine within. See how much that wicked one saw. What is written, Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and squeezed them. Here he saw that cup of staggering suck of the court of judgment issuing from those grapes, given to Pharaoh, who drank it as it was, on account of Israel. When Joseph heard, he rejoiced, realizing the true element in this dream. Therefore he interpreted the dream for him favorably, because he had provided this for Joseph. He binds to the vine his donkey, for beneath this vine are subdued all those potent forces of other nations. Because of this vine their power is overthrown and bound, as has been said. Rabbi Shimon said, there is a vine, and then there is a vine supreme, holy vine, alien vine, daughter of an alien God. Therefore it is written, this vine, the one called entirely faithful seed. A noble vine Israel, issuing from this vine. When Israel sinned, abandoning this vine, what is written, from the vine of Sodom is their vine, so, there is a vine, and then there is a vine. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzchak were walking on the way. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Yitzchak, let's go through this field because it's a straighter way. They went on. As they were walking, Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, she is not afraid of snow for her household, for all her household is clothed in scarlet. This verse has been established by our companion Rabbi Hizkiah, who said, the punishment of the wicked in hell lasts for 12 months, half in heat and half in snow. When they enter the fire they say, this is really hell. Then they enter the snow and say, this is the fierce winter of the blessed Holy One. They begin by saying but afterward woe. David said, he lifted me out of a pit of desolation, out of the mud of Har-Yavan, slime, out of the place where they savor, and then where are their souls surrendered in the snow, as is written, when Shaddai scatters kings, it snows on Black Mountain. Could it be the same for Israel? The verse teaches she is not afraid of snow for her household. Why? For all her household is clothed in shanim, scarlet. Do not read shanim, scarlet, but rather shinaim, 2 such as circumcision and uncovering, tzitzit and tefillin, mezuzah and the lamp of Hanukkah. She is not afraid of snow for her household assembly of Israel, all of whose household is clothed in scarlet, as we have said, for it is written in crimsoned garments, a garment of harsh judgment to punish other nations. The blessed Holy One will one day dress in red, with a red sword, to exact retribution from the red. A red garment, as is written in crimsoned garments from Basra, and similarly why is your clothing red? A red sword, as is written, Jehovah has a sword, full of blood, to exact retribution from the red, as is written, for Jehovah has a slaughter in Basra. Further, for all her household is clothed in scarlet, for look, she comes from the side of harsh judgment. Rabbi Yitzchak said, certainly so, however, for all her household is clothed in shanim, scarlet. What is shanim? Shanim kadmonio, primordial years, for she is composed of all of them, suckling from every side, as is said, all the streams flow into the sea. While they were walking, they encountered a certain child walking with a wineskin and an old man riding. That old man said to the child, Son, tell me your verse. He replied, My verse is not one, but come down or let me ride in front of you and I will speak. He said to him, I don't want to. I'm an old man, and you're a boy. Why should I equalize myself with you? He replied, Well, then why did you ask for my verse? He said to him, So that we could proceed on the way. He replied, May that old man's breath expire, he's riding and he knows nothing, and he says he won't equalize himself with me. He parted from the old man and went his way. As Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzchak approached, he came up to them. When they asked him, he told them what had happened. Rabbi Yehuda said, You acted well, come with us, and well sit here and listen to a word from your mouth. He replied, I'm weary, because I haven't eaten today. They took out some bread and gave it to him. A miracle happened for them, and they found a bubbling spring of water under a tree. He drank from it and they drank, and they sat down. That child opened, saying, Of David. Do not compete with evildoers, do not be envious of those who do wrong. Of David. It doesn't say if this a song, it doesn't say if this is a prayer, but in fact of David, unspecified, always implies being spoken by Holy Spirit. Do not tithe, compete, with evildoers. What does this mean? The verse should read, Do not join up with evildoers. However, do not engage in taharat, competition, with evildoers, because you do not know the foundation of your being, and you may not be able to prevail against him. Perhaps he is a tree that has never been uprooted, and you will be repulsed by him. Do not tekken, be zealous, against those who do wrong, do not observe their deeds, so that you will not become zealous against them. For whoever sees their deeds and is not zealous for the blessed Holy One transgresses 3 negative precepts, as is written, You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not bow to them and you shall not worship them, for I, Jehovah your God, am a Kana, zealous, God. Therefore, one should separate from them and veer away from them. That is why I departed and diverted my route. Now that I have found you, here is a verse for you. He opened, saying, Vayikra, he called, to Moses here, a small aleph. Why? Because this calling was not consummate. How so? It was only in the tabernacle and in a foreign land, for consummation is found only in the Holy Land. Further, here, Shekinah there, consummation of male and female Adam, Adam, Seth, Enosh Adam, Adam, consummation of male and female. Here, female. Further, the conclusion of the verse, and Jehovah spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying. So, a small aleph. Further, a small aleph. This can be compared to a king sitting upon his throne, wearing a royal crown. He is called Supreme King. When he descends and goes to his servant's house, he is called Small King. So, as long as the Blessed Holy One is above, over all, he is called Supreme King. Once his abode descends below, he is king, but not supreme as before. So, a small aleph. He called. We have learned as follows: he invited him to his palace. From the tent of meeting. Who is tent of meeting? The tent on which depends the reckoning of modia, holidays, festivals, and Sabbaths, as is said, they will be for signs, and for modim, seasons there abides reckoning. And who is that? The moon, as is said, a tent not to be packed up, whose pegs will never be pulled out. Saying. What does this mean? To reveal what was concealed within. Everywhere, saying as is said, Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying implies that permission was granted to reveal. Yet all is one, and this is fine, for that word was designated for the moon from the place where Moses stands. Jehovah spoke above. To Moses in the middle. Saying last, where it is permitted to reveal. Further, he called to Moses. What is written above? They brought the tabernacle to Moses. Why to Moses? They have said as follows, because Moses had seen it on the mountain, where the blessed Holy One showed it to him before his very eyes, as is written, as he showed you on the mountain, and similarly see, and make it by their pattern which you are shown on the mountain. Now they brought it to him so that he could see whether it was identical with the tabernacle that he had seen. But why did they bring the tabernacle to Moses? Well, this can be compared to a king who wished to build a palace for the matron. He ordered the craftsman, this chamber here, that chamber there. Here a place for the bed, there a place for relaxing. When the craftsmen had finished them, they showed the king. Similarly, they brought the tabernacle to Moses, master of the house, husband of Elohim. When the matron-eater's palace was completed, she invited the king there, she invited her husband to be with her. So, he called to Moses. Since Moses was master of the house, what is written? Moses would take the tent and pitch it for himself outside the camp. Moses, master of the house, acted so something permitted to no other human. Jehovah spoke to him another, supernal rung. Then as Moses was about to enter, he opened, saying, when a person among you brings an offering, why Adam, a person, here when sun and moon joined as one, he opened and said, Adam, human, as is written, sun, moon Amad, stood still, in her lofty abode Habakkuk Amad, it stood still, not Amaju, they stood still. When Adam among you brings, intimating that one who would perform the ritual of sacrifice perfectly must be male and female, as implied by what is written, Mechem, among you, that he be a reflection of you. An offering to Jehovah, bringing all near, to unite as one above and below. Of animals, showing that Adam, human, and animals are all as one. From herd and from flock, those who are pure. For since he said of animals, one might think this means any of them, whether pure or impure, so he goes on to say from herd and from flock. You shall bring your offering. The verse should read my offering. Why your offering? Because first an offering to Jehovah, and now your offering. An offering to Jehovah, Adam, human. Your offering of animals from herd and from flock. To demonstrate union from below to above and from above to below, from below to above, namely an offering to Jehovah from above to below, namely your offering. This can be compared to a king sitting on a lofty three-legged dais high above. A throne is arranged on that dais, with the king supreme above all. A person who brings a gift to the king must climb from level to level, ascending from below to above until he reaches the place where the king is seated, high above all. Then everyone knows that a gift has been brought up to the king and that the gift belongs to the king. If a gift descends from above to below, then they know that the gift descends from above to the king's beloved below. Similarly, at first Adam ascends his rungs from below to above, and so, an offering to Jehovah. Of animals from herd and from flock, descending his rungs from above to below, and so, your offering. Therefore it is written, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, I have drunk my wine with my milk, corresponding to Adam, and an offering to Jehovah. Eat, O friends, corresponding to of animals from herd and from flock. So, you shall bring your offering. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yitzchak came and kissed him on the head. They said, Blessed is the compassionate one, that we were privileged to hear this. Blessed is the compassionate one, that these words were not wasted on that old man. They rose and walked on. As they were walking, they saw a vine planted in a garden. That child opened, saying, He binds to the vine his donkey, to the noble vine his ass's foal. This verse is sublime. Ozrai, he binds. The verse should read Osa, he binds. Iro, his donkey. The verse should read a donkey. However, this is a secret for school children to be protected from that donkey's arrow, and the holy name is interwoven there. Yah. Just as the holy name is intimated here, so too Ve'ila Soika, to the noble vine. The verse should read Soik, noble vine, as is said I planted you as Sorik, a noble vine Beni, Fol the verse should read Ben, Fol, as is said Ben, Fol, of a she asks why Sorika, noble vine, and why Beni, Fol well, just as there is a holy name to overwhelm the donkey, so there is a holy name to overwhelm another power, namely the ass. For if the holy name were not intimated here, they would pulverize the world. You're for this power, and you're for that power, so that the world will be protected from them, so that humans will be protected from being dominated by them. He binds to the vine. What is the vine assembly of Israel? Why is she called vine? Well, just as a vine accepts no alien graft, so too assembly of Israel accepts none but the blessed Holy One. For the sake of assembly of Israel, all other powers are overwhelmed, and cannot inflict harm and dominate the world. Therefore Scripture inserted a holy name in their midst, on this side and on that side. His ass is full uprooted for the sake of that noble vine, as is said I planted you as a noble vine. He has washed in wine his garment, he has washed, the verse should read he washes. However, he has washed ever since the day that the world was created. And who is that King Messiah below? In wine left side. In the blood of grapes left side below. King Messiah is destined to prevail above over all forces of other nations, crushing their power above and below. Alternatively, he has washed in wine his garment, just as wine manifests joy yet is totally judgment, so too King Messiah will manifest joy to Israel and be total judgment toward other nations. It is written, the Spirit of God hovering over the waters, Spirit of King Messiah. Ever since the day that the world was created, he has been washing his garment in supernal wine. See what is written next: eyes darker than wine, saturating supernal wine, from which Torah drinks. Teeth whiter than milk, Torah. Wine and milk written, Torah and oral Torah. It is written wine that gladdens the human heart. Why? Because it derives from a place of joy. Who is that? The continuation of the verse establishes this, as is written, to make the face shine from oil, precisely, from the place called oil. The beginning of wine is joy, a place from which all joy issues, and its end is judgment. Why? Because its end is the gathering place of all, it is judgment, by which the world is judged. So, beginning is joy and end is judgment. Therefore, to make the face shine from oil, from the source of all joy. And bread that sustains the human heart. Who is bread? Bread sustaining the world. Now, if you say that sustenance of the world depends upon it alone, not so, for night does not exist without day, and one must not separate them. Whoever separates them separates himself from life, corresponding to what is written, in order to make you know that not on bread alone does the human live, for they should not be separated. Now, you might ask, how could David say, and bread that sustains the human heart, since sustenance of the world does not depend solely upon it? However, precision of the word Ve'elahim, and bread for Avoth has been added, as in Yehovah, and Yehovah, so all is present as one. One who offers blessing over food should not bless over an empty table. There should be bread on the table and a cup of wine in the right hand. Why? In order to bind left with right, and for bread to be blessed by them, linked with them, for all to become a single cluster, to bless the holy name fittingly. For bread is joined with wine, and wine with the right, then blessings abide in the world and the table is fittingly complete. Rabbi Yitzchak said, if we happened upon this way just to hear these words, it is enough for us. Rabbi Yehuda said, it would have been better for this child not to know all this, and I fear that because of this he may not survive in the world. Rabbi Yitzchak asked, why? He replied, because he can gaze upon a place where it is forbidden to gaze, and I fear that before he reaches maturity he will look and gaze and be punished. That child heard and said, I never fear punishment, because when my father departed from the world he blessed me and prayed for me, and I know that father's merit will protect me. They asked him, who is your father? He replied, Rav Yehuda, son of Rav Hamnuna Sava. They lifted him and carried him on their shoulders for 3 miles. They exclaimed for him, out of the eater came something to eat, out of the strong came something sweet. Judges. That child said to them, a word has come into your hands, interpret it. They replied, the blessed Holy One has paved the way for us, you speak. He opened, saying, "Out of the eater came something to eat." We have a support for this verse: out of the eater righteous one, as is written, a righteous one eats to satisfy his soul, a righteous one eats, surely, absorbing all. Why to satisfy his soul, to give satisfaction to the one called his soul, soul of David. Came something to eat, were it not for righteous one, nourishment would not issue for the world, and the world could not endure. Out of the strong came something sweet, Isaac, who blessed Jacob with the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth. Further, though all is one, were it not for the power of strict judgment, honey would not flow. Who is honey? Oral Torah. Out of the strong written Torah, as is written, Jehovah gives strength to his people, comes something sweet. Oral Torah, as is written, sweeter than honey and drippings of the comb. They walked together for 3 days until they reached the outskirts of his mother's village. As soon as she saw them, she prepared the house, and they stayed there for 3 more days. Then they blessed them and went on and arranged words before Rabbi Shimon. He said, "Surely, he has inherited the heritage of Torah. Were it not for the merit of fathers, he would have been punished from above. But the blessed Holy One enables those who follow Torah to inherit her, they and their descendants forever, as is written, as for me, this is my covenant with them, says Jehovah, my spirit that is upon you, and my words that I have put in your mouth, will not depart from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your children, nor from the mouth of your children's children, says Jehovah, from now and forever. Zebulun will dwell by the shore of the sea." Rabbi Abba opened, "Gird your sword upon the thigh, O mighty one, your splendor and your majesty." Now, is this splendor and majesty to gird weapons and arm oneself? One who engages in Torah and fights the battle of Torah, arming oneself with her, this is praiseworthy, this is splendor and majesty. And yet you say, "Gird your sword upon the thigh, O mighty one, your splendor and your majesty." However, the essence of the matter is the blessed Holy One bestowed a sign of the Holy Covenant, inscribing it upon men, so that they would preserve it and not mar the insignia of the king. Whoever mars it is confronted by a sword avenging with vengeance of the covenant, wreaking vengeance for the Holy Covenant inscribed upon him, marred by him. Whoever wishes to guard this place should arm himself and prepare himself, and when the evil impulse attacks him, he should set before himself this sword that is found upon the thigh, to retaliate against one who damages this place. So, gird your sword upon the thigh, O mighty one. He is mighty, called mighty one, therefore, your splendor and your majesty. Alternatively, gird your sword upon the thigh, O mighty one. Who sets out on the way should array himself with the prayer of his Lord, arming himself with righteousness, supernal sword, before he departs, as is said, righteousness goes before him, and he sets out on his way. Zebulun always went out on paths and roads, waging wars. Before setting out, he armed himself with this supernal sword by prayers and supplications, and then he defeated nations, overpowering them. Now, you might say, Judah was arrayed with this to wage wars, arrayed with this sword. Why Zebulun? But these 12 tribes were all the adornment of matronita. Solomon spoke of 2 arrayals of females, in the one of the supernal beloved, Jubilee, and one of the bride, sabbatical. 1, a rail above, and 1, a rail below. So too, the act of creation included both of these sites, 1, an act above, and 1, an act below. Therefore, Bet, opening of Torah, an act below corresponding to the pattern above, this one making an upper world, this one making a lower world. Similarly, Solomon spoke of 2 arrayals, 1 above and 1 below, 1 above, a supernal arrayal of the holy name, 1 below, a lower arrayal corresponding to the pattern above. Happy is the share of holy Jacob, attaining this, as has been said, since the day that the world was created, there has never been a bed as perfect as Jacob's bed. At the moment that Jacob was about to depart from the world, he was complete on all sides: Abraham on his right, Isaac on his left, he himself in the middle, Shekinah in front of him. As soon as Jacob saw this, he called his sons and said to them, "Be gathered so that above and below would be arrayed." The mystery of the matter: 2 arrayals manifested there, 1 above and 1 below, so that all would be fittingly complete. Supernal arrayal concealed and revealed, for this is arrayal of Jubilee, the one mentioned by Solomon in, as we have said. The head is concealed, for here it is not revealed and should not be. Arms and body are revealed, as is well known. Thighs, concealed and unrevealed. Why? Because prophecy prevails only in the Holy Land. So this array is concealed and revealed. The other, lower array is adornment of the bride, mentioned by Solomon in. This array is more fully revealed. This array is by 12 tribes beneath her, embodying her adornment. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, He made the sea of cast metal kings, and it is written, standing upon 12 oxen, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east, with the sea set upon them above. And it is written, the 12 oxen underneath the sea standing upon 12 oxen. Certainly so, for this sea is arrayed by 12 in 2 worlds, by 12 above, appointed chariots by 12 below, 12 tribes. When Jacob saw the supernal array and saw Shekinah standing before him, he wanted to complete her adornment. He called his 12 sons and said to them, Be gathered, prepare yourselves to complete faith. 12 tribes with 4 banners in 4 directions, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 south, and 3 east, with the sea set upon them. Certainly so, 3 tribes in each direction, to the 4 winds of the world, 3 tribes to the right arm, 3 tribes to the left arm, 3 tribes to the right leg, 3 tribes to the left leg, and the body of Shekinah above them, as is written, with the sea set upon them. Why 3 tribes to the arm and 3 tribes to the leg, and so on? Well, mystery of the matter, there are 3 joints in the right arm and 3 joints in the left arm, 3 joints in the right leg and 3 joints in the left leg, consequently, 12 joints in 4 directions, and the body upon them, consequently, 13, counting the body, corresponding to the pattern above. How do we know? Because it is written, all these are the tribes of Israel, 12, and this 4 with her the count is complete, as has been said, with the sea set upon them above. 7 eyes of Jehovah are the eyes of the community, 70 members of the Sanhedrin. Her hair, as is written, all those counted for the camp of Judah 100,000, all those counted for the camp of Reuben, and so with all of them. Now, you might ask, in Egypt, during Jacob's departure from the world, when there was consummation, where was all this? Well, there were surely 70 souls, and all those engendered by them during 17 years, who were innumerable, as is written, the children of Israel were fruitful and swarmed and multiplied and became exceedingly numerous, and similarly they have become more numerous than the hairs of my head. Happy is the share of Jacob the perfect, who perfected above and below. Rabbi Elazar said, Certainly so, but how is all this found in the supernal array of Jubilee? He replied, Once a lion has set his feet to enter the vineyard, who dares enter with him? Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, He is one, and who can turn him back? Whatever his soul desires, he does. This supernal array is entirely one, containing no division like that lower one, for it is written, From there it divides. Yet although it contains division, upon contemplating, all ascends to one. However, this supernal array of Jubilee rests on 12, like the lower one. And although it is one, this one completes every side, on this side and on that. Those 6 supernal sides are 12, for each one lends to his neighbor and intermingles with him, so there are 12, and the body all rests on 12. Who is the body? Jacob. As has been said, head and body exist as one. Further, 12 3 joints of the right arm Hesed, Hasadim 3 joints in the left arm Gevurah, Gevurot 3 joints in the right leg Netzi, Netzarim 3 joints in the left leg Hod and Hodat. Look, 12, with the body resting upon them. Further, with 13 principles by which Torah is interpreted. And all is one, from above to below in union, until that place presiding over division. 7 supernal eyes, of which is written, Eyes of Jehovah, Meshhatetim, ranging are male, for here is the sight of the male. The eyes of Jehovah, Meshhatetat, ranging in the adornments of Shekinah below, sight of the female. 7 supernal eyes, corresponding to the mystery that is written, Yours, O Jehovah, are Gedullah, greatness Gevurah, power Tiferet, beauty Netzi, victory Hod, splendor, yes, all that is in heaven and on earth. This one completes every side. Further, hair, for it is written, Who can utter Gevurot, the mighty acts of Jehovah, as is written, They have become more numerous than the hairs of my head. And it is written, Hasdir, the loving kindnesses of Jehovah have not ceased. These arrays are reserved for another place, although more has been said here, and above and below have been put on the scales. King Solomon spoke of them, though we need to interpret. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know the ways of the blessed Holy One. Here, all is revealed to fathomers. Rabbi Yehuda said, Zebulun and Issachar made a stipulation: one would sit and study Torah, while the other went out and engaged in commerce, supporting Issachar. To fulfill what is written, her supporters are happy. He would sail the seas, and this was his share, for the sea was his inheritance. Therefore Scripture calls him Yarik, thigh, for the thigh's habit is to come and go, as is written, rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out. Zebulun will dwell by the shore of the sea among those sailors of the sea, to engage in commerce. By the shore of Yamim, the seas, although he possessed one sea in his inheritance, he dwelled by two seas. Rabbi Yos said, all the other seamen would search for fish in his sea. And he by a haven of ships, a place where all the boats are found, engaging in commerce. His flank. Rabbi Hizkiah said, his flank reached the boundary of Sidon's territory extending there, and all the traders would come around to that place with their merchandise. Rabbi Aha said, it is written, you shall not omit the salt of the covenant of your God from your grain offering. On each of your offerings you shall offer salt. Now, why salt? Because it scours and sweetens bitterness, adding flavor. Were it not for salt, the world could not bear the bitterness, as is written, when your judgments reach the earth, inhabitants of the world learn righteousness, and similarly righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Salt is the covenant by which the world endures, as is written, were it not for my covenant day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore it is called covenant of your God, and it is called the salt sea. The sea is named after it. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, for Jehovah is righteous, loving righteousness. Salt in the sea. Whoever separates them inflicts death upon himself. Therefore, you shall not omit the salt of the covenant of your God, for one cannot proceed without the other. Rabbi Aha said, the sea is one, yet it is called Yamim, seas. Well, there is a place in the sea that is clear water, and a place that has sweet water, and a place that has bitter water, so we call it seas. Rabbi Abba said, every single tribe, each and every one, constitutes one of those joints that unite in the body. Rabbi Abba was sitting one night, and he rose to study Torah. While he was sitting, Rabbi Yos came and knocked on the door. He said, a treasure chest can be found among preeminent dignitaries. They sat and engaged in Torah. Meanwhile, the innkeeper's son rose and sat before them. He asked them, what is the meaning of the verses, spare the lives of my father and my mother, my brothers and my sisters, and all who belong to them, and save us from death, and give me a true sign? Joshua, what was she asking them for? Rabbi Abba replied, you have asked well, but if you have heard anything, speak, my son. He said, a further question, for look, they gave her something she didn't ask for, as is written, this cord of crimson thread you shall tie in the window. But this is what I learned, she asked for a sign of life, as is written, spare the lives of my father and my mother. She said that a sign of life is found only in a true sign. What is otimit, a true sign? At Vov, the letter Vov, which is imbued with life. And this is what I learned, she was asking for the sign of Moses. So why did they give her a cord of crimson thread? Well, they said, Moses has departed from the world, for the sun is gathered. The time has come for the moon to rule, we should give you the sign of the moon. What is that? This cord of crimson thread, as is said, your lips are like a crimson thread. The sign of Joshua will be yours, because now the moon prevails. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yos rose and kissed him. They said, surely you are destined to become the head of an academy or a great man in Israel. And who is that Rabbi Bun? He asked them further, all of Jacob's sons constituted 12 tribes, so why does Zebulun always precede Issachar in the blessings? After all, Issachar engaged in Torah, and Torah takes precedence everywhere. Why did Zebulun precede him in blessings? His father gave him precedence, Moses gave him precedence. Well, Zebulun attained this privilege because he took bread out of his own mouth and placed it in the mouth of Issachar. That's why he took precedence in blessings. From here we learn that one who sustains masters of Torah receives blessings from above and below. Furthermore, he attains 2 tables, something attained by no other human being. He attains wealth being blessed in this world, and he attains a share in the world that is coming, as is written, Zebulun will dwell by the shore of the sea, and he by a haven of ships, since it is written, Lahof, by the shore of the sea, while Lahorth, by a haven of ships, because Lahorth, by the shore of the sea in this world, Lahorth, by a haven of ships for the world that is coming, as is said, their ships sail, for there is the flow of the world that is coming. He opened, saying, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, what will you tell him that I am faint with love now, who is closer to the king than assembly of Israel? Why, then, does she say, if you find my beloved, what will you tell him? However, daughters of Jerusalem are the souls of the righteous, who are constantly near the king and inform him every day of the affairs of the matronita. For so I have learned, when a soul descends into the world, assembly of Israel makes it enter a sworn covenant that it will see the king and tell him of her love for him, so that he will be reconciled with her. How through a person's obligation to unify the holy name by mouth, heart, and soul, and to bind all like a flame bound to a burning coal. By effecting that union, he reconciles the king with the matronita and conveys to the king her love for him. Alternatively, daughters of Jerusalem, the 12 tribes. For we have learned Jerusalem stands on 12 mountains. One who says on 7 does not express perfection completely, although all is one, for there are 7 and there are 4 and there are 12, and all is one. Surely, she stands on 12 mountains, 3 mountains on this side, and 3 mountains on that side, and so on 4 corners. Then she is called Hayah, living being, as is said, she is the Hayah, living being, that I saw beneath the God of Israel Ezekiel. And these are called daughters of Jerusalem, for she stands upon them, and they offer testimony concerning assembly of Israel, as is written, tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Jehovah. Rabbi Abba said, happy is the share of Israel, who know the ways of the blessed Holy One of them is written, for you are a people holy to Jehovah your God. Issachar, a raw-boned donkey. Rabbi Elazar said, now, is Issachar called a donkey if it is because he engaged in Torah? We should call him horse or lion or leopard. Why donkey? But they say this is because a donkey bears a burden without kicking its master like other animals, and it has no arrogance and doesn't care about lying down in a nicely prepared place. Similarly, Issachar engaging in Torah bears the burden of Torah and does not kick the blessed Holy One. He has no arrogance, just like the donkey, and doesn't care about his own honor but rather about the honor of his master. Crouching between the sheepfolds, as we have said, on the ground shall you lie, and a life of trouble shall you live. He opened, saying, Jehovah is my light and my salvation, whom should I fear? Jehovah is the stronghold of my life, whom shall I dread? How precious are the words of Torah, how precious to the blessed Holy One are those who engage in Torah, for whoever engages in Torah has no fear of mishaps of the world, he is protected above and protected below. Furthermore, he binds all demons of the world and sends them down to the depths of the great abyss. When night arouses, openings close, dogs and donkeys prevail, roaming through the world, and permission is granted to destroy. All inhabitants of the world sleep in their beds, and souls of the righteous ascend to delight above. When the north wind arouses and night is split, holy arousal rouses in the world. Happy is the share of that human being who rises at that moment and engages in Torah, for as soon as he opens with Torah, he casts all those evil species into the hollows of the great abyss and binds the donkey among subterranean marshals in a filthy cage. Therefore Issachar, engaging in Torah, binds the donkey and sends him down from the top of the steps that he had climbed to harm the world, confining him in Hamish Petayim, among the dungiles amid the filth of the marshals of dust. What is written? He saw that the resting place was goodly, that the land was pleasant. He saw that the resting place was goodly, written Torah. That the land was pleasant, oral Torah. And he bent his shoulder to bear the yoke of Torah, cleaving to her day and night. Became a toiling serf to serve the blessed Holy One and weaken himself through her. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Hiya were walking from Upper Galilee to Tiberias. Rabbi Shimon said, let us engage in words of Torah as we go, for whoever knows how to engage in Torah and does not, is liable to the death penalty. Furthermore, he is subjected to the yoke of earth and wretched servitude, as is written of Issachar, yet he bent his shoulder to bear. What is the meaning of yet he turned aside, as is written Vayatu, they turned aside. After gain, whoever turns aside and deviates, abandoning the yoke of Torah, immediately, he became a toiling serf. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, so I may endow those who love me with substance and fill their treasuries. Happy are inhabitants of the world, those engaging in Torah, for whoever engages in Torah is beloved above and beloved below, and inherits every day the heritage of the world that is coming, as is written, so I may endow those who love me with yesh, substance. What is yesh? The world that is coming, never ceasing. He receives a fine supernal reward attained by no other human. And what is that yesh? Therefore, the name Issachar, hints to us that he engaged in Torah yesh sakar. Yesh is the reward. This is the reward for those engaging in Torah yesh. It is written, as I watched, thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days sat. As I watched, thrones were cast down when the temple was destroyed. 2 thrones fell, 2 above, 2 below. 2 above because lower was removed from upper. The throne of Jacob was removed from the throne of David, and the throne of David fell, as is written, he has cast down earth from heaven. 2 thrones below Jerusalem and those masters of Torah. Thrones below resemble thrones above, masters of Torah corresponding to the throne of Jacob, Jerusalem corresponding to the throne of David. Therefore it is written, as I watched, thrones and not a throne. Many thrones fell, all of them falling solely because of the humiliation of Torah. When the truly virtuous engage in Torah, all those potencies of other nations and all their forces are overturned and no longer rule the world, and yesh manifests upon them, raising them above all. But if not, the donkey causes Israel to go into exile, falling into the hands of the nations and being ruled by them. Why all of this? Because he saw that the resting place was goodly and arranged for him, and that he could thereby obtain many benefits and desirables, yet he turned aside so as not to bear the yoke of Torah, and therefore he became a toiling serf. It is written, the mandrakes give forth fragrance, at our doors all delicacies new as well as old. My love, I have stored away for you the mandrakes, the ones that Reuben found, as is said, he found mandrakes in the field. Give forth fragrance, for Issachar issued from them. Were it not for those mandrakes, Issachar would not have come into the world, and words of Torah would not have been innovated by him in Israel, as is said of the children of Issachar, those who had understanding. At our doors all delicacies, they caused all delicacies to be at the doors of synagogues and houses of study. New as well as old, so many new and ancient aspects of Torah discovered by them to bring Israel close to their Father above, as is written, to know what Israel should do. My love, I have stored away for you. From here we learn that whoever engages in Torah fully knowing how to render words joyous and innovate words fittingly, those words ascend to the throne of the King, and assembly of Israel opens gates for them and treasures them away. When the blessed Holy One enters to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, she brings them out before him, and the blessed Holy One contemplates them and rejoices in them. Then the blessed Holy One is crowned with supernal crowns and rejoices in the matronita, as is written, new as well as old, my love, I have stored away for you. From that moment on, his words are inscribed in a book, as is written, and it was written in a book of remembrance in his presence. Malachi, happy is the share of one who engages in Torah fittingly. Happy is he in this world, happy is he in the world that is coming. Until here extends the sway of Judah, arm embracing all power of all sides, 3 joints of the arm, to overwhelm all. Dan will judge his people, as one of the tribes of Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said, this verse should read as follows: Dan will judge the tribes of Israel, or Dan will judge the tribes of Israel as one. Why Dan will judge his people, and then as one of the tribes of Israel? Well, Dan is the one of whom is written the rear guard for all the camps, for he is the left thigh, moving last. Once Judah and Reuben journey, the Levites with the ark unfurl a banner, and the banner of Ephraim journeys, on the west right thigh journeying in concatenate measure. Now, you might say, Zebulun is the one who comes and goes, and of whom is written, rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and similarly his flank. Well, surely Judah comprises all. Kingdom above comprises all, and Judah is lower kingdom. Just as upper kingdom comprises all, so too, lower kingdom comprises all body and thigh to be potently empowered. It is written, from his right hand, a fiery law for them. Torah was given from the side of Gevurah, and Gevurah embraces the right, the body, the thigh, and all. Similarly, the first array Judah, who is kingdom issuing from the side of Gevurah, embracing right, body, and thigh embracing all, just as kingdom above comprises all. The second array Reuben, on the side of the southland south is right. All the power of the right was taken by Judah, because kingship was removed from Reuben, as is written, unbridled as water, you will not remain, and Judah took it over, becoming fortified with potency of the right, which was Reuben's. Similarly, of David is written, Jehovah declares to my Lord, sit at my right hand, for left was embraced by right and fortified with its power, as is written, the right hand of Jehovah performs valiantly. Judah and Reuben, two arms. The third array Ephraim, right thigh, always journeying before the left. And Dan, left thigh, journeying last, so he is the rear guard for all the camps by their divisions, going last. Judah absorbed the power of two arms, because Reuben, who is right, lost birthright, priesthood, and kingship. Therefore, of Judah is written, his hands strive for him a help against his foes may you be. What is written, the king made a great throne of ivory. King Solomon's throne was constructed according to the supernal pattern, and all the images above he fashioned here. Therefore it is written, Solomon sat upon the throne of Jehovah as king, a word concealed, unspecified. Similarly, Solomon sat upon the throne of his father David, and his kingdom was firmly established. Kings, for the moon assumed fullness. Dan will judge his people at first. Then, as one, the tribes of Israel. As one, as the unique one of the world. As happened with Samson, who single-handedly enacted judgment in the world, judging and executing as one, needing no assistance. Dan will judge his people. Rabbi Yitzchak said, Dan corresponds to a serpent lurking by ways and paths. Now, you might say that this refers only to Samson, but similarly above, another serpent, rearguard for all the camps lurking by ways and paths behind forces and camps. From here issue those who waylay human beings for sins that they cast behind their backs. Rabbi Yehuda said, the primordial serpent, before being assuaged with the wine of joy, is a serpent on the way. Just as there is a way above, so there is a way below, and the sea branches into many paths in every direction. There is one path that comes and expands the sea, breeding various species of evil fish. Just as waters below generate good fish, bad fish, fish of frogs, similarly various species of evil fish. When they slip away from the path of the sea, they appear to be riding on horses. And if this serpent who gathers all camps did not lie in wait at the end of paths and scatter them backward, they would obliterate the world. From their side, sorcery issues into the world. Of Balaam is written, he did not go, as time after time, to encounter Nehashim, serpentine sorceries, because they are poised for sorcerers of the world to cast spells. See what is written, may Dan be a serpent on the way. What is on the way? Well, whoever strives after the serpent impairs the family above. What is that supernal way emerging from above, as is said, who makes a way through the sea? Whoever strives after the serpent treads on that supernal way, deteriorating it, as it were, for from that way worlds are nourished. Now, you might ask, why is Dan on this rung? Well, as is said, the flame of the whirling sword to guard the way to the tree of life, so too, that bites a horse's heels to protect all the camps. Rabbi Lazar said, this is an embellishment of the throne. On the throne of King Solomon was a vibrating serpent dangling from the scepter above the lions. It is written, the Spirit of Jehovah began to impel him in the camp of Dan. Judges, Samson was a Nazirite, detached from the world, and he was intensely empowered. He was a serpent in this world, confronting other nations, for he inherited the share of blessings of his ancestor Dan, as is written, may Dan be a serpent on the way. Rabbi Yehuda said, serpent is well known, but what is shfifan, viper? He replied, mystery of cultivating sorcery is serpent, similarly, shfifan, viper. And that wicked Balaam had knowledge of everything. What is written, he went shfi, alone, sometimes with this, sometimes with that. Now, you might say, Dan's rung is not here, certainly so, but he was appointed over this rung, to be the final aspect, and that is to his honor. There are those appointed by the king over this, and those appointed over that, and it is an honor for all of them. The king's throne is arrayed by all these officials. Beneath them branch out paths and rungs, some for good and some for evil, all of them linked to embellishments of the throne. So, Dan is on the north side. In the hollow of the great abyss, on the north side, ravaging bands of stingers are poised, all clustered warriors to harass the world. Therefore, Jacob prayed, "Your deliverance I await, O Jehovah, concerning all those tribes." He did not say, "Your deliverance I await, O Jehovah," only here, because he saw fierce power, the serpent generating overwhelming judgment. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Hizkiah were going to see Rabbi Shimon in Cappadocia. Rabbi Hizkiah said, "Concerning what has been said, a person should always offer the praise of his Lord first, and then utter his prayer well. What about someone whose mind is anxious and he wants to pray, but being in distress, he cannot offer the praise of his Lord properly?" He replied, "Even though he cannot focus his mind and aspiration, why should he diminish the praise of his Lord? Rather, let him offer the praise of his Lord, even though he cannot concentrate, and then utter his prayer, as is written, a prayer of David. Hear righteousness, O Jehovah, heed my cry, listen to my prayer first. Hear righteousness, O Jehovah, because that is the offering of praise for his Lord. Then, heed my cry, listen to my prayer." Of one who is able to offer the praise of his Lord and does not do so, it is written, "Even if you make many prayers, I will not listen." It is written, "The one lamb you shall offer in the morning and the other lamb you shall offer at twilight." Prayers were ordained to correspond with the continual offerings. By arousal below there is similarly arousal above, and by arousal above there is also arousal further above, until arousal reaches the place where a lamp needs to be kindled, and it is. By arousal of smoke below, a lamp is kindled above, and when this is kindled, all other lamps are kindled and all worlds are blessed. Thus arousal of the offering is restoration of the world and blessing of all worlds. How is this? Smoke begins to ascend, those holy forms appointed over the world are primed to arouse, and arouse in yearning above, as is said, "The young lions roar for prey, seeking their food from God." These arouse higher rungs above them, until arousal stimulates desire of the king to unite with the matron eater. Through yearning below, lower waters flow toward upper waters, for water flows only through arousal of yearning below, then desire cleaves, lower waters flow toward upper waters, worlds are blessed, all lamps are kindled, and above and below are bathed in blessings. Priests and Levites arouse to join left with right. Rabbi Hizkiah said, "All is certainly so, but this is what I have heard: priests and Levites, one arouses right and one arouses left, because union of male with female occurs only through left and right, as is said, his left hand beneath my head, his right hand embracing me, then male and female unite, desire prevails, worlds are blessed, and above and below are in joy." So priests and Levites arouse something below, arousing yearning and love above, for all depends upon right and left. Thus offering is foundation of the world, restoration of the world, joy of above and below. Rabbi Yos said, "You have surely spoken well, and so it is. I heard this word before, but I forgot it." Yes, I heard this, and all ascends in oneness. Now prayer takes the place of sacrificial offering, and one should arrange the praise of his Lord fittingly. If he does not, his prayer is no prayer at all. The perfect arrangement of the praise of the blessed Holy One, who knows how to unify the holy name fittingly, for thereby above and below arouse and blessings flow to all worlds. Rabbi Hizkiah said, "The blessed Holy One cast Israel into exile among the nations only so that the other nations would be blessed because of them, for they draw blessings from above to below every day." They went on. As they were walking, they saw a snake slithering on the road. They turned aside. Another man approached and the snake killed him. Turning their heads, they saw that man dead. They said, "Surely, that snake was performing the mission of his Lord. Blessed is the compassionate one who saved us." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Dan will be a serpent on the way." When was Dan a serpent? In the days of Jeroboam, as is written, "And the other he placed in Dan kings." Why was it placed there on the way, on that road, obstructing the way by which they went up to Jerusalem, so that they could not reach there? So Dan was a serpent to Israel on the way, literally, as is said, the king took counsel. A viper on the path stinging Israel. All this happened on the way and on the path to prevent Israel from going up to Jerusalem to celebrate their festivals, bring sacrifices and ascent offerings, and worship there. When blessings arrived in the hands of Moses, to be conveyed to all the tribes. He saw Dan linked to a serpent. He linked him instead to a lion, as is written, Dan is a lion's whelp, leaping from Bashan. Why? So that beginning and end of the four banners would be linked with Judah, who is king, as is said, a lion's whelp is Judah, he is beginning of the banners. End of the banners is Dan, as is written, Dan is a lion's whelp, so that beginning and end would be linked to one place. Your deliverance I await, O Jehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, as is written, he will begin to deliver Israel from the hand of the Philistines' judges. Rabbi Aha said, why I await? Look, by that time Jacob had already departed the world many years before. Why did he say that he was awaiting that deliverance? He replied, surely, mystery of the matter, as is said, when Moses would raise his hand, Israel prevailed. Israel, unspecified. Here too he will begin to deliver Israel, unspecified. Therefore, your deliverance I await, O Jehovah. Precisely. Rabbi Aha said, certainly so well spoken. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know how to engage in Torah, attaining life above through her, as is said, she is your life and the length of your days. Gad will be raided by raiders, yet he will raid their heel. Rabbi Yehuda said, surely, Gad implies that troops will go forth to wage battle, as indicated by the spelling Gad always Gimel, Daily troops and camps issuing from them. For Gimel gives and Daily gathers, consequently, many troops and camps derive from them. The waters of the river flowing and gushing from Eden never cease, and it fulfills the pore, so numerous troops and camps are stationed here and nourished. Therefore, Gad one generating and giving, the other gathering and grasping, and the house is sustained along with all its members. Rabbi Yitzchak said, if Gad had not been one of the sons of the maids, the time would have been ripe for him to attain greater perfection than all, as is written, Ba Gad, fortune has come, read but not written. Begad missing an aleph, for that moment was perfectly propitious, but it vanished from him, as is said, my brothers Bajadu betrayed me, like a desert stream, for that flowing, gushing river withdrew at that moment, so it is spelled Begad, betrayal. Consequently, he never attained the Holy Land, withdrawing from it. Rabbi Yehuda said, how do we know that Reuben followed the same pattern as is written, unbridled as water, you will not remain, for waters withdrew, flowing no more, and it has already been explained how he was tainted. Neither of them attained the land, but they sent troops and camps to possess the land for Israel. What was flawed in Gad was perfected in Asher, as is written, from Asher, rich is his bread, he will provide delicacies of a king. Now Gimel completes Daily. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba escaped the fierce sun by entering a cave at Lyre, for they had been walking on the way. Rabbi Abba said, let us read this cave with words of Torah. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, set me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm. For love is fierce as death, jealousy cruel as Sheol, its sparks are sparks of fire, a blazing flame. We have already aroused the meaning of this verse. But one night I was standing before my father, and I heard a word from him, the desire and yearning of assembly of Israel for the blessed Holy One is consummated only by souls of the righteous, for they stimulate the flow of lower waters toward the upper, and at that moment consummation of desire in single cleaving, yielding fruit. Once they have cleaved to one another and she has received her desire, she says, set me as a seal upon your heart. Why as a seal? Because by its nature, once a seal is affixed to a certain place, even when it is removed it remains in that place irremovably, for its entire impress and image remain there. So, Assembly of Israel says, look, I have cleaved to you even if I am removed from you and go into exile, set me as a seal, so that my entire image will remain in you, like a seal, whose entire image remains in the place where it is affixed. For love is fierce as death, as fierce as separation of spirit from body. We have learned when a human is about to depart from the world, and he sees what he sees, the spirit moves through each member of the body, climbing its waves like crossing the sea without oars, going up and down ineffectively, and it goes to ask leave of every member of the body. There is nothing as fierce as the day of separation of spirit from body. The fierceness of the love of Assembly of Israel for the blessed Holy One is like the fierceness of death at the moment when they must separate spirit from body. Jealousy cruel as Sheol. Whoever loves without being linked to jealousy, his love is not love. Once he becomes jealous, love is complete. From here we learn that a man should be jealous of his wife, so that perfect love will be linked with him, for thereby he will not set his eyes upon another woman. What does this mean? Jealousy kasha, hard, as Sheol, just as it is hard in the eyes of the wicked to go down to Sheol, so with jealousy it is hard in the eyes of one who loves jealously to separate from his beloved. Alternatively, jealousy hard as Sheol, just as with Sheol, when a wicked person is brought down there, he is informed of the sins for which he is brought there and it is hard for him, so one who is jealous demands restitution and suspects various actions, and then he is bound in the bond of love. Its sparks are sparks of fire, Shalivei Yah, a flame of Yah. What is Shalivei Yah? A flame blazing, issuing from the shofar, arousing and kindling the flame of love. Who is that? The left, as is written, his left hand beneath my head. This kindles the flame of love of assembly of Israel for the blessed Holy One. Consequently, many waters cannot quench love, for when the right which is waters comes, it intensifies the blaze of love and does not quench the flame of the left, as is said, his right hand embracing me. This is, many waters cannot quench love. All follows this pattern. While they were sitting, they heard the voice of Rabbi Shimon, who was coming on the way along with Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yehuda. As he approached the cave, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba emerged. Rabbi Shimon said, "From the walls of the cave, I see that Shekinah is here." They sat down. Rabbi Shimon said, "What are you engaged in?" Rabbi Abba replied, "In the love of assembly of Israel for the blessed Holy One," and Rabbi Elazar was explaining this verse, "Set me as a seal upon your heart." He said, "Elazar, you have been contemplating sublime love and the bond of affection." Rabbi Shimon was silent for a while. He said, "Silence is necessary everywhere except for silence of Torah. I have one treasure, treasured away, and I do not want it to be lost to you. It is a supernal word. I found it in the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava. Everywhere male pursues female and arouses love in her, yet here we find that she arouses love and pursues him according to the way of the world. It is unworthy for female to pursue male. But this is a concealed matter, a supernal matter from the king's treasure house. There are 3 souls, ascending by certain rungs, and as for there being 3, they are 4. One transcendent soul that cannot be grasped. The supreme royal treasurer is unaware of it, let alone the lower one. This is soul of all souls, concealed, eternally unrevealed, unknowable, and all of them depend upon it. This envelops itself in a wrapping of crystal radiance within radiancy, and drips pearls, drop by drop, all linking as one, like joints of limbs of one body one. It enters into them, displaying through them its activity, this and they are one, inseparable. This supernal soul is hidden to all. Another soul female concealing herself within her forces. She is their soul, and out of them a body is woven, to display activity through them to the whole world, like the body, which is an instrument for the soul to convey action. These correspond to those hidden joints above. Another soul is souls of the righteous below, for souls of the righteous derive from those higher souls, from soul of female and soul of male. Therefore, souls of the righteous transcend all those forces and camps above. Now, you might say, look, they are elevated from 2 aspects. Why do they descend to this world, and why are they removed from it? This may be compared to a king to whom a son was born. He sent him to a village to be raised until he came of age and could be taught the ways of the royal palace. The king heard that his son had grown up and come of age. What did he do out of love for his son? He sent the matron, his mother, for him, and brought him into his palace and rejoiced with him every day. Similarly, the blessed Holy One had a son by the matronita. And who is that? The supernal holy soul. He sent him to a village to this world so that he would grow up there and be taught the ways of the royal palace. When the king knows that his son has grown up in this village, and that the time has arrived to come to his palace, what does he do out of his love? He sends the matronita for him and brings him into his palace. For the soul does not ascend from this world until the matronita comes for it, escorting it into the palace of the king, where it dwells forever. Despite all this, it is the way of the world that those villagers cried over the departure of the king's son. One wise man was there. He said to them, "Why are you crying? Isn't he the son of the king? It is not fitting for him to dwell any longer among you, but rather in his father's palace. Similarly, Moses, who was wise, saw the villagers crying over this. He said, "You are children of Jehovah your God, do not gash yourselves." If the righteous all knew this, they would rejoice when the day arrives for them to depart from this world. For is it not a supreme honor that the matron-eater comes for them, to escort them into the royal palace, so that the king will rejoice with them every day, for the blessed Holy One delights only in the souls of the righteous. Arousal of love of assembly of Israel, for the blessed Holy One is aroused by souls of the righteous below, for they come from the side of the king, from the side of male, and this arousal is from the side of male, and love is aroused. Thus, male arouses affection and love for female, and then female is bound in love toward him. In the same manner, desire of female to stream lower waters toward upper waters comes only through souls of the righteous. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, for upon them stand those above and below. Therefore, the righteous one is foundation of the world, written unspecifically. Mystery of all righteous one is foundation of the world above and foundation below, and assembly of Israel is encompassed by righteous one above and below. Righteous one from this side and righteous one from that side inherit her, as is written, the righteous will inherit the land, surely. Righteous one inherits this land and pours blessings upon her every day, providing her with delicacies and delights by the supernal flow that he draws upon her. We have already established the mystery that is written, Mi Asher, from Asher, rich is his bread, he will provide delicacies of a king. Yet even so, another element, as is written, daughters saw her Vayash Shayuha, and called her happy. Of this, Leah said, Beoshri, happy am I, for daughters Ish Shayuni, will call me happy, and all is fine. From the world that is coming emanates a flow to this righteous one, to provide delicacies and delights to this land, who is bread of poverty, transforming it into pastry, as is said from Asher, rich is his bread, he will provide delicacies of a king, surely, as we have established. Mi Asher, from Asher, a mystery, alluding to the place that everyone Mesh-Sherin calls happy. Who is that the world that is coming, whom those above and below call happy and yearn for? Rich is his bread. From whom until here, he did not explain who is the source. Well, there is bread, and then there is bread, just as there is a tree, and then there is a tree of life, and there is a tree upon which death depends. There is bread called bread of poverty, and there is bread called pastry. Who is that Lahim Vov, bread of Vov, and this is Lamo, his bread? Of this is written, Look, I am about to rain down for you bread from heaven, surely. Therefore, from Asher, rich is Lamo, his bread. Why Lahim Vov, bread of Vov? Because by him this tree is nourished, and he crowns it, as is said, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him when he gathers, surely he will provide delicacies of a king, assembly of Israel, nourished by him. He provides to her, for righteous one is sign of the holy covenant, nourishing her constantly, and from here to other rungs below, all corresponding to the pattern above. In the book of Rav Yavasava he said as follows from Asher, rich is his bread of Sabbath, which is pastry, double, as is said, they gathered double bread. What does double mean? Two breads, bread from heaven and bread from earth. One, pastry. One, bread of poverty. On Sabbath lower bread is interbraided with higher bread, one blessed through the other. This is double bread. He said further, double bread for Sabbath receives from supernal Sabbath, who flows and illumines. Also bread joins with bread, becoming double. Everywhere mystery of bread is female. Therefore it is written Shemana, rich, and not Shaman. Similarly, except the bread that he was eating, his wife. Now, you might say, the bread Azal is gone from our sacks and not Azalat. Well, we call other food bread, and it is well known which is other food and which is actual bread. Bread from above is always male, lower bread, female. And we have found that sometimes it is written as masculine and sometimes as feminine. All is one entity, whether this or that, and all is fine. Asher is inscribed above and inscribed below in the adornments of the bride. The sea rests upon all 12 tribes and is arrayed in them, as is written, with the sea set upon them above. King's mystery of the matter, arrayed above, arrayed below on earth. Arrayed above, in certain adornments corresponding to the supernal world. Arrayed below, in these 12 tribes, corresponding to the pattern above. So, Shekinah above, Shekinah below, by virtue of Israel she is encompassed and arrayed on both sides. Asher inheres in the array like the other tribes, and if Moses did not reveal, it would not be known, for it is written dipping in oil his foot showing the location of his link, for he draws that anointing oil from above. Therefore it is written blessed among sons is Asher. Rabbi Shimon opened, Naphtali, a hind let loose, who brings forth lovely fawns as has been said, the upper world is world of the male. Once anything ascends above assembly of Israel, all is male. How do we know from Olah, an ascent offering? Why is it called Olah? Because it ascends above the female. Therefore, an ascent offering, Zohar Tamim, an unblemished male. Why Tamim? Complete. Would someone intend to offer it piece by piece, leading scripture to say Tamim? What, then, is Tamim? As is said, walk in my presence and be Tamim. Complete. When was he complete? The moment he was circumcised, for one becomes male, and is recognized, only by the place called Tamim. What is that sign of the covenant, by which male is distinguished from female, as is said a righteous man he was Tamim? Therefore, Zohar Tamim, an unblemished male, so that this member will be recognized, and it will not be castrated. Now, you might say, look at what is written Nekivatamama, an unblemished female. Certainly so, just as righteous one is called Tamim, so righteousness is called Tamama, for she absorbs everything from him. Therefore Olah, ascending from female to male, from this place upward all is male, and from female downward all is female, as we have established. Now, you might say, there is also female above. However, consummation of the body demonstrates that the whole body is male. Head of the body is female, until descending to consummation. When consummation appears, it renders everything male. But here, head and end are female, for the entire array of the body is female. There is one supernal mystery in this matter. For we see that Jacob blessed Joseph among his brothers, but when the blessed Holy One designated 4 banners for Shekinah for her to be arrayed by 12 tribes, he withdrew Joseph from them and replaced him with Ephraim. Why was Joseph removed? If you say, because of his sins, not so, for he was righteous. Rather, mystery of the matter, Joseph was impress of the male, as is written, a fruitful son is Joseph, a fruitful son by a spring, and similarly from there feeds stone of Israel, from there this stone is nourished. Stone is assembly of Israel, of whom David said the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Because Joseph is impress of the male, he is called Joseph the righteous, for he is surely righteous, from there feeds stone of Israel. Since all adornments of Shekinah are female, Joseph was withdrawn from there, and Ephraim was appointed in his place, for he is female for her adornments. Being so, he was designated for the west side, dwelling place of the female, and that impress that is male was withdrawn from her adornments, for it is world of the female, not world of the male, and all her adornments must be female. Therefore, Joseph, who is righteous, was withdrawn from her adornments, and Ephraim was appointed in his place. So, all 12 tribes are adornments of Shekinah, and all must correspond to the pattern above, excluding the rung of righteous one, who renders all members male and must not be impaired. Naphtali, a hind let loose, who delivers beautiful words. As is said, you midberik, and your speaking, is lovely, for voice medabalei ladibah, conducts speech, and there is no voice without speech. That voice is let loose from a deep place above, sent forth to conduct speech, for there is no voice without speech, and there is no speech without voice. Surely, general needing particular, and particular needing general. This voice, issuing from the south and conducting the west, possesses 2 sides, as is written to Naphtali, he said, possess the west and the south above, male below, female. Therefore, Naphtali, a hind let loose, female below. Correspondingly, male above, for it is written Hanotan, who delivers beautiful words. Hanotan, not Hanotenet. Thought is beginning of all, and being thought, it is within, concealed and unknowable. As this thought expands further, it approaches the place where spirit dwells, and when it reaches that place it is called Binah, understanding, for it is not as concealed as at first, although it is concealed. This spirit expands and generates a voice blended of fire, water, and spirit, namely, north, south, and east. This voice is totality of all others. This voice conducts speech, conveying a word refinedly, for voice is released from the place of spirit and proceeds to conduct a word, issuing true words. When you contemplate rungs, it is thought, is binah, is voice, is speech, all is one. This itself is thought, beginning of all, there is no division, rather, all is one. And this cluster genuine thought is linked with nothingness, eternally inseparable. This is Jehovah is one and his name one. So, who delivers beautiful words body? Consummation of body, as is written, a fruitful son is Joseph, a fruitful son by a spring white twice, a fruitful son well, a fruitful son above, a fruitful son below. And why is he not a fruitful son below among the adornments of the matronita? Because daughters stride by a rampart, for daughters are required for her adornments, not sons. Holy Kingdom did not attain full kingship until she was joined with the patriarchs, and when she joined with them, she was formed into a complete structure by the upper world, which is world of the male. Upper world is called 7 years because all 7 years are within it. Yom mnemonic is he built it 7 years, king's upper world, and it is not written in 7 years, as is said 6 days Jehovah made heaven and earth. Who is 6 days? Abraham, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberiam, when they were created by Avraham, through Abraham. Abraham is called 6 days, and through him being 6 days the world was constructed. Similarly, he built it 7 years, and these are called world of the male. Correspondingly below, 7 years mystery of lower world, comprising 7 days. This is the mystery of what is written 7 days and 7 days 14 days kings. Now, since scripture says 7 days and 7 days, don't we know that 7 and 7 equal 14? However, the point is to show that upper world and lower world are 7 days and 7 days, these male and these female. These female, this lower world rests upon them, as is written, many daughters have done valiantly, and you transcend them all. Many daughters as you hail, have done valiantly. The 12 tribes, who as you hail, generated forces, as is said, all those counted for the camp of Judah, and similarly all of them. Now, you might say, Robert, many look, there are only 12 and no more, aside from those forces that they generated. Why, Robert? Well, as is said, the outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah, how Rabbah meaning great. Similarly, Robert, great, supreme and grand above all. These are called great living beings, and those forces that they generated, camped by them, are called living beings, small with the great joining as one, so that the matronita will be arrayed in them, so that above and below will rejoice, as is said, Leviathan whom you formed to play with. Therefore, great daughters have generated forces, and you transcend them all, as is said, standing upon 12 oxen, 3 facing north, with the sea set upon them above, kings corresponding to, and you transcend them all. So, daughters Sada, stride, by a rampart Sada, she strides. The verse should read Sado, they stride. However, that I mentioned above. Who is that eye of justice? He stands Alei Ayin, over the eye, and that eye Sada, strides, and walks to obtain daughters for her adornment. Thus, for daughters she strides, not sons. Daughters, she strides looking for her adornments, not sons. Bitterly they shot at him, gazing at him in love, as is said, turn your eyes away from me, for they overwhelm me. So, the archers harassed him. Yet firm remained his bow, agile were his forearms, yet firm remained this bow. What is his bow? His mate. Firm she clothed herself in strength because of him, her power unabated, for she knew that Joseph would not stray from that rung of his covenantal sign to the right or to the left. Vyafozu, agile were. What is Vyafozu? As is said, more desirable than gold, than much paz, pure gold, and similarly nor can she be exchanged for objects of fuss, pure gold. His arms were bejeweled with supernal pearl. By the hands of the champion of Jacob, by those 2 sides empowering Jacob. From there feeds stone of Israel, from there that precious stone we have mentioned is nourished. From those 2 sides, that precious stone is sustained, namely, north and southland. She is placed between them to be blessed by them, nourished by them, on the rung of righteous one. An additional blessing was bestowed upon Joseph, as is written, from the God of your father, and may he help you, Shaddai, and may he bless you. This verse is problematical. From the God of your father, Yazarika, and may he help you. It should read, the God of your father Yazarika, will help you. Ve'et Shaddai, Shaddai it should read Vel Shaddai, El Shaddai, as is written Vel Shaddai, may El Shaddai grant you mercy and may he bless you. The verse should read will bless you. However, he bequeathed to him above and below. Above, from the God of your father a supernal heritage, a place called heaven. And may he help you not exchanging this place for another, so that his help would come from this place and from no other. Ve'et Shaddai, Shaddai. What is Ve'et Shaddai? Well, that is another, lower rung, for we have learned everywhere, it Yehovah implies Shekinah, as is said I saw it Yehovah it, amplifying Ve'et, merging day with night and night with day, as is said Ve'et Shaddai, for from there issue blessings. Further, why does it not say Vel Shaddai, seeing that this also implies what we have said, as is written Vel Shaddai, may El Shaddai grant you mercy, since all is one place, why abandon lamed and inscribed Tav? Well, it is a mystery when those paths emerge from above, heaven inherits totality of Torah, as is written it Ha-Shemaim, heaven totality of 22 letters. From here, they flow forth to oral Torah, who is called earth, as we say Ve'et Ha'ares, and earth totality of 22 letters. Heaven contains all as one, then moon is crowned in all, dwelling in fullness, blessings flowing from there. So, Ve'et Shaddai. Via very Kika, and may he bless you so that he would have extra vitality for wherever an additional Vav appears, vitality appears. Until here, in general following, he offered details, as is written blessings of heaven. The blessings of your father surpass, surely, for Jacob inherited the finest of all more than the other patriarchs, being totally complete. And he gave all to Joseph. Why? Because this is fitting, for righteous one absorbs all as one, all blessings abiding in him. He pours blessings from the head above, and all members of the body enjoy pouring blessings into him, and then he becomes a river issuing from Eden. What is Eden? From Eden, well, when all members dwell in a single bond in Iduna, delight, of desire from the head above to below, and out of their delight and desire they all pour into him, he becomes a river issuing from Eden, delight, literally. Further, from supernal Chokmah flows all emanating, forming a river, flowing until it reaches this rung, when all bathe in blessings and all is one. As great as Tavat Givo Olam, the bounty of eternal hills, desire of those Givo Olam, hills of the world. Who are they? Two females, one above and one below, each of whom is called world. Desire of all members of the body is for those two mothers, desire to suckle from higher mother, desire to join lower mother, and desire of all is one. So, all of them will rest on the head of Joseph, so that the rung of righteous one may be blessed, absorbing all fittingly. Happy are those who are called righteous, for only one who preserves this rung, this holy sign of covenant, is called righteous. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. They emerged from the cave. Rabbi Shimon said, "Let each one say a word, and we will proceed on the way." Rabbi Lazar opened with the following verse: Benjamin, a ravening wolf, in the morning consuming prey, at evening dividing the spoil. Why a wolf? Because so he is engraved upon the throne. For all living beings, great and small, are engraved there, as is written, living beings, small with the great, and the throne constructed by Solomon was engraved so, corresponding to the supernal pattern. Further, Zev Yitraf, a ravening wolf, for the altar was in his portion, and the altar is a wolf. For if you say that Benjamin is a wolf, not so, rather, the altar in his portion was a wolf, consuming flesh every day, and Benjamin would feed it since it was in his portion. It was as if he were sustaining and feeding this wolf. Further, Zev Yitraf, a wolf will feed. Whom these masters of enmity who stand poised above to accuse, all of whom are appeased by the offering and stimulate arousal above. In the morning consuming pray. What does this mean? In the morning, as Abraham rouses in the world and a time of favor appears, an offering generates arousal and pleasure, ascending to that place of which is written, you will return to Yehovah your God. Further, in the morning. Who is morning? Abraham, as we have said, for it is written, Abraham rose early in the morning when favor prevails. At that time, no one else would consume the offering. Who would consume that place called as is said, Laradiri forever and ever, and it is a supernal throne, being Laradiriad, forever and ever. The time of consuming is in the morning, and this ad is above, as is written, trust in Yehovah Adiriad, forever and ever. In the morning corresponding to offering to Yehovah precisely, ad will consume and no one else. Smoke ascends and arousal of love is bound, aroused above, and one stands facing the other. A lamp kindles and glows through this arousal below. The priest arouses and levits praise, manifesting joy. Then wine is poured in libation, intermingling with water, and wine shines, manifesting joy. Therefore, good wine below, manifesting joy toward other wine. All arouses so that left will be linked with right. Bread, namely semolina makhut, stimulating arousal grasped by left and right, joined to the body. Then supernal oil flows, which she gathers in through righteous one. So, arousal of semolina must be performed with oil, and all will join as one. Then, delight and pleasure of single union, all those crowns gathering delight and pleasure, linking with one another. Moon is illumined, joining with sun, all dwelling in single delight. Then, offering to Yehovah and to no one else. So, in the morning, ad will consume and no one else. Ad will consume and delight in his bond first. When in the morning, for the holy name should be blessed first, and then others will be blessed. Therefore, one is forbidden to greet his fellow in the morning before blessing the blessed Holy One, for he must be blessed first, and then others may be blessed. Thus, in the morning, ad will consume. At evening, dividing the spoil for the offering in the evening is brought entirely to the blessed Holy One, arousal ascending there. Once he has been blessed, he links up with all other supernal powers and distributes blessings to them, each one fittingly, and worlds are sweetened, above and below blessed. This corresponds to the mystery that is written, I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey, first then dispersing to all of them and saying, eat, O friends, drink and be drunk, O lovers, pouring out blessings to all, distributing to each one fittingly. So, at evening dividing the spoil for the holy name is blessed first, and now he disperses blessings to all worlds. For you should not think that an offering is brought to them or to any other power, rather, all is offered to the blessed Holy One, and he pours out blessings, distributing them to all worlds. Therefore, offering to Yehovah and to no one else. Rabbi Shimon said, well spoken. Further, a single arousal of offering, to draw blessings and stimulate arousal so that all worlds will be blessed. First, offering to Yehovah and to no one else. Now, you shall bring your offering so that all worlds will be linked as one, and above and below be blessed. Rabbi Abba opened with the following verse, saying, all these are the tribes of Israel, 12, and this is what their father spoke to them, blessing them each according to his blessing. He blessed them all. These are the tribes of Israel. The verse should read, these are the tribes of Israel. Why all these? To seal their blessing in a place from which all blessings pour forth. 12. Surely links of adornments of the matronita, to which she is joined, as is written 12. And this, what their father spoke to them, for in this place dwells speech. Further, Asher Dibber, what their father spoke. Here a single link, joining from below and from above. From below, with these 12 and this joining with them. Asher Dibber, what spoke, linking with two sides from below and from above. Finally, he linked them to a place above male and female, as is written Ish Asher Keiver Kato, a man according to his blessing. What is Keiver Kato? According to his blessing, his mate. He opened, saying, may Yehovah bless you from Zion, and may you gaze upon the goodness of Jerusalem. May Yehovah bless you from Zion, for from him issue blessings to water the garden. He contains all blessings and conveys to her. Then, may you gaze upon the goodness of Jerusalem, showing that all blessings derive from male and female. Similarly, may Yehovah bless you and protect you. May Yehovah bless you from the male and protect you from the female. May Yehovah bless you from Zachor, remember. V'yishmarikha, and protect you from Shema, observe. All is one entity, for from both of them issue blessings to the world. So, Asher Keiver Kato, according to his blessing, he blessed them. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Jacob finished instructing his sons, and he gathered his feet into the bed, and he expired, and was gathered to his people instructing his sons. The verse should read blessing. However, he instructed them regarding Shekinah, to be linked with her. Furthermore, he instructed them concerning the cave which is near the Garden of Eden and where Adam is buried. The town is called Kiriath Arba, city of four. Why? Because four couples were buried there: Adam and Eve, Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, Jacob and Leah. Look, there is a difficulty here, for we have learned that the patriarchs are the holy chariot, yet a chariot consists of no less than four. And we have learned that the blessed Holy One joined King David with them and they became a complete chariot, as is written, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. King David was conjoined to constitute the chariot along with them. If so, David should have been buried among the patriarchs, so that together with him it would be city of four. Why wasn't he buried with them? Well, King David had a place prepared for him fittingly. Who is that Zion, to join as one? As for Adam, who was buried among the patriarchs, they were buried with him because he was the primordial king, from whom kingship was removed and conferred upon David. With the days of Adam, King David existed in the world because 1,000 years had been ordained for Adam, and the days of King David were removed and withdrawn from him. He provided them. Now, how could the patriarchs endure until King David appeared? Rather, he attained his place fittingly, and was therefore not buried alongside the patriarchs. Further, the patriarchs abide in the place of male, David in the place of female. The patriarchs' females were buried with them. David was joined and buried in the place of male fittingly. He gathered his feet into the bed, for he dwelled in the place of life when he was about to depart from the world. He lowered his feet toward the bed, was gathered in, and departed from the world, as is written, he expired, and was gathered to his people. He opened, saying, My soul yearns, even pines for the courts of Jehovah. This word has been established by the companions, but there are higher abodes and lower abodes. In the higher, no one dwells. Who are the inner chambers? Outer chambers are called the courts of Jehovah, for they sustain desire of love for the female. As the soul ascends, all arouses toward the female, for she joins in total desire, uniting. Jacob did not die, for regarding him, death is not mentioned, rather he expired, and was gathered to his people. See what is written, he gathered his feet into the bed, for he was gathered to the moon. The sun does not die, but is gathered from the world and goes toward the moon. When Jacob was gathered, the moon shone, and desire of supernal sun aroused toward her, for as the sun ascends, another sun arouses, one cleaving to the other, and the moon shines. Rabbi Shimon said, You have spoken well, but it has been said, upper world of the male links with lower world of the female, and lower links with upper, all corresponding to one another. It has been said there are two worlds, as is said, from world to world, and even though both are females, one is arrayed by male and one by female. This one, 7, that one, Bathsheba, daughter of 7. This one, mother, that one, mother. This one is called mother of Solomon, that one is called the same. This one is mother of Solomon, as is written, O daughters of Zion, come out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him, upon King Shalom, O Solomon, upon the king to whom all shalama, peace, belongs. That one is mother of Solomon, as is said, Bathsheba, mother of Solomon kings, and similarly the wisdom of Solomon increased kings. Wisdom of Solomon is mother of Solomon. It is written, words of King Lemuel, an utterance with which his mother admonished him. Words of King Lemuel. Lemuel, the sealed secrecy of this verse is unknown. However, words of King Lemuel, words spoken for El, God, who is king. And who is he? El, God, rages every day, El Shaddai. Lemuel, as is said, Lemo, to my mouth, Lemuel Milik, for El, king, who is Bathsheba, daughter of 7. An utterance with which his mother admonished him when she revealed herself to him in Gibon in a dream by night. Jacob was gathered to the moon, generating fruit within her for the world. There is no generation in the world lacking fruit of Jacob, for he stimulated arousal above, as is written, he gathered his feet into the bed. Happy is the share of Jacob, for he was perfected above and below, as is written, Do not fear, my servant Jacob, declares Jehovah, for I am with you. It is not written, for you are with me, but rather, for I am with you, as has been said. Rabbi Yitzchak opened with a verse, saying, They came as far as Goren Ha'atad, threshing floor of the bramble, which is across the Jordan, and there they held a very great and heavy lamentation. And it is written, the Canaanite inhabitants of the land saw the morning in Goren Haaratad, and they said, this is a heavy morning for Egypt. Therefore it was named Aval Mitzrayim, morning of Egypt. These verses call for contemplation. Why did they care that they came as far as Goren Haaratad, and why was this morning named for Egypt? It should have been named morning of Israel. Well, they have said as follows: as long as Jacob was in Egypt, the land was blessed for his sake, and the Nile gushed, irrigating the land. Moreover, the famine ceased on account of Jacob. So, the Egyptians engaged in mourning, and it was named for them. He opened, saying, Hu Yemalil, can utter the mighty acts of Jehovah or declare all his praise. This verse has been established. But why Yemalil? Utter the verse should read Yedaber, speak. For if you say that such is the style of scripture that verses are worded like that, no, they all come to demonstrate something. Hu Yemalil, can utter, as is said, you may pluck Malilat, ears, with your hand the mighty acts of Jehovah, for they are numerous, all decrees of judgment issuing from there. So, who can remove and eliminate a single decree of those mighty acts performed by the blessed Holy One? Further, Hu Yemalil, can utter all is one. Yedaber, can speak. For there are ever so many mighty acts, innumerable, so many masters of judgment, so many shield-bearing warriors, so many wardens of law, and no word can express them. How, then, are they all known by Haggadah, expounding, which contains a mystery of wisdom? For by utterance, by talking, one cannot express them or know them, but by Haggadah, expounding, they become known, as is said, one generation will praise your deeds to another, and your mighty acts Yagadu, they will expound by this mystery they are known. But Ugvarateka, and of your might Loa Gevura they will speak, as is written, Ugvarateka, and of your might, they will speak. Or declare all his praise, for numerous are the rungs known and united in praise, so many forces, so many camps joined with her, as is said, is there any number to his troops? So, who can declare all his praise? The Egyptians were all wise. From the side of Gevura issue many forces and many camps, numerous rungs upon rungs, finally reaching lower rungs, and the Egyptians were sorcerers, expert in these, knowing sealed secrets of the world. They perceived that as long as Jacob existed in the world, no nation could dominate his children, yet they knew that they would enslave Israel for many years. When Jacob died, they rejoiced, and they saw what would eventually happen, until they reached as far as Goren Haaratad, threshing floor of the bramble, which is the prevailing decree of judgment. Atad in Gematria is Yod, hand, as is said, Israel saw the great hand that Jehovah had wielded against Egypt. When they reached this place and saw the mighty acts issuing from this Atad, bramble, then there they held a lamentation. Why is it called Atad, bramble? Just as from a bramble emerge thorns in this direction and in that, so too from a Yod, hand, emerge fingers in this direction and in that, each finger culminating in numerous mighty acts, numerous judgments, numerous decrees. So, there they held a very great and heavy lamentation. Therefore it was named morning of Egypt. Surely this is a heavy morning for Egypt and for no one else. Rabbi Shimon explained the portion, and they returned to the cave. He said, I see that today a house in town will collapse, and 2 Roman informers will be eliminated. If I am in the town, the house will not collapse. They went back to the cave and sat down. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Cry out, O daughter of Golim, listen, less harp or anatheth. This verse is addressed to assembly of Israel, who praises the blessed Holy One with a voice of praise. So, cry out. From here we learn whoever wishes to praise the blessed Holy One aloud should have a pleasant voice, sweet to the ears that listen. If not, he should not rise to lift his voice. Of Levites, deriving from this side, is written, from the age of 50 years he shall retire from the legion of service and serve no more. Why? Because his voice becomes low and is not sweet to the ears like that of his colleagues, so he is removed from the legion of service, from the forces above who stand to play for this service and to glorify the holy name fittingly. For we have learned forces, and camps are all appointed above, corresponding to those below, to praise the holy name and chant before it. Therefore, he shall retire from the legion of service. And because assembly of Israel praises the blessed Holy One, Scripture states, cry out. Bat Golim, daughter of Golim, daughter of the patriarchs. Further, Bat Golim, daughter of waves. The world that is coming is called Golim, waves, for all exists within it, intermingled, heaps upon heaps, issuing to all. Further, Bat Golim, daughter of springs, as is said, a locked gal, spring. All those springs and bubbling fountains issue from the world that is coming, and assembly of Israel is daughter of springs. This verse is problematical. First is written cry out, to sing and lift the voice. Then is written listen. So, why cry out, if it is written listen? Well, cry out, to praise and sing to the blessed Holy One. If Israel have begun to praise and sing to the blessed Holy One, then is written listen. Why? Because Israel are praising the blessed Holy One for her, so it is written listen. Laisha, less half, or she comes from the side of Gevurah, as is said, Laishgiba, lion, mighty, among beasts, and she is Laisha Gibora, lioness, mighty, smashing forces and powers. Ani Anatot, poor Anatheth. Why? Because she is a speculum that does not shine, poor, literally the moon has no light of her own, only what is given her by the sun. Anatot, Anatheth, is a field, a village, which is inhabited by poor priests who go begging from door to door like Levites. No one cares about them, because all the residents of that village are scorned by the people, and their homes are emptier than anyone else's, containing only what is given to them, like the scorned poor. So, the moon has no light of her own, except when the sun unites with her and she shines. The mystery that is written to Abiathar the priest. The king said, Go to Anatheth, to your fields, for you are a dead man. Kings now, is he called a dead man simply because Adonijah invited him? Rather, because he came from a poor place, for the moon who is on Anatot, poor Anatheth, cleaved to him. Now, you might say, and because you were afflicted with all my father's afflictions, that is why he deserved not to be killed. However, since Abiathar came from a poor place, David deserved him before ascending to royalty, when Saul lay in ambush for him and he acted like a poor man. Abiathar, similarly. But in the time that Solomon ruled, when the moon assumed fullness and possessed the richness of all, Abiathar did not attain it. Surely, field of Anatheth is mystery of the matter. And when purchased it, this was entirely to take possession of supernal mystery. When the moon reigns, she is called field of apples; when she is in poverty, field of Anatheth. Therefore, praise from below generates richness and fullness, just as David strove all his days to fashion fullness for her, playing and singing below. When David departed from the world, he left her in fullness, and King Solomon obtained her in fullness, for the moon had emerged from poverty and entered richness. Consequently, the wealth of Solomon prevailed over all the kings of the earth. So, silver was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon; rather, all was gold, because gold abounded. Of that time is written, It has dust of gold, for the sun gazed upon dust above, and by the gaze of the sun and its potency, dust produced abundant gold. From mountains of radiance, upon which beams intensity of the sun, duster of the earth in the midst of the mountains, all produces gold. And were it not for ferocious beasts breeding there, human beings would not be poor, because power of the sun proliferates gold. So in the days of Solomon, silver was not considered as anything, for potency of the sun gazed upon dust, proliferating gold. Further, that dust is on the side of gold, and as the sun gazes upon it, it absorbs power and gold increases. When Solomon contemplated this, he declared in praise, All comes from the dust. Therefore, Solomon did not need to play like David just to utter a song that is passion of richness, encompassing all praises of the world, praise of the matronita sitting upon the throne facing the king. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones. Kings, for everything was gold, and dust joined with the left on the side of love, as is said, His left hand beneath my head, His right hand embracing me, and the sun cleaved to it, not withdrawing. Solomon erred in this, seeing the moon approaching the sun, right hand embracing, left hand beneath its head. As they neared one another, he said, Look, they approach as one. What is the right doing here? For the right is intended only to draw near. Since they are already near one another, why is it needed immediately? Silver was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon. The blessed Holy One said to him, You have rejected the right upon your life, you will have need of hesed, kindness, and will not find it immediately. the sun turned from facing the moon, and the moon began to darken, and Solomon went begging from door to door, saying, I am Koheleth, but no one showed him any kindness. Why? Because he had rejected the right and not considered it, as is written, silver was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon. So, whoever augments praise toward the blessed Holy One augments peace above. Therefore, listen, Zohar. It is written, Laish, the lion, Avd, perishes, without prey, and the cubs of the lioness are scattered. Laish is the same as Laishah, Zohar, as is said, Hok, law Hazar, statute. Avd, wanders, as is written, Ha-ovdim, those who were lost, will come. Without taref, pray, for she demands from him to provide, as is said, she rises while it is still night and provides tef, food, to her household. And the cubs of the lioness are scattered, for when she provides all those forces with tef, they all join as one, suckling as one. But when she sits without taref, on account of exile, surely the cubs of the lioness are scattered, all dispersing in many directions and paths, prowling to execute judgment. So, when a sacrifice is offered, all are arrayed, drawing near as one, as we have said. Now that a sacrifice is not offered, surely the cubs of the lioness are scattered. Consequently, there is no day unfraught with judgment, for above and below do not arouse in sublime consummation, as we have said. Now the prayer of a human being arouses consummation above and below, and by the blessing that one offers to the blessed Holy One, above and below are blessed. Thus by the prayer of Israel, worlds are blessed. Whoever blesses the blessed Holy One will be blessed, and whoever does not bless will not be blessed, as is written, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who spurn me will be disdained. Rav Hamnun Asava would not give the cup of blessing to anyone else to recite the blessing, but rather took it first in both his hands and blessed. As we have said, one should take it in the right hand and the left. Even though all have aroused the meaning of this, and that is fine still, the cup of blessing must be as follows. Cup, as is said, I raise the cup of salvations, for into this cup flow blessings from those salvations above, and it receives them and gathers them. There is preserved supernal wine, collected in that cup. We should bless it in the right hand and not in the left, along with the wine collected in this cup, so that they may be blessed as one. And we should bless over the table so that it will not be empty, bread and wine, all as one. Cup of blessing, so is assembly of Israel called. Since she is cup of blessing, we need right and left to hold it, and for that cup to be placed between right and left, and to be filled with wine, because of wine of Torah issuing from the world that is coming. Cup of blessing. Concerning this, supernal matters have been revealed. Here, since we are in the cave, I will speak. Here is revealed the mystery of the holy chariot. Cup of blessing should be received by right and left, which are north and south, so that cup of blessing may obtain blessings from them. Who is cup of blessing? Bed of Solomon, which should be placed between north and south. And we should set it in the right hand, with the body aligned with it, and one should gaze upon that cup, blessing it with 4 blessings, for it is written, the eyes of Jehovah your God are perpetually upon her, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Thus within the cup of blessing is found mystery of faith, north and south, east and west, holy chariot. The table with bread, so that it will be blessed on all sides, above and below. Above, through the mystery of the cup of blessing, joining King David with the patriarchs. And blessed below, for bread of poverty will be blessed, becoming pastry, and that person's table will be blessed, providing food constantly. They all rose and kissed his hands, and said, Blessed is the compassionate one, that we entered here and heard these words. They emerged from the cave and walked on. When they entered the town, they saw a ring of people who had died from a house collapsing on them. They sat down, and saw that there was mourning for those who had died along with the Romans. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, They came as far as Goren Ha-Atad, threshing floor of the bramble. What is Goren Ha-Atad? Well, here is an allusion to dominion being eliminated from Egypt. Goren Ha-Atad, threshing floor of the bramble, appointed authority of the Egyptians being removed in favor of dominion of Israel, for they saw, as is said, arrayed in robes at the threshing floor kings. So, there they held a great and heavy lamentation. Therefore it was named of Al Mitzrayim, mourning of Egypt, for surely it was of Egypt. Here too, this weeping is not for the Jews, although Jews died there. And these Jews, if they had been Jews, would not have died, but because they died, the Blessed Holy One has pardoned their sins. Rabbi Shimon said, although Jacob's soul departed in Egypt, she did not depart in an alien domain. Why, as has been said, since the day that the world was created, there has never been a bed as perfect as the bed of Jacob at the moment that he was departing from the world, and his soul was immediately linked to her place, as we have established. When Jacob entered the cave, all aromas of the Garden of Eden permeated it. The cave emitted light, and a single lamp kindled, for it had kindled. But when the patriarchs entered Jacob's presence in Egypt, to be with him, the light of the lamp withdrew. As soon as Jacob entered the cave, the light of the lamp returned to its place, and then the cave was complete with all that was needed. For all days of the world, the cave has never received another human being, and it never will. Souls of the virtuous pass before them within the cave, so that they will awaken and see the seed they have left in the world and rejoice before the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Abba asked, the embalming of Jacob, what is it? He replied, go ask a physician what is written. Joseph ordered his servants the physicians to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. Now, would you ever imagine that this embalming was like that of other people? If you say that it was done because of the journey, look at what is written. Joseph died, 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was placed in a coffin in Egypt. They didn't journey with him, for he was buried right there, yet it is written they embalmed him. Rather, this is customary for kings in order to preserve their bodies. They are embalmed with anointing oil, finest of all oils, blended with spices, and they infuse the body with that excellent oil day after day for 40 days, as is written, 40 full days were spent on him, for such is the full time of embalming. Once this is completed, the body perdures intact for a long time. For the entire land of Canaan and the land of Egypt decay and decompose the body in less time than any other land, so in order to preserve the body, they do this. They perform this embalming both internally and externally. Internally, by placing that oil on the navel, through which it enters within, absorbed by the entrails, so it preserves the body within and without for a long time. So it was with Jacob, his body preserved, and so it had to be, for he is body of the patriarchs, and he perdured in body and soul. Similarly with Joseph, modeled on the body, perduring in body and soul. In body, as is written, they embalmed him. In soul, as is written, Vizum ba Aaron, he was placed in a coffin spelled with 2 letters Yod. Why? Because Joseph preserved the covenant below and preserved covenant above. When he departed from the world, he was placed in 2 caskets, in an Aaron, coffin, below, and in an Aaron, ark, above. Who is the ark above? As is said, see, Ark of the Covenant, Lord of all the earth, Joshua. For the ark above is called Ark of the Covenant, because it is inherited only by one who preserves the covenant. Since Joseph preserved the covenant, he was placed in 2 caskets. For Yizam ba Aaron, he was placed in a casket, in Egypt certainly so. The verse demonstrates another mystery. For although his soul departed in a foreign domain, it joined with Shekinah, as is written, Vizam ba Aaron, he was placed in a casket above and below because he was righteous. For every righteous one inherits this holy land, as is written, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. Sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified.